Part 3. Concerning the laws and vital conditions of the Hermetic experiment. Chapter 1. Of the experimental method and fermentation of the philosophic subject, according to the Paracelsian alchemists and some others. Naturam in primis imitabere in arte magister. Han musam exterior tantum calor excitat ignis. Aetherio interior sed perficit omnia fotu. Tractatus aureus scholium, EAP. I to substantialize life, then to free the conscious being from corporeal dependency. In considering mind apart from its material organs, they by no means make it appear therefore as an abstract conception or inferential only, as with modern metaphysics is the case, but as an absolute substratal matter also of existence. On just such a foundation do the alchemists establish their free masonry, claiming like extreme attributes and miraculous origin for their first matter, as the Greeks for that ethereal hypostasis we were before discussing. A few also profess with the same admirable earnestness to have observed in the experimental development of their whole internal being, the whole procedure of the occult nature into evidence, with her universal efficient by the light of wisdom thenceforth revealed. In ignorance of the means by which such a spectacle is obtained, they may contend unaccredited, for their assertion is at variance with the judgment of common sense, neither does it belong to the natural order of mental experience. Nevertheless, since the whole of the Hermetic philosophy and every tradition of occult science depend immediately therefrom, for our undertaking's sake, it will be requisite to consider this, their initial principle, more particularly, and how possibly it became known in its first arcane descent and emanation. We have already endeavored to prepare a way in part, showing the imperfection of the natural spirit in this world, the occultation of its light, and the vital alteration that was deemed necessary and operated in the mysteries upon those who were desirous of wisdom and immortality in the awakening conscience of a divine life within. Let us examine yet further into the method of this vital experiment, that before proceeding to unfold the art in actual practice, we may understand the principles, and be enabled, from out the many clouds of sophistry in which it is enveloped, to distinguish that light and virtue of true chemistry, by which the ancients were assisted, that deformed and limping Oedipus, for example, so that he was able to vanquish the metaphysical monster, and enter in with her to the temple of truth. And here, preliminarily, we may remark with how much propriety the Egyptians placed the Sphinx in the vestibule of Isis, who is the same with Minerva. And that wisdom we are investigating, for what the natural intelligent spirit is in man, that ether is in the universe, and this intelligence, fantastic as it is and drawn without, may be called the vestibule of reason, which is, as it were, the temple of that intellectual illumination which proceeds, when the conditions are duly offered, from the divinity within. In our vestibule, therefore, the plantastic spirit, which is the natural vehicle of our life, is situated, and in a similar manner the commonly diffused ether is as a vestibule or vehicle in respect of the universal soul of the world, which is occultly suspended in nature, and may be called her temple, as an outward shadow, guarding the light within of both worlds. So is that ether then the Sphinx of the universe. And she is all things passively which the internal light is impassively. By her animal form, combined with the human face and summit, is indicated the two-fold capability and diffusion of such a life. For she is the summit of the irrational mind relying on instinct, and the basis whereon to build the rational and transcend opinion in indivisible science. Her wings are images of the elevating power which the imagination possesses, by which likewise she is rendered capable of divine assimilation, and of returning within and upward to a region of vivid intellection everywhere resplendent with light. Such was the doorkeeper of the Egyptian mysteries. Agreeably also do we find the art of alchemy directed upon the same enigmatical source, a nature to search out which is invisible, material of our mastery, a substance insensible. This material, whilst yet immanifest, they worked, and worked with by itself alone, joining self to self, as the advice runs, vita vitam concipit, natura naturam vincit ac superat patefacit. Gignit et renova, item natura natura letatur et emondatur, as men also now prove, mesmerizing one another, but without the important knowledge how to alter and amend the thing. This mesmerism, in respect of our mystery then, may be regarded as a first key which, opening into the vestibule, affords a view within the senses' prison, but of the labyrinth of life only. Facts vary at the circumference, and appear often so contradictory that reason is at a loss, even if otherwise admitted capable, for stable materials whereon to base judgment, and each succeeding theory yields to some unforeseen diversity of the spirit's manifestation. If the ancients had known the inner life only as it is now known, if they had mistaken dreams for revelations, instinct for intellectual vision, and insensibility for the highest good, and so left nature to dream on and take her rest without exerting a thought to probe or prosper her ability. One see Taylor's notes to his Pansenias, an admirable extract from La Sua Harmonius concerning the Sphinx, Vol. 2, Arnoldi Rosarium, Democritus et alii in turba philosophorum, du lapidis physici condit, cap. 2. Then they would have been just such inconsiderable heathens as the world has taken them for. The Sphinx had never owned her mastery, or yielded to theirs her wary wit. Then they would have been as we, servants, not masters, plodding interpreters of effects, without power or prescience. But it was all otherwise, as will one day be perceived. Their philosophy has far exceeded ours in substance and objective certainty, as it does avowedly in scope, beauty, and intellectual promise. It may be considered that the discovery of vital magnetism is young, and has had no time to grow up into a science, that it is the business of a philosopher to observe and gather facts from without patiently and compare experiences, and we do not object but admit that it is a way, but whether it is the best way, or surest to find the truth eventually we doubt, a long way we all know it to be, laborious and not very cheering, if we regard the point to which it has hitherto attained in the most intelligent and experienced hands. Or how should they attempt to theorize about a revelation that is above their own? As well might we presume to estimate the worth of a treasure that is unseen, as to judge of spiritual causes from remote effects. Is not experience the basis of true knowledge, and rational experiment the proper road to attain it? How then can we hope for an understanding of spiritual causes without entering in upon the proper ground of their experience? Verily, says the adept, as long as men continue to lick the shell after their fashion, presuming to judge of hidden celestial things which are shut up in the closet of the matter, and all the while perusing the outside, they can do no otherwise than they have done. They cannot know things substantially, but only describe them by their outward effects and motions, which are subject and obvious to every common eye. But be the modern method of experimenting as it may, right or wrong according to opinion, the ancients did not choose it, but adopted a different one in their philosophy, which we, observing the imperfect fruits of the inductive sciences generally, and that facts accumulated about them for ages, have failed in every instance to yield the satisfaction which reason requires, are more particularly desirous to examine at the present time, if peradventure philosophy might hope with advantage to return with her instruments to work, as formerly on the a priori ground. It has lain a long while uncultivated, and indigenous weeds and briars have sprung up over, so that it is difficult on first view to believe that it ever yielded foreign fruits, but patience, and, the possibility granted, we will endeavor to clear a path, by the help of evidences that yet remain, many and curious, about the riches of wisdom, and those living waters that abound in paradise, compassing about too that land of Havilah where good gold is, the tree of life also, and knowledge, and other precious things wonderfully adumbrated about the penetralia of true being. Surely there is a vein for the silver, says Job, and a place for gold where they find it. Iron is taken out of the earth, and brass is molten out of the stone. As for the earth, out of it cometh bread, and under it is turned up as it were fire, and the stones of it are the place of sapphires, and it hath dust of gold. There is a path which no faunal knoweth, and which the vulture's eye hath not seen. The lion's whelps have not trodden it, nor the fierce lion passed by. He putteth forth his hand upon the rock, he overturneth the mountains by the roots, he cutteth out rivers among the rocks, and his eye seeth every precious thing. He bindeth the flood from overflowing, and the thing that is hid bringeth he forth to light. But where shall wisdom be found? And where is the place of understanding? Man knoweth not the price thereof, neither is it to be found in the land of the living. Whence then cometh wisdom? And Genesis, chap. 2, ver. 10, and following. 82. Where is the place of understanding? Seeing it is hid from the eyes of all living, and kept close from the fowls of the air. God understandeth the way thereof, for he looketh to the ends of earth, and seeth under the whole heaven, to make the weight for the winds, and he wiketh the waters by measure. When he made a decree for the rain and a way for the lightning and thunder, then did he see it and declare it. He prepared it and searched it out. And unto man he said, Behold, the fear of the Lord, that is wisdom, and to depart from evil is understanding. Let us then investigate a means for the discovery of wisdom, as the ancients declare to be right and profitable, and believe that he spoke well. And summarily who said, that the first step in philosophy is to set the mind going. As we are informed that the conduct of the mysteries was uniform and entirely scientific, so likewise philosophers insist that, in the Hermetic art, theory ought to precede practice, and that, before the spirit can be expected to yield any rational or pure effects, she must be made to conceive them the right way, an object of investigation being well understood. Dwell not altogether in the practice, says the adept, for that is not the way to improve it. Be sure to add reason to thy experience, and to employ thy mind as well as thy hands. So wrote Vaughan in 1650, and, to the same effect, artists of every age, and in the sequel of this inquiry we may understand why, and why we have no such miracles as those which are related of the saints and apostles in former times who received the gift of healing from their Lord. Is it not obvious to common sense that he that would heal others, or hope to impart any superior efficacy, should first of all heal or be healed himself? Take first the beam from out thine own eye, and then thou mayest see clearly to take out the mote that is in thy brother's eye. And again, is it not written, Physician, heal thyself, prepare. Job, chap. Exient. Vanguns lumen de luman p18. Experimental method. 261. Thy work without, and make it fit for thyself in the field, and afterwards build thy house. If then, we go out at once to throw our common life to common lives, what wonder we have only common results? That much depends upon the quality of the life imparted, general observation teaches, and with what sure corresponding consequences the moral leaven is attended may be understood in a degree by the recipient in the mesmeric trance. But the spontaneous fermentation which the vital spirit undergoes, and the change which is thereby effected in the passive subject, is not taken advantage of in modern practice, or pushed to the uttermost, much less is understood. That exact art of grafting and transplanting which the ancients practiced, and by means of which a growth and sublimation of the spirit was effected, even to a third, fourth, and fifth degree of concentrated essentiality in as many representative vessels or forms. The true medicine, according to the Paracelsians, is bound in man, shut up as it may be milk, within the hard and solid nut, and as fire which lies hidden in fuel, unless it be ignited, is good for nothing. So our fire of life, called antimony by adepts, can effect nothing comparatively excellent whilst it is immured. When however by a due purgation the pure life is separated, as metal from the dark and sordid ore, it will flow forth, as is declared, a pure panacea from the God of light, whose fragrant locks distill ambrosial dews, drop gladness down and blooming health diffuse. Where the genial Panacea fails, health crowns the state, and safety guards the walls. As all things are proved by fire, so also are we told, the trial of the knowledge of physic is to be made by fire. Physic and pyrotechny, says Crollius, cannot be separated, for the natural inbred chemist teaches to Wisdom of Solomon, and in Proverbs chap. XX5, Callimachus's hymn, to Apollo, by Dodd, segregate every mystery into its own reservocal, and to free the medicine from those scurvy envelopes wherein naturally it is wrapped, by a due separation, from the impurities and filthy mixtures of superficial external elements, that the pure crystalline matter may be administered to our bodies, and therefore a physician should be born of the light of grace and spirit of the invisible divinity, wherewith a man no longer asks, What is it? How can this be? Or, Whence come such salutary effects? For it feels itself move in conscious virtue from its own source, being allied, as an efflux of that living light which can move mountains to its faith. To find this light and to free it from captivity was the practice of physicians in the Middle Periods, for curing bodily ills and administering to the defects of age. But the theurgic art professed a power of purifying and informing the mind much more beneficial and lasting than this pertaining to the mortal body, and far advanced beyond that object, approaching more nearly, as it would seem, to a fulfillment of the perfect doctrine of regeneration preached by Jesus Christ and his apostles, than any other known, for by an effectual baptismal purification they also prepared the way, and by a gradual subjugation of the passions and adaptation of the subordinate powers to reason, the whole hypostasis was converted finally through faith into the identity of substant light within. 7. And it appears that, in order to discover this reason, men had in former times the faith to put the question to nature rationally, not rudely indeed, or, as is with modern chemistry the fashion, to demolish her edifices, and burn her out of life and home, but they knocked, as was bid them, and the doors being opened from within, they enjoyed and took advantage of their entrance as lawful guests. And when all was ready, and they were admitted to the inner chamber, we observe, see Crollius' Philosophy, the true Physi chap. I, also, B. Valentine's Chariot of Antimony, p. 42, and c. Experimental Method. 263. Them still, not so much engaged in noting phenomena, or looking about for facts to furnish private judgment, but more becomingly inquisitive, addressing themselves to nature, and admiring there where they found her, happily exalted above them, sphered in the Magian circle of her own light, not stupidly gazing either, but speculative, how they might approach nearer and become worthy of the knowledge and familiarity of that light. For they were not content with first phenomena, nor did Theurgus disturb the divine intellect about trifling concerns, but they consulted it about things which pertain to purification, liberation, as Jamblichus tells us, and the salvation of life. Neither did they studiously employ themselves in questions which are indeed difficult, yet useless, to mankind, but, on the contrary, they directed their attention to things which are beneficial to life, and such as tend towards the discovery of truth. No man enters the Magian's school, it seems, but he wanders a while in the region of chimeras, and the inquiries which he makes before attaining to experimental knowledge are many, and often erroneous. But investigation, once begun in a right rectifying spirit, enters as the adepts who, having set the chain of vital causes in action, succeeded in tracing them to their last efficient link in deity, whence surveying, they were enabled, under the divine will, to work such perfection in things below as are supernatural to this life, and greater than the natural intellect is able to conceive. For the central light and wisdom was all their aim, and the way to it was all the revelation they valued or asked for, until the hidden divinity was moved into experience and made manifest in effect and power. But what say our Oedipus distillers of this ether, the instructive alchemists? Lay the line to thy thoughts and examine all patiently, and infer from. First see Jamblichus de Mysteriis, sect. Sevi. Cap. B.A. C. Vaughan's Lamen de Lumine, p. 40, and C. B. Valentine's Chariot sub initio, Norton's Ordinal, e. 4, and C. Experience, and thou art in the way to become infallible. Take hold of that rule which God hath given thee for thy direction, by which thou mayest discern the right from the wrong. Seek not for that in nature which is an effect beyond her strength. You must help her, that she may exceed her common course, or all is to no purpose. For the mercury of the wise comes not but by help of ingenuity and industry. But he that devoteth himself to philosophy, says Crollius, and shall sincerely and as he ought come to the inner rooms of nature by a holy assiduity of preparations, joining thereto diligent contemplation of natural causes, and withal shall refuse no pains or difficulties to get experience by the industry of his handy work, he shall, if the grace of the Most High be infused into him, bring forth far greater things out of this open bosom of nature than they seem to promise at first sight. To the same effect Van Helmont writes that the attainment of the tree of life is laborious, and the fruit of intellectual research. Excellent also is this advice of Basil Valentine, and instructive to the point. Learn and look for the first foundation, says the monk, which nature holds concealed. Search for it even with thine own eyes and hand, in order that thou mayest be able to philosophize with judgment and build upon the impregnable rock. But, without this discovery, thou wilt continue a vain and fantastic trifler, whose discoursings, without experience, are built upon sand. Let not any one imagine either that we can be satisfied with mere words, who rather exact documents proved by experience, in which we are bounden to have faith. Lumen de Lumini, page 39. Luliae Theoria et Practica, cap. Lex Vi, et Lex Fecit. See the admonitory preface of Oswald Crollius, page 1. 3 Oriatrike, p. 091, 710, and c. 42. Disagitur, disputator me.
e inquire primum fundamentum ipsis oculis et manu, quod natura secum fert absconditum, siedimum prudentur. Ei in judicio inexpugnabilem petrum sedifi, cer poteris, sine hoc autem vanus, et fantasticus megator manibus, cujus sermones absco illa experientia supra arenam. Such are a few of the preliminary lessons of adepts, in which they all agree that the way to wisdom is by patience and rational inquiry. Some scattered specimens of the kind we have remarked in the writings of Lally and Michael Mayer and others, to which in the practice we shall have occasion to allude. That they did not investigate trifling matters is indeed obvious, but diligently from the first, concerning the intimate causes of things, and how they might themselves enter into the fundamental experience, their anxiety is manifest, and the truly philosophic inclination of their mind for it. But the contemplation which absolves the second part of our admonition is celestial, continues the monk Basil, and to be understood with spiritual reason, for the circumstances of everything cannot be perceived any other way than by the spiritual cogitation of man, considering how nature may be helped and perfected by resolution of itself, and how the destruction and compaction are to be handled, whereby, under a just title, without sophistical deceits, the pure may be separated from the impure. Is no graft from this life that enters into the divine foundation, nor any arbitrary instinct, natural reason, even the most acute, is dull here comparatively, and inoperative, and stands in the philosophic work, albeit necessary, as a mere circumstantial aid on the threshold of the divine inquiry, as it were an iron key, intended to unlock the golden treasury of light within. And no sooner, we are informed, has it done this, and, further extricating itself, help to introduce the spiritual intellect into self-knowledge than this latter, returning with power upon the life without, proceeds to analyze and revolutionize, proving all, as may be said chemically, by the fiery essence of its solum fondati sunt. Qui autem sermos in asinibus, sui in nugis me aliquid deservolt, in me verbis tentum nudis non pascat, sit experientem factum documentum simul sit prasto portet, sine quo non tenor verbis locum dura, fidemque ies adhibera, and b. Valentine's chariot of antimony, sub initio, newly conceived law. It is this vital perscrutinator, the internal fire of the sulfur of thy water, as Irenaeus calls it, that, investigating scientifically, operates the whole change. And it is happily provided against intruders, lest the casket should be rifled of its rich offering, that they only who have obtained this passport can attain to the mastery of life, since they only, literally speaking, can enter in through the narrow gate, as in the mysteries we have already described, and the discovery is difficult, and reputed tedious by many who have spared no labor either of body or mind in the research. Reclusa recedit longius, as the poet says, it is far off, gotten in the penetralia, as it were, the flower of human intellect, triply imprisoned in the dark body's hold. This it is the business of the philosopher to open and set free, and this is the security, that he must be a lover of wisdom who can set her free. Our fire is the true sulfur of gold, says Irenaeus, which in the hard and dry body is imprisoned, but by the mediation of our water it is let loose, by rotting the moles of the body, i.e., of the ethereal body, under which it is detained, and after separation of the elements of the same body, it appears visibly in our third menstrual. But the means to discover this is not a light work, it requires a profound meditation, for this is the seed of gold, involved in many links, and held prisoner, as it were, in a deep dungeon. He that knows not our two first menstruals is altogether shut out from attaining to the sight of this third and last, yet he who knows how to prepare the first water, and to join it to the body in a just pondus, to shut it up in its vessel philosophically, until the infant be formed, and, what is greater than all, to govern his fire dexterously, so as to cherish internal heat with external, and can wait with patience till he see signs. He shall perceive the first water will work on the body, till it hath opened the pores and extracted partly the tincture of Saul. Take counsel, be not so careful, of the fire of the Athenor as of your internal fire. 2. Experimental method. 267. Seek it in the house of Aries, and draw it from the depths of Saturn. Let Mercury be the interval, and your signal the doves of Diana. On some such errand we may remember, the Sibyl sends Aeneas, that from out many entanglements and obscurity, he may discover and bring to her the golden bough, well directing him how to look from beneath upwards, and take it in hand,
Alte vestiga oculis, et retropertum, carpe mamu, namque ipse volans facilisque secatur, si te fata vocant, aliter, non viribus ulis vincere, nec duro poteris conveler ferro.
So Orpheus, in his Argonautics, leading to the cave of Mercury, exhorts mankind how they ought to act and study there. Et quicunque virum ducit prudentia cordis, Mercury ingredir, spelencam plurima, ubi illa debenit bona, stet quorum prio grandis acervus ambabua, vale, limanibus sibi sumera, id ista, ferra domum, valat hic visitare in commoda cuneda.
He therefore who wishes to partake of many goods, let him approach to the cave of Mercury, which, according to the Hermetic interpretation, is tenorus, the most hidden vapor of life. Let him enter with a prudent motive, well understanding and allied to what he seeks, and that which he shall bear. Away from thence, centaur, like in both his hands, will be the mineral radix and true matter of the Hermetic art. But if he have not a right mind, and unless the predestinated conditions and the order of operation be observed, all will be vain, for the power will remain hidden, despite of every effort, in a solanimus uncongenial soul.
Nescit sol comitis, non memor esse sui. Ignire ignis amat, non aurificare sed aurum. Fire loves fire, say they, not to make gold but to assimilate it.
Take therefore that body which, see Ripley revived, pages 263, 266, 69. 2 Aeneid, lib. vi. 145. Is gold, not a brazen ferment, and throw it into mercury, such a mercury as is bottomless, or whose center it can never find but by discovering its own. This is the art of Oedipus, which, well conducted, with the Sphinx, ends in her subjugation. In other words, the ethereal spirit abandons her fantasy, and yields the clear light of understanding to him who, having been duly educated and singled out, knows how and wherewith to investigate her peculiar essence. Thus, Synesius says, intellect above all things separates whatever is contrary to the true purity of the fantastic spirit, for it attenuates this spirit in an occult and ineffable manner, and extends it to divinity. But the natural intellect cannot do this. Neither comprehending properly, or being conceived of the spirit, neither is its essence so acutely penetrative as to operate the change required. Salt is good, but if the salt have lost its savor, wherewith shall it be seasoned? And here the common difficulty ensues, as language becomes less and less adequate to convey to the natural understanding the truth alleged to conceive. At once the free perspicacity which experience and long study bestowed on those men, their assertion of the magic action of mind in her own spheres, the efficient force of an individual freed will upon the vehicle of its motive cause, separating, refining, and transmuting it from an impure, dull consistency to the clear light of universal intelligence, is arduous to the unaccustomed mind, and in this age, which is without a witness, without experimental knowledge, we should say, of true causality, most especially adverse, yet it will be necessary, having so far ventured, to discuss the point, and as well as we may be enabled, to substantialize without deforming this intellectual science. See Ripley revived, page 206. Maieria talanta fugiens, emblema extint. Luman de la Mine, p. 97. See the extract from Senesins de Somnius, in Taylor's Proclus on Euclid. It may be remembered in a former citation from his book to the Athenians, Paracelsus saying that separation is the greatest miracle in philosophy, and that magi the most singular by which it is effected, very excellent for quickness of penetration and swiftness of operation, the like whereof nature knows not. Now this separation, of which he speaks, and of which all the Hermetic masters speak, appears to be identical with that which is described as taking place in the mysteries, when the great ordeals are passed through during the decomposition and death of the natural life. The analogy bears throughout from the beginning in suffering, succeedent dread, dissolution, and corruption, to the final resurrection of the pure ether into light. This separation is indeed the primary object of the art which, continues our doctor, if it were divinely done by God alone, it would be to no purpose to study after it, but there is a free power in the creature to its mutual affection and destruction. And again, the free will flourisheth and is conversant in virtue, and is either friend or foe in our works. But that is the sequestatrix, which gives to everything its form and essence, which is the part especial of intellect, that same perscrutinating intellect, which Hermes speaks of, and where in the Smaragdine table it is written, Separabis, thou shalt separate the earth from the fire, the subtle from the gross, gently, with much sagacity, it will ascend from earth to heaven, and again descend from heaven to earth, and will receive the strength of the inferiors and of the superiors. This is the strong fortitude of all fortitudes, overcoming every strong and penetrating every solid thing. Therefore let all obscurity flee before thee. So the world was created, and hence are all wonderful adaptations of which this is the manner. So passing wonderful is it related by the same reputed. First Book to the Athenians, Text 9 and 10. 2 Tractatus Aureus Cap. 2. Tabula Smaragdina Hermetis. Author, in the Asclepius, that man should be able not only to find the causal nature but to effect it. Nor ought we therefore, taking into consideration the human agency, to understand this decomponency of life in a mechanical sense, or in any ordinary way of dissolution, but, according to the literal wording of the table, we observe mind to be the true separator, the efficient as well as the regimen of the work, into which, as before shown, no foreign admixture is allowed to enter. And thus we are given to understand that the knowledge of the elements of the ancient philosophers was not corporally nor imprudently sought after, but is through patience and wisdom to be discovered according to their causes and their occult operation, for their operation truly is occult, since nothing is discovered except the matter be decomposed, and because it is not perfected unless the whole introversion is passed through. Auditor, understand, reiterates the great master, let us use our reason, consider all with the most accurate investigation, the whole matter, and know to be one only thing. And as folly and fantasy and passion are modes of being of the one thing, and reason is another, and as the fantasy, if suffered to prevail, will convert all to her own folly in the internal life, so may we judge contrariwise, that this reason gaining the ascendani, would gather all up, as a ferment, into the superior essence and traction of her own light. This Lully intimates, and Arnold and Bacon, and Geber, with the rest, abundantly celebrating the virtues of their headstone. But if anyone should be further disposed to question their doctrine, or demur about the physical efficacy of this reason, let him for a plea only regard the image. Asclepius, Cap. Trent. See motto on title page. 2 Tract. R. Cap. E. Ver. See Lully Theoria et Practica, et Arborsientia, Branchen. Human. Arnoldi Speculum, Geber Invest. Of Perf. And again in Mangle, Sumantur Lapis, in Capitulus Notus, and see, of it in this life. What else is it but reason, that enables us to analyze and judge opinion, to govern our passions, and separate facts from falsehood in the understanding? And with the logical faculty, is there not a universal evidence which subsists by faith, an independent standard by which all things are measured and proven in life? Considering this standard of our common faith, abstractedly a prior necessity of being also, will be understood, an infinite sufficience, magnitude and eternity of duration, and thus obtaining a glance only of the antecedent, we find less difficulty in imagining the superior virtue of that which is the reason of our rule, well remembering that it is of this the ancients speak, calling it wisdom, intellect, gold, soul, sulfur, tincture, intellectus naturam haebens subtilum ad intelligendum res intelligibiles participans, cum entibus intensis et cum entibus extensis, viz.
Cum intenso calore corporis. Cum quo conjunctus est, et cum intensa bonitares sustentata, in suis intensis concretis.
For it is light indeed, and an occult splendor of existence transcendently pure, and as the luminary of the sensible world purifies and subtilizes the gross parts of matter, and by a natural chemistry sublimes and converts the varied elements of earth, so are we taught to conceive of the intellectual sun, for those things which the natural reason as an image enacts, theoretically, the supernatural reason is said to do as an archetype essentially, separating and rejecting the false forms and elementary qualities which supervene through generation, assimilating the whole inferior life by continual trituration of its foreign tincture, and imparting, according to its paradigmatic virtue, perfection to such faculties as are indigent, by pure infusion of itself to the pacified spirit throughout, even as light through the open atmosphere is everywhere seen diffusing itself, invigorating and manifesting all. Lally Arbor the 10th. Scienti, p. 99, de intellectu quies brancha spiritualis arboris illumanlis. See also in Plotinus' Select Works, a very beautiful treatise on the Gnostic hypostasis. The following remarkable extract from the last works of Anaxagoras, one of the earliest of the Greek Hermetic school, further exemplifying the nature of such an intellect, confirms what has been said above of its efficient operation. The passage, as preserved by Simplicius, is given in a note to Aristotle's Metaphysics, by Taylor, page 7, and runs thus. Intellect is infinite and possesses absolute power, and is not mingled with anything, but is alone itself by itself. For if it were not by itself but were mingled with something else, it would participate of all things, for in everything there is a portion of everything, and things mingled together would prevent it from having a similar dominion over things, as when alone by itself. For it is the most attenuated and pure of all things. It likewise possesses an universal knowledge of everything, and is in the highest sense powerful. Whatever soul possesses greater or lesser, over all these intellect has dominion. Everything, too, that comprehends or contains is subject to its power, so that it even comprehends the principle itself. And first of all, indeed, it began from that which is small, to exercise its comprehending power, but afterwards it comprehended more and more abundantly. Intellect also knew all that was mingled together, and separated and divided, together with what they would in future be, what they had been, and what they now are. All these intellect adorned in an orderly manner, together with this circular enclosure which is now comprehending by the stars, the sun and the moon, the air and the ether, which are separating from each other. But this comprehending intellect made things to be separated, and separated the dense from the rare, the hot, from the cold, the lucid from the dark, and the dry from the moist. There are many parts indeed of many things, but in short no one thing is singular by itself except intellect. Every intellect too is similar, both the greater and the lesser, but no other thing is similar to another. Aristotle's Metaphysics, note, page 7. Experimental Method, 273. That is to say, no other faculty is universal, or of itself alone consciously distinguishable, but this root of reason which is truly Catholic, and so by the microcosmic experiment into it, the knowledge of the macrocosmic cause also was derived. For in the Hermetic process they are seen to co-operate, and all that Anaxagoras here speaks of as relatively past has been described as present by philosophers on the internal ground. Else, how should men have asserted such things about intellect and the rational faculty, as by no means belong to the natural revelation of it, if they had not known another and proved the work divine? No one could assert them now. Few believe, indeed, that mind is anything really but an elaboration of the brain, a resulting phenomenon of organization. Sensible evidence favors such an opinion, for life is nowhere seen apart by itself, but follows constantly as a result of material generation in order of effect to cause, and human reason, as a ray of light, reflected apart from its originating focus, is halting and impotent in respect of nature, and unconscious of its first source. There is a piece of Egyptian mythology related by Eudoxus in Plutarch concerning Jupiter, that his feet had grown together, and that he was forced to live in solitude, and ashamed of himself as it were, until at length Isis, pitying his forlorn condition, succeeded in cutting them asunder, and so restored him to himself and to society. And this, continues the scholar, is designed to represent to us that the mind and reason of the supreme God, which in nature is invisible and dwelling in obscurity, by being put in motion becomes known, and proceeds to the production of other beings. And this too is an allegory of the art, in which the purified spirit or intelligence, that is Isis, by dissolving the vital medium, opens the occult source, and draws the voluntary efficient upward into intellectual reminiscence. And this is the one thing needful which ought to be consummated, that man may know himself, whence, what for, and whereto he is. See the treatise Duicide et Osirido. 274 Laws and Conditions. Allied. All is one soul, says the Magian, but reason, unless it be illuminated, is not free from error, and light is not given to reason except God impart it, for the first light is in God, far exceeding all understanding, and Aristotle says, that intellect must be assumed which is most perfectly purified, the knowledge of which must be sought for in spirit or spirits, by him who aspires to obtain it. For this indeed is pure, and possesses ineffable beauty, because it is nothing but intellect. For the beauty of spirit is the highest beauty when it energizes intellectually, without error, and purely, and it knows things not as discovered by human labor, but as they are unfolded by the divine will. The Alexandrian Plotinus, also speaking of such an intellect, describes the material of it as beautiful, and as far surpassing ordinary intelligence as paradigms are wont to do the images which represent them, and the soul receives with it, he says, a sudden light, and this light is from intellect, and is also it. It would be mere perplexity, and evince a want of rational perception, to regard this reason therefore as inessential, or as arbitrary, either in operation or event, since, in our mere individual consciousness it is the foundation of all law, the only unerring necessity of faith in this life, the luminous revelation of which in a purified human intelligence is that perfect beginning of wisdom, which is half of the perfect whole. Dimidium facti qui bene coepit habet, says the philosopher, for a small grain of the metaphysical ferment leavens the whole lump, and as the grain of wheat is putrefied in the earth, and afterwards by the nourishment of water becomes growing wheat, terminating and multiplying in the fermental form inbred, so the metaphysical graft, already purified and past. Agrippa's third book of occult Phil, chap. Slee. This passage is taken from one of those singularly instructive treatises attributed to Aristotle by his Arabian compilers, rendered by Taylor, from the Latin of Albertus Magnus in Here Dissertation, Book 2. 3 Plotinus, select works on the Gnostic hypostasis, and c. the fire enters to redeem its congenital life, and finally by assimilation transmutes all into the substance of its own aurific light. During the process of working this leaven, many phenomena arise, and those wonders which, having been variously observed, are described and poetized, for this acute discriminative sulfuric spirit occasions a putrefaction of the philosopher's mercury, i.e. of the impure vapor of life, into which it enters, so that all the elements are in commotion, raging, swelling, and rolling like a tempestuous sea, darkness, marl visible. By the appearing light, shrinks more and more condensing, and falsehood, as it were, trembling for her kingdom, puts on every sinister guise, to combat and eclipse the living truth, as increasing in power and armed with bright effulgence, it arises, threatening to dissipate the total fabric and dissolve its very foundation. So did the armor of Achilles, while yet far off he only showed himself, dismay the assembled hosts of Troy, that shield so ominous in its device, breastplate, and helmet's crest of gold, forged by Vulcan, at Thetis' prayer for her hero in Olympus, wherewith he single-handed overcame them all. Gods, men, and rivers triumphant in the divine fury which roused him to the fight. And here the poetic allegory likewise is apparent. Achilles does not appear at all in arms, nor has he these until after Patroclus, his bosom friend, is slain, just as Micena's funeral rites must be celebrated before Ancus is allowed to journey to the infernal shades. Peculiar too the rites are, which the Sibyl enjoins, and the sacrifices to be made to those remains, as at the pile of Patroclus, set on the seashore. Let it not be believed that Virgil on this, or on any other occasion, was so servile an imitator, nor that either poet is relating events of boom in history. See Iliad, Book X, Apollon. Rhodius Argonaut. Lib. 2. So the gloomy gods stood unite with fear to see the golden rod and see. Aeneid. Lib. Vi. 149. T2. Or magnifying the heroes of a common fight, but Virgil and Homer agree in this, that they adopted the same theme, had witnessed the same heroic conflict, the same summary action of divine vengeance and mysterious metamorphosis of life. Their warriors, therefore, are demigods divinely tutored and sustained, free from the dilemma of earthly difficulties, and in their strength and use of it sublime. If tradition was useful to supply their imagery, the incidents are nevertheless woven into a mystical accord, and natural probability and the relations of time are unscrupulously sacrificed to the report of truth. And they who have partaken of the same mystic knowledge from the Greeks, Plato, Proclus, Porphyry, to Faber, Tullius, and Michael Mayer, the golden chain of Hermetic philosophers, unanimously tracing even through minutest incidents their allusion, have claimed those poets for their own. Skillfully, doubt not, they have delineated the most poetical of arts, and the admiring world has listened, but without understanding, and may long continue to do so. Yet we will proceed. For the friends of those heroes must die indeed, as they are said to do, those bosom friends, and be lamented, for the celestial medial life which, in the order of divine rights, precedes the heroic work, is by necessity cut off, even in its prime when perfected at all points, is shut up and buried, all but the hallowed memory burning to retrieve. Thus the excellent poet Manzoli, whose assumed name of Palingenius denotes one regenerated, divulges the artificial method in the few following lines. Hune juvenem Arcadium, infidum, nimium quafugisem, prendite, et immersum stygius oxidite lymphus mox hyalis gremio impositum. Deus excipiat quem lemnia terra colit, sublatumque en crucofigat.
Tunis sepledu terrin in lido et dissolvida patrem, cujus stilantis artis de corpor nostra spiritus egrodius penetrevit, et ordine miro, pauletim extinctum nigris, revocabit, ab umbri aurera indudum clame, argentoc nitentem. Experimental method.
Projici bune demum in primos, renovabitur phoenix, or citangit perfex relinque corpora. Naturae leges et fodera vincens, muahit species paupertatem fugabit. Which has been rendered thus: take this Arcadian slippery lad that's apt to fly, and in the glittering Stygian lakes, drow and lay him die, then set on Hyalos' lap, lot Lemnos god take him to feed, and crucify the lad. Then in a warm womb placed, his taint dissolve, whose dropping limbs a spirit alal devolve, to him and penetrate, and strangely so, dead by degrees, shall bring to life anew, all clad in roba of gold and silver bew. Cast him again on hot connels, Proteus like he'll be renewed, and all he touches make most perfect nature's laws and promises excel, species he'll change and poverty repel. Nothing is done radically to meliorate the vital spirit previous to this dissolution of the first medial life. So Hyantha died, so Hylas at the fountain, Adonis, Micenas, Elpenor, Patroclus, too, before the heroic virtue was brought into act. It needs a motive and excitation, and this is given by artifice of the divine law depriving it when in full vigor of its understanding light. So Eurydice was lost to Orpheus and Proserpine by Pluto's stratagem, whom the goddess Ceres too bewails, for the identical dilemma is common to these all, who personate the wanderings and anguish of intellect so artificially isolated on the plane of truth. 'Tis not in fate alternate then to give, Patroclus dead, Achilles Hatos to live. Let me revenge it on proud Hector's heart, let his last spirit smoke upon my dart, on these conditions will I breathe, till then I blush to walk among the race of men. Nor all in vain was that vindictive will conceived, or those heroic tears, though Pope has rendered them. Pope's Homer's Island, Books D8, XX. To see, also Fox Apollonius Rhodius Argonuations, Book 1. He to all sides, and see, unavailing. Not so the master. Nor is anything, we believe, in that so lengthened Iliad of woes unpurposed, or with all its inconsistencies, untrue, but in those particulars above all suggestive which are, to common sense least bent, such weeping warriors, so much brave reserve, such radiant armor, such a magic strength of hand and eye and voice, to kill and terrify whole armies and convulse the elements, belongs but to one race, one cause, one conflict. Divinity mingles but in one, the war of life. And for this cause the heroe will enters in, self-sacrificing, and stirs up the bitter waters, to redeem and reinstate the kingdom lost. But Achilles too must die and suffer as was predestinated before the fatal gates, as Aeneas leaves the dedicated bough in Tartarus. For how otherwise should that which is sown be quickened unless it die? Does not the grain putrefy in the moist earth before it springs? So cash succeeding light must die, as transplanted in the next, it dissolves, corrupts, and rises into a better form. For when thou sowest, as the great apostle says, thou sowest not that body that shall be. But it is the law especial of spiritual generation that the parent is bettered in the offspring, even to the fourth generation, or fifth, if this happily should be attained. There is an earthly body and there is a spiritual body. The terrestrial is bettered in the celestial, and the celestial, descending and overcoming, is conceived into the divine. Man ascends up into heaven, but he who came down from heaven, even the Son of Man which is in heaven. This is the true light which lighteth man that comet into the world, which in the Saviour was perfected, one ray of which is able to cleanse this leprous life of ours, and convert it to the purest spiritual extreme. Cujus delumine lumen.
Omnimicat, sine quo tenebras cont lucida, de quo lasas cont tenebrea, atque in anima noctis imago.
Speaking of the intellectual essence, Plotinus writes, St. Paul to the Corinthians, 1 EP, XV. 37. Experimental Method. 279. To the effect that we should not at first hope to obtain the universal subject, but through the medium of an image and be satisfied, such is his expression, with a certain portion of gold, as a representative of universal gold, and therefore Anaxagoras says, it begins from that which is small to exercise its comprehending power. Ramus, non arbor, the bough, not the whole tree, is to be taken. For, in however small a proportion, if the reason be but pure, it will penetrate, according to its purity, and gather growth. But if it be not pure, in other words, if the motive be not universal, it must be returned, to work, and resolve, and meditate, and prove, until it finds experience at length in the supreme unity of its law. To find the true separator is described, in fact, as the greatest difficulty, as we may remember also in Virgil. The tree is hid. Hewn teget omnis. Lucis et obscuris claudunt convalibus umbrae. The tree of life, covered over indeed, with the dark oblivion of this natural outbirth, is latent and difficult to find, even for him who has already passed the turbulent waters of the senses, medium and seas within. For it lies not in art merely, or in natural cunning, but with the celestial instinct only to reveal that subtle maternal intelligence which originally conceived it, and can alone lead into the yet more central antecedent paternal light of life. Maternus agnosit aves lotusca precature staduces, osi qua via excursunque per horas dirigite in lunos, did pinguem dives opacat ramus humum. Thus has the premeditation of the divine art been poetized, and the discovery of that heroic, separable, triply refined intellectual purpose which has been so. Select works, Ennead, v. lib. B8. 2 liters. Commitibus metallar, Nat. Oper. Lib. Ivor, Cap. Vi. Chrysopre. Lib. 2. Aeneid. Lib. Vi. 188, 193. 280 laws and conditions, often and under so many names personified: Hercules, Jason, Lynceus, Perseus, Cadmus, Oedipus, Dionysius, Achilles, Bacchus, Amphiaraus, Arsu, as Hermes calls him, born a king, who taking his teniture from the fire passes through darkness, and death, and Stygian waters. This is that prolific mustard, seed, and light of divine faith, which being the proper substance of the thing hoped for, penetrates into the yet unseen reality of life. It is this which, visiting the interior rectifying, discovers the occult stone, the hidden medicine. Such was the caduceus of Hermes, the golden bough, the ferrying cup of Hercules, and all the golden passports admitting to those realms, so dangerous to folly, and delightful to wisdom recovering her lost efficient in the light of life. This vertical separated light then we take henceforth to be the true alterative principle in the divine art. The alchemists are excessively wary in speaking of it, as they are indeed concerning the human circumstances, of the mystery throughout. For as we may by this time perceive, it is no common light that enters into divinity, but a congenial ray, a power which glancing forth from the capable will of such as are divinized, only is essentially divine. The persevering Trevisan worked for upwards of half a century in vain, until he found this, and Pontanus in his epistle confesses how he erred 200 times, experimenting even after he had attained a general knowledge of the matter and method of its use, never correctly divining the identity of the singular thing itself. Seek therefore, he says, writing to his friend, seek to know this fire with all thy soul, that so thou mayest attain to thy desire, for it is the key of all the philosophers, which they have never openly revealed. But profound meditation alone can give it to thee, so thou mayest discern, and not otherwise. Other examples we have in Zachary and in Flammel, who, after he was conversant in the matter, and had both fire and furnace indicated to him by Abraham the Jew, wandered in the wilder. See Pontanus' epistle in Theat. Chem. Ness of uncertainty for 3 several years. Mattathan. Another celebrated adept is cited by Vaughan as having practiced for 5 years together unsuccessfully, until at last, he says, after the 6th year, I was entrusted with the key of power, by a secret revelation from Almighty God. Contemplate therefore and observe, says Basil Valentine, these things diligently, for in the preparation of antimony consists the key of alchemy, and this principal key is of great concern. Be it known, moreover, that our stone of fire, which is antimony, ought to be boiled and maturated with the corporeal fire of the microcosm, for at the farewell or ne plus ultra of the operative fire of the macrocosm, the fire of the microcosm doth begin the production of a new species or generation, and therefore let no man wonder at this coction. And believe not only Basil, says Kirchimgius, but me, with the same faith and sincerity, affirming to you that this first key is the principal part of the whole art. This opens the first gate. This will also unlock the last, which leads into the palace of the king. Believe not only, but consider and observe. Here you stand in the entrance. If you miss the door, all your course will be error, all your haste ruin, and all your wisdom foolishness. He who obtains this key and knows the method, which is called manual operation, by which to use it, and hath strength to turn the same, will acquire riches, and an open passage into the mysteries of mystery, sophistry. It will be observed, therefore, is no leader in this art, or avarice, or ignorance, but he who presumes without the revelation of the divine light to introduce his own blind purpose, instead of conditionating and inquiring patiently, will be in danger of post sextum annum clavis potentia per arcanam revelationem abumi patente deomihi concredita est, and c. Lumen de Lumine, p. 67. Chariot of Antimony, p. 24, Stone of Fire, ppp. 160-108, Idiom, p. 24, also Dion. Zachary Opusculum, part. Lucerna Salis, p. 64 and c. Falling into infinite snares. The law of nature, being simple and harmoniously framed, will baffle him, and rise up in judgment against his generation, and condemn him to wander in the labyrinth alone. Hence, all the care that is taken to train the true inquisitor, that he may obtain the passport clear, as we have shown it, that he know what, and where, and how he ought to obey, and inquire, and will, and hope. And it is therefore declared to all lovers of art, says Jacob Boehme, whose separator is an artist of great subtlety in them, that they first seek God's love and grace, and resign up themselves to become wholly one with that, else all their seeking is but a delusion, or a courting of a shadow, and nothing is found in any fundamental worth, unless one doth trust another, with somewhat, the which is forbidden to the children of God in whom the grace is revealed, that they cast not pearls before swine, upon the pain of eternal punishment, only it is freely granted to them to declare the light, and to show the way of attaining the pearl, but to give the divine separator into the bestial hand is prohibited, unless a man knoweth the way and will of him that desires it. We do not see either that it is exactly possible to give into such possession that which is divine, except indeed the Theosophist alludes to immediate occupation. And this brings us to consider more particularly the representative understanding, measure, and guardian of the light, for, as we may remark in the fables, the heroic adventurer with all his divine equipment, though he loses his first companion, never goes through the labors alone, but is aided by stratagem and wise counsel in the way. Without Ariadne's conduct, Theseus could not have tamed the Minotaur, or Jason, but for the ready counsel and assistance of Medea, have obtained the fleece. Eurystheus sets Hercules to the performance of each separate labor, his. See Boline's epistles, and to the same effect on the turned eye, printed with the rust of his works in 4:2. Mother aids Achilles, Elpenor, Ulysses, and the Sibyl accompanies Nens through the infernal shades. In alchemy, too, the moon is singularly honored, for it is the passive intelligence which, freed by art and set in conjunction, responds to the will of her seeking Renson, discovers the way of progress, unraveling the context of each involuted thought, and setting aside obstacles with utmost discretion, passes with him through the abyss, as it were the very kingdom of confusion, triumphant over all and unconfounded. It is from within that the knowledge, together with the true efficient springs, which are indeed in principle, but in their practical operation and for the sake of offspring are distinguished and separately represented in the art, revealing at the same tino their origin, essence, and destination. The mode of analysis, however, is directed, and the means for the most part provided by the passive understanding gotten in transcendental contemplation of herself. Istud estivas hermetis, quod stoici occultaverant, et non estivas nigromanticum sed est. Mensura ignis tui. Both therefore have to be prepared, the spiritual agent and the spiritual patient, according to those words of the Smaragdine table, that which is above is as that which is below, and that which is below is as that which is above, for performing the miracles of the one thing whence all the rest proceed by adaptation. It is not lawful, therefore, in this work to conjoin unlike natures, but in order to bettering in the offspring equal spirits are allied, as Hermes says, both need the help one of another, for the precepts demand a medium, that as the rude natural life was in the first place bettered in the natural, so the supernatural may be so much further advanced within themselves even to the order of bodies permanent, being changed from a corporeal to a spiritual extreme. Tract. Arens. Cap. 2. Ouvrier sur toute écurie que la timité la nature. L'externe feu de charbon, rend la matière alterse. Man l'interno et la transfera ton ovage bon. The fire of the natural life stirs up and being manumitted alters, but the internal alone is able, being purified, to perfect the work begun. According to that other saying of the sage, si pariat ventum vale auri pondera centum. If wind be made of gold, it is worth 100-fold. Let us be careful, therefore, to distinguish in our conception the pure from the impure, the rectified spirit of universal reason and its intelligence from the gross ether and perplexed understanding of this mundane sphere. For there cannot come of anything that virtue which it has not, though that which it has indeed may be improved and magnified. And therefore it beloves us to mortify two argent vives together, says Hermes, both to venerate and to be venerated, viz. The argent vive of aura pigment and the oriental argent vive of magnesia. Sol meos irradia sunt in me in time. Luna vero propria met mumen est, gmne lumen superans, et bina mea omnibus bonus malora hunt.
Protiurmi eti protigam te. Largiri vismihi miem ut adjuvem te.
These are they which sound the depths together, the sun and moon, philosophical. And as the influence of the moon, says Plutarch, seems to reflect the works of reason, and to proceed from wisdom, so the operations of the sun are seen to resemble those strokes which by mere dint of strength and force bear down all before them. You also have been initiated in those mysteries in which there are two pair of eyes, and it is requisite that the pair which are beneath should be closed when the pair that are above them perceive, and when the pair above are closed, those which are beneath should be opened. Think, therefore, track, aureus, scolium, cap, I, tract, or, cap, 2. Item, cup, E4. Experimental method, 285. Snes Synesius, explaining the same Egyptian mythology of Isis and Osiris, that this is an enigma indicative of contemplation and action, the intermediate nature alternately energizing according to each of these. Prolus, also dividing the Apollonical intellect, remarks that the prophetic pourer unfolds the simplicity of truth, and takes away the variety of that which is false, but the arrow, darting power exterminates everything, furious and wild, and prepares that which is orderly and gentle to exercise dominion, vindicating to itself unity. Power alone, indeed, if destitute of the ruling aid of wisdom, would be born along with violence, mingling and destroying all things, yet nature will not move by mere theory either, and intellect is therefore useless for the purposes of action when deprived of the subserviency of the hands. But these two concurring, wisdom with power in action, all things become possible, and in such a subtle and firm texture of divine splendor and prophetic companionship, the will may descend in safety to the abodes of power. A wise man is strong, says the wise king, and knowledge increaseth strength. Two are better than one because they have a good reward for their labor, as in water face answers to face, so the heart of man to man. By mutual confidence and mutual aid, great deeds are done and great discoveries made. The wise new prudence from the wise acquire, and one brave hero fans another's fire. And as the rational efficient, armed with a bright intelligence, discovers the evil of its first conception, now appearing manifold within the veil, it proceeds even to a dissolution of the vital bond, continually. See extracts from his treatise on Providence, at the end of Plotin's Select Works, by Taylor, p. 531, and Plutarch, Isis and Osiris, Sereo Modium. 2 Proclus on the Theology of Plato, Scholia on the Cratylus, Proverbs, Clip, XXIV, Sp. Eccles. 4. Plus, Ilial, Book X, 265, imaging its revelation in act. Beloved brother, advises the experienced and earnest Bolmi, If you would seek the mystery, seek it not in the outward spirit, you will there be deceived, and attain nothing but a glance of the mystery. Enter in even to the cross, then seek gold and you will not be deceived. You must seek in another world for the pure child that is without spot. In this world you find only the drossy child, that is altogether imperfect, but go about it in a right manner. Enter in even to the cross in the fourth form, there you have Saul and Luna together, bring them through an anguish into death, and bruise that composed inagical body so long, until it become again that which it was before in the center of the will, and then it becometh magical and hungry after nature. It is a longing in the eternal desire, and would fewen have a body, give it soul, viz. The soul, that conjoining they may conceive a body according to that soul. So the will springs up in paradise with fair golden fruits. We speak not here of a glass or image, but of gold, whereof men vaunt themselves their idol god. In such few words does the theosophist comprehend the end and beginning of the sacred art, the sum of the divine intention and its vital fruits, for by death and contrition of the agent and the patient, and vice versa, the old life is finally crucified, and out of that crucifixion, by reunion of the principles under another law, the new life is elicited, which life is a very real and pure quintessence, the mercury so much sought after, even the elixir of life, which needs only the corroborative virtue of the divine light which it draws, in order to become the living gold of the philosophers, transmuting and multiplicative, the concrete form of that which in the dead metal we esteem. Zero nature. The most magnanimous architrix of natures, Eries the master, which containest and separatest all things in a middle principle. Our stone comes with light and three turned eyes, quest, 17, and c. Experimental method. 287. With light it is generated, and then it brings forth the clouds, or darkness, which is the mother of all things. Let us pause here then to consider what it was the philosophers really searched for and discovered in this stone, that we may be prepared to learn some more detuite particulars of their practice, and in what condition the vital elements are placed during their experiment and recreation. We have seen that, next to the first preliminaries, the object was to produce an alternation in the vital spirit, and that this was operated by a true rational analysis, which, repeatedly passed through, leads on to a dissolution of the whole natural-born hypostasis, and is the condition proper to induce a new life and growth into consciousness. That which they sought after, and profess accordingly to have discovered therefore, is this miraculous principle of regeneration, by which the relationships of the vital elements are exchanged, the sensible medium, which in this present birth is dominant, being made occult, and the occult supernatural reason of life, which is entholic also, becoming manifest in the self, evidence and power. And this is the true way and means by which the metaphysical body of gold will be made profitable, and in no other way, as the adepts teach, but by taking that body, when it is found, and joining it with a spirit which is consanguineous and proper to it, and circulating these two natures one upon the other, until one have conceived by the other. Pinge duos anges, Eries Cornelius Agrippa, or to proceed in the more suggestive language of his ingenious disciple. Take our two serpents, which are to he found everywhere on the face of the earth, they are a living male and a living female, understand in relation to the spirit always without all corporeal illusion. Tie them in a love knot and shut them up in the Arabian Karaha. This is the first labor, but the next is more difficult. Thou must encamp against them with the fire of 1 Tractatus Oris Cap. 2. Tour, and be sure thou dost bring thy line round about. Circle them in and stop all avenues, that they find no relief. Continue this siege patiently, and they turn into an ugly venomous black toad, which will be transformed to a horrible devouring dragon, creeping and weltering in the bottom of her cave, without wings. Touch her not by any means, continues the adept, not so much as with thy hands, for there is not upon earth such a vehement transcendent poison, as thou hast begun so proceed, and this dragon will turn into a swan, but more white than the hovering virgin snow when it is not yet sullied with the earth. Islands forth I will allow thee to fortify thy fire, till the phalanx appears. It is a red bird of a most deep color, with a shining fiery hue. Feed this bird with the fire of his father, and the ether of his mother, for the first is meat, the second is drink, and without this, last he attains not to his full glory. Be sure to understand this secret, for fire feeds not well unless it be first fed. It is of itself dry and choleric, but a proper moisture tempers it, gives it a heavenly complexion, and brings it to the desired exaltation. Feed thy bird then as I have told thee, and he will move in his nest and rise like a star of the firmament. Do this, and thou hast placed nature in the horizon of eternity. Thou last performed that command of the Kabbalist, unite the end to the beginning as the flame is united to the coal, for the Lord is superlatively one and admits of no second. Consider what it is you seek an indissoluble, miraculous, transmuting, uniting union. But such a tie cannot be without the first unity. For to create and to transmute essentially and naturally without violence is the proper office of the first power, the first wisdom, and the first love. Without this love the elements will never be married, they will never inward and essentially unite, which is the end and perfection of magic. Liber Jazira, cap. I figfanem in principio sicut flam prun conjunctum, quin dominus superlative uns et non tenet. Becundum, Vaughan, Lumen de Lumine, p. 62, and following. Thus Vaughan, the Italy's copied from the original, serve well to denote where a latent meaning is implied, and those analogies which are aptly referable throughout the process. The following verses, translated from the Aquarium Sapientum of about the same period, may help to elucidate the subject further and lead on the discerning mind. The spirit is given to the body for a time, and that refreshing spirit washes the soul by art. If the spirit suddenly attracts the soul to itself, then nothing can separate it from itself. Then they consist in three, yet abide in one seat, until the noble body is dissolved, and putrefy and separate from them. Then after some time the spirit and soul come together in the extreme or last heat, and each maintains its proper seat in constancy. Then, nothing wanting, an entire sound estate and perfection is at hand, and the work is glorified with great joy. This is the constant doctrine and rule of the regeneration of light out of darkness, of life from death, the solution of the sense, born spirit and its subsequent sublimation, by a preponderant affinity artificially endowed, into the transparent glory of its prototypic form. And thus we learn from adepts, though particulars vary, that nature was not proved by them at random, for neither does she move by theory only or mere mechanic art, but by rational experiment and the light of faith, which entering, stirs up the inward oppressed fire of the chaotic natural, born life, and endeavors to convert as it were by a pure conscience, moving the matter to a contrite state, which at length, penetrating to meet the self-willed identity within, is arrested, and the contest of good and evil commences in the soul, each striving for the ascendant, until the latter prevailing for a period, and such being the necessitous decree, an eclipsation of the light takes place, and a dissolution of its body, as was before shown. And, as we read in the fable, Typhon killed Osiris, his uterine Aquarium Sapientum, in Mus, Herm, the enigma, brother, and scattered his members to the four winds and usurped his rightful throne. But Isis, collecting, hides them in a chest, just so the ethereal hypostasis is divided against itself, and brought to a separation even as these three, the soul, the spirit, and the body's principle, the paternal, maternal, and preceding substance of life, sulfur, mercury, salt, the sulfur, which is the soul and golden ferment, being dislocated in its purpose by the opposive will, is carried aloft to float upon the ethereal waters, whilst these continue to tear, decoct, and soften the sensual dominant, and make it more fit for the returning reason and understanding to work upon, for it is brought to an extremity indeed, and made to feel the want of the light it had rejected. The light, moreover, does not ascend, but it carries with it a fermental odor of the body, which by the divine art also is so contrived in order, that the soul may not depart altogether into the region of nonentity. Thus Hermes, take my son the flying bird and drown it flying, then divide and cleanse it from its filth which keeps it in death, expel this and put away all pollution, that it may live and answer thee, not by flying away indeed but truly by forbearing to fly. And all the while, during this period of the separation, a wonderful coction is described as going on. The earth is overflown with waters, the two great lights are eclipsed, the air is darkened, and all things are in confusion and disorderly relation, by reason of the successive passion and prevalence of the vital principles one over another, for the balance is so maintained that they can neither be said properly to die or live according to that descriptive prosopopoia of the stone. Non ego continu moriordum spiritus exit, jam reddit assidu quam vis et separe sedit, e mihi nunc magna est anima, auna nulla facultas.
Plus ego sustinui, quam corpus, debui trus animas habui, quas omnes intus habebam, decessor diu, sed tertia pene secuta est, and c.
1 tract. R. Cap. 2. Experimental method. I am not dead although my spirit's gown, for it returns, and is both off and on. Now I have life, now I have none. I suffered more than one could justly do. 3 souls I had and all my own, but 2 are fled, the 3rd had almost left me too. Unremitting care and attention are enjoined at this critical juncture, lest either of the dissolute elements should escape from its legitimate attraction, and the property of the spirit, which is as yet indifferent to life or death, should by force of too strong a fire, as Lully explains, be dissevered from the body, and the soul thenceforth depart into the region of her own sphere. And therefore he says, let the heavenly power or agent be such in the place of generation or mutation, that it may alter the humidity from its earthly complexion to a fine transparent form or species. But we are not here proposing to exhibit the practice, but only to understand it. Previous, therefore, to the birth and fruits of spiritual increase, it may be expedient briefly only to consider the intermediate stages of the abyssal regeneration and contest of the metaphysical embryo before it is born into the conception of the eye of sense. Entering in for the dissolution, adepts describe it indeed as the greatest poison, a most potent destroying willful ends of fire, for the contrary will of the whole dissolving life is loosened by it, which actuates it exceedingly, the one being natural and the other a fire against nature. Conjoining together, they make a conflagration more fiercely consuming than any elemental flame, and being of equal origin, they prey upon catch other incombustibly, and by so much the more increasing as Fiat, Chem, Tom. 2. p. 761. Processus Chimica, Carmen Elegans, V.X. and Rye, Vaughan's Magia Adamian. See his Theoria et Practica, Odd in the Testament, where he writes, Sicum igne magno operatus fueris proprietas nostri apiritus, and C. and unguine, ubi artista regulam singulari diligentia, J.B. Serrar de Bet, and Esau Lumen, Neusiment, p. 133, and cu 2. 292 Laws and Conditions. They draw together in might. And as the fable Further relates of the Egyptian monarch, that his hair was suffered to grow whilst yet he tarried in Ethiopia, so this fire is suffered to grow profusely, shooting forth all his satanic radiance in personality and act, until the time of his mortification is ripe and ready at hand. Adepts call him the Green Lion, Typhon, fire. Drake, or during the mortification he is their venomous black toad, for the newly roused deficient is exceeding wrathful as we before hinted, reducing the foreign body of light which is Osiris, to a mere vapor, called by philosophers, on account of its origin. The 4 winds, which, condensing together at the top of the vessel in form of drops, runs down continually, day and night, without ceasing, so Sendivogius, in that witty discourse of his, relates that Sal and Sulphur, meeting together at a certain fountain, began to fight, and Sal gave Sulphur a mortal wound, out of which wound, instead of blood, came forth, as it were, most white milk, and it became to be a great river. For first the sun in his uprising obscurate shall be, and passe the waters of Noah's flood, on earth which were 100 days continuato and 50, away or all thys waters yode. Right so on our waters, as wise men understood. Shall pass that thou with David, may say abiarunt in sicco flumina, and e. This is commonly called the gate of putrefaction, and its entrance is described as dark with Cimmerian windings and continual terrification of the spirit, but the cause of the dissolution appears to proceed from the action of the vital heat stirred up artificially within the blood, and which being so continuously triturated, ignites and opens for itself a passage, endeavoring forthwith to absorb the circulating light by the 1 C. Ripley, 2nd gate of solution, and in Ripley revived, new light of Alch, discourse of sulphur, Ripley's 5th gate, of the putrefaction, V12. Experimental method. 293. Efflux of its own abundant chloric spirit being transfixed. And all this while it is that the powers of the philosophy heaven are so wonderfully shaken and defiled, for, as the French adept phrases it, the 2 dragons do bite one another very cruelly, and never leave off. from the time they have seized one another, till by their slavering venom and mortal hurts they are turned into a gory blood, and then, being decocted totally in their own venom, are turned into a fifth essence. To Saturn, Mars with bond of love is tied, who is by him devoured of nighty force, whose spirit Saturn's body doth divide, and both combining yield a secret source from whence doth flow a water wondrous bright, in which the sun doth set and lose his light. There is a profound mystery couched in these light words, for as there was darkness upon the abyss when the divine spirit moved upon the waters face so in the hyperphysical work is it seen to be, when the swifter current of the infernal motive wheel surmounts and eclipses the divine light in the circulation. And moreover, there is the tempter evil of the Son of Man made manifest, and all in reality, the original sin with a more appalling possibility, to be met only by voluntary sacrifice and humiliation of the selfhood under the exemplary cross of Christ. For is it not written, He shall overflow the channels, and go over all the banks, and he shall pass through Judah. He shall overflow and go over, he shall reach even to the neck, and the stretching out of his wings shall fill the breadth of thy land, O Emmanuel. 2. There is, say the alchemists, nothing of an unclean nature that enters into the composition of the stone, except one thing, which is the instrument moving the gold to putrefy, and in this respect for it is. Irenaeus, Marrow of Alchemy, Book 3, v. 35, 2nd Isaiah chap. E. A. ver. Sc. Also the Book of Jehiur of the Fire and its Mystery chap. G. 294 Laws and Conditions. The very grave of the rational light, it is called by them Typhon, Satan, Aquafutida, Ignis Gehenna, Mortis Immundities, and C. And because the philosophers are obscure concerning this principle, lest the rational inquirer should be led into troublesome error by their sophistication, we are induced to dwell rather and explain at length that, though impure in the beginning, and manifestly evil, it is nevertheless a necessary ingredient, and when finally brought through the natural alembic and returned, it constitutes the force and integral perfection of the divine superstructure. And although sulfur and mercury, says the adept, should be already described and known, yet without salt no man can attain to this sacred science. Hermes, alluding to the same, says, The dragon dwells in all the threefold nature, and his houses are the darkness and blackness that is in them, and while this fume remains they are not immortal. But take away the cloud from the water, the blackness from the sulfur, and death from the feces, and by dissolution thou shalt obtain a triumphant gift, even that in and by which the possessors live. And although Hermes does not speak of it openly, because the root of this science is a deadly poison, yet I protest to you, says Maria laconically, that when this poison is resolved into a subtle water, it coagulates our mercury into most pure silver to all tests. But whilst it remains in the natural state, in the evil of its original conception, no good can come until it is overtaken and resolved. Then like as souls after pains of purgatory be brought into Paradise, where ye joyful life, so shall our stone after his darkness in purgatory be purged, and joined in elements without strife, rejoicing in the beauty and whitings of his wife, and pass fro the darknings of purgatory to light of paradise, in whitings blixer of great might. And like as ye to water doth relent, whereof congealed it was by violence of great cold, when Phoebus yt smiteth wyth by's beams influent, right so to water mineral reduced ya our gold, as writeth plainly Albert, Raymond and Arnold, with heat and moisture by craft occasionate with condylation of the spirite. By craft occasionate, he says, because it is by the attractive grace of the connate spirit that the self-willed agent is finally seen to be subdued and betrayed to self, mortification as it were, by a conscience enough and contrite in the law of her light. Here therefore Sol being eclipsed, the lunar Vulcan acts a principal part, as Isis in the Mysteries, where she is also called Athena, to express that self, motion and intelligence with which this spirit is endowed. In like manner they give to Typhon, in this predicament, the name of Seth, Bebo, and like words, as Plutarch explains, importing a certain violent, forcible restraint, contrariety, and subversion, all which Osiris, i.e., the divine light, suffers in passing through the voluntary axle in the regeneration, but tempered by the benign offices of Isis, he is likewise gradually enthralled, and the opposive principles are, through her artful intercession, finally reconciled and remain together, circulating with her in equilibriate accord. Canst thou draw out Leviathan with an hook? Or his tongue with a cord which thou lettest down? Canst thou put an hook into his nose? or bore his jaw through with a thorn? Will he make many supplications unto thee? Will he speak soft words unto thee? Will he make a covenant with thee? Wilt you take him for a servant forever? Wilt thou play with him as with a bird? Wilt thou bind him for thy maidens? Shall the companions make a banquet of him? Shall they part him among the merchants? Canst thou fill his skin with barbed hooks and his head with fish spears? Lay thy hand upon him, remember the battle, and do no more. Behold, Ripley's fifth gate of the putrefaction. The hope of him is in vain, yet shall not one be cast down even at the sight of him. None is so fierce that dare stir him up. Who then is able to stand before me? Who hath prevented me that I should repay him? Whatsoever is made under the whole heaven is mine. I will not conceal his parts nor his comely proportion. Who can discover the face of his garment, or who can come to him with his double bridle? Who can open the doors of his face? His teeth are terrible round about. His scales are his pride, shut up together as with a close seal. One is so near to another that no air can come between them. They are joined one to another, they stick together, that they cannot be sundered. By his neesings a light doth shine, and his eyes are like the eyelids of the morning. Out of his mouth go burning lamps, and sparks of fire leap out. Out of his nostrils goeth smoke, as out of a seething pot or cauldron. His breath hindleth coals, and a flame goeth out of his mouth. In his neck remaineth strength, and sorrow is turned into joy before him. The flakes of his flesh are firm in themselves, they cannot be moved. His heart is as firm as a stone, yea, as hard as a piece of the nether millstone. When he rouseth up himself, the mighty are afraid, by reason of the breakings they purify themselves. The sword of him that layeth at him cannot hold the spear, the dart, nor the habergeon. He esteemeth iron as straw, and brass as rotten wood. The arrow cannot make him flee, sling stones are turned with him into stubble. Darts are counted as stubble, he loggeth at the shaking of a spear. Sharp stones are under him. He spreadeth sharp-pointed things upon the mire. He maketh the deep to boil like a pot. He maketh the sea like a pot of ointment. He maketh a path to shine after him. One would think the deep to be hoary. Upon earth there is not his like, who is made without fear. He beholdeth all. Si maeri et alanta fugiens, emblemashi del battalatonam et rompite libros, and see, experimental method. 297. High things, he is a king over all the children of pride. Much might be added, and innumerable similitudes belonging to this rebellious principle and that identical, representative of him which the divine art requires, in order that his stolen forces may be drawn forth and spent in the sanguinary conflict which he provokes. In life, just as in the Egyptian relics, he is so frequently seen depicted with all the emblems of grace and power in human semblance, fiercely seated between his circumventing foes. For the orient animal must be stripped of his skin, not with arrows or clubs, but with the hand, as adepts say. The whole garment of light must be dissected, shorn, and the signal of victory be heroically transferred. Animal de oriente pelle soi. Leoninas Poliari debet e jusque venecere accetum simul ingredi magnum oceani solum cum pulchritudini tiram agredi, and see, but we must proceed. Giving only, by way of recreation, this Philalethean lion, hunt from Malden in part, and the cosmopolite Irenaeus, hunting the green lion. All hail to the noble company of students in holy alchemia, whose noble practice doth them teach to veil their art with misty speech. Mot yt please your worshipfuls to hear my idle south fastness of that strange practice I have seen in hunting of the lion green, whose colour doubtless ye not so as that your wisdom well do know, for no man lives that e'er hatal sew upon 4 feet a lion green. But our lion wanting maturity is called green for his anrapines, trust me, and yet full quickly he can run and soon can overtake the sun, and suddenly can bime devour if they be both shut in one tour and him eclipse that was so bright and make thy red to turn to white. I job chap. Exli. Myeri Hierog. Egypt. Greg. P. 222. 298 Laws and Conditions. By virtue of his crudity and unripe humours which in him be, and yet within beam he hath such heat that when he hath the sun upate, he bringeth him to more perfection than ere he had by nature's only sanction. Who then soe'er would win a teruel famo, must learn this lion green to tame. But this before by art he can attain to study him to know, he must be fain. Nor ya it, trust me, for a stupid fool, nor yet for one brought up in vulgar shule I shall him therefore lively out portray, least from thy's banquet you go Loana away, with mind attentive to my words give. Hood. Least you instead of meat on fancies feed, this horrid beast, which we our lion call, hath many names. That no man shall the truth perceive, unless that God direct and on his darkened minda a light reflect. 'Tis not because this subject doth consist of animal components, let that list may well conceive, that we do therefore use the name of beasts, nor is it to abuse. The readers, he who ever so doth think, with stupid sots himself doth thereby link. But it's because of the transcendent force it hath, and for the rawness of its source, of which the like is nowhere to be seen, that it of us is named the lion green. Now listen, and I shall to you disclose the secret, which times past hath, like a roso, been hedged so in on every side with briars, that few could pluck yt at their heart's desires. There is a substance of metaline race. If you the matter view, whose lowering face a sophister would at first sight so scare, that he yt to approach would never dare, the form that's visible is very vile, and doth metaline bodies so defile that none to see yt could be brought to think that the new should spring bright Phoebus pearly drink, and yet, oh strange, a wonder to relate, at this same spring naked Diana sat, who horned Actaeon for his venturous peeping. This spring two dreadful beasts have in their keeping which drive away rash searchers to their woe, them to enchant, the art who do not know. Yet farther, for to answer your desire I say, this subject never felt the fire. Experimental method. Of sulphur metaline, but yea more crude than any mineral, which doth allade the unwary, and in fire fugitive 'tis found, in pure way the pure doth drive, and its components are a mercury, most pure though tender, with a sulphur dry incarcerate, which doth the flux retain and as in shackles doth the same detain. This sulphur with malignant qualities doth so the mercury infect which with yt lies, that though they have no fundamental union, yet hereby is debarred the oite communion, which otherwise would orally intercede between this virgin, nymph, which we call lead, odd her dear sister, in silver streams, runs down abundantly, then should the beams of bright Apollo course the dews which fall from those commixed waters. From the ball aspiring mountain, gliding thro' the vales, fire to conceive of nature, which avails to warn the bath for soul, in which he may descend and wash, and with fair Phoebe play, till flesh and youth renewing, they be able to shine with glory. Aye multiplicable. Know then this subject, why at the base of all our secret wise, and it unends, and choose what thou shalt find of meanest price. Leave sophisters, and following my advice, be not deluded, for the truth is one. 'Tis not in many things, this is our Stono. At first appearing in a garb defiled, and to deal plainly, it is Saturn's child. His price is Mena, his venom very groat, eyeless constitution cold, devoid of beat. Although 'tis mixed with a sulphur, yet this sulphur is combustible. To get another sulphur metaline and pure, and mix with the mercurial parts be sure, this sulphur in the house of Ares seek, there shall you find it. This will be the Greek Elides who with Jason journey took to Colchos. This it is which never book as yet revealed, and yet I will proceed, and greater mysteries unfold with speed. Our Suligent it is no ways malleable, it is metaline, and its color sable, with intermixed argent, which in veins the SS bull field with glittering branches stains. The pure parts from the impure thou shalt never with fire or common water here dissover. 299. Nor with the hardest iron dig it thence for steel, gainst this affordeth no defense, so easily as any little boy a giant can suppress. This can destroy Alcide's breastplate, with his target stout and put opposing armies to the rout of swords and spears, O wondrous force! And yet the sages this have seen when they did sit in council, how this fury they might tame, which as unperilled they then did name their Leon Green. They suffered him to prey on Cadmus' associates, and when the fray was over, they with Dian's charm make him tide and made him under waters to abide, and washed him clean, and after gave him wings to fly, much like a dragon, whose sharp springs of fiery water, the only way was found to cause Apollo his harp-strings to sound. This is the true nymph's bath, which we did search and try, and proved to be the wise men's mercury. The evil of the original sin being overcome by so many subtle stratagems, the new life thence arises. whose quintessential virtue, imperishable and perpetually victorious, is the cornerstone or first material. Foundation of the Hermetic art, known, as the adept says, only to the wise, because they alone can know it who have it in themselves, the irrational and frivolous-minded cannot receive this truth because it depends exactly upon the knowledge of that which is most abstruse in them. The example given of Cadmus, from the Greek fable, identifies him with Jason, Orpheus, Encus, and the rest, who represent the rational ferment. The associates are taken to signify the other faculties of the mind originally attendant on this, but which are drawn away afterwards into the vortex of the opposive principle, rapidly attracting them when it is freed, and reveling with which it becomes satiated and more easily ensnared. As it is told of Saturn, likewise, that he was inebriated when he was bound in fetters by his son, and by the advice of the goddess too, according to Orpheus, the subtle stratagem was contrived. When stretched beneath the lofty oaks you view Saturn, with honey of the bees produced, sunk in ebriety, fast beneath the god. For the Saturnian will, being allowed to revel, without limitation or rational restraint, throughout the subordinate faculties becomes intoxicated, his desires are more than satisfied, and, as the image runs, from the effect he sleeps. It is then the watchful eye of intellect, well advised and able, prepares to cut him off, and drawing forth all his brazen strength plants it in the newly furrowed soil, whence springs another armament, which still rebellious contending with each other for the self, same stone, are by it once more annihilated and again raised up. So the bath of Diana is prepared out of the blood of many battles, where the innocent suffer for the guilty, and many barbarous images befall, until the identical spirit arises, pure, bright, and contrite, from its primeval element, and free in legal subordination only to its own perfect law. The matter first of metals, mercury a moisture is which wetteth not the hand yet flows, and therefore is named water dry, the vulgar is at every one's command. But this is not the water we desire, for in our water in our secret fire. This matter while its life it did retain, was apt all metals e'en to procreate, the life when gone, then dead it doth remain till a new soul shall it reanimate. This matter is to Rutals all of kin all which do hide a mercury within. He then who knows the parts of mercury and can its superfluities decrease, and with true sulphur it can vivify, for dead it is, though finite, he with ease may gold unlock and after recongeal both to an essence which all griefs can heal. Lo here a spring of wealth, a tree of life, no wealth too great, no sickness here is right. Here in a map, thou seest the creatures all abridged and reduced to their perfection. Here thou beholdest in a subject small, from this world's misery a full protection. O Mercury, thou wonder of the world, how strange thy nature is and how compact. A body dost possess which doth enfold a spirit inexpressible to act. Our mysteries, this only we desire, this is our water, this our secret fire. For argent vive is gold essential only unripe, which if thou canst prepare by art, it gives the secret menstrual the mother of our stone which is so rare. Our oil, our unguent, and our marchicito, which we do name also our fountain bright. O crystal fountain, which with fourfold spring runs down the valleys with its pearly drops, distilling with the which our noble king is washed and carried to the mountain Topa, where he the virene of the heavens receives, which never after him, when fixed, leaves. This is our May, dew which our earth doth move, to bring forth fruit, which fruit is perfect gold. This is our Evo, whom Adam doth so love, that in her arms his soul strange to be told he doth receive, who ere I as dead was seen, and quickened first appears in colors green. How this? Even thus in Saturn there is hid a soul immortal, which in prison lies, untie its fetters, which do it forbid, to sight for to appear, then shall arise, a vapor shining, like pearl orient, which is our moon and sparkling firmament. By such a vital and mysterious process is the first matter of the adept said to be generated and produced by an emancipation of the fontal source, and this is Diana, and that refulgent light which eclipses every other light but that of its proper reason, and strikes the irrational intruder blind. For she is the wholeness of the fundamental nature at once personified, the knot and link of all the elements of being, inferior as well as superior, which she contains within herself. A light more splendid than the sun and gold, and more beautiful than the moon or silver, and more diaphanous than Irenaeus, marrow of alchemy, Experimental Method 303. The purest crystal, inasmuch transcendent, says the acute Helvetius, that most recreant beauty can never be blotted out from my mind, though it should be rejected by all, and disbelieved by fools and the illiterate. For though our art is unknown, we do assert, according to experience, that this mystery is to be found, but only with the great Jehovah saturninely placed in the center of the world. There, within most intimately, the abyss of the spagyric artifice is disclosed. There, as in a crystalline diapleanity, the miracle of the whole world. There, in that region, no longer fabulous but by art made natural, is seen the salamander casting out the ethereal waters, and washing himself in the flames. There the river Numicius, in which Aeneas, bathing, was absolved from his mortality, and by command of Venus was transformed into an immortal god. There also is Eridanus, and that Lydian river Pactolus, transmuted into gold as soon as Mygdonian Midas had washed himself in the same. Also, as in a beautifully pictured series, there is displayed every mythological antique device, Apollo and the Muses, and Parnassus and the fountain struck from Pegasus, and the fountain of Narcissus, even Sela washing in the flood, beneath the fervent rays of the meridian sunbeams. There, too, the blood of Pyramus and Thisbe, which turned the white mulberries to a deeper dye. The blood of Adonis transformed by Venus into an anemone rose, that blood, too, of mighty Ajax, out of which sprung the fairest hyacinthine flower. There also are the drops of water decocted by Medea, out of which such a verdure sprung up suddenly to cover the bleached earth, and that potion which the enchantress boiled out of so many herbs gathered 3 days before the full moon, for the healing of Jason when that hero had grown infirm. The gardens of the Hesperides also are in Elysium, and here Hippomenes runs the race with Atalanta, and vanquishes by stratagem of the golden fruit. Here, too, magnanimous Hercules, having Vitulus aureus burnt all his maternal body upon a pile of wood, revives entire and incombustible, as the phoenix on her pyre, and is changed into the likeness of an immortal god. Such are a very few of the games and choice spectacles which tradition commemorates as instituted by wisdom, for the benefit of souls emerging from Lethe and Egyptian darkness to the glorious liberty of the freed will in life. And it is that kindling of divine ecstasy, in connection with its source, that attracts the whole phenomenon of nature to its desire, and works the total miracle of the Hermetic art in life, exalts mind by the understanding of causes, and confirms it. But in the summary language of the Greek saint, since here it becomes us not to assert, no, says Synesius, that the quintessence and hidden thing of our stone is nothing else than our viscous celestial and glorious soul, drawn by our magistery out of its mine, which engenders itself and brings itself forth, and that water is the most sharp vinegar, which makes gold to be a pure spirit. Nay, it is that blessed nature which engenders all things, but, by usurpation, in each particular, universally and without return. These plain words, supporting the evidence which has gone before, will leave less doubt, if we yield them credence, with respect to the method and true basis of the Hermetic experiment. Reason, aided by a perspicuous imagination, will attain readily to the idea, and research may further assist the faithful to confirm it. We cannot, however, quit a subject, the preliminaries of which are so important to establish, without adverting to certain Kabbalistic and other Greek concordances in hope that their separate witness may tell favorably in conclusion to this material of mind. Chapter 2. A further analysis of the initial principle, and its adduction into light.
Dens, cum solus fuiset, in principio, creavit unam substantiam, hanc primam materiam nominamus.
Milius Phil, Reform, Pars 6, Lib. 1. He philosophy of the Cabal, as delivered in the only genuine Hebrew remains in their Kamen. Teres is eminently comprehensive and sublime, and these characteristics are mainly dependent on its very great simplicity. All things therein are psychically derived, and, according to the doctrine of an essential emanation, the whole physical universe is extended and corporified, as it were, by a multiplication of the indeficient unit into its parts, under the intelligible law of its own preceding light. Into the method of this philosophy, or the many beautiful particulars arising out of its material, space does not allow us to enter. They who are desirous may conveniently examine for themselves, either in the Latin editions of Rosenroth, or to begin with Frank's very excellent History of the Cabal, which contains, besides numerous translated passages from the Hebrew, commentaries and notes, that we have read with no less instruction than delight. The initial principle, however, which we have been discussing, and to which it will be necessary to confine inquiry for the present, is in the Zohar designated by the name of wisdom, or the supreme crown, that is to say, after it has become into manifest being, but Kabbalah denudata, su doctrina Hebraeorum transcendentalis et liber Zohar restitufus. Frame 1684. De la Kabbale, aux philosophies religieuses des Hébreux, Parad. Frank. Paris, 1843. In the beginning, for reasons metaphysically explicable, the divine hypostasis is distinguished by the epithet of unknown, and described according to its negative absoluteness, in the sum of 2 or 3 paragraplas as follows. All things before they became manifested were concealed in the unknown and incomprehensible infinite, and this subsistence whence all proceeded was but as an interrogation, an imperceptible sufficience, having neither mind nor figure nor self, comprehension or being properly so called, but when the unknown would manifest himself, he begins by producing a point, but whilst the point of light remains within subjective and inseparate, he is unknown, and as the unity of things to be developed only by the separation of them in himself. In this sense he is called the Ancient of Days, the White Head, the Old Man, by excellence, the Mystery of Mysteries, which is before all things, whose emanation is all, and thus the hypostatic vision is more prominently delineated. He is, says the Rabbi Ben Yochai, speaking of the same, the mystery of mysteries, and most unknown of the unknown. Yet he has a form or idiom which belongs to him, but under this form by which he is seen, he remains still unknown. His clothing is white, and his aspect that of a countenance unveiled. From his head he shakes a dew which awakens the dead, and brings them to new life, wherefore it is written, Thy dew is the dew of light. It is this which nourishes the most exalted saints, the manna which descends into the field of sacred fruits. The aspect of this dew is white, as the diamond is white, the color which contains all. This white appearance of the primeval splendor in the abyss is very constantly notified. Thus we read in the Apocalypse of the white stone with the new name written upon it, and in the vision of the Son of Zohar, Part Moore Frank's translation, pp. 175, 185, and C2 Zohar, Part 2, Full, 12, 8 recto in Frank, p. 170. Man of the snowy whiteness of his glory, whose hair was like wool, and white as snow. And I beheld, says the prophet in Enoch, the Ancient of Days, whose head was like wool, and see. But these and all such like revelations will be esteemed fanciful or figurative perhaps, or arbitrary, since they are not commonly conceivable, and the worldly mind is shut out from the imagination even of occult truth. They only who have entered experimentally within to know themselves have been satisfactorily able to recognize the ground, and they only who are gifted with an approximating faith to discriminate their universal testimony from amongst so many fanatical delusions will be inclined or able either to advance to the contemplation of their proofs. But to continue. As all colors in their prismati unison are white, just so is the universal nature, described as appearing in the evolution of her fontal light, and Paracelsus gives it as a reason, that there should be a simple ground of all diversity without confusion whereon to recreate. Omnia, in de manu alba sunt, is ie tingit ut vult. All things in the hand of God are white, says the Magian, that he may color them according to his pleasure. Agreeably, the author of the Lucerna Salis writes, the matter will become white like a hoary man, whose aged complexion resembles ice. It will also whiten more afterwards, like silver. Govern your fire with a great deal of care, and afterwards you shall see that in your desel your matter will become white as snow. Then, is your elixir perfect as to the white work? This agrees with the descriptions of Arnold, Lilly, Artephius, and the rest cited in the theory, which, in the original verse, runs thus: Acquirit cognition viri senis, alicabic fer ut argentum, summa diligentia ignomrege. Revelation of St. John chap. IV 14 chap. 2. Verse 17. 2 Book of Enoch chap. Shivi. V1, and CX2. Vidibisque sequentur materiam, in vitro albere omnino condore nivali et tum confectum est elixir ad album. The same Sendivogius, in his new light, calls the water of our sea, the water of life, not wetting the hands. And believe me, he says, for I saw it with my eyes, and felt it, that water was as white as snow. And Erinens, but we will not enlarge, for is not. This the matter already defined so often by the old alchemists, saying, it is no common water but an unetuous mineral vapor, universally subsisting. Bodies therefore, say they, are to be turned into such a vapor. And this vapor is the stone known and proven in the book of life. Sumatur lapis in capitulus notus, such is the subtle phrase of the Arabian, and this is the matter everywhere alluded to, and so often denoted in the mysteries, which in demoniacal forms is at first in vision made apparent, nor known until the eye of mind, regardant and purifying, meets its first source. For are we not all? Verily, such stuff as dreams are made of. Yet the discovery of it is no dream, if we may believe the experienced, but, on the contrary, every fantastic desire and imagination is alienated and merged in intellectual contact of the thing itself, which is our identity. This is the true hermetic material, which is celebrated by all his disciples, that recommended by Orpheus to be taken in the cave of Mercury, and aeried in both hands away. And this is the power borne by the centaur Charon, the monster tutor of heroes, cloud, begotten, sprung from out of the nebulous impure ether, with a duplicate force, as it were, of a magnet armed to magnify and energize and prepare the way, being the substance real, and promise of a more perfect life to come. The same in Silenus is satirically personified the most venerable preceptor of the god of wine, and this is Pan, and the foundation of the great Saturnian monarchy of the freed will. Lucerna Salis, p. 158. 12 Mo. 2 Philosophical Furable, which was once circumscribed in intellect for the manifestation of its light. This same the Arabians call Flos Salis Albi, the flower of white salt, and thus the substant hypostasis is said very truly to be designated, and this is the white sand, Quellum, which von Helmont speaks of as manifesting itself forth in a vivid vital soil, which spade or mattock never pierced. This is the true magic earth wherein is the recreative fire, even that land of Havilah, where good gold is, and this fire ions the parts thereof spontaneously to himself, coagulates them, and stops their flux, and this salt is the water that wets not the hands, and that identical magnesia that was exhibited in the mysteries, the white island of Vishnu, the Lord of Radha, the white paradise which the author of the Round Towers with an exclusiveness, pardonable for its enthusiasm, mistook for his emerald home. The Platonists have declared true being to be white, and all that Plato says in Phaedo about Tartarus is, according to Olympiodorus, to be understood ethically and physically, in that Tartarus is the place of the soul's trial, where the balance of existence is struck, and imperfections are made manifest physically, in that it is the wholeness of existence. And what is written about rivers and seas by Plato, which is ridiculous in an external sense, is to be psychically understood, as when he says that the taste and color of these waters is according to the quality of the earth through which it flows. This also indicates, adds our exponent, that souls, in which reason does not preside as a charioteer, are changed according to the subject temperament of the body. But when reason has the dominion, the soul does not yield, but contrariwise, assimilates herself to the supreme virtue, and her first motion towards this from her ultimate artificial. See Taylor's Dissertation on Aristotle, Book 2, p. 319. Recession is the true origin of matter, according to these philosophers, and the primary cause of all, when the generative virtue is drawn up into intellectual alliance with the medial life and light. In the third book of Reuchlin, De Arte Cabalistica, we read, Nihil estiu principio nisi sapientia. Nothing is in the beginning but wisdom, or sapience. It is this which we are accustomed to call the three persons in divinity, the which is an absolute essence, which, whilst it is retracted in the abyss of darkness, and rests still and quiet, or, as they say, having respect to nothing, is for this cause termed by the Hebrews, ein, I. To say, nihil quod nos, nothing or no entity as respects us. Because we, being affected with inability in the conception, do judge and imagine of those things which do not appear immediately as if they were not at all. But when it has showed itself forth to be somewhat indeed, and that it does really in the human apprehension exist, then, continues the Kabbalist, is dark Aleph converted into light Aleph, as it is written, the night shineth as the Day, the darkness and the light are all alike to him. Tenebrae suntae sicut ipsa lux. C2. Dens meos. Illumina veris ne lux fiont tenebrae me. So paradise was opened in the seer, and by that kindling of divine enthusiasm in conjunction with its source, the soft lenient light was created, which he celebrates, and whence all things are said to emerge, and whither they return but without our cognizance, who are chained to these exterior surfaces, content with the bare tradition of a life to come, but in that place whither he was snatched up, the prophet describes them, and what he beheld of the radical essence, and the manifold glories of that mystical Adamic soil. And this I beheld, says he, the secret of heaven and of paradise according to its divisions, and there my eyes beheld the secrets of the thunder, and lightning, and the secrets of the winds, how they are distributed as they blow over the earth. The secret of the winds and of the clouds, there I perceived the place whence they issue forth, and I became saturated with the dust of the earth. There I saw the wooden receptacles, the vegetable or medial life, out of which the winds became separated, and the receptacles of the snow and the cloud itself which continued over the earth before the creation of the world. This nebulous apparition of the Catholic embryo, before its birth, some modern Kabbalists have explained to be an absolute concentration of divinity within its proper substance, i.e., of subject and object, in their original identity, which, as a cloud before the falling shower, gives birth to the primitive ether, which is the pure attracting vacuum, or understanding whereby the central efficient is drawn forth to will and operation. Dionysius styles it collego divina, because, as he says, it is obscure and humanly incomprehensible, though visible indeed. The author of the Lumen de Lumine calls it, from the Kabbalists, tenebra, active, and describes it as beneath all degrees of sense and imagination, a certain horrible, inexpressible chasm. Non, being which nor mind can see nor speech reveal, since as of being void, 'tis not the object of the mental eye, but there thy intellectual notions check when in this path exploring, for its end is infinite, as the oracle forewarns, stoop not down, for a precipice lies below in the earth. It is nothing as respects the consciousness before it is conceived, nothing, as Dionysius adds, of those things that are, or of those that are not, in an empty destructive sense, but it is that only true thing of which we, Book of Enoch, chap. XLV, and XLI, Lumen de Lamine, the chapter on matter, inanite, from the fragments of Parmenides, given at the end of Taylor's dissertation on Aristotle, can affirm nothing, whose theology is negative, but to be in the perfect possession of is the most happy life. Thus Boehme also declares, God, incomparably good and great, out of nothing created something. Odd that something was made one thing in which all things were contained, both celestial and terrestrial. And this first something was a certain cloud or darkness, which was condensed into water, and this water is that one thing in which all things are contained. Now here we do not read either that all things came of nothing absolutely, but that God of nothing created something which was made that one thing in which are all. And this one thing appears to be nothing less or more than that identity which is made in the regeneration by the reprocedure into experience out of the dissolute void of life artificially induced. As respects the creature, therefore, it may be considered as the first divine manifestation out of the abyss, when the spirit is brought forth into a new circulatory confine, displaying its universal properties internally according to the magnetic virtue, action, and passion of the microcosmic heaven. And there is in the celestial light, continues the same author, a substance, like water which yet is no water, but such a spirit or property. But it burns more like a kindred oil, and is called by many the tincture. And this tincture is the source of the material world, and gives to all essences virtue to grow. It is also in all metals and stones. It causes silver and gold to grow, and without it nothing could grow. But with it, all things. Amongst all the children of nature it only is a virgin, and has never generated anything out of itself, neither can it generate, yet it makes all things that are to be impregnated. It is the most hidden thing, and also the most manifest. It is the friend of God and playfellow of Vertney. It suffers itself to be detained of nothing, and yet it is in all things. But if anything be done against the right of nature, then it readily flies away. It one generation of the three principles, continues in no kind of decaying of anything, but abides constantly with life. The way to it is very near, yet no language can express it, nevertheless it meets them that seek it aright in its own way. It is powerful, yet of itself does nothing. When it goes out of a thing it comes not into it again naturally, but it stays in its ether. It is not God, but it is God's friend, for it works not of itself. It is in all things imperceptibly, and yet it may well be overpowered and used, especially in metals. There it can of itself, being pure, make gold of iron and copper, and make a little grow to be a great deal. For it is the source of universal increase. Its way is as subtle as the thoughts of man, and his thoughts do even arise from thence. All things are thence arisen through the divine imagination, and do yet stand in such a birth, station, and government. The four elements have likewise such a ground or original, but the understanding and capacity is not in nature's own ability without the light of God, but it is very easy to be understood by those who are in the light. To them it is easy and plain. I have myself seen this knowledge, continues our author in another place, with those eyes wherein life generates in me, for the new man speculates into the midst of the astral birth or geniture, and thus he adds in explication the method of his experience. At last when, after much Christian seeking and desire, and suffering of much repulse, I resolved, he says, rather to put my life to most hazard than to give over and leave off, the gate was opened to me, so that in 1/4 of an hour I saw and knew more than if I had been many years at the university, at which I did exceed ingly admire, and knew not how it happened to me, and therefore I turned my mind to praise God for it. For I saw and knew the being of beings, the bisi, or ground or original foundation, and the abyssi, that is, without ground, or fathomless, or void, also the birth or eternal generation of the Holy Trinity, the descent, and original of this world, and of all creatures through the divine wisdom. And I knew and saw in myself all the three worlds, viz. First, the divine angelical or paradisaical, and then the dark world, being the you or I, ginal of nature by the fire, and then thirdly, the eternal and visible world, being a procreation or extern birth, or, as it were, a substance expressed or spoken forth from the internal and spiritual worlds. And I saw and knew the whole being, and working essence in the evil and in the good, and the mutual original and existence of each of them, and likewise, how the pregnant genitrix or fruitful bearing womb of eternity brought forth, so that I did not only greatly wonder at it, but did also exceedingly rejoice, albeit, one could very hardly apprehend the same in my external man, and express it with my pen. I saw as in a great deep in the internal, for I had a thorough view of the universe as in a chaos wherein all things are couched and wrapped up, but it was impossible then for me to explain the same. Yet it opened itself in me from time to time as a young plant, and came forth into the external principle of my mind. And thus I have written not from instruction or knowledge received from men, nor from the study of books, but I have written out of my own book which was opened in me, being the noble similitude, the book of the most noble and precious image of God, and therein I have studied as a child in the house of its mother, which beholdeth what the Father doth. I have no need of other books. My book hath only 3 leaves, the same are the principles of eternity. Therein I can find all what, ever Moses and the prophets, Christ and his apostles have taught and spoken. I can find therein the foundation of the world and mysteries, and yet not. But the Spirit of God doeth it according to the measure as he pleaseth. Here we have modern testimony agreeing in all particulars with the most ancient cabal and profound experimental divinity, nor this alone, but other favored. See Boehme's works, turned I, in vol. 2. Further analysis. 315. Individuals, amongst whom Van Helmont relates, how by a mysterious hand he was led along into a perception of the simple element of nature. And while I variously wandered that I might view the tree of life, says the physician, at length without the day and beyond the beginning of the night, one saw as in a dream the whole face of the earth even. Us it stood forsaken, and empty or void at the beginning of the creation, then afterwards how it was, while, as being fresh, it waxed on every side green with its plants, again also, as it lay hidden under the flood. For I saw all the species of plants to be kept under the waters yet presently after the flood, that they did all enter into the way of interchanges enjoined to them, which was to be continued by their species and seeds, and see, for in the sky of our archeus, a spectual, ideas are deciphered as well from the depth of the starry heaven of the soul itself, as those formed by the erring or implanted spirit of the 7 bowels. Hearn in this sphere those mighty wonders are, which, as the apporting of the deity themselves display, wonders indeed they are which do exceed man's comprehending. Lar here tin that God himself to himself displays, from whence the sense arises up in joys. 1,000 things for eye arise, eternal waters and ethereal skies. Basil Valentine also, before proceeding to a description of the philosophy matter, opens his discourse to the effect as follows. When at a certain time an abundance of thoughts, which my internal fervent prayer to God suggested, had set me loose and wholly free from terrene business, I purposed in myself to attend to those spiritual inspirations of which we have need for the more accurate scrutiny of nature. Therefore I resolved to make myself wings, that I might ascend on high and inspect the stars themselves as Aurea Trique Chap, 1 times, and Xavi, 2 portage, Mundum Explicatio, p. 320. Icarus and his father Daedalus did in times past. But when I soared too near the sun, my feathers with its vehement heat were consumed, and I fell headlong into the depths of the sea. Yet to me, in this my extreme necessity, invoking God, help was sent from heaven which freed me from all peril and present destruction. For one hastened to my assistance who commanded the waters should be still, and instantly in that deep abyss appeared a most high mountain, upon which at length I ascended, that I might examine whether, as men affirmed, there was indeed any friendship and familiarity between inferiors and superiors, and whether the superior stars, i.e. idea divini mentis, have acquired strength and power from God, their Creator, to produce any one thing like to themselves on earth. And having searched into things I found viz. In the metaphysico-chemical analysis that whatsoever the ancient masters had so many ages committed to writing and delivered to their disciples was true as truth itself. In very deed, that I may expound the matter, in a few words I found all things which are generated in the bowels of the mountains to be infused from the superior stars as light, and to take their beginning from them in the form of an aqueous cloud, fume or vapor, which for a long time fed and nourished, is at length adducted into a tangible form by the elements. Moreover this vapor is dried, that the wateriness may lose its dominion, and the fire next by help of the air retain the ruling power. Of water, fire, and of fire, air and earth are produced, which, notwithstanding, are found in all things consisting of body before the separation of them. But this water therefore containing all, which by the dryness of its fire and air is formed into earth, is the first matter of all things. In this allegory, the whole metaphysico-chemical analysis of the universal subject is displayed, the separation, introspection, and reunion of the vital elements in their ethereal accord. And for this reason adepts, I.B. Valentine, Stone of Fire, in it, have concluded this identic salt to be the true grain, since it cannot be annihilated, but survives the wreck of the whole dissolute being throughout the seed not only of this world, but of the next. For all things, whether organized or otherwise, decay and pass away into other elements, but this mystical substance, this root of the world, returning immediately upon the dissolution of its parts, renews them, nor will then be quiet, but Proteus, like runs from one complexion of light into another, from this color to that, transmuting himself before the regardant eye into a strange variety of forms and appearances, exhibiting the universal phenomenon of nature in recreant display, as he runs forth from green to red and from red to black, receding thenceforth into a million of colors and transmigrating species.
Verum, ubi corruptum manibus, vinclis tenebis, tum vari illudent species, atque ora ferrarum fiat enim subito ama horridus, utrac tigris, squamassus draco, et fulva servius liana, aut acrem Amazonitum dahit, utque ita vinclis, exide, aut in aqua tenuis de la paus abibit, sed quanto I magis formasse verte in omnis, tanto, nate, magis contende tenacia vinella. And when he has departed from the fragile labi, rinth through which he was dispersed, says the adept, and is more cover purified from every impurity, he raises himself likewise into an infinity of forms. 1. While into a vegetable, and then into a stone or into some strange animal, now he transmutes himself into the sea, becoming to be a pearl, or a gem or a metal, beautifully shining with red flames, and iridescent with myriads of colors, and thus he lives perpetually the worker of miracles, an indefatigable Magian, by no means wearying in his labor, but growing young evermore, and increasing daily in vigorous display and strength. And these miraculous alterations will not, Georgicore, lib.
Ivor 405, Fama et Confessionis, KC Preface. Ubi vero spiritus excavit. And cease, as Democritus alludes, until the matter has worked out its own restitution, and is brought by art into the supernatural fixity of its final cause. And that mode of binding is said to be best which makes use of manacles and fetters. As Hermes also says, the philosophers chain up their matter with a strong chain or band when they make it to contend with fire. Nam sines se non ulla dabit praecepta, neque inum orando flectis, vim duram, et vincula capto tende.
Doli circum higher demum frangentur inanes tu.
To arrest this imaginative flux of freed vitality, we may well conceive that it needs the whole voluntary force of the central magnet, and that this alone, which is its proper reason, can compel it to repose. As Reuchlin, concerning the two Catholic natures contained in the Mirific word, alludes, saying, one nature is such that it may be seen with the eyes, felt with the hands, and is subject to alteration almost at every moment. You must pardon, as Apuleius says, the strange expression, because it makes for the obscurity of the thing. This very nature, since she may not continue one and the same, is accordingly apprehended of the mind under such her qualification more rightly as she is than as she is not, namely, as the thing is in truth, that is, changeable. The other nature or principiating substance is incorruptible, immutable, and always subsistent. And this, adds an ancient and much esteemed adeptist, is the work which I have sometimes seen with a singular and most dear friend, who showed me certain large furnaces, and those crowned with cornues of glass. The vessels were several, having, besides their tripods, their sediments or caskets, and within was a holy oblation or present, dedicated to the ternary. But why should I any longer conceal? Tract, R. Cap. I4. Georgi. Lib. I4. 397. Reuchlin de Verbo Mirifico. And in the Coelum Terra of Vaughan. 50 divine a thing? Within this fabric, that is the consecrated vessel, was a certain mass moving circularly, or driven round about, and representing the very figure of the great world. For here the earth was to be seen standing of itself in the midst of all, compassed about with most clear waters, rising up to several hillocks and craggy rocks, and bearing many sorts of fruit, as if it had been watered with showers. From the moist air, it seemed also to be very fruitful of wine, oil, and milk, with all kinds of precious stones and metals. The waters themselves, like those of the sea, were full of a certain transparent salt, now white, now red, then yellow and purpled, and as it were chamletted with various colors which swelled up to the face of the waters. All things were actuated with their own appropriate fire, but in very truth imperceptible as yet, and ethereal. But one thing, above the rest, forced me to an incredible admiration, namely, that so many things, and diverse in kind and of such perfect particulars, should proceed from one only thing, and that, with very small assistance, which being strengthened and furthered by degrees, the artist faithfully affirmed to me that all those diversities would settle at last into one body. Here one observed that fusel kind of salt to be not different from pumice stone, and that quicksilver, which authors call mercury, to be the same with Lully's lunaria, whose water gets up against the fire of nature, and shines by night, but by day has a glutinous, viscous faculty. Here we have the whole hermetic laboratory furnace, fire, matter, and vessels, with their mysterious germinations, subtly depicted and set apart. For this clarified hypostatus, shall we not believe in? See, in Lumu de la Mine, the extract, p. 69. Also the parable of Sendivogius and Paracelsus's account of the magical separation of the elements and vision in their native place. Helmont's Imago Mentis in the beginning, and his tree of life. Genesis 2. Deut. Set. She. And und in Exodus. Moses's description of the promised land, Job Puig 7th. And it is the stage of all forms, and here they are spontaneously produced, not in mere imagination, or as we might conceive imaginatively, or as in a dream, shadowly, but as the true genesis of light.
He dedit argenti rivus, aerisque metalla, ostendit venis. Atque aeropluriums flaxit, hac genus aerevirum. Marsus, pubenque sabella assuetumque, malo liguriam volcasque verutas extulit. Hac, Decius Marius, menosque Camillus, salve mena parens frugum, Saturnia telus mena virum. And though these images, with the rest, may appear extravagant, and Virgil refers all the compliment to his native soil, yet the truth, gathering strength by detail, may plead through the whole accord.
Suci are a few only of the remarkable declarations of individuals who, by an experimental ingress as they acknowledge to the vital radix, have discovered the Catholic original of nature, intellectual and material, with the ground of every phenomenon, through the arising spectacle of the creative majesty within themselves. Many might be added of good repute and accordant, but numbers would not ensure more credence for them, who ought, on their own authority, to be believed, and have been, and will be always by those who are able to glance freely without imaginative hindrance into the capability of mind and, by analogy of their own clear reason, can judge of that fontal revelation which, when entertained in consciousness, becomes efficient, and, in its simultaneous energy, divine. Hence they will perceive, and from no idle dreaming, the conviction of those sublimated souls arose who were not alone superior to the dictation of folly, but were freed moreover from the liability to error which besets ordinary minds, for they had passed the turbulent delusions, not of sense, only but of the selfhood, and having combated every sinister disguise in opposition, were proved and reproved, previous to being admitted to the apperceptive vision of the causal truth which they describe, when, light meeting light, apprehends itself alone, and develops the triple mystery of its creative law throughout, from the infernal motive wheel which is the origin of the mineral kingdom, through the whole intermediate paradisiacal vegetable growth, up to the final concord of the divine image in man. For as life passes through the philosophic fermentation, its substance is entirely transmuted, and the threefold property is developed, with a dividing of the heterogeneous parts, by an extinguishing of the forms and properties of the medial spirit. And not only is it resolved into these three principles, which Van Helmont also calls salt, sulfur, and mercury, but there is a procedure towards a radical destruction, almost annihilating the components of the former life, which at length, in its extreme exigence, draws a new seed to begin a new generation. And this is the way of the receiver to the night of Hippocrates, leading thenceforth into the day of Orpheus. It is not a little remarkable that the same ideas, and even to their expression, are to be found in the metaphysics of modern Germany as in the Kabbalistic commentators and mystics of the Middle Ages. Yet the surprise which this might otherwise awake is diminished, when we consider the universal characteristic of reason, whence it happens accountably that truth which common logic arrives at by abstraction as an inferential necessity, is the same which the rabbis, ontologically experimenting, and guided by the same law, affirm out of their own more proving observation and experience. And thus we may illustrate the point. All things, says the German philosopher Hegel, have their commencement in pure being, which is merely an indeterminate thought, simple and immediate, for the true commencement can be nothing else, but this pure being is no other than a pure abstraction. It is a term absolutely negative, which may also in its immediate conception be called non-being. Das reine Sein macht den Anfang, weil es so wohl reiner. Such is the conclusion rationally arrived at by sensible abstraction, Kant, Fichte, but more especially Schelling, whose intellectual penetration appears to have passed beyond these two, carried metaphysics into the same void non-entity at last. Hence the sceptical result of their transcendental labors, which, too, far surpassing sense and its phenomena to accept their proof, stop short nevertheless of objective realization on their own ground, their being arrested, faithful and as it were in view, without a means of passage to the promised shore. Yet so it is, that very hypostasis which bounds reason in transcendental abstraction, when met by contact of the inquiring light within, is that absolute identity which it seeks after, which before all duality of consciousness, is the fortitude and life of all. But let us revert to the learned rabbi's advice concerning the true nature of divine inversion, for Ben Joshai and his disciples also affirm that God created all things out of nothing, and this not dubiously sed quasi auctoritatem habens. But in what sense this nothing is to be understood, we are thus differently than by the German informed. When the Kabbalists affirm that all things are drawn forth from nothing, they do not intend, says the rabbi, from nothing in the common sense acceptation of that word, for being could never be produced from non-being, deficiently understood, but by non-being they mean that which is neither conceive, able as cause nor as essence, but yet is in fact the cause of causes. It is that which we call the primitive non-being, because it is anterior to the universe, and by it we do not signify corporeity either, but that principle or wisdom on which it is founded. Now if anyone should ask what is the essence of wisdom,
Gedanke, als das unbestimmte einfache Unmittelbare ist, du erster Anfang, aber nichts Vermitteltes und weiter bestimmtes Sein kam. Dieses reine Sein ist nun die reine Abstraction, damit das absolut Negative, welches gleichfalls unmittelbar genommen das Nichts ist. Encyclopédie des Sciences Phil.
426 et 427. See a Frank's observations on this point, and Le Cabal, p. 187, and c. Further Analysis, 323. And in what manner she is contained in non-being? No one can reply to this question, because in non-being there is no distinction, as of subject and object in the consciousness by which it can be truly said to be known, no mode of true existence, neither can we, therefore, comprehend, so to say, how wisdom becomes united to life. Now this doctrine is precisely in accordance with the Hermetic philosophy, and these definitions of the primitive non-being perfectly correspond with the Platonic theology, and Aristotle's discourses concerning the origin of things, and incomprehensible nature of the objective contact in identity. And as to the dogmas of the rest, as of Thales, Pythagoras, Anaxagoras, Parmenides, Empedocles, and others, which men have been accustomed neglectfully to run over, it may not be amiss, as Lord Bacon advises, to cast our eyes with more reverence upon them. For although Aristotle, after the manner of the Ottomans, thought he could not well reign unless he made away with all his brethren, yet, to those who seriously propose to themselves the inquiry after truth, it may not be displeasing to regard the positions of those various sages, touching the nature of things and their foundation. Nor ought we, in this our state of inconceptive ignorance, to conclude, as many have done, that these men spoke ill, or arbitrarily, imagining causes whereof to make a world, for it was not so. Their elements, atoms, numbers, mathematics, physics, and metaphysics, or by whatever names their principiating ideas were distinguished, all their philosophy, in short, was confessedly established, and belonged to an experience and method of observation, to the profane multitude unknown. For they discovered and have asserted, without arrogance or sophistication, that there are methods by which an ascent may be effected from the oblivious bondage of this existence, and through a Seo Lacal, p. 211, comment, Abramhu Dior on the Zafir Jazira, p. 67, and c. ADV, of Learning Lib. 2. SEC. Pet. XDVA. Gradual assimilation, to a survey more or less immediate of the causal source. And thus, neglectful though it has seemed in general of facts and common sense observation, these Greeks too derived nature immediately from a certain intellect and energy, but without distinction, fixing her true being in the law of universals. Those even who appear to differ, as for example Thales and the physiologist Empedocles, substituting elements as principles, do so in the choice of expression chiefly, and in the manner of regarding for the substance alluded to. By them all is the same, as we may judge by their definitions, which agree not with any material of elements, or intellect, or atoms, that we discern or understand at all, but they speak, as before said, out of another perception of things, exhibiting the phenomena of the superstantial world. It may not be improper here to delay a short time, in order to point out to the more studious how it happens, that so many mistakes have arisen about their doctrine, and that language apparently divergent may, nevertheless, harmonize at its source. For that these philosophers have discoursed variously is very certain, some indeed of the initial principles saying that it is one and finite, others infinite, some, as Heraclitus according to essence, have denominated it to be fire, another, as Thales looking to the first material manifestation, teaches that all beings have their beginning from water, whilst Timaeus, with no less reason or authority, mentions a certain earth as antecedent, and the most ancient element. But Anaxagoras, rather regarding the perfection and origin of the one thing in consciousness, calls it intellect, as Plato, likewise in the Parmenides, derives all things transcendentally, proving the perpetuity of being in itself. But whilst these celebrate mind as precedential, and those desire to indicate the subsistence of matter, in either ease it is the same, for the mind is not without the matter, the universal element. We mean, nor that matter without the mind, but all. Further Analysis, 325. Things, however various in manifestation, are consubstantial in their cause. And with respect to the number of principles and elementary transmutations, we may plainly perceive that it is not the common elements, or abstracts either they contend about, but their investigation concerned. The prior elements of life, which some, openly distinguishing, call the celestial elements, as Plato, in Phaedo, speaking of earth for instance, calls it the most ancient element within the heaven, and Proclus informs us what we are to understand by the heaven. Heaven, he says, is the intellectual contact with the intelligible, for there is an intelligible which may be conjoined to intellect, and is its true end. But this is an allusion to the highest sphere of ethereality, which Aristotle triply distinguishes, first, as the essence of the ultimate circulation of the universe, second, as that which is in continuity with it, and third, as that body which is comprehended by the last circulation. For, says he, we are accustomed likewise to call that heaven, which is composed from every natural and sensible body. That is the arising spirit of the universal nature which, persisting separately, bounds, as it were, by an invisible summit, every corporeal subsistence, and in the conscious alliance only becomes known. The same is called by Hermes a quintessence, and the Hermetic philosophers, speaking of their earth, locate it even as Plato does, within their heaven, and in order to distinguish from the feculent dead soil, call it magical, the earth of the wise, Olympus, our earth and sea, and of the other elements the same as we have shown already in our exoteric theory and elsewhere, which the initiated poet, in his Metamorphoses, neither unaptly signalizes in the arising circulation of nature from the four concentring winds. Aeli super imposut liquidam, et gravitate carentem, ebera, non quicquam terente fictis habentem. But Plato yet more plainly alluding to the ethereal. On the Theology of Plato, pp. 236-210, and cc Iristrantis on the Heavens, Book I. Ovidii Metam, lib. I 67. Quintessence in Timaeus says, that of four elements the demiurgus assumed one whole from each, and that, by a reasoning process, he constituted the world one whole from wholes, in all things perfect and free from old age and disease. As Aristotle again, where he says that the world, being composed from all sensible matter is one alone and perfect, cannot mean this world, which is neither uniform nor free from age or disease or perfect in any way. What other, therefore, should they either mean but the ethereal, which art once taught them to segregate and establish upon the ruins of this mortal and dislocated existence? That Empedocles likewise taught a twofold order of natural procedure, the one intelligible and the other sensible, deriving the latter as an image from the former as an exemplar, is evident from the whole tenor of his physics. For he identifies all things in respect of their source, making elements there to subsist as qualitative virtues, which, multiplying into being, become distributive powers, of which the sensible elements in this world are the remote subjects and emanation. Contrariwise, also, receding from effect to cause, he shows how the universal frame is borne along in perpetual interchange. How many things to one there being, fire, water, earth, and air immensely high, and each with equal power is found endued, and friendship equalized in length and breadth. All things in union now through love conspire, and now through strife divulsed are borne along. Hence, when again emerging into light, the one is seen, T is from the many formed. All mortal too, and far as they were born, of permanent duration are deprived, but, as diversified with endless change, through this unmoved for ever they remain, like a sphero rolling round its center firm. Anaxagoras, and certain others of the early Greek. Proclus on the Theology of Plato, Book VP 365. 2 Empedocles, Physics, Cap. I. Solul, alluding to this absolute subsistence of things, assert that matter likewise is the progeny of mind, and the Alexandrians go so far as to explain the manner of its descent and efflux, as if they too in alliance had known these things and by analogy, through their own, the structure of the universe, observing so many fine distinctions and such a subtlety of ontological operation as was extremely difficult to delineate by words, or consistently in writing to unfold. Many, therefore, adopted fables, symbols, similitudes, enigmas, and the license of poetry they also called in aid, as well on this account, as to veil their meaning from vulgar misprision and debate. But Aristotle preferred an abstruse style of diction to every other disguise, that he might be comprehensible to the profound only as, When writing to Alexander about the publication of his achromatic ethics, he avows that none but his own pupils would be able to understand them. And with respect to those strictures on the writings of his predecessors, we are disposed to take them in a particular application only, his most erudite translator, Thomas Taylor, having also shown that their reference has been alienated and widely misunderstood. The Aristotelian philosophy is built on similar grounds, and arrives at the same conclusions as those whom it rebukes, but the method is different, and herein the stage-right lays claim to superiority, rather than by professing any new basis of argument or superior knowledge. The differences that arose in philosophy owing to men regarding the same nature from diverse points of view, and the contradictions that occur in language, offended his accurate genius, and he was desirous that they should harmonize in the expression of that truth in which they, by knowledge, were agreed. That whereas, for instance, Pythagoras would explain essence and number and define it, by mathematical reasons, as Plato by ideas, mingling. See the commentary of Simplicius in Plutarch's Life of Aristotle, and the note, p. 4, to Taylor's dissertation. These with geometric symbols, Parmenides and others, by atoms, elements, and by so many various ways. He complains that they deliver nothing clearly, nor carry their principles duly and comprehensively through their whole system, but shift from one assertion to another, that is apparently varying their speech. Thus, in the beginning of his Metaphysics, there are some, he says, who have discoursed about the universe as if it were indeed one nature, yet all of them have not discoursed after the same manner, neither of that which subsists beautifully, i.e. intelligibly, nor of that which subsists according to nature. By no means therefore does their discourse harmonize in the speculation of causes. For they do not speak like certain physiologists who, supposing being to be one, at the same time generate the one from matter, but their assertions are of a different nature, for the physiologists who contend that being is one, when they generate the universe, at the same time add motion. But these men assert that the universe is immovable. Thus Parmenides appears to have touched upon the one according to reason, but Melissus according to matter. Hence the former asserts that the universe is finite, but the latter that it is infinite. But Xenophanes, who was the first that introduced this doctrine, did not assert anything clearly, nor does he appear to have apprehended the nature of either of these, but looking to the whole heaven he says, the one is God. These men therefore are to be dismissed. Two of them indeed as being a little too rustic, viz., Xenophanes and Melissus, but Parmenides appears to have seen more than these where to speak. Such like defect of method and incorrectness of diction does the Stagirite complain of, sparing none of his predecessors, but his opposition is uniformly directed to the letter rather than to the spirit of their doctrine, for he was strenuous in asserting the causality of mind, and praises those as in the highest degree gifted who perceived this, in his Metaphysics through 1 Metaphysics, sub in it, out, evincing a magnificent appreciation of the intellectual ground. But he was desirous, as we have said, to methodize philosophy, and accordingly undertook, by establishing a system of universal logic, to correct the imperfection of common thought and speech. The design was noble, and carried out to the original intention, and on its own intimate basis, was no doubt valuable to fix experiment and assist in defining and unfolding, by means of the categories, as by a congenii channel, the birth of the divine intellect into life and manifestation. That was the syllogism so important to be sought after, which also is according to Aristotle the true object of philosophy, in the universal terms of which every other science is implicated, and without which nothing permanent is said to be endued. When, losing this substantial ground and aim therefore, the organon began to work upon itself, it grew weak and wore out gradually, as Bacon observed it in his day, becoming worse than useless, since it occupied an intellect that might have been better employed, and substituted for truth the least salutary kind of satisfaction in the display of scholastic subtlety and aimless dispute. The same has happened with the Pythagorean numbers, and those mathematics which had all their original keystone in the arch of heaven, or lo else should numbers have been established as the causes of things, if they had not been allied in idea to something better than themselves? All things naturally produce their similars, numbers beget numbers, letters and words constitute phrases, and lines superficial forms only. They may, by composition, he made in their way to represent the degrees and kinds of things, but this is the utmost of their abstract capability. They cannot produce themselves, or anything else, into substantive appearance. We may exhaust all their combinations, divide, add up and multiply figures to infinity, we shall have figures and nothing more, nothing solid, long, short or square, not the smallest grain of sand without the efficient which is in all. This being obvious therefore, we judge that when the ancients established numbers as the causes of things, and derived from them the gods themselves, with all their hosts of power and material dependencies, they had some very different idea attached from that which modern theorems or their probations supply. Or shall it be believed that Pythagoras was so wanton and vain, glorious as to sacrifice a hecatomb, when he discovered that the subtendent of a right, angled triangle is equivalent to those parts which contain it, or that Thales, when as is related he did something of the same kind about the inscription of the circle, gained nothing more than a flat demonstration for his pains, or are not rather the hecatomb, and the theorem separately symbolical, and alike relating to the discovery of that miraculous psychical quintessence, known to the wise as the tincture of the sapphiric mine, which, being in its own threefold segregated essentiality equal to the whole dissolute compound whence it arises, casts off the superfluity, sacrificing the old nature to begin anew. Charon does not ply the Stygian lake without a recompense, neither are the secrets of the highest causes approached without a mean of expiation, but the vicarious dedication of huge beasts will not avail, whilst their prototypes remain feeding and fattening in the philosophic field. The habit of exhibiting points of abstruse philosophy by mathematical reasons has been general in every age, but in order to derive from them or from numbers anything substantive, it is necessary that the point or unit should be established as something absolute, that every dependent partaking, whether multiplied, added, or divided amongst each other, may be essentialized in the same. Hence Zeno said, of Elia, not the Stoai, that if anyone should undertake to demonstrate the philosopher's unit, he would unfold being. For the one of these philosophers is the fountain of all being, and just as there is a descent from unity into multitude, and all that multitude is implied in the one, and this furthermore fills all and each of its dependent multitude, as one is in two, and two in three, and three in four, and four in five, and still that unit which is in the beginning is implied in all and is in all ideally, so is each being said to be implied in all in each, and every part of each in all, from the equilibrium to eternal center to its infinite extremes. And as the smallest fragment of the lodestone remains perfect in two poles, and each particular spark of fire contains the principle and developing, free of the entire kindred element, so may we not conceive every portion of existence to be continent and comprehended proportionally of the great whole. All those amongst the Greeks who have written concerning this whole, and who appear to have arrived at an experimental conception of its reality in the self-knowledge, unanimously assert that it is simple, and not so much therefore an object of reason as of contact and intuition. They contend moreover with the alchemist that there is a certain pure matter subsisting about intelligibles which is universal, and the proved origin of every vital and corporeal existence, that though occult in nature, it can be made manifest to sense even, and exhibited in divine and practical effects. But it was forbidden by the mandate of the mysteries that their revelation should be communicated to the profane, and the modern alchemists are, with few exceptions, silent respecting the metaphysics of their art. The Neoplatonists were, however, more communicative, since, forbearing direct allusion to the practice, they feared less to speak of principles and the procedure of mind. Their writings appear indeed as so many auxiliaries to the perception of ontological causes, and their reasonings and images are admirably adapted to stimulate that faith which, dormant as we now are in the corporeal darkness, glows notwithstanding responsive to the truth within. If we desire to investigate principles and the highest causes, let us inquire now therefore of them briefly, how we may begin to learn, and concerning this intelligible matter whether it is, what it is, and after what manner it ought to be conceived of, what the perception of it resembles, and what relation it bears in general to the reasoning power, and finally how it comes forth out of the causal fountain to be an effect. The following summary gathered from the scientific conduct of Plotinus and Porphyry may not be unacceptable to the philosophically inquisitive reader. That it is necessary there should be a certain subject of bodies which is different from them, is sufficiently evinced by the continual mutation of corporeal quantities, for nothing that is transmuted is entirely destroyed, since if such were the case there would be a certain essence dissolved into nonentity, and this persisting, there would be no remaining ground of generation. But change arises indeed from the departure of one quality and the accession of another, the subject matter, however, that which receives the forms, and reflects them, always remaining the same and proceeding and receding continually into itself. This therefore corruption manifests, especially the artificial, for corruption is of that which is composite, and so each sensible thing is mewed to consist of matter and form and their union in corporosity. This too induction testifies, demonstrating that the thing which is corruptible is composite. Analysis likewise evinces the same thing, as if, for example, a tin pot should be resolved into gold, but gold into water, and the water being incorruptible will require no analogous process. Here Plotinus doubtless makes an allusion to the mystical analysis, drawing his comparison also from thence, for by no other analysis either is a pot resolved into gold, or gold into a water which is indissoluble. But what he says is perfectly conformable to the Hermetic doctrine, both in an internal and in an external sense, for by a rejucation of the iron spirit in the blood, it becomes cleansed from its foreign oxide and aurified, that is, illuminated by contrariation of its form. The radical moisture of the metal likewise, obeying the fermentive virtue of such a test when applied, may be made to pass away, as the tradition runs, from its own form into that which is more integral and perfect. All things may he reduce to gold according to this doctrine, as Albertus Magnus in his book De Mineralibus asserts, and where also he is cited by Besseber in his Physica Subterranean, p. 819, non dari rem elementatum in cujus ultima substantione non repariator. But the elements, continues Plotinus, are neither form nor matter, but composite and therefore corruptible, and since everything manifest is corruptible, and yet a certain subsistence remains, it is necessary there should be a nature primarily vital, which is also formless, indestructible, and immortal, as being the principle of other things. Form indeed subsists according to quality and body and manifestation, but matter according to the subject, which is indefinite, because it is not form. This indefinite is not therefore everywhere to be despised, nor that which in the conception of it is formless, if it applies itself to things prior, i.e., to the divine exemplaries and the most excellent life. Neither should it be considered by anyone as incredible that there is a certain pure and divine matter mediately subsisting between primary and secondary causes and their gross effects. But it is rather requisite to be persuaded by philosophical assertion that such is the case, and that by means of the theurgic art it is made manifest and imparted through arcane and blessed visions. So far do the ancients likewise extend matter, even to the gods themselves, and no otherwise according to them can a participation of superior being be effected by men who dwell on earth, unless a foundation of this kind be first established. For this, matter, as Jamblichus relates, being connoissant with the gods by whom it is imparted, will doubtless be an entire and fit receptacle for the manifestation of divinity. He moreover adds, that an exuberance of power is always present with the highest causes, and at the same time that this power transcends all things, it is nevertheless present with all in unimpeded energy. Hence, the first illuminate the last of things and morum. That is, if we may interpret, light, which is the formal essence of all things, and most abundant in gold, is found in the ultimate alchemical analysis of every existing thing. That all metals likewise may be reduced into water, that is, into their first pure matter, is the doctrine of Plato and his disciple, Aristotle. See Taylor's translation of the Timaeus of the former, and the Meteors of the latter, and the select works of Plotinus. p. 38, note. Material are present with material natures immanifestly. Since then, it becomes necessary simply to refer being to all things, and all things sympathize thereby internally with each other, but consciousness in this natural life of ours is separated off from the antecedent essentiality, so that we perceive in reality nothing of our true selves. Hence the ancients have declared this life to be little better than a diminution of existence, for by no ordinary process of rational contemplation is the mind able to conceive this nature or the infinitude of true being. But if anyone wish to discover the one principle, he must become first assimilated to it. As Proclus in the 6th book, on the Parmenides of Plato directs, he must raise himself to that which is most united in nature, and to its flower, and that through which it is deity, by which it is suspended from its proper fountain, and connects and unites, and causes the universe to have a sympathetic consent with itself. I have also, says Plotinus, investigated myself as one among the order of beings, and the reality is testified by reminiscence. For no one of real beings subsists out of intellect nor is sensibles in place, but they always abide in themselves, neither receiving mutation nor corruption. And again in his treatise concerning the descent of the soul, the same author relates, often when by an intellectual energy I am roused from body and converted to myself, and being separated from externals, retire into the depths of my essence, I then perceive an admirable beauty, and am then vehemently confident that I am of a more excellent condition than of a life merely animal and terrene. For then especially, I energize according to the best life, and become the same with a nature truly divine. Being established in this nature I arrive at that transcendent energy by which I am elevated. B. Jambicus on the Mysteries chap. Terry. Sect. V. and Plotinus select works of matter, and of the impassivity of incorporeal. Naturea. Select works p. 294. Further analysis. 335. Yond every other intelligible, and fix myself in this sublime eminence as in an ineffable harbor of repose. But after this blessed abiding in a divine nature, falling off from intellect into the discursive energy of reason, I am led to doubt how formerly and at present my soul became intimately connected with a corporeal nature, since in this deific state she appears such as she is herself, although invested with the dark and ever-flowing vestiment of body. And since there is a twofold nature, one intelligible and the other sensible, it is better indeed for the soul to abide in the intelligible world, but necessary from its condition that it should participate of a sensible nature, nor ought it to suffer any molestation because it obtains only a middle order in the universality of things, since it possesses indeed a divine condition, though it is placed even as in the last gradation of an intelligible essence, bordering, as it were, on the regions of sense. For our souls are able alternately to rise from hence, carrying back with them an experience of what they have known and suffered in their fallen state, from whence they will learn how blessed it is to abide in the intelligible world, and by a comparison, as it were, of contraries, will more plainly perceive the excellence of a superior state. For the experience of evil produces a clearer knowledge of good, especially where the power of judgment is so imbecile, that it cannot without such experience obtain the science of that which is best. These things supposed, then, we proceed to a more intimate consideration of the material principle, which, according to these philosophers, the divine experience imparts, that we may judge how far they agree, or whether they differ at all in their definitions from those of the foregoing Hermetic philosophers and adepts. These Greeks wishing indeed to exhibit, as well as words might enable, the peculiarities of this matter when they assert that it is one, immediately add that it is all things, by which they signify that it is not. See Plotinus on the Descent of the Soul, last of the 5 treatises rendered by T. Taylor. Some one of the things with which sense brings us acquainted, and in order that we may understand that the identity in every being is something uncompounded, and that the mind should not fall into the error of coesservation, they say it is one so far as one, depriving the idea of multitude and dual, i.e. reflective contemplation. When likewise they assert that it is everywhere, they add incontinently that it is nowhere. So on, endeavoring by means of contrary peculiarities to gather the mind up into a neutrality about itself, at one and the same time exhibiting these in order to exterminate from the apprehension those notions which are externally derived, and such ordinary reasoning as tends to obscure rather than elucidate the essential characteristics of real being. Neither is there any absurdity in their conduct of the understanding so far, or even in an external sense considering one thing to be many, since every center bears a circumference of radii, and each dependent number differs from the one. But since the ethereal element is described by so many ablative characteristics, since they assert it is neither form, nor quality, nor corporeal, nor reason, nor bound, but a certain infinity, how therefore ought we to conceive, asks Plotinus, of that which is infinite? What is its idiom in the intellection, or how is such an image to be entertained by the reasoning power? Shall we say it is indefiniteness? For if the similar is perceived by the similar, the indefinite also will be apprehended by the indefinite. Reason, however, in such an apprehension, will become bounded about the indefinite, that is to say, will pass out from itself into an undefined void of thought. But if everything is known by reason and intelligence, and no otherwise, and here reason is bounded so that it cannot be said to have intelligence, but as it were, a deprivation of intellect is implied, how shall we conceive such a state of being to be genuine, or believe it even to be at all? Yet Plato, in Timaeus, informs us that matter is indeed to be apprehended, and that by a sort of defective or ablative reasoning, and Aristotle has been at some pains in his Metaphysics to explain the conceptive idiom of materiality. I mean, he says by matter, that which of itself is neither essence nor quantity, nor any one of those things by which being is defined. For there is something of which Kali of these is predicated, and from which being and each of its predications are different, but matter, being the last of things, extant without identity, has neither essence nor quantity nor anything else in the perception, at least of those things which subsist according to accident. Or if any one from this suppose matter to be essence, he will err, for a separate subsistence as this or that particular thing especially belongs to what we call essence. That is to say, composition of subject and object is necessarily implied in the idea of true intelligence, which is both posterior and anterior to the subject sought, which therefore is in a certain respect manifest only, being one and void in respect of other things. Matter, therefore, concludes the logician, is made veritably manifest only by negation and in defect of true being, so that to pass into contact with it is to be in a certain respect ignorant. Since then they assert this subject, matter, to be somewhat, and real, notwithstanding all its inverse and irrational characteristics, ought we not to analyze. Yet more profoundly, therefore, not slighting reason indeed, but passing through it, beyond every bound and finite probability in order to conceive that kind of ultimate ignorance, which is the infinity of life. Whether shall we conceive it to be an all, perfect oblivion, or such an ignorance as in the absence of every knowledge is present? Or does the indefinite consist in negation simply, or in conjunction with a certain interrogative affirmation? Or shall we suppose it to be like darkness to the eye, obscurity being the ground of every visible color? For to this, also, the wise ancients have compared the estate of being verging to. Aristotle's Metaph. Book 9. T. 221st. Book X. 287th. 154th. And C. Annihilation, and as the sensual eye without light sees nothing but darkness, becoming in a certain respect and for the period one with it, so the mental eye, observant of no attracting object, thought, reflection, and all that in sensibles resembles light being submerged, and not being able or having the motive to bound that which remains, is said to become wholly into that obscure oblivion which is the original of life, a crass, obscure vacuity, as in the Descent Virgil describes it, vast, endless, horrible, and Parmenides, and the rest cited to prove the same initial nonentity of all, having the same relation to true being, indeed, as silence to sound, as night to day, or as body rude and misshapen bears to any artificial form with which it may afterwards become endued. And as that, which is above all degrees of intelligence, is a certain infinite and pure light, so is this darkness, therefore, to be conceived at the opposite extreme of the magnetic chain, which is extended a non gradu ad pon gradum. And this is that ladder of Celsus and of Zoroaster which reaches from Tartarus to the highest heaven. Just as in the ascending series of causes, it is necessary to arrive at something which is the final cause of all, so in descending analytically it is equally necessary to stop at the contrary conclusion, which is thus proved in the experience to be the last and lowest effect, in which all the attributes of the first cause are not only deficient but reversed. When therefore the mind is in the night of matter, shall we suppose that she is afflicted in such a manner as if she understood nothing? By no means, says the philosopher, but when she beholds matter she suffers such a passion as when she receives the being of that which is formless, and her perception of the formless subject is obscure and vast and infinite, as we have shown, where descending into the bosom of the mysteries, intellect, having already analyzed and sepen rated the component parts of being, becomes dismayed about the sensation of her extreme life. Then indeed she understands obscurely, and sinking into the abyssal subject feels, but understands not her intellection any more, until, pained with the void of the retreating infinitude, such being the divine decree, and, as if afraid of being placed out of the order of things, the soul retracts, rallying about her last deserted unit, and not enduring any longer to stop at nonentity, he comes into true being. So true is it that death is the way of life, and that the fear of God is the beginning of wisdom. For self, knowledge is impossible unless every other knowledge is deprived, as this selfhood likewise is obliterated in the overwhelming attraction, which raises it into the first cause. And thus extremes are said to be present at the new birth, when light springs forth to manifestation out of the abyssal darkness, which is then alone before its creator, and is brought forth by him for a first matter, to give contrasting substance to his revelation, and understanding to his act. As the motto simply expresses it, Deus,
cum solus fuiset in principio, creavit unam substantiam, hanc primam materiam nominamus.
And since it is given us in theory to understand that such an hypostasis is in the beginning without all affirmation, being neither life nor intellect, nor ransom nor bound, for it is infinite nor power from itself, but falls off from the consciousness of all these. So ought we therefore to conceive of the first matter, which cannot either receive the appellation of being, since it is not known in energy but flies from him. Indeed, who wishes intently to behold, for the thought, as circumscribing boundary, eludes the infinite, and thus the desire is, in this instance, diametrically opposed to the presence of the thing desired. When therefore, as the Platonist and Cabal teach, it is unknown, or known as nothing, it is rather probably present, but is not perceived by him who strives actively to comprehend it. And this the poets signify in the story of Actaeon, who for his presumptuous intrusion was disgraced by the goddess and hunted thereafter by his own distracted thoughts, but to the sleeping Endymion slick, Z's white, 340 laws and conditions, vouchsafed her willing presence, and the vast benefits of her love. Caris multum et non invenis fortassa invenis non caris. When you have assumed to yourself an eternal essence, says Porphyry, infinite in itself according to power, and begin to perceive intellectually in hyposphasis, unwearied, untamed, and never failing, but transcending in the most pure and genuine life, and full from itself, and which likewise is established in itself, satisfied with and seeking nothing but itself, to this essence, if you add a subsistence in place, or a relation to a certain thing, at the same time you diminish this essence, or rather appear to diminish it, by ascribing to it an indigence of place or a relative condition of being. You do not, however, in reality diminish this essence, but you separate yourself from the perception of it, by receiving as a veil the fantasy which runs under your conjectural apprehension of it. For you cannot pass beyond, or stop, or render more perfect, or effect the least change in a thing of this kind, because it is impossible for it to be in the smallest degree deficient, for it is much more sufficient than any perpetually flowing fountain can be conceived to be, if, however, you are unable to keep pace with it. The mind of the divinity, says Trismegistus, which becomes known by the divine intention in the understanding, is most like unto a torrent running with a violent and swift stream from 5 ing rock, whereby it glides away also from the understanding of such as are either hearers or dealers in it. Asclepius, cap. I. End. See also Vaughan, L'Âme de la Mine, where discoursing with nature in her mineral region, the artist describes the same matter as if he had been an eye, witness of the whole supernal procedure from its source. A fat mineral nature it was, he says, bright like pearls, and transparent like crystal. When I had viewed it and searched it well, then it appeared somewhat spermatic, and hereupon I became informed that it was the first matter, and very natural true sperm of the greater world. It is invisible in nature, and therefore there are few that find it. Many believe that it is not to be found, for the world is made up of many divers, dark and particular and contrary qualities, and the first unity is occult, and to become assimilated to the whole intelligible nature, you should not investigate anything pertaining to real being, or if you do, you will deviate from the path that leads to it, and will look at something else. But if you investigate nothing else, being established in yourself and in your own essence, you will be assimilated to the intelligible universe, and will not adhere to anything posterior to it. Neither, therefore, should you say, I am of a great magnitude, for omitting this idea of greatness, you will become universal, as you were universal prior to this. But when, together with the universe, something was present with you, you became less by the addition, because the addition was not from truly subsisting being, for to that you cannot add anything. When, therefore, anything is added from non-being, i.e., from the subjective selfhood, a place is afforded to poverty as an associate, accompanied by an indigence of all things. Hence, dismissing non-being, you will then become sufficient, for when any one is present with that which is present in himself, then he is present with true being, which is everywhere. But when you withdraw from yourself then, Likewise you recede from real being. Of such great consequence is it for a man to be present with that which is present with himself, that is to say, with his rational part, and to be absent from that which is external to him. Add to this that contraries are always consubsistent. In the divine original, the small, the great, the dilated in its generation and does not appear. But that stream was more large than any river in her full channel, and notwithstanding the height and violence of the fall, it descended without any noise. The waters were dashed and their current distracted by the Salish rocks, but for all this they came down with a dead silence like the all-soft air. Some of the liquor, for it ran by me, I took up to julga what strange woolen substance it was that did steal down Liko Mosh when I had it in my hand. It was no common water, but a certain kind of oil of a watery complexion. La Mendelamine, pp. 7, 8 and c. This Samo, Saudivogans and HLA New Light, calls the water of our sea, the water of life, not wetting the hands, and believe me, he says, for I saw it with my eyes and felt it, that water was as white as snow, and see, Porphyry's oxal, to the perception of intelligibles, sect 3. Scient, and the exceeding, for as a mirror is, to external images, passive, neither able of itself to withhold, nor yet to pass away, so is this ethereal glass to intellect, subsisting according to procedure and in defect of all. Imagination. Hence, every imagination concerning it will be false, either that it should appear in the conception as any particular thing, or contrariwise as nothing, for it is. Both, and the subsistence, which is the reality of it, may be felt indeed, not known, but as an escape of consciousness into its primal source without ideal limitation. Thus is it said to be formless, variable, incorporeal, infinite, neither mere power nor perfect action, but a weak superstantial prolific nature, as it were nothing in the idea yet in being all things. Whence every form of life, increase, and materiality, also are derived, and ideas, as they enter into and depart from it, are seen as images which pervade without dividing, like shadows in water, or more exactly as in a dream, or as if we should conceive imaginations sent into a repercussive mirror, or reflective vacuum of the understanding, and the passive nature ought indeed to be a thing of this kind, pure and indeterminate, that it may reflect without self, linderance or refraction, the divine light throughout, that there may be no falsehood or commixture of images, but the truth only, and alone, and by itself should be made manifest in life. Suili was the matter so often celebrated by the alchemists, the quintessence of Plato, the water of Thales, the non-being of Parmenides, and that abyss of the Kabbalists, styled also by them unknown, void, nothing, infinite, until, returning by its rational boundary in the freed will to consciousness, it makes manifest the life, wisdom, plenitude, and supreme cause of all. And concerning this matter ecclesiastics of different orders are happily agreed, Pierce the Black Monk, with the Benedict Valentine, the experimentalist Friar Bacon, with the Greek divine Synesius, with the canon Ripley, Maurian, Lully, and Albertus Magnus, the Mohammedan princes Khalid, Geber, and Avicenna, with Paracelsus and the Christian brother Hood of the Rosy Cross, who, having searched into nature by their proper reason experimentally, found hers, and used it, giving thanks and adoring the perfection of the Almighty Creator in his discovered light. For in the natural world there is no such matter to be found, but the purest is defiled with the imagination of forms externally introduced. Nothing therefore is generated truly, i.e., we mean, simply so as to represent the formal agent alone, or can be, for nature is bound magically, nor is she able of herself to loosen the bond of coagulation, by which her inner light and principle of perfection is everywhere shut up. She cannot enter into the true light, for as the adept says, she has no hands, nor intellect sufficient, nor will free to vindicate her final purpose in life. It is therefore she proceeds to generate in monotonous retrogression, always circulating into herself. If indeed things beheld in nature were such as the archetypes, whence they are derived, it might be said that matter is passive to their reception, but that which is seen as that which sees is falsified, and nothing possesses a true similitude. All is mixture and an adulterous manifestation so far as the phenomenon of the external nature is concerned. Without the magical solution and human aid to fortify, the spirit is not able to forsake her extraneous forms even, much less can she conceive herself singly in the universal anew. Wherefore she reads this important lesson to Madatlan, who thinking, in his ignorance, to make the philosopher's stone without dissolution, receives this cheek, and tu non cochleas vel caneros cuta testes devorar niteris, and non prius a vetustissimo planctorum coco maturari et preparari illos oportet?
Dost thou think, says she, to eat the oysters, crabs, shells, and all?
Ought they not first to be opened and prepared by the most ancient cook of the planets? If anyone now, therefore, by hazard should lightly, Philum Ariadne, page 61, propose to himself to probe this matter, yet without risking anything, or devoting his life, as philosophers did formerly, to the pursuit, but thinks the times are altered, and that his mind, being on the alert, will discover it, or that some entranced sleepwaker will reveal the truth to him, if there be any, without delay, let him be advised by these monitions, since life and nothing but life, and no other fire but that of intellect, sublimed and fortified in its efficient source, discovers the true matter of the adepts, and this, as we are abundantly instructed, by a dissolution of the vital spirit and alienation of its natural bond. Flesh and blood cannot enter into the kingdom of heaven, neither doth corruption inherit incorruption. The sting of death is sin, but the strength of sin is in the law of dual generation. Debito modo ergo lapidem solvas.
Inequacum sophistico, sed patus secundum mentem sapientum, nullo corsivo adibito. Nusquam enim, aqua alici est, ca solver possit lapidem nostrum. Proter unicum fontiellum purissimum et limpidissimumi. Spont scaturiontem, qui latex il est, ad solutionem idoneus, sed omnibus fere absconsus, inculescens quoc per se.
In causa est, uti lapis sude lacrimas, lentis calor exterius ei expedit. Id quad memoriae probe mendabia. Adio num tibia periere libet.
Quod nisi, videris, fumam nigrum. Inferius, superiusque alienum, existere. Opus tuum sinistra perectem es. E lapidem erone solvisti, ex husinio podes statim cernere, si vero recte persedis.
Apparet tibiatra nebula, que fundum sine mora petet, spiritu albedinem assumente. All that is performed in the proto to chemic artifice. 1 Lucerna, Salis Phil, p. 36, cap. 2. Further analysis. 345. May be comprehended in three terms: solution, sublimation, and fixation. Solution dissolves and liquefies the included spirit, sublimation volatilizes and washes it, and after kalination there is a reunion into a more permanent form of being. And these processes are reiterated many times, and many labors of body and mind have to be undergone, as in the practice will be demonstrated, and as Hermes himself assures, that to obtain the blessed lunary of Diana, he had suffered much and toiled incessantly. For the spirit is in the beginning, even in the best disposed subjects, terrestrial, heavy, fantastic, and proves rebellious everywhere at its source. And, as in the Sphinx's fables, we read that when vanquished, she was carried within the temple upon the back of an ass. This is to signify the simple estate of being, to which such a nature is to be reduced by deprivation of all passion, will, imagination, purpose, or reflective thought. Neither, perhaps, is the patient suffering that has afterwards to be endured, in bearing and bringing forth the burden of the divine mystery, unaptly represented under this same guise of an ass, for it is not until the conquered elements return under the humiliating cross of dissolution that the Catholic wisdom is made manifest and brought to hand. Agrippa, in his Vanity of the Sciences, has written many things in favor of this asinine condition, which is very necessary, he says, for a disciple of wisdom to undergo, for this beast is an example of fortitude, patience, and clemency, and his influence occultly depends on Sephiroth, i.e. Chokmah. He liveth on little. Forage is contented with whatsoever it bow, is ready to endure penury, hunger, labor, stripes, and persecution, is of a very simple, indifferent understanding, yet withal has an innocent, clean heart, without choler, and peaceful, bearing all things without offense, as a reward for which virtues he wanteth lice, is seldom sick, and liveth longer than any other beast. So runs the parallel according to the magician's mind, and the ass he goes on further to observe, does also many labors, above his part, for he breaketh the earth with the plough, draweth many heavy carts and water in mills, grinds corn and sea, and these things willingly, for against his will he does not go. all which qualifications are, in their similitude, very applicable and necessary to be found in the philosophic subject, and without which it does not serve or carry out into operation the divine behests. But many wonderful stories are related of this allegorical ass in former times, and of his qualifications, which the familiar quadruped is no more known to exhibit, nor is he even treated with that kind of consideration which tradition has secured in certain instances for things less celebrated and as unworthy. For did not the Saviour signalize this beast above every other, making choice of it on the occasion of his greatest earthly triumph? Of Abraham, too, the father of the faithful, we read that he constantly travelled with his asses, and that one, ridden by the prophet Balaam, was notoriously clear, sighted, and more discerning than his master, intelligibly spoke. A story, little less astonishing, is related of Ammonius the philosopher, that he admitted an ass daily to be the auditor of his lectures, and join in fellow scholarship with Origen and the Greek Porphyry. Who would believe it? Yet this same ass has been accounted a worthy companion of the wise in all ages, and has borne the burden of the mysterics from time immemorial. Jews, ethnies, Christians have in turn, identifying, honored him, neither perchance had Apuleius of Megara been admitted to the mysteries of Isis if he had not first of an inquisitive philosopher been turned into an ass. There is no creature, concludes the panegyrist, that is so able to receive divinity as an ass, into whom if ye be not at length turned, ye shall in no wise be able to carry the divine mysteries. For nothing that is defiled by information, or inconstant, or impassive, or selfish, or impure, can attract divinity. All mixed unguents are hateful to Minerva, the goddess acorns, all mixture of her pure and simple oil. And, as in the mysteries, the aspirant entering into the interior to behold the adytum, leaves behind him all the statues in the temple, so must the mind be prepared to depart from all images and intellections, whether self-originating or impressed, before it can entertain the simple unity of light within. The wise hierophants indeed appear to have signified by these illustrations the order in which divinity is perceived. For, as when returning after the association within, which was not with a statue or mere mental image, but with the reality which these images represent, the statues again present themselves as secondary objects to view, so likewise, subsequent to the divine union, there recurs that also which was in the mind, prior to the union, exalted and multiplied. And that which thus remains to him who passes beyond all things, is that which is prior to all things, and the first matter. For the soul does not willingly accede to that which is entirely non-being, but running back from thence in a contrary direction, it arrives not unto another thing, but at itself. And as in the divine conjunction, whilst it lasts, there are not two things as of subject and object in the consciousness, but the life understanding and the light understood are one. Whoever thus becomes one by mingling with the efficient will have a remnant of it with himself, according to the eloquent tradition of Plotinus, where, discussing this union, he treats it as no mere spectacle, or theoretical figment, but as a true experimental ingress of the understanding essence to its source. And the light and energy which are there, he says, are of the first light shining primarily in itself, which at plus Callimachus's hymn to Minery, one and the same time illuminates and is illuminated. But if anyone should inquire what the nature is of this first light, which is the foundation of every intellect and primarily knows itself, such a one should first become established in intellect, when he will be able through it, as an image, to behold the archetype. And this, continues the philosopher, may be effected if you first separate body from the man and its defilements, and that which becomes generated of intelligence, after everything foreign is removed, is the original of all. For this primary motion of the ebbing life from its ultimate recessure recreates, and so the generative virtue, which was alienated, becomes reunited to mind. And here we observe the rule of thought to be invariable, whether theoretic or in actual operation. Whether, according to strict analysis, reason becomes bounded about its own inversion, as with common logic is the case, or experimentally proving, it effects that inversion, strictly followed either way, it arrives at the same truth, though in different relations, the one in light, the other in life, the one by inference, the other in absolute identity, proving the first source. The differences and inconsistencies that occur in the ancient writers, and those faults which now, to Verbal critics are most apparent, vanish for the most part in their right understanding, and might cease to be regarded as such, could we but for an interval only enter into their original light. The proud spirit of modern science might then be taught to venerate the wisdom it has so long in ignorance despised, even to honor the very contradictions, which not from levity, or indistinctness of thought arose, but from such an excessive subtlety and refinement of reason rather as, seeking to find utterance, was blurred by inadequate reception, and the duplicity of common speech. Chapter 3. Of the manifestation of the first matter, and its information by light. Wisdom is poured forth like water, and glory faileth not before him forever. Book of Enoch, CXL, v1. Let is now conceive the GLI AV5 of all forage, purified and freed through sacrifice of all foreign attractions, revolving about its center and having power active and passive in hypostatic union, always about to generate the infinite fullness which it contains, and draws, as even now we approach, carrying along with us the body of our Sphinx, subdued and contrite, to the gate of the first adytum, where we would contemplate a while, in the vestibule, admiring at the tears of Isis, even that blessed water which nature sheds, divinely for the sins of the world. For not all was vaporous vision, as we have shown, or mere ideality on the internal ground, but experience there was present with power and effect in substance to bear it witness. It was scarce day when, all alone, I saw Hyanthe and her throne, in fresh green damask she was dressed, and o'er a suppler globe did rest. This slippery sphere when I did see Fortune, I thought it had been thee, but when I saw she did present a majesty more permanent, I thought my cares not lost, if I should banish my discovery. Sleepy she looked to my first sight, as if Alio had watched all the night, and underneath her hand was spread the white supporter of her hand. But at my second studied view I could perceive a silent dew steal down her cheeks, lest it should stain those cheeks, where only smiles should reign, the tears stream down for haste and all. In chains of enquid pearl did fall, fair sorrows and more dear than joys, which are but empty airs and noise. Your drops prosent a richer price, for they are something like her eyes. Tready white fool, why hast Tom been sullied with tears and not with an 'tis true thy tears like polished skies are the bright roints of thy eyes, but such strange fails do them attend, as if thy woes would never end. From drops to sighs they turn, and then those sighs return to drops again. But whilst the silver torrent seeks those flowers that watch it in thy cheeks, the white and red Hyanthe wears, turn to rose water all her tears. Have you beheld a flame that springs from incense, when sweet curled rings of smoke atout her last week fires, and she all in perfumes expires? So died Hyanthe here, said she. Let not this vial part from thee, it holds my heart though now 'tis spilled, and into waters all distilled. 'Tis constant still, trust not false smiles. Who smiles and weeps not, she beguiles. Nay, trust not fears, false are the few. Those tears are many that are true, trust me, and take the better choice. Who hath my tears can want no joys. When divine causes and human conditions which are assimilated to them are ordinate to one and the same end, the perfection of such works overflowing returns a pure and most bright reward. It profani fanum est fanum nihil ingreditur profimum. For thought does not move, passing its own essence into feeling in vain, but mercy imparts the benefits and gifts of the most exquisite sacrifice. Vaughan's Carlum Terrae, p. 93, and c. Manifestation of the Matter, 351. Nor less instructive than elegant is the following prosopopoeia of the stone. In nomine de viventis et vivificantis.
Terra mihi corpus. Virs mihi prestidit ignis, alta demasquero. Sidus est, semper in imo. Et mi perfundit, qui me sido deseritumor. Sun mihi sin lacrime. Si non id causa doloris iditur ad coelum. Sid mi griis impedit aer. Et qui me genui, sine non nascitur ipse. Pulvisque tenis, modico componder lapsus. Solem adius, estate fluens. Infrigore sigas, flumina facturns. Totus pris occupaburas, mira tibi ruferam, nostra primordia vita. Non dum natus eram, ne eram tum matris in alvo. Jamposito parten, natum in nomo videbat, non passum nushi. Si non occider materem, occidi Marian, sed me matet, exidus idem.
E de mea mora patitar, quod jam mea fecit origo. Vita mihi mors est, morior si espero nasse.
Sed prince est latero lethi, quem incis origoa. Si solas manes ipsos mihi duco parente, magua quidem non sum, sed inest mihi maxima virtus. Spiritus est magnus, quam vis in corpor parvo, nec mihi germen habet noxam, nec oper huberem. Ambo alms lapides, una sumus, abujacimus, quam piger est uens, tantum non segnis aide alter. Illic mene, immotus non deseri illa moveri, finderem in nulli passant, persidere multi, sit sam versicolor, albus quandoque futurus malo manere uiger, minus ultima fata veribor, nulla mihi certa est, nulla est peregrina figura, fulgur inest intus, radianti luce, coruscus, qui vihil ostendit, nisi si quid viderit ante, non ego continua morier dum spiritus exit, nam redi sesidue. Quam vi et saper rotadat, et mihi nunc magna est anime, nunc nulla facultas, plus, ego ostinui, quam corpus debuit unum.
True animas habui, cana omnes intus habebam. Dicere duce, sed tertia pune secuta esti. This marvelous subsistence of the vital principles and their extreme separation by art has been already noticed, and will be in the practice more particularly. Theatrum Chemicum, Vol. 3. p. 763. Hereafter. It may be sufficient for the present to observe that great care and diligence is needed at this juncture to apply the threefold secret of the art so that the hypostatic principles of attraction and repulsion and circulation may be brought into a perfect equilibriate accord, the one no more acting than the other is resisting in the ethereal bond. Seek 3 in 1 and again seek 1 in 3, dissolve, congeal, and remember, says Kunrath, most carefully to observe the threefold law of the composition, otherwise the animated spirit cannot be conjoined to the body, nor, on the other hand, will the body be reunited to the spirit, which process, however, being rightly gone through from the beginning, the new chaos of the universal nature of the new world will then appear to be unfolded and separated. Apply no manual labor, but when you shall have enacted the separation, cum perseperis modum in re, expiris internum et pro gaudio, lacrimabis, thou wilt surely understand that the original sin has been removed, separated by the fire of divine love and the regeneration of the three principles, body, soul, and spirit. I write not fables, with thy hands thou shalt touch, and with thy eyes thou shalt see Azoth, the universal, which alone, with the internal and external fire in harmonious sympathy, with the Olympic fire is sufficient for thee, by inevitable necessity, physico, chemically united for the consummation of the philosopher's stone. When, in the last extreme of tribulation and departing life, the returning faith and desire of the passive spirit attracts the soul again into herself, the first link in the chain of the magnetic series moves, then the divine fiat comes mercifully to bless the union, and a new hypostasis is created out of the darkness to abide the fiery soul suffers, itself again to be imprisoned as by a lawful magic, in the liquid crystal of the understanding ether, and the light which is in her then streams forth brightly rejoicing in her paradise. Kunrath, Amph, Sap, Etern, Isag, in Fig, Cap, Va. Regained. Then it is lur manifest et visibilis ad oculum, as the adept says, in which state it is first made subject to the artist.
Mars est venu, ou plutôt Mars parvenu, en fait un fort noble médecine et précieux, qui est le grand fixe solaire, et ces deux font ensemble le mariage si célébré auprès des amateurs de la sagesse. Pendant leur conjonction, il s'élève une vapeur très spiritueuse, et nécessaire à un grand ouvrage. Il faut prendre cette vapeur, avec des filets bien subtils. Dans le reste, on trouve un vitriol bien beau, dont on tire par des opérations fort subtiles et de difficultés de couverte. Un souffleur solaire, ou or philosophique vivant,
which subtle device of Valian most profoundly hidden, unless the artist shall have rightly conceived either by spiritual aid or himself experimenting in a triune furnace, spherically round, his labors are declared to be vain even though working in the right material, if he cannot cause it to appear. If the horse's strength he yet denied, in vain he will strike upon the mountain. The flinty conscience yields no chalybeate, feels no contrition, but by the fiery well, tempered steel. Hand licet altaris latices horiae solubre, qui celerum viru mens moribunda tumet. Divino calico obstinat, no cardi sodarseta. Pervahat arcanam potio iniqua inem, die flast in lacrimas vehemens quas fervor amoris, illicit et fline diduat ante scilus. Culpa sciens lacrimas non tota est conscia, viru, gemma orator, vedi flis pulchra patris.
Gatta fluens oculis, velud indicus unio flet, ut medicina rio. Sic pretiosa deo.
Post incrinas e fonte potest horie salutum. Qui non flet moritur, ne moriur, flens tu. All is sown under the cross and completed in its number. Darkness will draw over the face of the abyss, night, Saturn and the antimony of the whisk will be present. Obscurity and the head of the crow in the various hour of conjunction and all the lowers of the world will be apparent, also Iris, God's messenger, and the tail of the peacock, as the mainbow through the falling drops, reflects the sunbeam in the apparent ether after the storms are overpast, and the dark clouds are dispersed, the same beautiful token of reconciliation is made apparent in the microcosmic heaven, the fire and water are commingled, and falling together under the cross, germinate, and the beautiful ideal of harmony is born of the spirit. In crus bud sphere venet sapientia vera. This is the union supersentient, the nuptials sublime, mentis et universi, the thought solitary unites itself to the non-being or simple understanding of its ether, and proceeds into simultaneous subsistence with exuberance of power. This is the marriage, by the ancients so many times prefigured, of Peleus and Thetis, of earth and heaven, when the gods, attended with all their attributes, come together in divine hilarity of Bacchus and Ariadne, of Jason with Medea, when, after many trials and risk of life, he gained with her the golden fleece from Colchos. Lo! Behold one. Will open to thee a mystery, cries the adept. The bridegroom crowneth the bride in the north, in the darkness of the north, out of the crucifixion of the cerebral life, when the sensual dominant is occultated. In the divine fiat and subdued, there arises a light wonderfully about the summit, which, wisely returned and multiplied according to the divine blessing, is made substantive in life. In arsenic sublime there is a way straight, with mercury calcined, 9 times his weight, and ground together with the water of might, which beareth ingression of life and light. And anon, they together bine, ale rummeth to water bright and shone. Upon this fire they grow together till they be fast, and fleo no whither. Then feed them forth with thine own hand, with meat and bread, till they be strong, and thou shalt bathe a good stone. Pierce, the black monk, on the elixir. Our golden water, says the adept, is not found in wells, nor in profundities, but in higher places, and as the inhabitants of the Canary Islands draw sweet water from the treetops, so is ours taken from the higher parts of the world, for Mercury, being ripe, arises to her superior habitation. Exalt her, and she shall promote thee, she shall bring thee to honor when thou dost embrace her. She shall give to thy hand an ornament of grace, a crown of glory shall she deliver unto thee. Return then, O my son, reiterates the Hermetic Master, the coal being extinct in life, as I shall note to thee, and henceforth thou art a crowned king, resting over the fountain and drawing from thence the auripigment. Dry without moisture, now I have made the heart of the liquorers, hoping in thee to rejoice, even in their eyes beholding thee in anticipation of that which thou possessest. Rejoice now therefore, O son of art, who hast the sun for thy diadem, and the moon crescent for thy garland. 3.
Ce qui a été attiré doit être cuit si longtemps, d'une certaine manière de répétition, jusqu'à ce qu'il montre les couleurs de l'arc-en-ciel, signe de graisse et de réconciliation, et que les gouttes pesantes tombent dans le fond du vase recipié, quasi comme un mer, comme un distillé, ce qui vous donnera un ophtalmique et antiépileptique merveilleux, et même quelque chose de plus, si le Seigneur vous ouvre les yeux. Cet ouvrage s'appelle Hémantique.
Cure. Lastly, says Kunrath, after the ashy color, and the white, and the yellow, thou shalt behold the stone of philosophers. Our King and Lord of hosts go forth from the chamber of his glassy sepulchre, into this mundane sphere, in his glorified body, regenerate and imperfect. Mercury's caducean rod, sub in it. 2 Proverbs of Solomon, Ivor 8-9. Tract, or, cap. 2. And Ripley revived. Quatre mystères de la croix, a lap. Chue, double a 2. 356 laws and conditions. Xian perfected, as a shining carbuncle, most temperate in splendor, and whose parts, most subtle and most pure, are inseparably blent together in the harmonious rest of union into one. It is an adopted maxim with the adepts that they who sow in tears shall reap in joy. For he that re-enters liberated and with the prepared light of intellectual faith, mourning, and like another Achilles conscious of self, sacrifice to besiege the fortress of self, will in life, prevailing at length through death and every obstacle, the divine will favoring is not only promoted through the whole hypostatus, and converted to the proper virtue and perfection of its root, but there, likewise, to increase, triumph, and multiply, according to the hermaphroditic virtue of its conceived law. So life is perfected in wisdom, and the will springs up in paradise with fair golden fruits. Corpus solutum est aqua perennis coagulans mercurium perpetua congelation. Never grudge then that thou hast destroyed thy gold, says Irenaeus, for he that thus destroys loseth it not, but soweth good seed in good earth, from whence he shall receive it again with 100%, fold increase. Whereas he that saves his gold, that is to say, remains satisfied in the first fruits of his reason, loses his labor, and is deceived, like Midas, and dismayed for want of understanding and faith in the destination of causes. But if any one here demand, how that which is destroyed should be capable of increase, and how the newly implanted motive takes root in life, the Apostle has best answered it, as concerning the mystery of the resurrection he shows by the common analogy of nature, the law to be such. Behold, says he, that which is sown is not quickened except it die. Manifestation of the matter, 357. And that which is sown is not the body that shall be, but mere grain, as it may be of wheat or any other grain. The germ of all being is indeed corrupted before it is brought forth, and seeds spring up not as seeds merely, but into a perfect resemblance of their developed stock, yet is not anything the more bettered in its kind, but the process of vital melioration is further exemplified in the fermentive art, where by contrition and fretting of their elementary particles, natures are transformed, and their bodies spiritualized and preserved by the assimilating must or leaven. So, in man, there is a natural body and there is a spiritual body, howbeit that is not first which is spiritual but that which is natural, and afterwards that which is spiritual. The rational light, once discovered and set in motion, actuates the spirit, and the spirit, in its turn penetrating, overcomes the corporeal, which is the sensual dominant, in the regeneration, and so swallows up the same, that it is glorified and transfigured, auscultating the body in more luminous manifestation. Know ye not how a little leaven leaveneth the whole lump? Purge out therefore the old leaven, that ye may be a new lump, as ye are unleavened. Solve ef coagula, reiterates the Benedictine monk, dissolve and coagulate, after putrefaction succeeds generation, and that because of the incombustible sulfur that heats or thickens the coldness and crudities of the quicksilver, which suffers so much thereby, that at last it is united to the sulfur and made one body therewith. And these, viz., the fire, air, and water, are contained in one vessel in their earthly vessel, i.e. in their gross body or composition, and I take them, and then I leave them in one alembic where I decoct and sublime them, without the help of hammer, tongs, or file, without coals, smoke, or fire, or bath, or the alembes of the sophisters. For I have my heavenly fire which excites and stirs up the elemental one, according as the matter desires a more becoming agreeable form. 1 Corinthians v. 6-7. Mehung in vanglus colum terra, p. 122. And the light is made manifest in great darkness, viz., in the contrition or distress of the sensible nature in the conscience, where a peculiar motion is present. Even then, as Jacob Boehme says, cometh the power of Christ in the midst of such a motion. And further, of the noble tincture arising in the light, he says, it cometh forth from anguish into the meekness of the light, and springeth forth afresh through the mortifying anguish, as a life having another property, where the property of the fire is a desiring, and thereby it attracteth the virtue of the light into itself, and maketh it an essence, viz., water. Common chemistry is not without an analogy of this kind by the condensation of light producing it into a fluid form. But herein are the two forms, one according to the source of the fire which is red, and therein the virtue, viz., sulfur is, and the other is like a thin meekness, yet having essentiality is water, which is the desiring tincture, and both of which contracting together into one, are converted into blood. Now the original in the blood, viz. Fire, which is its warmth, is life, and in the vir, two of the warmth, the thin water of life proceedeth, one virtue proceedeth forth from another, and the virtue doth always assume that which goeth forth. And this is the true spirit which is born of the soul, wherein is the image of God, and the divine virgin of God's wisdom consisteth. For all understanding and knowledge lieth in this spirit, it hath the senses and the noble life, which uniteth it with God, for this spirit is so subtle that it can enter into God, if it resigneth itself up to him, and casting away the canning fire of its own soul, putteth its will into God, then it dwelleth with him in power, and is clothed with the divine essentiality. And this essentiality it is which qualifies the true adept, which sanctifies even as it qualifies, infusing true goodness into every life that it lias once adorned. 1. And therefore herein says, that the sure quality of the golden matter and the nature thereof is not sweetness, and c. cap. 7. 2. Beaumais turned by quest. 37. It is this material of the corner stone which links reason to divinity, theology to the subtle philosophy of the Middle Ages, and made the vulgarly contemned art of alchemy to be honored and holy. It is sown in corruption, it is raised in incorruption. It is sown in dishonor, it is raised in glory. It is sown in weakness, it is raised in power. It is sown a natural body, it is raised a spiritual body. The first man is of the Karth, earthy. The second man is the Lord from heaven. And this is that great and miraculous mystery of our image, which it behoves us to reflect into rather than profanely to discuss, that we may know our true selves, and what Adam, even our Father, is, and what the Son, and without error or presumption, that Holy Spirit which fabricates all things, and sustains all by the word of his power.
Non poderi, illa dare qui non habe antem neo, nisi qui jam coibidis elementis, victa natura superadis calis, progi os angelos, ad ipsum ariliadipum isque transcendit, cae naturen cooperator effectus podest omnia. For the soul, being in such a condition, associates with her efficient, and he who perceives himself so to associate will have a similitude of it with himself.
And if he surpasses from himself as an image to the archetype, he will then attain the end of his progression. And when falling off from the vision of God, if he again excites the virtue which is in himself and perceives himself to be perfectly adorned, he will again, says the Platonic successor, be elevated, through virtue proceeding to intellect and wisdom, and afterwards to the principle of things. Vangan, in his Anima Magia, has well described the hypostatic metamorphoses, and how the light, striking in a rapid coruscation from the center to the circumference, depends from the solitary unit through the surrounding vapor, in a vital magnetical series, where the celestial nature, he says, differs not in I Corinthians, XV. 12, and c. stands from the aerial spirit but only in degree and complexion, and the aerial differs from the aura or material efflux of the soul in constitution only and not in nature, so that these 3, being but one substantially, admit of a perfect hypostatic union, and may be carried by a certain intellectual light into the supreme horizon, and so swallowed up of immortality. Behold, I show you a mystery, says the Apostle. We shall not all sleep, but we shall be changed, in a moment, in the twinkling of an eye, at the last trump, for the trumpet shall sound, and the dead shall be raised incorruptible, and we shall be changed. For this corruptible must put on incorruption, and this mortal must put on immortality. And know, says Roger Bacon, that it is impossible for you to attain this immortal essentiality, unless you become sanctified in mind and purified in soul, so as to be united to God, and to become one spirit with him. But if you revolve these my instructions in your mind, you may obtain the knowledge of the beginning, the middle, and the end of the whole work. And you will perceive such a subtlety of wisdom, and such a purity of matter, as shall amply replete your soul, and fill you with satisfaction. And when you shall appear thus before the Lord, Isle will open to you the gates of his treasure, the like of which is not to be found on earth. Behold, I show you the fear of the Lord, and the love of him, with unfeigned obedience. Nothing shall be wanting to them that fear the Lord, who are clothed with the excellency of his holiness, to whom be all praise. For as in the beginning, there was said to be one only matter of all things, so in this imitative process all diversities of things are seen to proceed from and return to this only one, which is called a conversion of the elements, and a conversion of the elements in this respect is just to make actives passive and passives active, the occult becoming manifest, and the manifest. 11th Corinthians, XV. 51. And c. Rogeri Baconis Radis Mundi lib. 2. Occult in inverse order of conception. And he, says Sendivogius enigmatically, who knows how to congeal water with heat, and to join a spirit thereto, shall certainly find out a thing more precious than gold, and everything else. Let him therefore cause that the spirit be separated from the water, that it may putrefy, and be like a grain. Afterwards, the faces being cast away, let him reduce and bring back the spirit again from the deep into water, and make them be joined again. For that conjunction will generate a branch of unlike shape to its parents. In such a process it was that the quadrature of the circle was supernaturally demonstrated, which naturally it cannot be, and in no other way but by a transmutation of the hypostatic relations, as in a circulating medium making passives active and actives passive. In the first conjunction the spirit predominates, in the second the soul, i.e., its light, which two are by adepts called Mercury and gold. And the activity of Mercury over gold in the first place is because the formal virtue of Sol is seated, his sulfur is imprisoned, so that he is not aware of it, does not feel or know himself, as we may say, until penetrated by the mercurial spirit. Then he sends forth his light, to which the Mercury, in turn becoming passive, conceives and bears an offspring more perfect than either parent. And when that light is again taken and given to a proper recipient, it is made 1,000 times more fit and apt to bring forth excellent and abundant fruits. Feex mara et femina arenlum, inde quadrangulum, hine triangulum, fac circulum, et habebis lapidem philosophorum. For beyond all the four precedent degrees of perfection there is made a fifth essence, which neuter from all, yet partaking of all in perpetuity of union. The ethereal quadrangle becomes a circle of golden light in eternity, being advanced into the order of 1. Sendivogius, New Light, Treatise Fieth, Colnrath, Amph, Sap, Maeri Atalanta Fugens, Emblemaca, Cap, V8. Spirits permanent, which, though they have bodies yet are not subject to those laws of gross corporeity which fetter bodies unregenerate. And therefore the philosopher's Mercury is a system of wonders ponderous, fixed, and, as a petrifaction from water is, exquisitely compact, yet penetrative withal and communicative of tincture, for it can pass, as it were, in the twinkling of an eye to the very centre, and projected on the imperfect metal of any life, dissolves it, drawing away the very foundation into itself. Thus the author of Lucerna Salis describes the gold of the wise to be by no means vulgar gold, but it is a certain water clear and pure, on which is born the lightning of the Lord, and it is from thence that all things receive their life. And this is the reason, continues he, why our gold is become spiritual. By means of the spirit it passeth through the alembic, its earth remaining black, which however did not appear before, but now dissolves itself and becomes a thick water, the which desires a more noble life, to the end it may be able to rejoin itself. By reason of the thirst it has, it dissolves and is dissevered, which benefits it very much, because if it did not become water and oil, its spirit and soul could not unite nor mingle with it, as it then does, and in such a manner that of them one thing is made which rises to a consummate perfection, the parts thereof being so firmly joined together that they can never after be separated. This then is the conjunction in which all the mysteries of the miracosm have their consummation, the true circulated form of gold, the conjunction, by Ripley called tetraptive, that so highly commended fountain of Pythagoras and divine Tetractes, whence all our wisdom springs, and which contains perennial nature's fountain, cause, and root. Tetractes, fourfold, drawn from 3 heads by the Jamblicus's Life of Pythagoras chap. Spient, obstetric hand of the physico, chemical art, and without possibility of dissolution any more. For those principles so joined together of God, man cannot any more put asunder. There is no light but what lives in the sun. There is no sun but which is twice begot. Nature and arte the parents first begown, by nature 'twas, but nature perfects not. Arl then, what nature left, in hand doth take, and out of one a twofold work doth make. A twofold work doth make, but such a work as doth admit division no at all. See Horo, wherein the secret most doth lurk, unless it be a mathematical. It must be 2 yet make it 1 and 1, and you do take the way to make it none. Lo here the primar secret of this arto, contemno it not, but understand it right, who faileth to attain the foremost part, shall never know arte's force or nature's might, nor yet have power of one and one, so mixed, to make by one fixed, one unfixed fixed. Here again the geometric method of procedure with the metaphysical embryo, through its complex parts, is epigrammatically symbolized by the adept. Michael Mayer.
Femina masc unas fiunt tibi circulus, ex quo surgat, habens aium forms quadrata ladas, ino trigonum ducas, omniqui parteritundam ins fermen ridit, tum lapis autus erit, siros tanta tum, non inox venit obvis menti, dogma geometris si capis, omciv stan punta.
He therefore who discovers the quadrature, and on this ground is able to demonstrate it, will have a reward sufficient without the university patronage or a more laborious proof. For having resolved all sorts and ideas of things, all thoughts, passions, and actions, to one and the same principle, he will not alone have. 1 Enigma Philosophicum, Aschenol's Theatrum, p. 423. Maieri Atalanta Pugens, Epigramma Chi. That principle, and be able to compose and remunerate every former particular out of the same. But, according to the philosophic report, he will be percipient of the most beautiful and universal mystery of nature, having before himself, as in a glass, the great archetypal law of light, in which are all things causally ranged in the order in which they were originally distributed and set apart. As, in the Pimander and Book of Wisdom we read, "The whole world is before thee, O God, as a little grain of the balance, as a moment of the little tongue in the weights and scales, and as a drop of the dew that falleth in the morning upon the earth, perfect in the microcosmic unit as in the total deity of the great world." For no sooner, it is said, does the divine light pierce to the bosom of the matter, but the pattern of the whole universe appears in those subject waters, as an image in a glass, conceived and divided forth in all the vastness of ideal distinction and effulgence upon that glorious metaphysical height where the archetype shadows the intellectual spheres. Tu cuneta superno, ducis ab exemplo pulchrum, pulcherimus ipsum mundamente gerens, similique in imagined formas. Tell me, ye celestial powers, how first the gods and world were made, the rivers and boundless sex. 1 Chap. She. Ver. 22. And this appearance of the universal idea in the mind is singularly corroborated in that spiritual analysis of ordinary bodies which Paracelsus and Van Helmont allude to, saying that by separation of their parts the specific impress is to be perceived in the vessel containing the decomposed spirit, and that the whole creature may be also resuscitated from thence. These are the wordin of Marshy, in his Defensio Idenrum Operatricium.
Quid quasi dicerunt hi tanti philosophi, si plantam quasi momenta, ansei vitreo vase viderant, cum suis ad vivum coloribus, et rusum juda, rier, et renasci, id quotis, et quando lubera.
Credo dumegum arte magis inclusuma dierant illudere sensibus humanis. Such an impress, however, whether real or fictitiously represental, would be but as a secondary vestment or witness of that which is, in the archetypal mind, creatively efficient. With its raging surge, how the bright shining stars and the wide-stretched heaven above, and all the gods that spring from them, givers of good things, first of all existed chaos, next in order the broad, bosomed matter, and then love appeared, the most beautiful of the immortals. Of chaos sprung Erebus and dusky night, and of night came ether and smiling day. The Theogony of Hesiod, though long esteemed a mere poetical fiction, was accepted by the ancient philosophers who quote his language, and the epic cycle is said, by the Platonists, to include the true philosophic asserate of the creation. And when set in comparison with the alchemical descriptions, the above passage appears indeed to be very regular and correct, us also the continued imagery of the poet, indicative of the several estates of the ethereal quintessences arising one above another, called forth by the light and heat of the superincumbent mind, as posterity from a common parent. Indeed, the more closely we compare the cosmogonies of the ancients, the more consistent do they appear one with another, and less so with the commonplace imagination of things, insomuch that the learned have judged them to be copied from some one original, or that the mosaic was the only revealed truth of all. We are not disposed to rest anything on our own assertion, but neither should we be less inclined to reverence the received scripture, if it should prove, at any time, that those agreeing with it were not borrowed, but all originated from the same divine source. In the beginning, in that inane identity, from that silent dead obscurity, when as yet nothing is fashioned in the dissolute chasm of life, the divine will, then alone operating, says the Kabbalistic interpreter, produces itself into a material form and recreation. Behold, I deliver thee of an awful birth and progeny of the ever-living God, revealed only to the favorites of heaven and ministers of Elis' mysterious will. And these were a part of the lesson taught by the Memphian prophet to the young aspirant to the priest. Hood, even the most hidden mysteries of God's creation. And how did he teach? By words merely, or signs, or traditional authority? Or, if none of these can truly teach the understanding, shall we say, more probably, by passing it inwards to the evolution of its proper mystery, thence to emanate and recreate? When the initiated poet Ovid sat down to write his Fasti, he was inspired, as he declares, by that same universal deity of the two, faced Janus. Me chaos antiqui, nam res sam prison, vocabant, ad spice, quam longi temporis ax canam, lucidus iar, et que tria corpora restant.
Igneus, sque, tellus, ans a servus erant, ut semel han rerum cessit litanarum, aioc novas, abit massa soluta domos, flamma peti altum, propier locus aera scebit, sederunt medio terra fortumque solo,
Tuna in chi fueram globus et sine imagine moles, in faciam redi dignac membra Deo, nue quoque, confuse quandam nota parva figuras,
ante quod est in me, posc, vida turida,
accipe, quasita cum cosa sit altern forma, hanc simul tenoris, officiumque meum,
quidquid ubique vidas, coelum mare nubila terras, omnia sint nostra clausa patenc max.
When the primeval parent chaos, hoary as the Egyptian figure runs with unnumbered ages, was first moved by the breath of Erebus, she brought forth her enormous first, born Hyle, and at the same portentous birth, the amiable Exos, chief of the immortals. They were no sooner come to light than they produced an infinite offspring, various and undefined at first, but afterwards fountains of being. And know, consecrated youth, adds the metropolitan of Memphis, that ere this fair universe which thou beholdest appeared, ere the sun mounted on high, or the moon gave her paler light, ere the vales were stretched out below, or the mountains reared their towering. Ovidi Festorum, lib. I, 104. Heads, ere the winds began to blow, or plants had sprung forth out of the earth, while the heavens yet lay hid in the mighty mass, or Chiari a star had darted to its orb, the various parts of which this wondrous frame consists lay jumbled and in form, brooding overwhelmed in the abyss of being. There it had lain forever, if the breath of the tremendous spirit that dwells in the darkness had not gone forth and put the lifeless mass in agitation. Sivune divino semine facit.
Illo bifex rerum, mundi melioris origo, siva recens tellus sedictac nuper abe alta. There, cognati retinabat semen ecoli, quan satis tapodum mistam fluvialibus undis vincit in effigia moderantam conctadiorum.
It was then the congenial poets began to disserer from their heterogeneous associates, and to seek a mutual embrace. Matter appeared, and inseparable from it attraction instantly began to operate. Oh, who can unfold or sufficiently declare the strife ineffable, the unutterable war that attended their operation? 2. To whom hath the root of wisdom been revealed, or who hath known her wise counsels? Unto whom hath the knowledge of wisdom been made manifest? And who hath understood her great experience? There is one wise and greatly to be feared, the Lord sitting upon his throne. He created her and numbered her, and poured her out upon all his works. She is with all flesh according to his gift, and he hath given higher to them that love him. And Solomon, with matchless eloquence and beauty that remains unrivaled, celebrates the revelation of that living light which became known to him, with the mysteries of universal creation, not by outward teaching or rational inference from effects, but by the conscious intuition, as he relates it, of only night. Ecclesiasticus 1. 0, 7, 8, and c. God hath given to me, says the wise king, a certain knowledge of the things that are, namely, to know how the world was made, and the operations of the elements, the beginning, ending, and midst of the times, the alterations and turning of the sun, and the changes of the seasons, the circuits of years and position of the stars, the natures of living creatures and the furies of wild beasts, the violence of winds, and the reasonings of men, the diversities of plants, and the virtues of roots. And all such things us are either secret or manifest, them I know. For wisdom, which is the worker of all things, taught me. In her is an understanding spirit, holy, only begotten, manifold, subtle, lively, clear, undefiled, plain, not subject to hurt, loving the thing that is good, quiet, which cannot be letted, ready to do good, kind to man, steadfast, free from care, having all power, overseeing all things, and going through all understanding, pure and most subtle spirits. And such a wisdom, shall we not believe it? Was the worthy object of all Hermetic philosophy, and the miraculous substance of its transmutative stone. Or what, do we ask, is the philosopher's stone? The philosopher's stone, says the mysterious adeptist, is Ruach Elohim, which moved upon the face of the waters, the firmament being in the midst conceived and made body, truly and sensibly, in the virgin womb of the greater world, viz. That earth which is without form and water, the sun, born into the light of the macrocosm, mean and of no account in the eyes of the vulgar, consubstantial nevertheless, and like his father the lesser world, setting aside all idea of anything individually human, universal, triune, hermaphrodite, visible, sensible to hearing, to smell, local and finite, made manifest by itself regeneratively by the obstetric hand of the physico-chemical art, glorified in his once assumed body, for benefits and uses almost infinite, wonderfully salutary to the microcosm and to the macrocosm in unit. Wisdom of Solomon 7:9. Manifestation of the matter. 369. Versal triunity. The salt of Saturn, the universal son of nature, has reigned, does reign, and will reign naturally and universally in all things, always and everywhere universal through its own fusibility, self-existent in nature. Hear and attend, salt, that most ancient principle of the stone, whose nucleus in the decad guard in holy silence. Let him who hath understanding understand, I have spoken it, not without weighty cause has salt been dignified with the name of wisdom, than which, together with the sun, nothing is found more useful. But what explanation is this? It will be objected, a battling about of terms, ignotum per ignotius. Truly, and thus it has been the custom of philosophers to ring the changes from wisdom to their stone, and from the stone to wisdom, through every imaginable note and echoing cadence and variation, round to the same again, but the world has become no wiser for their song. For how hardly should words avail, even the most significant, to convey a tangible idea of that which is beyond and inverse to all sensible experience, which is neither hard nor soft nor tangible, nor visible, nor comprehensible by common sense, until thought, by understanding, as light by the focus of the familiar lens producing combustion, has brought it forth into effect and flame. Thus, considering the inverse problem analogically, however, we arrive at a more familiar conception as reason assists the imagination to a solution of its own intimate mystery in life. The center of every being is a spirit from the original of the world, and the separation of this is constantly enacted in generation, whence every creature is brought through experience into life and operation. And so far we stand even now in the great mystery, in the mother of all beings, but by the corporeal, i.e., the sensual principle which is predominant in the mundane conception, the divine original is obscured. Kunrath, amphitheat, sap, etern, isag, in fig, and separated off from the consciousness, and the individual subsists as a distinct self, spiration, severation, or outbirth as it were, from that fontal reason whence it springs. But in the regeneration this reason is said to be discovered as, upon the dissolution of the natural life, it arises, through the self, perceivance, with creative attributes and powers. Let us hear the testimony of Hermes concerning his own intimate experience in the divine pomander, figuratively set forth as follows. My thoughts being once seriously busied about the things that be, and my understanding lifted up, all my bodily senses being entirely holden back, methought I saw one of an exceeding great stature, an infinite greatness, eel me by name, and say to me, What wouldst thou hear and see, and what wouldst thon understand to learn and know? Then said I, Who art thou? I am, quoth he, Pomander, the mind of the great Lord, the most mighty and absolute Emperor. I know what thou wouldest have, and I am always present with thee. Then said I would learn the things that are, and understand the nature of them, and know God. How? Said he. I answered, that I would gladly hear. Then said he, Hey, nail again in thy mind, and whatsoever thou wouldest learn, I will teach thee. When he had thus said, he was changed in his idea or form, and straightway, in the twinkling of an eye, all things were opened to me, and I sure an infinite light, all things were become lot, both sweet and exceeding pleasant. And I was wonderfully delighted in the beholding it. But after a little while there was a darkness made in part, coming down obliquely, fearful and hideous, which seemed unto me to be changed into a certain moist nature, unspeakably troubled, which yielded a smoke, as from fire, and there proceeded a voice unutterable, and very mournful, but articulate, insomuch, that it seemed to have come from the light. Then from that light a certain holy word joined itself unto nature, and out flew the pure and unmixed fire from the moist nature upward on high. It was exceeding light, sharp, and operative withal. And the air, which was also light, followed the spirit, and mounted up with the fire, from the earth and water created below, insomuch, that it seemed to hang, and depend upon it, and the earth and water stayed by themselves, so mingled together, that the earth could not be seen for the water, but they were moved because of the spiritual word that was carried upon them. Then said Pomander unto me, Dost thou understand this, and what it meaneth? I shall know, said I. Then said he, I am that light, the mind, thy God, who am before that moist nature, that appeared out of the darkness, and that bright and lightful word from the mind is the Son of God. How is that? Quoth I. Thus replied he, Understand it. That which in thee seeth and heareth the word of the Lord, and the mind the Father God, differ not one from another, and the union of these is life. I thank thee, but first, said Pomander, conceive well the light in thy mind, and know it. And when he had thus said, for a long time we looked steadfastly one upon the other, insomuch, that one trembled at his idea or form. But when he nodded to me, I beheld in my mind the light that is innumerable, and the truly indefinite ornament or world, and that the fire is comprehended or contained in and by a most great power, and constrained to keep its station. These things I understood, seeing the word of Pomander, and when I was mightily amazed, he said again unto me, Hast thou seen that archetypal form, which was before the interminated and infinite beginning? But whence, quoth I, or whereof are the clements of nature made? Of the will and counsel of God, he answered, which taking the word and behold, ing the beautiful world in the archetype thereof, imitated it, and so made this world by the same principles and vital seeds or soul, like production of itself. And straightway God said to the holy word, Increase increasingly, and multiply in multitude, all ye my creatures, and workmanships. And let him that is endued with mind know himself to be immortal, and that the cause of death is the love of body, and let him learn all things that are of which he is made. If therefore thou learn in this way, and believe thyself to be of the life and light, thou shalt pass back into life. But tell me more, O my mind. How I shall go into life? God saith, Let the man endued with mind mark, consider, and know himself well. Have not all men a mind? Have a heed what thou sayest, for I, the mind, come into men that are holy and good, and pure and merciful, and that live piously and religiously, and my presence is a help unto them. And forthwith they know all things, and lovingly they supply, cape and propitiate the Father, and blessing him, they give him thanks and sing hymns unto him, being ordered and directed by filial affection and natural love. And before they give up their bodies to the death of them, they hate their senses, knowing their works, and operations, or rather, one that am the mind itself, will not suffer the works or operations which belong to the body to be finished in them, but being the porter and door, keeper, I shut up the entrance of evil, and cut off the thoughtful desires of filthy works. But to the foolish, and evil, and wicked, and envious, and covetous, and murderers, and profane, I am far off, giving place to the revenging demon, which, applying unto him the sharpness of fire, tormenteth such a man sensibly, and armeth him the more to all wickedness, that he may obtain the greater punishment, and such a one never ceaseth unfulfillable desires and insatiable concupiscences, and always fighting in darkness, for the demon afflicts and torments him, continually increasing the fire upon him more and more. Thou hast, O mind, said I, most excellently taught me all things as I desired, but tell me more cover, after the return is made. What then? First of all, in the resolution of the material body of sense, this body itself is given up to alteration, and the form which it hath becometh invisible, and the idle manners are permitted and left to the demon, and the senses of the body return into their fountains, in the circulation, being parts, and are again made up into operations, and anger and concupiscence remain lowest in the irrational life, and the rest strive upward by harmony, until, being naked of all operations, it cometh to the eighth sphere, which is intellect, having its proper power and singing praises to the Father, with the things that are, and all they that are present rejoice and congratulate the coming of it. Being made like to him with whom it converseth, it heareth also the powers that are above the eighth nature, singing praises to God in a certain voice that is peculiar to them, and then in order they return to the Father, and to themselves. When Pomander had thus said to me, he was mingled among the powers, but one, giving thanks, and blessing the Father of all, rose up, and being enabled by him, and taught the nature of the whole, and having seen the greatest spectacle, I began to preach unto men the beauty and fairness of piety and knowledge, and becoming a guide unto many, I sowed in them the words of wisdom. And in myself I wrote the bounty and beneficence of Pomander, and being filled with what I most desired, I was exceeding glad. For the sleep of the body was the sober watchfulness of the mind, and the shutting of my eyes the true sight, and my silence great with child and full of good, and the pronouncing of my words the blossoms and fruits of good things. And thus it came to pass, and happened unto me by Pomander, the Lord of the Word, whereby I became inspired by God with the truth. For which cause with my soul and whole strength I give praise and blessing unto God the Father. Holy is God the Father of all things. Holy is God whose will is performed and accomplished by his own powers. Holy is God that determineth to be known and is known of his own, and those that are his. Holy art thou, that by thy word hast established all things. Holy art thou, of whom all nature is the image. Holy art thou, whom nature hath not formed. Holy art thou, that art stronger than all strength. Holy art thou, that art greater than all excellency. Holy art thou, that art better than all praise. O thou unspeakable, unutterable, to be praised in silence, I beseech thee that I may never err from the knowledge of thee. Look mercifully upon me, and enable me, and enlighten with thy grace all that are in ignorance, the brothers of my kind, but thy sons. Therefore I beseech thee, and bear witness, and go into the light and life. Blessed art thou, O Father. Thy man would be sanctified with thee, as thou hast given him all power. To such testimony we are unable to add anything that would render the operative revelation of intellect more obvious, or its experimental knowledge more credible to the uninitiated. They who cannot imagine will disbelieve without experience, but others there may be at this day even, in whom the flame of thought burns broad and clear, who having within them a substantial evidence of the thing hoped for, will believe and know too, long before sensible observation shall have forced the many to a faith which, in the intuition alone, is blessed. But if any one wish to discover the first principle, according to the doctrine of the Oceans, he must be theurgically prepared, and pass through many preliminary ordeals, corrosive tests, and fiery solutions and dissolutions refining, in order to raise himself to that which is the most united in nature and to its flower, and that through which it is deity, by which it is suspended from its proper fountain, and connects and causes the universe to have a sympathetic consent with itself. And if it called them gods unto whom the word of the divine Pomander of Hermes Trismegistus, Book 2, God came, and the scripture cannot be broken, say ye of him whom the Father hath sanctified and sent into the world, thou blasphemest, because I said I am the Son of God? Does not all our unbelief, as the common faith, arise in ignorance? For at present there is no profound understanding of the scriptures, nor does any look, as Agrippa says, under the bark of the law. But even unto this day, when Moses is read, the veil is upon their heart. Nevertheless, when it shall turn to the Lord, says the apostle, the veil shall be taken away. For the Lord is that Spirit, and where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. We, all with open face beholding, as in a glass the glory of the Lord, are changed into the same image from glory to glory, even as by the Spirit of the Lord. Unhappy, truly therefore he is said to be, who regards the law as a mere simple recital, or in the light of an ordinary discourse, for if in truth it were nothing more than this, one could even be composed at this day more worthy of admiration. In order to find such mere words, observes the Kabbalist, we have only to turn to the legislators of this world, who have frequently expressed themselves with more grandeur and grace. It would suffice to imitate them, and make expedient laws after their fashion. But it is not thus. Each word of the law has a meaning and cloaks a mystery entirely sublime. The story of the law is the vestment of the law. Unhappy he who mistakes the vestment for the law itself. The wise attend not to the outer clothing of things, but to the body which it covers. The sages and servants of the Supreme King, those who dwell on the heights of Sinai, are occupied only about the soul, which is the basis of all the rest, which is the law itself, so that they may be prepared at length to contemplate and coo that soul which breathes in the law, without which nothing is truly known, whose experience is all. St. John's Gospel, X. Corinth, 2. 15, and see Zohar Part 2. Full. 152, Verso, Frank, p. 165 Origin Homil. 7. In Levitt. Moreover, says St. Paul, I would not that ye should be ignorant, how that all our fathers were under the cloud, and all passed through the sea, and were all baptized unto Moses in the cloud and in the sea, and did all eat the same spiritual meat, and did all drink the same spiritual drink, for they drank of that spiritual rock that followed them, and that rock was Christ. And I advise thee, my son, says the Saint Synesius, to make no account of other things, labor only for that water which burns to blackness, dissolves, and congeals. It is that which putrefies and causes germination, and therefore I advise thee that thou wholly employ thyself in the coction of this water, and demur not at the expense of time, otherwise thou shalt gain no advantage. Decoct it gently by little and little, until it have changed its false tincture into a perfect form of light, and have great care at the beginning, that thou burn not its flowers and its vivacity, and make not too much haste to come to an end of thy work. Shut thy vessel well, that it may not breathe ood, so that thou mayest bring it to some effect, and note that to dissolve, to calcine, to tinge, to whiten, to renew, to bathe, to wash, to coagulate, to imbibe, to decoct, to fix, to grind, to dry, and to distill are all one, and signify no more, than to decoct nature until such time as she be perfected. Note further, that to extract the soul, or the spirit, or the body, is nothing else than the aforesaid calcinations in regard they signify the operation of Venus. It is through the fire of the extraction of the soul that the spirit comes forth gently, understand me. The same also may be said of the extraction of the soul out of the body, and the reduction of it afterwards upon the same body, until the whole be drawn to a commixtion of the four elements, and so that which is below, being like that which is above, there are made manifest two luminaries, the one fixed, the other not, whereof the fixed, which is the male, remains below, and the volatile remains above, moving itself perpetually, until that which is below rises upon that which is above, and all being substantiated, there then issues forth an incomparable luminary. That was the experiment that led our fathers into experience, and illumination in the divine antecedent of all life. And if experience be truly, as it is said to be, the proper test of philosophy, then was not theirs the right and true philosophy with Christian regeneration for its most worthy end? That was the art of Democritus commemorated by Lord Bacon in a passage before quoted, but which for its value's sake as well as on account of the notoriety, we take leave to recite, that if any skilful minister of nature shall apply force to matter, and by design torture and vex it in order to its annihilation, it, on the contrary, being brought under this necessity, changes and transforms itself into a strange variety of shapes and appearances, so that at length, running through the whole circle of transformations and completing its period, it restores itself, if the force be continued. And that method of binding, torturing, and detaining will prove most effectual and expeditious which makes use of manacles and fetters, that is to say, lays hold of and works upon matter in the extremest degrees. 2. That is, in the last exigence of life, when it is about to be born again from out the oblivion of this world and its defilements, by attraction of the recreative light within. Then she is Isis, the divine I Am, by the Greeks called Marionymus, or the goddess with 1,000 names, hereby to denote the capacity with which such a matter is endowed of understanding, and of being converted to all or any of the forms or degrees of specific law, which it may please the supreme reason to impress upon her. As respects herself she is nothing, no one apostate particular, neither animal. 1 from Synesius' True Book, concerning the philosophers. Stame, in fine. Bacon's Wisdom of the Ancients, Fable of Proteus. Nor vegetable nor mineral apart, but pre-existent to them all, she is the mother of all. And her birth, according to the adepts, is singular and not without a miracle. Her very complexion is miraculous and different from every other whatsoever, and that which she brings forth by the fire of nature lawfully conceived, is Orus, the philosophic sun. And hence, and from the whole above, we may have gathered some approximating idea of the multinominal goddess appearing as she was described by the initiated, who celebrated her mysteries in the Eleusinian fane, and further, as follows, by one of the no less intimately experienced fraternity of the Rosy Cross. I am a goddess for beauty and extraction, famous, born out of our own proper sea, which compasseth the whole earth and is ever restless. Out of my breasts I pour forth milk and blood, boil these two till they are turned into silver and gold. O most excellent subject, out of which all things in the world are generated, though at the first sight, thou art poison adorned with the name of the flying eagle. Thou art the first matter, the seed of divine benediction, in whose body there is heat and rain, which notwithstanding are hidden from the wicked, because of thy habit and virgin vestures which are scattered over the whole world. Thy parents are the sun and moon philosophical, in thee there is water and wine, and gold also, and silver upon the earth, that mortal man may rejoice. After this manner God sends us his blessing and wisdom with rain, and the beams of the sun to the eternal glory of his name. But consider, O man, what things God bestows upon thee by these means. Torture the eagle till she weeps, and the lion, being weakened, bleeds to death. The blood of this lion incorporated with the tears of the eagle is the treasure of the whole earth. These creatures used, in their circulatory course, to devour and kill one another, but notwithstanding this, their love is mutual, and they put on the property and nature of a salamander, which, if it remains in the fire without any detriment, cures all the diseases of men and metals. After that the ancient philosophers had perfectly understood this subject, they diligently sought in this mystery for the center of the middlemost tree in the terrestrial paradise, entering in by fine litigious gates. The first gate was the knowledge of the true matter, and here arose the first, and that a most bitter conflict. The second was the preparation by which the matter was to be qualified, that they might obtain the embers of the eagle and the blood of the lion. At this gate there is a most sharp fight, for it produceth water and blood, and a spiritual bright body. The third gate is the fire which conduceth to the maturity of the medicine. The fourth gate is that of multiplication and augmentation, in which proportions and weights are necessary. The fifth and last gate is projection. But most glorious, full, rich, and highly elevated is he who attains but to the fourth gate, for he has got an universal medicine for all diseases. This is the great character of the book of nature, out of which her whole alphabet doth arise. The fifth gate serves only for metals. This mystery, existing from the foundation of the world and the creation of Adam, is, of all others, the most ancient, a knowledge which God Almighty, by his word, breathed into nature, a miraculous power, the blessed fire of life, the transparent carbuncle and red gold of the wise men, and the divine benediction of this life. But this mystery, because of the malice and wickedness of men, is given only to few, notwithstanding it lives and moves every day in the sight of the whole world, as it appears also by the following parable. I am a poisonous dragon, present everywhere, and to be had for nothing. My water and my fire dissolve and compound. Out of my body thou shalt draw the green and red lion. But if thou dost not exactly know me, thou wilt with my fire destroy thy five senses. A most pernicious quick poison comes out of my nostrils, which hath been the destruction of many. Separate, therefore, the thick from the thin artificially, unless thou dost delight in extreme poverty. I give thee faculties both male and female, and the powers both of heaven and earth. The mysteries of my art are to be performed magnanimously and with great courage, if thou wouldest have me overcome the violence of the fire, in which attempt inany have lost their labor and their substance. I am the egg of nature, known only to the wise, such as are pious and modest, who make of me a little world. Ordained was I by the Almighty God for men, but though many desire me, I am given only to a few, that they may relieve the poor with my treasures and not set their mind on gold that perisheth. I am called of the philosophers Mercury, my husband is gold philosophical. I am the old dragon that is present everywhere on the face of the earth. I am father and mother, youthful and antique, weak yet powerful, life and death, visible and invisible, hard and soft, descending to the earth and ascending to the heavens, most high and most low, light and heavy. In me the order of nature is oftentimes inverted in color, number, weight, and measure. I am, within the light of nature, I am dark and bright. I spring from the earth and I come out of heaven. I am well known and yet a mere nothing, all. Colors shine in me and all metals by the beams of the sun. I am the carbuncle of the sun, a most noble, clarified earth by which thou mayest turn copper, iron, tin, and lead into most pure gold. Involve we then our thoughts, if we would intrinsically conceive the wonderful nature that is set before us, and in however small a proportion the grain of faith be naturally allotted, if it be but real, let us believe in it, and nourish and educate that it may increase with knowledge, and finally prove its own reward in practical experience. Without faith, without the ideal conception, nothing is or can be proven. For is not this, in fact, the leader of all experimental inquiry? The faith we invite is no blind credulity, but, as given in the Coelum Terra of Vaughan, from the Latin original of the fraternity, such a liberty of thought as, bearing its own evidence independently of common observation, can glance beyond this boundary into the integral probability of life. Such a faith, however small or insufficient of, itself will lead on, by a proper pursuit, unto the thing hoped for, and bring to evidence the occult causality of nature, and be it for gold, then, or science, or health, or higher parity and wisdom, he is inquiring on this basis, we repeat it, the percipient right, believer will not be deceived. The matter of all things is one and proved simple in the experience. Throughout all her various manifestations as agent, patient, hot, cold, dry, moist, by whatever color, quality, or species designated, whether singular or plural in manifestation, nature remains one and the same unknown identity through all. Neither water, air, earth, nor gold is so compact, but every tyro in chemistry concludes they are no elements. But her, the true element, they have never found, for she cludes their tests and closest vessels, all except those of her own ethereally wise construction, in which she bears her universal offspring, hermetically sealed through the flood and wreck of this dissolute existence to a resurrection always glorious, and immortal at last. Alta Lelia Christus, neo vir, nec mulier, nec androgyna, ne puella, nec juvenia, nec anus, ne casta, no emeritrix, ne pudica, sed omnia J.
Sublata nec fame, nec ferho, nec veneno, sed omnibus, nec call, nec turis, nec aquis,
sed ubique jacet. Luctus agatho priscus, now meritus, nec amator, nec necessarius, nec emarens, nec agandans, nec flens, hain, nec malum, nec pyramidem, nec sepulchrum, sed omnin.
Se inesi qui poseri ac sepulchrum curt, cadaver non habeus, sed cadaver idem.
Estet sepularum, Elia Lelia crispus, nor male, nor female, nor hermaphrodite, nor virgin, woman, young or old, nor chaste, nor harlot, modest height. But all of them you're told not killed by poison, famine, sword, but each one had its share. Not in heaven, earth, or water broad. It lies but everywhere. Lucius agatho piscis. No husband, lover, kinsman, friend, rejoining, sorrowing at life's end, knows or knows not, for whom is placed this what? This pyramid so raised and graced, this grave, this sepulchre? 'Tis neither, but 'tis all and each together. Without a body I over, this is in truth a sepulchre, but notwithstanding, one proclaim both corpse and sepulchre the same. All is identical. Need we repeat it? In the universal identity, and every possible assertion of it will be true, and the reverse in annihilation. All life, body, soul, and spirit, the three hypostatic relations are born in it, one out of another, conjoin, die, and are mortified, one within the other are fortified and increased, the one by the other differing only, in respect either one of the other, as agent, patient, and that universal offspring which is the all in all, without foreign admixture, as it is written, thou hast disposed all things, in number, and weight, and measure. For these are the length, and breadth, and profundity, of nature, which the Spirit in her emanative law displays, from the point proceeding into the line, from the root into the square superficies, and from the square by multiplication into that cubic form which is the supernatural foundation of the new physical whole. The battles fight, the conquest won. The lion dead revived, the eagle's dead which did him slay. And both of sense deprived, the showers cease, the flows which fell. For 6 weeks do not rise, the ugly tond that did so swell. With swelling bursts and dies, the argent field with or is stained. With ryler intermixed, the unbull blacky in naught disdained, which shown the spirits fixed, the compound into atoms turned. The seeds together blended, the flying soul to the earth returned. The soaring bird descended. The king and queen coutumulate, and joined as me together, that which before was tubun by fate, to tide which none can ever. The king is brother to his wife, and she to him is mother. One father is to both, whose life depends upon each other. The one when dead, the other dies, and 4 orc are laid in grave, the cuffing me in which both lies. Fach doth the other save, yell each the other doth destroy, and yet both are amended, oun without the other hath no joy. Both one, of one descended. Twice 40 days do come and go, to which twice 5 are added, these do produce a perfect crow, whose blackness cheers hearts sadded, twice 15 more produce a door, whose wings are bright and tender, twice 10 more make the soul aver, to need no fire defender for soul and lady combine, the spirit interceding, tincture to give of silver fine, the soul, the body, in leading, abo such fixity to add, against the flamos prevailing, which may the chymiat make full glad, the sophister still failing, who seeks in fancies for to find, our art so much concealed, not duly weighing in his mind, that tea is a fountain pallid, which one thing only can unlock this one thing learn to know, lest you the same event should mock, that these same lines do show. Irenaeus is Ripley revived, p. 188. And c. Trois sunt 83. 384 laws and conditions. The same tradition of the manifold powers and preservation of the one thing runs in symbol throughout the Gentile mythology, and the archite mysteries have reference to the physical secret of the regeneration throughout. The god dead and revived is a principal character in all their ceremonial rites. Cadmilus amongst the Kabiri, Attis in Phrygia, Adonis in Lydia, Osiris amongst the Egyptians, once too by thee, as sacred poets sing. The heart of Bacchus, swiftly slaughtered king, was saved in ether when, by fury fired, the Titans fell against his life conspired, and with relentless rage and thirst for gore their hands his members into fragments tore. But overwatchful on thy father's will, thy power preserved him from succeeding ill, till from the secret counsels of his sire, and born from Semele through heavenly fire, great Dionysius to the world at length, again appeared with renovated strength. Once too thy warlike axe with matchless sway lopped from their savage necks the beads away of furious beasts, and thus the pests destride, which long all, seeing Hecate annoyed. By thee benevolent, great Juno's might was once to furnish mortals with delight, and throw, life's wide and various range 'tis thine, each part to beatify with arts divine. Invigorated hence, by thee we find a demiurgy impulse in the mind, towers prawnly raised and for protection strong. To thee dread guardian deity belong, as proper symbols of th' exalted height, thy series claims amidst the courts of light. All the heroes are reported to have passed through an ordeal of the same kind. Cadmus, Deucalion, Osiris, Bacchus, Hercules, Orpheus, and and to have gained wonderful powers and advantages thereby. All their adventures indeed are so many records of the difficulties and dangers that the soul must endure overcoming her household enemies within the strong. Proclus's hymn to Minerva, by Taylor, in his Sallust. Hold of life. Nor are they few, but many and fearful ones that have to be encountered, for those passions, desires, vices, which to our deadened conscience are trifling and palliable when viewed within the senses' prison by the revealed light of equilibriate justice, are monstrous and without a metaphor in their imaged atmosphere appear terrific, and in the divine language of Pomander, do force the inwardly placed man to suffer sensibly. For they do not suddenly depart, or easily, even from him in whom the exemplary virtue is revealed. But, as we may remember in the Carly tradition of the mysteries, the material inflictors are roused to vengeance by the decrees of fate against the rebels of her laws, nor is it any trifling exertion which the will has to make to overcome the compact, which it has made with sense, but herein consists the meritorious struggle of the powers until, by artificial force of heat and exhalation, the light, so long hidden and enshrined in the archeus, comes forth, as a dry splendor, surviving through all. And this is that tincture of the sapphire mine before alluded to, and that subtendent which is found seminally equal to the whole of the parts whence it is derived. In hac aqua rosa latet hieme, in this water, when destruction has done its worst with the elements of life, the principle of all is artificially preserved, as Noah in the ark, who, surviving, was able to renew all things out of the remnant of creation that was saved therein, that elect remnant, worthy the sacrifice that was made even of the whole corruptible humanity, that has power to reproduce all and each, with tenfold perfection and increase out of itself. Thus wisdom is the perpetual theme of early poetry, and though unknown to modern philosophy, the ground of ancient science, of theology, the true end and proper subject of divinity. For this wisdom is the vehicle of the Catholic reason in identity, the bearer and measure of the demiurgic fire, that fire which the sensual conception occultates, and so forcibly restricts, that man does not suspect it even, but in his willing thraldom, fancies himself at liberty, not knowing in truth what it is to be free, when, the integral efficiency of this identity set in motion, effects follow the voluntary axle in a necessitous full accord. That was free will, not the motiveless chimera which human fancy has been prone to coin, but the operative almighty magnet freed from Tartarian bondage and obscurity, and drawn upward to the glorious consciousness of the revolving light above. And the whole secret of this discovery, it would seem, consists in the sanguinary circulation of the vital spirit, in which there is a threefold law, as before explained, which has to be revolutionized also in 3 periods, called by the alchemists, for certain accurate reasons, altitude, latitude, and profundity. Altitude and profundity, being united at their extreme poles, make latitude, and so the wheel of life is turned about. The profundity is the subjective life, the water that is below, the altitude is the objective light, the stream that is above, and the conflux of these two is in a calx, out of which, as from a rocky fountain, the physical tetractes springs through the contrite experience into life, with attributes prolific and enduring fruits. That was the water so much magnified by the wise adepts, the miraculous product of the spiritual poles of mind in sublime conjunction at their source. This was their still auroris, luc virginis, elixir, aquavita azoth, prima materia lapis, eribi, regenerate in its once assumed body, visible, tangible, and sensible to every sense, local and fuite, made manifest of itself regeneratively, by the obstetric hand of the physico-chemical art for benefits, and uses almost infinite. Fresher liquor there is none to taste, and it will never consume nor waste, though it be occupied evermore, it will never be less in store. Which Democritus named to his intent, Lurum Bracarens, watermost orient, and Hermes said, no liquor so necessary, as was water of crude mercury. And this shall stand, said that noble clerk, for the water within our work. Another tablet is here which philosophy upon a time grateful, erected to the memory of her early friend. Blessed be thou, experience. Full mighty is thy influence, thy wondrous works regard full well. In world of worlds where thou dost dwell, in earth, in heaven, and in hell. That thou art the very sow, that didst from nothing all things frame, wherefore, now blessed by thy Nama, by whose puro and simple light, all creation sprung forth bright, Finmos and Flouds began to roar, and to present their hidden store of spirits, that sing evermore, all glory and magnificence, all humble thanks and reverence, be given to execance, to that most sapient, the high omnipotent, that said, be it, and it was done, our earth, our heaven were begun. I am, quoth she, the most in might, in word, in life, and ski in light, in mercy, and in judgment right. The depth is mine, so is the flight, the cold, the eye lot, the moist, the dry, where all in all is, there am L. What thing can tell when I began, or where I make an and, wherewith I wrought, and what I mought, or what I did intend to do, when I lin done, though work I had begun? For when my being was alone, one thing I made when there was none, a mass confused and darkly clad, that in itself all nature bad, to form and shape the good and bad, And then, as time began to fall, Sco Norton's ordinal chap, Ever, CC2, it pleased me the same to call, the first material mother of all. And from that lump divided I four sundry elements, whom I commanded for to reign in divers regiments. In kind they did agree, but not in qualitio. Whose simple substance I did take, my seat invisible to make, and of the qualities compound. I made the starry sky so round, with living bodies on the ground, and blessed them infinitely, and bade them grow and multiply. One thing was first employed, which shall not be destroyed. It compasseth the world so round, a matter casey to be found, and yet most hard to come by. A secret of secrets party, that is most vile and least set by, but it's my love and darling, conceived with all living thing, and travels to the world's ending. A child begetting his own father, and bearing his mother, killing himself to give life and light to all other. Is that I mean, most mild and most extreme? Did not the world that dwelt in me take form and walk forth visibly, and did not I then dwell in it, that dwelt in me for to unite? Three powers in one sont to sit. And these are the three continually noted in alchemy, the sulfur and mercury and salt, the active, and the passive and the resulting experience of life. The first, in the regeneration, is the word of God independent without all human will, miraculously conceived, and confessed divine in the new birth. The second is of the humanity, i.e. of the selfhood, prepared and sanctified, and the result of these two in union is the bodily substance of things thenceforth created, by a severance from real being, non-being, that is to say. Matter is produced, and the sacrifice that is gratefully. I see Ashmole's page 336, Experience and Philosophy. Provided of the material nature in their reunion, as supplying body to the divine, excites the powers to participation, conceives them when they exceed, and consciously unfolds them into visibility and act. And hence we may be enabled to conceive, perhaps, in a measure at least, how the microcosmical tradition arose, how the human hypostasis becomes, through a self-perceivance, into universal intelligence, and of its own voluntary resignation, of the nothingness of self-oblivion, to be the all, precedent to that wherein is all. For with the desire of rest and contact there is a power of accession, and with accession a sufficience, operative and universal. Come and see, says the Rabbi in Zohar, thought is the principle of all that is, but it is at first unknown and shut up in itself. When the thought begins to develop itself forth, it arrives at that degree when it becomes spirit. Arrived at this estate, it takes the name of intelligence, and is no longer as before it was shut up in itself. The spirit, in its turn, develops itself in the bosom of the mystery with which it is surrounded, and there proceeds a voice which is the reunion of the celestial choirs, a voice which rolls forth in distinct utterance articulate, for it comes from the mind. Thought is the principle of all that I say. Magnificent yet impervious assertion, shall we say? Or what conceptive height may struggle to confirm it? What imagination strong or hardy enough to glance into the full faith? To be the understanding of that light, of which all nature is the efflux, to move one with the first mover, and be his will, who is at once the antecedent and final cause of all. We cannot, profanely as we live without the knowledge of ourselves, attain to the divine idea, either to entertain or think itself, actively is impossible. For the thought which is of God creative is the inversion of our 1 Part 1, 216 verso Frank. Part 2, p. 191. 390 laws and conditions, thought, and to know him in it is self to annihilation in the life which is eternal. Yet if thou wilt even break the whole, instructs Pomander, and see those things that are without the world, thou mayest. Behold how great power and swiftness thou hast. Consider that which contains all things, and understand that nothing is more capacious than that which is incorporeal, nothing more swift, nothing more powerful, but it is most capacious, most swift, and most strong. And judge of this by thyself, assimilating, for the like is intelligible by the like. Increase thyself into an immeasurable greatness, leaping beyond every body, and transcending time, become eternity, and thou shalt understand God. If thou art able to believe in thyself, that nothing is impossible, but perceivest thyself to be immortal, and that thou canst understand all things, every art, every science, and the manner and custom of every living thing, become higher than all. height, lower than all depth. Comprehend in thyself the qualities of all the creatures, of the fire, the water, the dry, and the moist, and conceive likewise that thou canst at once be everywhere, in the sea and in the carth, thou shalt at once. Understand thyself, not yet begotten, in the womb, young, old, to be dead, the things after death and all these together, as also times, places, deeds, qualities, or else thou canst not yet understand God. But if thou hast shut up thy soul in the body, to abuse it and say, I understand nothing, I can do nothing, I am afraid of the sea, I cannot climb up into heaven, I know not who I am, I cannot tell what I shall be, what hast thou to do with God? For thou canst understand none of those fair and good things, and it is the greatest evil not to know God. But to be able to know, and to will, and to hope, is the straight way and the divine way proper to the good, and it will meet thee everywhere thereafter, and everywhere be seen of thee, plain and easy, even when thou dost no longer expect or look for it. It will meet thee waking, sleeping, sailing, traveling by night and by day, when thou speakest and when thou keepest silence. For there is nothing which is not the image of God. But the exemplary Logos is hidden, slain from the foundation in the exterminating fiat of our identity, and the occultation of this does not take place therefore, but in two poles or principles diametrically reverse. We must pass the eternal wheel of the vicissitudes of things, from the manifest created individuality back into the initial germ, through all ages, all revolutions and the infinitude of soul experience, until life, as an ocean tide flowing to its extreme boundary, returns to refund its treasury again in its first source. Most mighty and surpassing magic of reflection. And on august mother of all things divine experience, thought emanating light, as by intelligence excruciated, life springs forth with motion, feeling itself to burr. In the which affirmation, in the divine I am, is by the cabal signified the substant unity of all that is, the fountain of universal nature and her exemplary law, the source of so many miracles and magical accordances as of every natural and supernatural intercase, where experience is present with power, and effect in substance to bear them witness, where wisdom is poured forth like water and glory faileth not before him for ever. For visibles here are said verily to spring out of that which is invisible, as from the precedent nothingness something is produced, and thus the recreation was seen to be a stupendous metaphysical birth out of the infinite into light. According to that notable saying of the Sibyl in Boissard, verbum invisibile filt, palpabile et germinabit ut radix, ought we not therefore to take that which is impalpable and imperfectly conceived at first, and work? Hermes, Divine Pomander, Book X, faithfully, as the philosopher tells us, until it be the divine pleasure to make it appear, to dissolve, coagulate, resolve, refine, and regulate, until reason becoming a bright light in the periphery of her fiery essence remains immortal, and is the mistress of life. Hesi, est Mercurius noster nobelissimus, et Deus suxquam subavit rem nobiliorem, sub colo praeter animam rationalem. And here the external and internal world were seen to blend together in confluent harmony, proving and establishing each other, and leaving reason nothing more to doubt of, or the senses to desire, but a fulfillment under the universal law. Chapter 4. Of the mental requisites and impediments incidental to individuals either as masters or students in the Hermetic art.
Querunt alchemiam falsi quo correcti. Falsi sine numero, sed hi sunt rejecti et cupiditatibus heu, tot sunt infects, quod inter milia, vix sunt terselecti. Istam ad seientiam,
Narton's Ordinal Prahim. To those whom inclination has led thus far, with a benevolent spirit, to the inquiry, it may appear no trifling object that we are in pursuit of, or era. Chanel, if we may help to recover the ancient experiment of nature into her causal light, nor, let us be assured, will a few short years of study or idle handling of the matter be sufficient to admit a man to the arcana of Hermetic science. Neither does it follow, and, which is more to be regretted, that because all men have the material and live by it, that every one is therefore fitted to handle the same, or able to improve, promote, and profit by it in the manner here proposed. Few, we fear, judging by our own observation, and very few according to the testimony of more experienced observers, are endowed with a disposition naturally adapted towards this peculiar research, for that it is peculiar and distinct from every other branch of philosophy, may, without a more lengthening demonstration, have become apparent. To save fruitless labor, therefore, and deter the idle, it may be well to learn at once, before we enter on the routine of practice, what the impediments are, and those mental endowments most insisted on for securing success in the experimental pursuit. Geber, who, in his Sum of Perfection, writes at length and better than many on this head, excludes several classes, which may serve as a foundation for developing the defects of each. Natural impotency, he asserts, is manifold, and may proceed partly from the physical defects of the artist, and partly from his soul, for either the organ may be weak or wholly corrupted, or the soul in the organ having nothing of rectitude, or reason in itself, or because it is fantastical, unduly susceptive of the contrary of forms, and suddenly extensive from one thing knowable to its opposite, without discrimination. If a man have his faculties, therefore so incomplete, he cannot come to the completion of this work, no more either than if he were sick or blind or wanting in his limbs, because he is helped by those members, by mediation of which likewise, as ministering to nature, this art is perfected. And further on, respecting the impediments of mind, the Arabian continues, he that hath not a natural sagacity and soul, searching subtly and scrutinizing natural principles, the fundamentals of nature and artifices which can follow nature in the properties of her action, cannot find the true radix of this most precious science, as there be many who have a stiff neck, void of ingenuity and every sort of perscrutination. Besides these, we find many who have a soul casily opinionating every fantasy, but that which they believe to be truth is all imagination, deviating from reason, full of error, and remote from natural law. Because their brain is replete with fumosities, it cannot receive the true intention of natural things. There be also, besides these, others who have a soul, movable from opinion to opinion, and from will to will, as those who suddenly believe a thing, and will the same without any ground at all of reason, and a little after do believe another thing, and accordingly will another. And these, being so changeable, can ill accomplish the least of what they intend, but rather leave it defective. There be, moreover, others who cannot discern any truth at all to look after in natural things, no more than beasts. Others again, who condemn this science and believe it not to be, whom, in like manner and together with the rest, this science contemns and repels from the accomplishment of this most pious work. And there are some besides, who are slaves, loving money, who do affirm this to be indeed an admirable science, but are afraid to interposit the necessary charges. Therefore, although they approve and according to reason have sought the same, yet to the experience of the work they attain, not through covetousness of money. Therefore our science comes not to them. For how can he who is ignorant or negligent in the pursuit of truth otherwise attain it? Now, if some of these should appear forced, or rather fanciful obstacles to the pursuit of science, we pray the reader to consider their application more closely, and whether by particularizing we may be able to discover their real drift. And to begin with, this first and last defect of avarice, those mammon worshippers appear indeed formerly to have believed but too much, nor that miserable division of them only who sought in ignorance, from inert matter, without a ray of light to guide their benighted hopes. These did but small harm comparatively. It is not they who are so greatly obnoxious to philosophy, but may be rather compassionated for their folly, who found nothing but loss and disappointment in exchange for years of patient and expectant labor. There have been others, far more blameworthy than these, and more fallacious, against whom the true adepts leave unanimously declaimed depraved minds, that having entered, as Geber implies, by the right way of reason, forsook her guidance nevertheless, and basely entangling the clue of life, climbed by it into forbidden regions of self-sufficiency, and in the open face of truth, stole her young Lyops the first fruits of her divining growth, and slew her there. Summa perfect. Lib. I. Cap. 2. Mammon led them on. Mammon, that least erected spirit that fell from heaven, for e'en in heaven, his looks and thoughts were always downward bent, admiring more the riches of heaven's pavement, trodden floor than aught divine or holy else enjoyed in vision beatifi. These are they who have been held in abhorrence by the good in all ages, who, having succeeded in inducing an exalted energy, have wilfully denied the light its true fulfillment, and substituting their own hasty purpose instead of the divine, defiled it, compelling the spirit to their private ends. And what will not the subject soul suffer when pressed by so execrable an evil? For such is the constitution of things, that it must either be filled with a superior or inferior power, and as the former is the reward of piety and proximate to the final cause, the latter is the punishment of the impious who defile the divine part of their essence, insinuating an evil spirit in the place of the divine. They have discovered Socrates, says the prophet, and they are those who have been judged, for they know every secret of the angels, every oppressive and secret power of Daniels, and every power of those who commit sorcery, as well as of those who make molten images in the whole earth. They know how silver is produced from the dust of the earth, and how, on earth, the metallic drop exists, for lead and tin are not produced from the earth as the primary fountain of their production. There is an angel standing upon it, and that angel struggles to prevail. They have discovered secrets, and these are they who are to be judged, who have turned the discovery of nature to an ill account, and these are they to whom Geber alludes, who do affirm this to be indeed an admirable science, and have sought it also according to reason, yet could not enter into the Paradise Lost, Book 1, 2 Book of Enoch, Cap, Ixiv, Sect, 2, Experience, being afraid in their own persons to interposit the necessary charges, I see to abandon the life of selfhood, and return the product to a benevolent and truthful end. Just to the point, we have the story of an Arabian magician who must needs steal a little boy to go with him to the mountain in order to supply the material his own wickedness did not suffer him to approach. No impure leaven, need we repeat it, can enter into wisdom. She scorns to promote folly in any guise, much less will she suffer defilement at man's finite hand. But if anything be done against the right of nature, she forsakes the polluted tabernacle and is lost. Know likewise, says the pious author of the Aquarium, that if by reason of that gift vouchsafed to thee by God, thon happen thereupon, even after thou hast it, to wax proud or be covetous, under whatever cover of false pretense, and dost hereby tempt thyself to a turning away from God by little and little, know, for I speak the truth, that this art will vanish from under thy hands, insomuch that thou shalt not know even that thou hadst it. The which verily hath befallen more than one without their expectation. Does any one at this day, really conversant with the subject, ridicule such an assertion, or are our minds so far estranged from the sphere of final causes, as to be unable to conceive the accountability of moral evil under the law? Is not destruction to the wicked, says Job, and a strange punishment to the workers of iniquity? Doth not he see my ways, and count all my steps? If I have walked with vanity, or if my foot hath hasted to deceit, let me be weighed in an even balance, that God may know mine integrity. If my step hath turned out of the way, and mine heart walked after mine eyes, and if any blot hath cleaved to mine hands, then let me sow, and let another cat, yea, let my offspring be rooted out. If I have made gold my hope, or have said to the fine gold, thou art aquarium sapientum, appendix, my confidence, if I rejoiced because my wealth was great, and because mine hand had gotten much, if I beheld the sun when it shined, or the moon walking in brightness, and my heart hath been secretly enticed, or my mouth hath kissed my hand, this also were an iniquity to be punished by the judge, for I should have denied the God that is above one. That was the transgression of Eve, and of Adam, who sought to hide his iniquity in his bosom. But so multifarious are the estrangements of sense, and so rapidly are effects carried along and remotely imaged in this world, that their source becomes less and less an object of general regard. The laws of nature indeed are examined into, and practically demonstrated to be just what they appear to be. The moral, the physical, and the organic are well reasoned and shown apart, as in their constitutional consequences, all alienate from each other, fixed and independent. For nature at the circumference subsists in this way, animals, birds, insects, fishes, herbs too, and minerals, having their parts so variously qualified, that not anything homogeneous is discovered to sight. Each creature nevertheless has its class, and a kingdom in common belongs to each specific variety, as a tree, with its flowers, leaves, and branches, in plural manifestation, is at the root one, and as the flower may die and the leaves still survive, or the trunk without either live to endure, the winter's blast, so with respect to the natural laws, and in such a respect are they seen, independent and apart from each other, neither more nor less, for in their root are they not also one? Let the virus but once reach this by either channel, The moral, the physical, or the organic vitally infringed, the whole structure. Sympathizing decays. It is true, a man may be unjust, cruel, avaricious, may indulge in many vices without suffering in health, provided the structural laws be well conditioned and obeyed, contrariwise, also, the best. Men may suffer from physical defects and infringement of the organic law. In mechanical arts too, and ordinary intellectual operations, we image out ideas by suitable subjects independently, so that whether it be for the sake of gain, fame, or object of whatever kind, whether the work be undertaken with a benevolent, malicious, or other uncertain intent, the thing resulting may be the same, and remain to image, not the motive instigatory but the idea. It is either well or ill done, beautiful or deformed, according to the pattern and skill that have been exercised, irrespective of the individual intention which gave it birth. The pictures of Holbein are not less beautiful for all the covetous spirit that reigned with their conception. The deformity of the artist's soul was, as the laws of nature, apart, nor ever manifested in his produced work. The motive, springs of humanity are very generally made occult, like the armament within the Trojan horse, are often admitted under other pretext, to develop their force securely, whether of good or evil, in the world. And whilst yet they are borne along in outward consequence far from their originating source, the many are slow to perceive it, though they should retain all the while possibly, in the abiding purpose, the conscious rewards of its own kind. But in alchemy, where the nature of things is altogether altered and ultimately reversed, final causes are of all things most manifestly revealed, and that in their immediate act and operation no less than in the effect. Here is no gathering of grapes from thorns, or figs from thistles, as in this life is attempted, but the intention is received back according to its kind most exactly, where the subject, object, and result, through every phase of life agree together, where the end is determinate from the beginning, as the beginning is by the end made manifest, without intervention or concealment in the ministering spirit throughout. Springing directly from ourselves, this highly effective agent, even in the natural state, inclines, as the will directs, to image the conceived idea, how much more, when, promoted through a second to a third degree of concentration, does it become fortified, and further multiplying in the conjunction, impose and sure consequences on him who wields it the inherent accountability. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, so does the law of justice exact retribution in those spheres, hence so much caution and secrecy, that the power might only be discovered through the long labor of an experienced and upright mind. Hence so much continued warning off the profane, lest, deviating, they should either break or become broken necessitously upon the wheel of life. Sons of science, for this reason are the philosophers said to be envious, declares Hermes, not that they grudge the truth to religious or just men, but to fools ignorant and vicious who are without self-control, and beneficence, lest they should be made powerful and able to perpetrate sinful things. For of such the philosophers are made accountable to God, and evil men are not accounted worthy of this wisdom. Maize trifle, murvey-love, and archimastery is the tincture of holy alchemy, a wonderful science, and secret philosophy a singular grace and gift of the Almighty, which never was found, na witness we can, nor thy science was ever taught to man, but he were proved perfectly with space, whether he were able to receive this grace, for his truth, virtue, and for his stable wit, which if he fail, he shall never have it. Also no man should this science teach, for it is so wonderful, and so selcouth, that it must needs be taught fro mouth to mouth. Also ho must, if he be never so loathly, receive it with a most sacred oath, that, as we refuse great dignity and fame, so lie must needly refuse the same. And this science must ever secret be, the cause whereof is this, as ye may see, if one evil man had hereof all his will, all Christian peas he might easily spill, and with his pride ho might pull down rightful kings and princes of renown. One tract, R. Cap. I. Wherefore the sentence of peril and Jew parsley upon the teacher resteth dreadfully, so that for doubt of such pride and wealth he must beware. That will this science teach, no man therefore may reach this great present, but he hath virtues excellent. So though men we one possessors not to Ado to hallow this science, as before is said, neither seem not blessed effectually, yet, in her order, this science is holy, and forasmuch as no man may her find but only by grace, she is holy and liar kind. Also it is a work and cure divine, foul copper to make gold and silver fine. No man may find such change by his thought, of divers kinds which God's hands have wrought. For God's conjunctions man may not undo, but if his Gruco fully consent thereto. By help of this science which our Lord above has given to such men as he doth love, wherefore old fathers conveniently called this science holy alchemy. None ever truly attained to the fruits of this philosophy, as the wise declare, without rectitude of intention, and the blessing of God on a well-tried experience, and it is the reiterated assertion of this grateful truth that has encouraged us, by a natural faith, to pursue the inquiry and recommend it to others who are desirous of instruction. To say that the pursuit is without danger to the ill-informed would be presuming too much on late acquaintanceship and contrary to the credible assertion of adepts. But there are many degrees of success in the legitimate path, and every step is progressive where the rule of reason is pursued. Avarice, or ambition, or a curious hope, may long to prove the golden promise of alchemy, but neither will be found to be the true form of gold. Reason alone can enter into it. Mammon may draw the dead metal in heaps about its sordid circumference, but it cannot quicken the aurific seed in life. That spirit is too gross to permeate the ethereal profundity. All he can draw from it is Stulin, for he is the first to fly from Norton's ordinal chap, in Ashmole's theatrum. Dom's fiery ordeal, not able to enter with his camel form, or daring to prove his vaporous essence in hoar pure light, but to proceed, next above the covetous, skeptics, are condemned by Geber, but as these by their own choice remain in ignorance, they would merit less reproval, were it not that they endeavor to hinder others as well as themselves from the pursuit of truth. And of all evil spirits that haunt this world and set up their bar to human advancement, infidelity perhaps is the most absurd. By infidelity, we mean that fashionable kind of faithlessness, which, without rational foundation, denounces everything that is new, or not seeming immediately to square with the received place, and which in truth conceives nothing worthy to be believed or held in veneration. The age of religious intolerance has passed gradually away, and great allowances are now made for most things, all kinds of folly and diversities of opinion, but so much higher does the folly of skepticism run than heretofore, over all boundary, test of reality and probability of truth, that we had us leave the days of Galileo had been ours, as live so much later to see the recovered secret of ages dwindle and sink into obloquy for lack of faith and mind verily to bear it witness in manifestation. It is the wisdom of modern skeptics to ape the thing which they stand most in need of, viz. Sound reason. The deficiency too is doubled in their disguise, as, ignorant of their own ignorance, they push forward as so many stolid bolts before the gate of truth. Yet, despite of all the rejectors and scoffers, nature opens her hospitable door to the multitude in the highways and byways, seeking them out to alleviate their sufferings and offer a new guide to knowledge and felicity. We allude to mesmerism neither ashamed, but grateful to acknowledge the neglected doorkeeper that gave us first introduction to the vestibule of antique science. Do they not perceive how she has risen up, lifted by a few faithful hands out of their reach? Those scoffers, why, but her monarchy was established and triumphant even before they perceived her, or ever their wicked crusade against her was begun. They warred with they knew not what, or wished either to know, or had they wished, would it avail without faith to stimulate in the pursuit. Nature, who is liberal of her common gifts and lavishes earthly blessings without personal respect, opens not this casket after the same rule. She must be moved to it subtly, conscientiously, courteously, and then she will surrender to none but a philosopher, one too that has been disciplined in her schools, tried and proven to ensure his ability to bear the sacred trust. Therefore no man should be too swift to cast away our Lord's precious gifte, considering how the Almighty God, from great doctors hath this science for laud, and granted it to few men of his mercy, such as be faithful, true, and lowly, and as there be but planets 7 among the multitude of stars in heaven, so among millions of mankind, scarcely 7 men may this science finde. Wherefore laymen ye may leer, and see how many doctors of great authority, with many searchers have this science sought, yet all their labors have turned to mot. And if they did cost, yet found none avail, but in their purpose often time deal file, then in despair they reason and departe, And then they say how there is no aucharte but famed fables. They name it as they go, a false fawn thing. They say it is Elaine. Such men presume too much upon their minde. They wean their wits afflicient this arte to linde, but of their slander and words of outrage we take thereof truly little charge. Tor such be not invited to our feast, which weeneth themselves wise and condolenst. Albeit such men list not ininger to pursue. Yet is this science of alchemy full true, and albeit some proud clerks say nay, yet every wise clerk well consider may, how he which hereof might know trouths nay, may not hereof lawful witness be, dd 2. For it were a wondrous thing and quento a man that never had sight to painte. Elo should a burn blind man be sure to write or make good portraiture? To build pula a steeple might be grunte doubt for och proud clerks to bring about. Such might be apt to break their crown, ere they could wisely take it down. Wherefore all such are full far belinde, to fetch out the secretest point of kinde. Therefore all men take their fortune and chance, remit such clerks to their ignorance. Rational skepticism has quite another object, and never exhibits itself in the refractory form of its mock alley. It is the province of reason to inquire and endeavor by perscrutination to prove all things, that finally rejecting the false, it may hold fast that which is true. Such skepticism, more properly perhaps called discrimination, is as much required by the Hermetic student as the other is obnoxious. For this kind of analytic exercise helps to corroborate the mind, and cultivate that distinctive supremacy of truth in the understanding which is so essential to success in the practical research, but which is very rarely to be met with in uneducated minds. And, being without it, NCED, we wonder that so many are now, as in Geber's and Norton's time, opinionative, unstable in purpose, willful and dissimulating, or that they who have never entertained the true ideal should fail to recognize the image when represented before their eyes. The searcher of nature ought to be, as she herself is, faithful, simple, patient, constant, giving his mind to the discovery of truth alone, hopeful and benevolent. It behoves him also, who would be introduced into this hidden wisdom, says the Hermetic Master, to free himself from the usurpation of vice, and to be good, just, and of a sound reason, ready at hand to help mankind, of a serene countenance, diligent to save, and be himself a patient guardian of the arcane secrets of philosophy. And if to these qualifications a convenient leisure be added, all may be hoped for progressively passing by a living experience into the light. But neither will a busy head, nor a faithless heart, by impure hands be able, nor does a vagabond inclination enter in by the narrow way of life. With respect to the impediments of body mentioned by Geber, these are less numerous and more commonly supplied. Hands and eyes are to be had in abundance, and where these are conjoined with the foregoing conditions, other hindrances with respect to the artist may, for the occasion, be passed by. Then for the student he should, as a matter of course, be possessed or learn, at least, to cultivate the incipient qualifications he intends afterwards to bring to practice. The same patient hope and free perspicuity of thought and imagination also will be called for, in acquiring the Hermetic doctrine, by perusal, as is afterwards needed for the experimental proof. Reading was not formerly adapted to the million as it now is in thought, language, and reference, familiarized and made easy to the understanding of all. No such alluring baits to idleness are to be found on the title pages of the Middle Age school of philosophy, no. Such simplifications of science, as we now hear of, are belonging to alchemy. It is true, there are revelations, open entrances, new lights and true lights, sunshine and moonshine, with other auroras, and pictured dawns, manuals, introductory lexicons of obscure terms, with meanings no less obscured, triumphal chariots also, vans, gates, keys, and guides too without number all. Directing on the same royal road when this is found, but useless to most wayfarers. Nothing that we observe at all suited to the means or taste of the millionary class of readers whose understanding, like that of pampered children, has grown flaccid, and by excess of object, teaching, has forgotten how to think. Very few there will be found to relish the enigmas of the old alchemists, no thoughtless experimentalist, persisting in his mere senses, no hopeful receipt, monger, sectarian fanatic or fact idolater, no idling curiosity seeker or dilettante imaginist, will find even his leisure well occupied in this pursuit. We warn them all, the subject is too abstruse, and too intricately dealt with, for the natural understanding to apprehend at first view. But it is true, As the adepts indeed foretold, their records have proved like a curious two-edged instrument. To some it has cut out dainties, and to others it has only served to cut their fingers, yet are they not altogether to be blamed. It is not for the ignorant to blame the power of that which they do not know how to handle, or would it not be a ridiculous thing if some child or arrogant rustic were to denounce the language of astronomy, or say that chemistry was a vain science, and merely because the terms are not comprehensible without instruction? In almost all the records of alchemy, the inner sense is held aloof from the literal, and if by hazard or benevolent design the truth has escaped in plain discourse, it has been either slighted over or disbelieved. Sendivogius relates, it frequently happened to him, that having intimated the art to some friends, word by word explaining it, they could by no means understand him, not believing, as he quaintly expresses it, that there was any water in our sea, and yet, says he, they would be accounted philosophers. Other instances of the same kind are given, amongst whom Irenaeus in the run of his allegory relates, there were a multitude of men, who seeing my light in my hand which they could not discern well, they being in that darkness which would not be enlightened, but, as through a thick cloud beholding my candle, judged it ominous and left their stations. For their eyes with darkness and smoke were made so tender, that my candle overpowered them, and they could not bear its luster. Therefore they, crying out, ran away. I mused much at this, continues the philosopher, how they could be in such Cimmerian darkness, and as I wondered I bethought me that they had with them another light, as it were, fox, fire or rotten wood. Thus, mental requisites and impediments, 407, or glow, worms' tails, and with this they sat in consultation, reading Geber, Rhasis and such whom I heard them name, and commenting on them, not without much pleasantness. Then I considered that the light which I had brought with me did not enlighten that place, but stood separated, as it were, from the darkness. And withal I remembered that there was once a light in the world, and the darkness comprehended it not, and that darkness I now perceived had a false fire of its own, with which it seemed to its inhabitants to be wonderfully well enlightened. This humorous interlude of Irenaeus in the outward application bears not unaptly to our conclusion, that the abstruse light of alchemy is not fit for the understanding of all, neither is perceptible to the gross intelligence of the mass of mankind. But this singular fest of incredulity has seemed always to attend, lest folly or wilfulness, precipitously passing into practice, should either perish or break the divine legislation in inharmonious effects. And thus the art will probably continue concealed through many ages still, or, except by a very few, be more accredited, though all early Christendom should rise up in attesting array to give it evidence. For what is truth to triflers, or light to the indifferent worldling? Who cares not to be undeceived? How enlist him in a search so arduous, so uninteresting to his affections, and inimical to his self, love? No! Wise in his generation, rather let him sleep on. For what would it profit him to learn to believe without the power of realizing any good? Without a stable theory, and the desire of truth absolutely leading, all is mere vanity and a vexation of the spirit. It were much better for such to cease, than for this art to pat them in presila such, like beaters wonder anal pass, or learn this lesson both unw mul lasse, following the sentence of this holy letter. First Ripley revived, first gate, p. 121. Attingens a fine usque ad finem fortiter, disponens omnia anaritor, that is proceed mightily to chend from the beginning maugre the fiend. All things disposing, in the mean space, with great suavity that cometh of grace, all short-witted men, and mutable. Such must needs be variable, and some do every man believe, such credence doth their coffers grieve. To every new tale to them told, they give credence and leave the old. But some larda be of stable wit, sash only be apt to finish it. Adepts all therefore advise discretion, and are circumspect in their revealments, lest that which in the bands of a philosopher becomes most precious, should be otherwise made worthless, or worse than all. He that understands, says the royal artist, let him understand and advance, but let him that cannot, be ignorant still. For this treasure is not to be bought with money, and as it cannot be bought, so neither can it be sold. Ye sons of avarice and ignorance, cries Geber, and ye of evil manners, avaunt and fly from this science, for it is inimical to you, and will bring you to poverty. For this great gift of God is, by his judgment, hidden from you forever, and therefore we treat of it in such words as to the wise shall, by pursuit, become intelligible, but to such as we have described, Men of mean capacity will be most profound, and fools shall be absolutely debarred entrance therein. Common language is suited to express common ideas, and to convey them to the vulgar conception, but the alchemists, for various sufficient reasons, have not thought tit to deliver their wisdom in this way, as if it could be syllabled out like a romance or a common ballad, for the amusement of the first runner by, who would deign to look with his mere eyes and read. They better knew the value of their instructions, and so studiously veiled it that he only who was really desirous, and made fit by long study to pursue the work, should be able to understand them. The words of the wise are as goads, says the preacher, and as nails fastened by the master of assemblies which are given by one shepherd. One spirit indeed reigns throughout, and one intention, but she is so hedged in with cabalisms, metaphors, types, emblems, and sophistications. There is but one leader, who should undertake the deliverance, one only, we repeat, he that is allied the same that, in practice strengthening, afterwards is enabled to raise the allegoric siege of life, and by the fire of his divine wrath enkindled, to overcome the stronghold of evil therein allied. And let the sapient artificer, concludes the prince, studiously peruse our books, collecting our dispersed intention, which we have described in divers places that we might not expose it to malignant, ignorant men, and let him prove his collection even into the knowledge, studying and experimenting with the instance of sagacious labor, till he come to an entire understanding of the whole. Let the student exercise himself, in order to find out this our proposed way of investigation, so as to acquire a plenary knowledge of the verity of the perfecting and corrupting matter and form. And again, -1 beg of thee, my son, says the adept Richardus, to examine the writings of the philosophers, for if thou art slothful at thy books, thy mind cannot be prepared for the work, nor will he be able advantageously to bring his hand to the practice whose mind is sluggish in studying the theory, but he with more security shall advance to the work who has stored his mind with resources. Ignorance is wiped off by study, which restores the human intellect to true science and knowledge, and by these enigmas the Dagon is overthrown. Zachary likewise, in his opusculum, This I Tell Thee, Epilogue to the Invest of Perfection, 2 see Lucerna Salis, many passages to the same effect. Ricciardi, Ang, Libel, Cap. 2, he says, that thou oughtest first to read with unwearied patience and perseverance the writings of the philosophers before thou extendest thy hand to the philosophy work, and pray to God for his grace and wisdom to help thee therein, for no one ever acquired this art by chance, but by prayer rather than by any other means. Mediums, nevertheless, are to be employed. Pray, says Sendivogius, pray, but work. God indeed gives understanding, but thou must know how and when to use it. Arnold, in his Rosary, mentions 3 requisites, viz. Subtlety of mind, manual skill, and a free will for the operation, to which Lully likewise adds a sufficiency of the divine favor, and books to open the understanding and give it zest for truth. The author of the Lucerna Salis, moreover, agrees that in order to acquire this science study is required in the beginning, and meditation, that a good foundation may be laid for that. Without this God does not reveal his grace, nor unless he be prompted thereto by the fervent prayers of him who desires so signal a favor. He does not either grant it immediately to any person, but always by mediate dispositions, to wit, by instructions and the labor of the hands, to which he gives a thorough blessing if I'll be invoked thereto with a sincere heart. Whereas when recourse is not duly had to him by Zachary Opuscule, p. 69. New Light, p. 122. Arnoldi Rosarium, L. Il Cap.
X. Puda subtila ingenium artilicis, operamanium et arbitrium, quodquidem requirit divitias sapientiam, et liberus, lulliter.
Test. E31. Et id circo fili tibi dico, quad tria.
Requiruntur, solicet, ingenium subtila naturale on sophistica manium operatio, ut liberum arbitrum, et hu requirit sapienti divitias et fibros, sapientiam, accendum facere, divitias, ad abendum potestatem facendi, liberos ad intali, eum apprehendum diversam quia in multis cantibus, and Richardus. Studium ondum doctors, amovit ignorantiam, et reducit humanum intellectum et virum scientiam, et cognitionem cujus libet rei. Ergo in primis tensi, es per studium haius suavis operis, suita acquirere, et per philosophica dieta migenium acquire, emin ipsis sit cognita, viu veritatis, si ergo laborantis lahuram non despexerin fructum inde provenientem dule dergustabunt, and, Fiat, Chem.
Vol. 1. p. 419. Ricciardi Anglici Libellus, Captat. Mental Requisits and Impediments. 411. Prayer. He stops the effect thereof, either by interposing obstacles to things already begun, or else suffering them to conclude with an evil event. These several preliminary requirements will not appear astonishing to those who have obtained an insight into the nature of this science, nor will it be deemed by any, we hope, a canting pretense or affectation for philosophers to talk of praying for divine assistance in a research, which is so much wrapped in and about the desire as to be ultimately made manifest through its means. Besides, are we not accustomed to seek for benefits where we think they are to be found? If we go to the musician to learn music, the chemist to procure instruction in his art, to the astronomer, builder, or other mechanist to learn their several acquirements, how much more ought we not to apply to the causal fountain for wisdom, which is Allelis alone and voluntarily to bestow, and as the learned of this world must be won by some means to impart their knowledge, shall we not by the same parallel endeavor to move the divine nature by prayers, who has promised all things to those humbly and early seeking him? For to desire and covet after wisdom is to seek to be a partaker of that divinity to which we aspire, and no otherwise can we be made partakers, it is taught, but by a voluntary assimilation. My son, instructs the wise Hermes, I admonish thee to love God, in whom is the strength of thy undertaking and the bond of whatsoever thou meditatest to unloose, and this science I have obtained by the sole gift of the living God inspiring me. Man may conditionale, ought by patient labor disciplining, to prepare the way of the greater in the lesser good, but he cannot compel, much less impart, the divine blessing on his handiwork, neither cement the spiritual union nor give it increase. There is a period, too, when in conjunct 1 Digby's translation of the Lucerna Salis, page 320. Recapitulation, tract, or cap, I, and 2. Tion. The spirit transcends all earthly control, and passing under the divine hand, recreates by his sovereign will alone. But it is vain to look for a blessing from nature without his co. operation who is her will, for without controversy, as the scripture alludes, the lesser is blessed by the greater. Every good gift and every perfect gift comes from the Father of lights in whom there is no variableness or shadow of turning. And again, Paul may plant and Apollos may water, but God alone giveth the increase, and God withholds not this increase alone, but deprives the talent likewise, where it is wasted or hoarded without interest or promotion. To them that have and use is given more abundantly, but from him that improves not, there is taken away even that which he has. For the Almighty will not permit his gifts to remain idle, much less may they suffer abuse, being immortal, and he therefore must be a good steward who would overlook the rich treasury of life. Our gold and silver bend no common plate, but a sperm out of a body I take. In the which is al, sol, lame, life and light, water and earth, fire and fright, and Allah cometh of one image. But the water of the wood maketh the marriage. Therefore there ya another wayo but to take thee to thy beads and pray. For covetous men yt findeth never. Though they soak yt once and over, set not your hearts in nice thing but only to God, and good laringe and lio that will come thereby must be meek and full of mercy, both in spirit and in countenance, full of clarity and good governance, and overmore full of almas dewade. Simple and powerly his lift to in aid, with prayers, penances, and piety, a meal ever to God a lover be, and all the riches that he sped, to do God worship with almies deed. All you that have sought mania a day, leave work, take your beads and pray. Pierce, the Black Monk, on the Elixir, in Ashmole's Theat, Mental Requisites and Impediments. 413. With the nature and effects of prayer, in ordinary life, all men are familiar in one degree or other. For every desire of the mind is in its kind a prayer, and preparative for the acquirement of its object. And if prayer effected nothing else, it certainly collects the mind, and corroborates the faculties in their pursuit. For when the thoughts are concentred, means and adjuncts suggest themselves, which do not occur when they are indifferently drawn, and thus by a prayerful communion we often obtain and divine things which otherwise we should not. But the esoteric ground brings us acquainted with prayer in a far deeper sense, and adepts are eloquent in their imputations of its efficacy in spagyric works, when the mind is lifted up, even in the midst of the operations of vital chemistry, full of labor and toil they prayed, says Kerkringius, and every man knows, that hath entirely devoted himself to this business, how effectual prayer is, and how often those things which he long sought and could not find, have been imparted to him in a moment, as it were, infused from above, or dictated by some good genius. That also is of use in solving riddles and enigmatical writings, for if you burn with a great desire of knowing them, that is prayer, and when you incline your mind to this or that, variously discussing and meditating many things, this is cooperation. That your prayer may not be, for want of exertion, a tempting of God, yet all endeavor is vain until you find the solution. Nevertheless, if you despair not, but instantly persist in desire, and cease not from labor, at length, in a moment, the solution will fall in. This is revelation, which you cannot receive unless you pray with great desire and labor, using your utmost endeavor, and yet you cannot perceive how from all those things, of which you thought, which were not the solution of the enigma, the solution itself arose. This unfolding of the riddle opens to you the mystery of all things, and shows how available prayer is for the obtainment of things spiritual and eternal, as well as corporeal and perishing goods. And when prayer is made with a heart not feigned but sincere, you will see that there is nothing more fit for the acquiring of what you desire. Thus piety is available for all things, as the oracles declare, and prayer especially, which is its principal exercise, is profitable for great undertakings. But lest with all this, it should appear to any superstitious or otherwise unrighteous to invoke the divine aid to this particular undertaking. As if God were mutable, we take leave to add a few further considerations in defense, and the different kinds of invocation which were employed by the ancients in their celebration of theurgic rites. Prayer, according to Jamblichus, was divided into 3 classes. The first of which, as pertaining to the early initiations, was called collective, having for its object to gather the mental powers into accord with their lender, seeking a clue whereby it may enter the intelligible profundity of the enigma. The second affects the bonds of concordant spirits, calling forth, prior to the energy of speech, the gifts imparted by divinity, and perfecting the subordinate operations, prior to intellectual alliance. The third is the final authoritative seal of union, when the desire leading from faith becomes into its true end. The first, recapitulates our author, pertains to illumination, the second, to a communion of operation. But through the energy of the third, we receive a perfect plenitude of divine fire, and supplication indeed proceeds, like a precursor, preparing the way before the sacrifice appears, but sometimes it intercedes as a mediator, and sometimes accomplishes the end of sacrificing. No operation, however, in sacred concerns, can succeed without the intervention of prayer. Lastly, the continual exercise of prayer nourishes the. See the annotations of Kerkringius on Basil Valentine, sub. Init. p. 5. Bio St. Paul's Epistle to the Romans, 7. 26, 27. Vigor of our intellect, and renders the receptacles of the soul for more capacious, by enlarging the desire for the communications of the gods. It likewise is the divine key which opens to men the penetralia of wisdom, accustoms us to the splendid rivers of supernal light, and by these, in a short time, perfects the inmost recesses and disposes them for the ineffable knowledge and contact of divinity. Nor does adoration desist till it has raised the sublimated soul up to the summit of all, for it gradually and silently draws upwards the manners of the soul, by divesting her of everything foreign to a divine nature, and clothes her with the perfections of the gods. Besides this, it produces an indissoluble communion and friendship with divinity, nourishes a divine love, and inflames the divine part of the soul. Whatever is of ou opposive and contrary nature it helps to expiate and purify, expels whatever is prone to generation, and retains nothing of the dregs of mortality in its ethereal and splendid spirit, perfects a good hope and faith concerning the reception of divine light, and in one word, renders those by whom it is employed the familiars and domestics of the gods. Such then being the advantages of prayer, and such the connection of adoration with sacrifice, and the end of theurgy sacrifice is a conjunction with the demiurgy intellect, hence does it not follow that the benefit of prayer, if we concur at all in opinion concerning these things, is of the same extent with the good which is conferred by such an alliance. And these three terms of adoration, in which, according to the authorities, all the divine measures are contained, not only conciliate the warring elements of life, but extend to man three supernal benefits as translated from one form of perfection to another. Life progresses, bringing forth an offspring to be sacrificed on the alternating confines of each, as it were three Hesperian apples of gold. And thus the end of all adoration is attained. And there the rational inquiry rests as in its proper object, and there the true attraction of love is to be found, which in this life never can be, but by an oblation of it. For the attractions which are here supplied to sensible perception, and for which so many pray, are transitory, and the desire of them is nothing more than the desire of images, which lose ultimately the magnetic virtue imparted to them by the idea, and because without it, when in the possession, they are found to be neither truly desirable, nor sufficient, nor good. But, if, in the indifferent concerns of life, men pray, and for a general prosperity in public worship, hoping to be heard, how much more should not the desire be conceived effectual when addressed within the living temple to the divine light within, when in the congress of allied mind, the spirit wakes to consciousness, and in the universal harmony conspiring, dissolves the total life to love. I called upon the Lord, exclaims the psalmist, and he heard me out of his holy temple, and my cry came before him, even unto his ears. I prayed, and understanding was given me. I called upon God, and the spirit of wisdom came to me, and hence it may more readily be conceived, how prayer and self, sacrifice conspiring, mutually corroborate, and confer on catch other a perfect efficacy in divine works. Since, even matter itself is said to be extended to the desirable, i.e. to the good, and though this desire is filled with as many goods as it is able to participate, and when things have run up so far as to this sufficiency they become tranquil in it, and are liberated from the parturitions, and the desire which they naturally possess, neither will it therefore be proper to omit any part of this concord, or deny any faculty of the mind its due exercise in the preparation, since these diversified parts of the spirit are in their renascent harmony made one, thence again to be evolved in Catholic procession to complete the equilibrated circle of their law. And this much may suffice concerning the nature of prayer, and the corroborative efficacy of the human will, acting in concert with its final cause to fulfill it. The next difficulty presenting itself to the mind of the student, after he has obtained a general knowledge of the Hermetic ground, with a hopeful desire to commence operations, has been to find suitable assistance in the undertaking. Many have halted here along, while unprofitably, for it is evident that without a subject to work with and reciprocate the design it remains abortive, as a statue in the conception without the marble to give it utterance. The ascent to unity is arduous, and the descent is not undertaken in safety alone. Neither is there any increase of the spirit, as we have already shown, without a medium and a bond. Behold, two are better than one, says the preacher, because they have a good reward for their labor, and mutually assist each other by the way. But for one alone there is no end of his labor. And for whom do I labor, saith he, and bereave my soul of good? This is vanity, yea, it is a sore travail. But so much has been written, and with such a deal of sophistication, about the philosophy vessel and its multiform distillatory apparatus, of nerves, veins, and alembics, that we should be in doubt where to choose a guide in this respect sufficiently intelligible, and who is at the same time trustworthy and of equal fume. One hint, however, in the sum of Norton's or Dinal, may help to extricate us from the difficulty of explaining many more, which are full dirk. To ordain instruments according to the work. As every chapter hath divers intents, so lueth it divers instruments, both in matter also in shape, in concord that nothing may mishap, as workers of division and separation, have mall vessels for their operation, plus Eccles IV 8, 9, e. But vessels broad for humectation, and some desly broad for circulation, but long vessels for precipitation, but short and long serve sublimation. Narrow vessels and 4 inches bigly serve correction most properly. Of vessels some be made of liet, and some of clay both quick and dead. Deal clay is called such a thing, as hath suffered great ruating. Such meddled in powder with good raw clay, will fur abide and mot go away, bus many elnies will wool leap in fear. Such for vessels do not desire. Other venila be made of stone, for sufficient, bat few or none. Among workmen, as yet is fumde in any county of English ground, which of water nothing drinke shall, and yet abide dree fear withal, such stones, large for our intente, were a precious instrument, but other vessels be mande of glasse. That spiritual matter should not outpass, of ashes, of fern in this land every each one be made, but elsewhere be of stone. Of our glasses, the better kinde. The morning stool ye shall it finde, which was ashes the night before, standing in hoot, all night and more. The harder stuff is called phraton. Of clipping of other glasses it come, timature with answering of glasions, will not purse him as they rehearn. By this doctrine chum or refine, take that which well unto your, for in figures of vessels lande you, every man followeth his own mindo, the best fashion is ye may be sure, she that concordeth with vessel of nature, and figuro that best concordeth with quantity, and with all circumstances to matter best is she, and this sheweth best Albertus Magnus, in his Boco de Minavoltus. Illyria Vesicreat disclosed was, by my good master, to more and lesso, saying, Ni Deus am decet nobis cas nihil dedicet, und that is glassa. Norton's Ordinal, chap. Vi. p. 94. The spirit finally constructs its own vessel, and vitrifies it, and since the artist is at liberty to make choice according to convenience of his instruments in the beginning, an ench one would be likely to vary. In his preference we avoid a superfluity of description, besides, of the many that may be called together, at first few, it will be understood, are chosen to proceed beyond the exigencies of the preliminary gross work. And then, will they not speak for themselves? Those philosophic vessels, like the planks of Argo on occasion, are still oracular, being felled from the self, same ground too, in the same classic grove, made vocal by Apollo. And methinks few potters within this realm, Elave made at ony time such cunning mare, as we, for our science, do fashion and prepare. Fow ever formed such, nor the like of them. Yet they are plain without wrinkle or halm, one within another. It is a pretty feat. The third, without them to guide up the heat. First then with the potter thou must begin, which cannot make what he hath never seen. In order that thy vessel's bomado to thy mind stand by while he worketh more surely to find a and shew him what to do by some sigu or similitude, and if his wits be not too dull and rade, I will understand what thou dost mean. A humorous story is related in continuation by this author of the difficulties he met with in the practice from indifferent assistants, and how after so much vexation and loss of time, he was obliged to take the whole of the manual labor upon himself. For servants do not passe, Louis our works to frame, but have more delight to play and to game. A good servant, saith Solomon, let him be unto thee as thine own heart in each degree, for it is precious a faithful servant to find a. Esteem him above treasure if he be to thy minde, not reckless, but sober, wise and quiet. Such a one were even for my diet. 1 Charnock's Breviary of Philosophy, chap. I. 2 Ideum, chap. 2. E2. The value of such assistance may be better appreciated when we come to speak of the preparatory practice which Norton, naively, and without much envy describes, enumerating also the needful qualification and numbers of individuals employed about the gross work as follows. The second concord with this arte is, when ye can find apt ministers, no a minister is apt to this intent, but he be sober, vi, und diligate, true, and watchful, and also fimprons. Close of tongue, of body not vicious, clenty of hands, in touching curious, not disobedient, neither presumptuous, such servants may your works of charge minister, and save from all outrage. But trust me that 2 such servants, or 3, may not sufficient for your work be. If your matter he of quantity reamable, then 8 such servants be convenable. But upon little quantity, finde ye shall 4 men able to perform all. Then 1/2 of them most work, while the other half sleepeth or goeth to kirk. For of this arte ye shall not have prey, but it be ministered as well by white as day, continually, except the holy Sunday alone, from evensong begin till evensong be done. And while they work, they must needs eschew all ribandry, else they shall find this true, that such mishap shall them befall, they shall destroy part of their works or all. Therefore all the ministers must be men, or else they must be all women. Set them not occupied one with another, though some to you be sister or brother, yet they must have some good disport, their great lahurs to recoffert, then nothing shall better avance your work than shall this concordamy. Yet instruments useful there be more, as be furnaces ordained. Therefore old men imagined for this arte a special furnace for every parle, every each devising after his own thought. But many farmers of them bow not. Some were too broad, some too long, many of them did nature wrong. Mental requisites and impediments. Therefore some furnaces may well be used, but many of them must be refused. The true furnace has been described as a little simple shell. Thou mayest easily carry it, says Vaughan, in one of thy hands. The glass is one, and no more. But philosophers have used two, and so mayest thou. As for the work itself, it is no way troublesome. A lady may read the Arcadia, and at the same time attend this philosophy without disturbing her fancy. For my part, continues the philosopher, I think women are fitter for it than men, for in such things they are more neat and patient. And again, in the Lumen de Lumine, the excitation of the fire is a very trivial, slight, almost a ridiculous thing. Nevertheless, all the secrets of corruption and generation are therein contained. Geber calls this furnace Athenor, and from his example, others have described the same with a misleading subtlety, little commendable or instructive to any. But who knoweth the power, the working, and kinde of every furnace, he may well froith finde, but he which therein dwelleth in ignorance, all his work falleth upon chance. No man is sure to have his intent without full commeril of arte with each instrument. Many more instruments occupied ye shall see. Then in this chapter now relecaried be, which ye must ordain by good or an advice, and prove them beforehand if ye be wise. After showing that indeterminate instruments must be employed in the beginning, until the determinate shall declare themselves as by the Spirit they are proved fit, Norton proceeds in due order to point out the best local and other outward circumstances for Norton's ordinal chap. Vi. C. Vaughan's Lamen de Lantine, and E. Selim Terrae, p. 118, and C. and Sendivogius's New Light, and Irenaeus's Introitus Apertus chap. V8, and X5, a ordinal chap. Vi. Carrying on the different hermetic operations as follows. The fourth concord is full notable between this arte and places cantenable. Some places must needs by evermore dree, close from ire and no ways windy. Some must be dark and dim of sight, in which sun, benusuon may light. But for some places the tre we, so ix. They cannot have too much bright knocks. Some places must needs be most and cold, for some were KSA anctors told. But in our works in every place, wind will hurt in airy cues. Therefore for every work in season ye must ordain places by reason. Philosophers sand by their engine, how it should be wrought within looks ninety. Astrologers said it was a grace to find a fitting working place. For many things will wondrous do. In some places and elsewhere not so, but contrary wonders be of one thing. In contrary countries wrought without leasing, whereof none other cause may appear, but only contrary places of the sphere, wordo places contrary of the ground, to them concordant and obedient be found. Gereof great evidence and witness full clear, in the maggot a stone openly doth appear, whose north point draweth towards his country, which under the south star driveth needles away. Wherefore wise men which for this arte sought found some places concordant, some places not. Secrecy. Having been a principal object with those practicing this art, difficulty was found often to secure this, and at the same time supply the other conditions, which vary with the constitution and instinct of the spiritual guide. Just such a locality as Virgil appointed for his bees has been mentioned as desirable with all his appropriate allegorical exceptions of corrupt and evil associates. Strong currents of air are well known to disturb communion, and the entranced subject is more or less susceptible cf. All imaginative impressures, which, even after their act has passed away, hang and pollute the ether of their pertinacious abode, as adepts well testify, and Cornelius Agrippa, in his occult philosophy, diffusely expounds, showing that, truly, it is a grace to find a fitting working place. The following lessons of an English adept, neither antique nor envious, may not be uninstructive in conclusion of the rest. If thy desire leads thee on to the practice, that is of the ultimate philosophic work, says Vaughan, consider well with thyself what manner of man thou art, and what it is that thou wouldst do, for it is no small matter. Thou hast resolved with thyself to be a operator with the living God, and to minister to him in his work of generation. Have a care, therefore, that thou dost not hinder his work, for if thy heat exceeds the natural proportion, thou hast stirred up the wrath of the moist natures, and they will stand up against the central fire, and the central fire against Bem, and there will be a terrible division in the chaos, but the sweet spirit of peace, the true eternal quintessence, will depart from the elements, leaving both them and thee to confusion, neither will he apply himself to that matter as long as it is in thy violent destructive hands. We should always remember that doctrine of Zeno, that nature gave us one tongue and two cars, that we might hear much and speak little. Let not any anon therefore be ready to vomit forth his own shame and ignorance. Let him first examine you his knowledge, and especially his practice, lest upon the experience of a few violent knacks he presume to judge of nature in her very sobrieties. But if thou cooest the principal first matter, know also for certain thou last discovered the sanctuary of nature. There is nothing between thee and her treasures but the door. That indeed must be opened. Have therefore a charitable seraphic mind, charitable and not destructive to thyself. There is in every true Christian a spice, I will not say a grain of faith, for then we could work miracles. But know that as God is the Father, so charity is the nurse of faith. For there springs from charitable works, from the effects of spiritual beneficence, a hope of heaven, and who is he that will not gladly believe what he hopes to obtain? On the contrary, there springs no hope at all from the works of darkness, and by consequence no faith, but that faith of devils to believe and tremble. Settle not in the lees and puddles of the world. Have thy heart in heaven, and thy hands upon earth ascend in piety and descend in charity. For this is the nature of light, and the way of the children of it. Thou must live, as says Agrippa, according to God and the angels, rejecting all things that are dissimilar to the heaven otherwise. Thou canst have no communion with superiors. Lastly, unux esto non solus. Avoid the multitude, as well of passions as of persons. And in conclusion, I would envy thee understand that every day is a contracted year, and that each year is as an extended day. Anticipate the year in the day, and lose not a day in the year. Make use of indeterminate agents till thou canst find a determinate one. The many wish well, but one only loves. Circumferences spread, but centers contract, so superiors dissolve and inferiors coagulate. Stand not long in the sun, nor long in the shade, where trams meet, there look for complexions. Learn from thy errors to be infallible, and from thy misfortunes to be constant. There is nothing stronger than perseverance, for it ends in miracles. Abundant evidence might here be brought to bear. Hut sufficient has been said for suggestive purposes, and addition would be as little likely to stimulate inquiry without practical information as to satisfy the incredulous. Nothing is more generally insisted on. Anima magia abscondita, p. 51, and c. Calum Torre, p. 137. Next to benevolence and rectitude of intention, then perseverance for this experiment. And if to the foregoing instructions we add in sum, that effects rationally investigated led into their causes, and that as the plant of its seed is reared, and, according to its proper species, germinates in a congenial soil, so in this philosophy the end is implied in the beginning, and the purpose is by the product made manifest, the motive, through the resulting action, by the metaphysical cause into physical effect. Qui capit, ii sapit. And with this advice we conclude our introduction, as it may be called, to the Sphinx's lair. The first link in the chain of vital causes moves as we apply. The master key, portus, explicit, a t praxis manualis cutera pandet. Part 4. The Hermetic Practice. Chapter 1. Of the vital purification commonly called the gross work. Di sudoribus vendunt artes, arcanum ignis aqua rep. Cest. Insufficient theory to begin with, follows the pretext the preliminary aids already noted, and a. Puration of the philosophic subject, which is performed, says the monk Basil, by operation of the hands, that some real effect may be produced. From preparation arises knowledge, even such as opens all the fundamentals of alchemy and medicine. Operation of the hands, continues he, requires a diligent application of itself, but the praise of the science consists in experience, hence that notable maxim, physician, heal thyself. But the difference of these, anatomy, that which is spiritual, distinguisheth, operation shows thee how all things may be brought to light and exposed to sight visibly, but knowledge, i.e., experience, reveals the practice and shows further how to proceed, and that whence the true practitioner is, and is no other than a confirmation of the previous work, because the operation of the hands manifests something that is good, and draws the latent and hidden nature outwards, and brings it to light for good. And thus, as in divine things the way of the Lord is to be prepared, so also in these spiritual things the way has to be opened and prepared, that no error be made from the right path, but that progress may be made without deviation in the direct way to health. The manual operation is chiefly required, therefore without which, indeed, every other operation, like a ship without ballast, floats and is uncertain. But it is difficult to express this with a pen, for more is learned by once seeing the work done than can be taught by the writing of many pages. Although the alchemists have written diffusely on the manual practice, and delivered many keys, whereby, as they say, we may enter into the sane tuary of philosophy and open her interior recesses, yet the first way of approach and shut entrance to these has not been unfolded, nor would it be possible, we think, for any one to discover the practice from their books alone. For although it is called a play of children and represented as a very trivial, slight, almost a ridiculous thing, one linear decoction throughout and dissolution by line, yet neither instinct nor reason would probably suggest without instruction the tractive artifice now made publicly Casey of entrancing the senses in their own medial light. But recent observation has proved various means of effecting this, and determining the natural life to an attraction of its beams, by the hand or eye of another mesmerizing, or by a passive fixed gaze. The virtues of ether and chloroform too are familiar, and in these days ignorantly preferred to the former expedients, since their effects are considered analogous and more easily supplied, which however are very different, as proved by the contrariety of their cause. For whereas the one, overcoming in light, oxygenates, purifies, and sublimes the arterial blood, and in proportion the intellectual powers, the other contrariwise, by influxion of darkness, drowns the oxygenating spirit, prostrates and confounds the mental powers, and, further overwhelming, often produces syncope and death. But we have no space to dwell here on errors that daily experience promises to remove. The ancients appear to have been acquainted with other analogous means and media of curative repute, other revolutionary arts too, by which the human spirit may be involuted and converted to its proper spheres. But to effect this was B. Valentini curus triumphalis antimoni, sub initio circringius in basilio idem nota. As we have repeatedly shown, a beginning only of the Hermetic art, the medium in its natural state is volatile, immanifest, fantastic, irrational, and impotent, compared with what it subsequently is able and by artificial conception suffers itself to become. The alchemists, we repeat therefore, did not remain satisfied with a few passes of the hand, or any first phenomena whatever, but they proceeded at once scientifically to purify, depriving the ether of its wild affections and impressures by a dissolution of the circulating body in its own blood. For this is that brazen wall celebrated by antiquity, which surrounds our heaven and must be scaled, and through passed before anyone can hope to discern the equilibriate felicity of being within. Take the occult nature, which is our brass says, Albertus, and wash it that it may be pure and clean, dissolve, distill, sublime, incerate, calcine, and fix it, the whole of which is nothing else than a successive dissolution and coagulation to make the fixed volatile, and volatile fixed. The beginning of the whole work is a perfect solution. Now, although there are many ways of including the sensible medium, and of unfolding the interior light temporarily, yet for the purification we read but of one way, called by the Adepts' Manual, and their linear way, which supersedes all other from beginning to end of the dissolution, and, according to their general testimony, and for other explicable reasons, we judge that the hand was the instrument employed, not only to impart the spirit as a natural gift, but by a continual mechanic trituration, as it were, to dissolve and ultimately obliterate its innate defects. The mercury of philosophers, says Lully, comes not but by help of ingenuity and the manual operations of man. And Vaughan says, Nature is not moved by theory alone, but by sagacious handicraft and human assistance. Nature cannot of herself enter into the dissolution, says the author of the film Ariadne, because she has no hands. The hand, says Van Helmont, is the instrument of instruments, which the soul likewise useth, as a means by which it bears its image into operation. We could bring together a multitude of passages showing the literal application of these, but have a doubt about the utility, since they would prove nothing to unbelievers, and those who are disposed to inquire for themselves, looking to context and probability, may be readily convinced. We are less than ever anxious at this late stage of inquiry to persuade others, or induce trial of the practice where theoretic power is deficient, but leave the incredulous therefore to their incredulity, until faith has independently established the fact over their heads. For neither will the prelude of Hermetic practice be attractive to the idle, but continual labor is exacted throughout the performance, patient toil, skill, unremitting attention in the execution, and a free will to the discovery of error, without discordant slurring or disguise. He that neglects the knowledge, being disheartened by the difficulties thereof, shall never find where the disease lieth, says Crollius. For these chemical secrets will never be fingered by those slothful or sottish despisers of them, by reason of their indisposition and unaptness for manual operation. As also of the profane, lewd, and unworthy, there will be little danger of their apprehending and discerning divine mysteries, because they want the spirit of wisdom, and are not quick of understanding in these things, too, some indeed amongst the ignorant and pseudo-chemists, says Irenaeus. Imagine that our work is a mere recreation and amusement from beginning to end, holding indeed the labor of this artifice in light account. In the work which they account so easy, however, we observe they reap an empty harvest for their idling pains, we know. 1. Arluli theoria et practica, von, coelum terra, nefile d'Ariadne, Syrah Med, Norton, Ordinal, C. Eifer, Helmont, Oreutrike, Atrod, and Cap. E. Crollius Phil. p. 10. Next, the divine blessing and a good principle to begin with, that it is by assiduity and industry that we accomplish the first work. Nor is the work so easy that it should be considered as a mental recreation, either, since a concentrated attention is necessary, but according to the labor we do likewise reckon the reward, as Hermes says. I spared no labor either of mind or body, which also verifies that proverb of Solomon, the desire of the idle shall unuse him to perish. Neither is it wonderful that so many chemical students were in former times reduced to poverty, since they spared labor, but no expense. But, continues the same author, we, who know the truth, have worked, and we know beyond doubt that there is no work more tedious than our first operation, concerning which Morion gravely warns King Khalid, saying that many philosophers had been overcome with the fatigue of this work. Neither would I have these things understood figuratively, continues he. I am not speaking here indeed of the commencement of the supernatural work, but of things as we first find them, and to well dispose the matter. This truly is a labor and a work. The work of philosophers, says Arnold, is to dissolve the stone in its own mercury, that it may be reduced into its first matter. Opus namque philosophorum, est dissolver lapidem in suum mercurium, ut in primam reducatur materiam. This labor has, by the author of the Hermetic Secret, Urbigeranus and some others, been styled a labor of Hercules. For there is such a mass of heterogenean superfluities adhering to our subject, that nothing short of dissolution can give it rest, and which adepts say, it will be entirely impossible to accomplish without the theory of their arcanum, in which they show the medium by which the royal diadem may be extracted from our sordid subject. And even when this is known, continual labor is required in the application, lest introit, apport, cap v8, Marieni de trans, metal, Arnoldicos cap, Ix, lib, I, f, 1. Meaning in any part, if left alone, before the total solution of her enigma, the Sphinx should retrieve her dominion unawares, and frustrate the work begonter, coque, et reitera, et non te dedit, grind. Eoct, says the wise author of the Rosarium, and reiterate your labor and be not weary. Work not to, day and be sorry to, morrow, but lay sorrow aside and continue your labor steadfast unto the end, lest peradventure God hoodwink and make open the light, says the Spirit to Dr. D. The labor is equal to the work, and to fight against the powers of darkness requires great force. And let him who would learn, says Van Helmont, by coals and fire, and discover those things which watching successive nights and expenses have afforded to philosophers. Kings and powerful princes have not been ashamed to set their hand to the work, in order to seek out by their sweat and labors the secret of nature which they have faithfully bequeathed. Ar luna prima via est, et qui vix mana recentes enitantur eci. Fresh horses there are verily needed to this celestial plowshare and laborious assistance for a toil that is incessant, to clear the wasted field of human life, and harrow it for a more congenial growth, nor once more twice, but many times the labor must be repeated, as each dying is renewed into a better life. This the wise poet, in his Georgics, teaches, and this recalls to mind the advice of Norton and his brother adepts, about the choice of servants, their capacities and qualifications, which moreover are tried in a double, single, manifold, and triply complicated sense. All the operators, says Zachary, supply themselves with 3 or 4, sometimes 10 furnaces or more. As for solution, Rosar, Emp, 2ds conversat sub, init, Aoria trike, full, p. 710. 4 Digby's La Sera Salia, dialogue. Ovidii metum, lib. I. 64. Sublimation, calcination, and the matter passes through vessels innumerable, but not all would avail without a method in their distribution, one would not advance in effect beyond another, unless the operation were altered. There is indeed but one way of working, in one matter, one linear way throughout, one vessel uniform throughout, excepting removal. Unicus operandi modus in unico vas, in unica fornacula, praeter motionem, dunec decoctio completer. The preparing spirit dissolves the body of light, and cleanses it from the corrupting causes, and extracts a second spirit subsisting and tinging in the body, and reduces the bodies by dissolution into itself. And these, says the adept, are the advantages of the spirit preparing its body and extracting from it. The tinging spirit for this argent vive was at first gross, unclean, fugitive, being mingled with extraneous sulfurs, but by the operation of art it is cleansed and renewed, and coagulated by its own internal sulfur, red and white, and is double, not viscous but acidulated, subtle, and very penetrative, resolving the body's mineral. But our evidence runs in advance, as we remark by the way that this argent vive, which is decocted lineally, is generated pontically, as it were by a reciprocal alternation, distributing its advanced virtue from hand to hand, and know, says Irenaeus, that the exact preparation of the philosophy eagles may be considered the first degree of perfection in this art, in the knowledge of which there is required also some sagacity of mind. For do not suppose that this science lie has become known to any of us by chance, or by a happy guess of the imagination, but we have worked and sweated daily, and passed many sleepless nights, much labor and sweating truly we have undergone in the pursuit of truth. You therefore that are but beginning as a tyro in this study, be assured that nothing can be achieved in the first operation without sweating and much labor. In the second, however, 1 Zacharias Opus, Luceros Salis p. 96. ff2. Nature alone operates, and without any imposition of hands by the sole assistance of a regulated external fire. Avicen in Ports wrote, "If ye remember, how ye should proceed perfection to engender, truly teaching as the pure truth was, comedas uti, hilias, et bibas ut comedas, east as it drinketh and drink as it doth eat, and in the mean season, take it a perfect swate." Rusus set the diuturi and spake some deal liar, non tamen comedal res festinanter. Let not your matters eat over hastily, but wisely consume their food leisurilio. Hereof the prophet made wondrous mention. If ye apply it to this intention visitasti terram et inebriasti eim, multiplicasti locublatare eum, terram fructiferum in salsuginem et terram sine aqua, in exitus aquarum. If I have plenty of meat and drinka, men must wake when they desire to winka, for it is labor of watch and pains great. Also the fond is full costly mente. Therefore all poor men beware, says Arnoldi, for this art longeth to great men of the world. Trust to his words, ye poor men all. For I am witness, that so ye finla shall. Esto luganimus et suavis, said he. For hasty men, the end shall never see. The length of cleansing matters infected deceiveth much people, for that is suspected. Excess for 1/2 quarter of an hour moi destroy all, therefore chief succor. In primum pro quo et ultimum pro quo non to know the simperings of our stone, till it may do more simper do, nor consen yet long continuanes may not cause increase. Remember that water will bubble and boil, but butter must simper and also oil, and so with long leisure it will waste, and not with bubbling made in haste. Frequent advices are given against haste in the preparation, lest the centers should be stirred up before. Introitus apertus, cap. 7. Second ordinal chap. I4. The circumferences are made ready to conceive them, and we may observe that Oedipus, he who of yore overcame the Sphinx, was lame and impotent in his feet, signifying by this, amongst other abstruse allusions, that we should not make too much haste to the solution of her riddle, lest she should expound herself without a proper understanding unawares. Alciatus, painting a dolphin wreathed about an anchor, for an emblem, wrote these words, Festina lente, make not too much haste, which admonition applies not only well to the common affairs of life, but especially to the trituration of the philosophic subject, which ought to be slow, gentle, and continuous. Gutta cavat lapidem non vis sed sepe cadendo. And therefore the adepts again and again admonish and caution, lest by too great excitation, the internal agent awakening should cause a disseveration in the chaos, and the two principles stand up one against the other, before the intended mastery is secure. Cause, therefore, wings to be prepared for the matter by Juno, Bacchus, and Vulcan. But as you love your life, says he, permit it not to fly suddenly, rather deliver it to Mercury, to be instructed by him gradually to accustom itself to flying, yea, bind it with a cord, lest, as a bird got out of its cage and past your reach, it through ignorance approach too near the sun, and like Icarus, having its unproved feathers burnt, fall headlong into the sea, but after you have detained it for its due time, loose its bonds, that it may fly and come to those fortunate islands towards which all the sons of art direct their sight, and whereunto all adeptists aim to arrive as to their long desired and sought for harbor. Take the flying bird, says Hermes, and drown it flying, and divide and separate it from its redness, which holds it in death, draw it forth and repel it from itself, that it may live and answer thee not by flying away indeed to the region above, but truly by forbearing to fly. For if thou shalt deliver, Cercringius, in Basilio Latin, 12 Mo. p. 160 eng. 74. It out of its prison, after this thou shalt govern it according to reason and according to the days specified, then it will become an companion to thee, and by it thou shalt become to be an honored lord. Extract from the ray its shadow and its obscurity, by which the clouds hang over it and corrupt, and keep away the light by means of its constriction also, and fiery redness, it is burned. Take, my son, this watery corrupted redness, which is as a live coal holding the fire, which if thou shalt withdraw so often until the redness is made pure, then it will associate with thee, by whom it was cherished and in whom it rests. He that would seek tincture most specious, must needly avoid all things wild and vicious. Of manifold means each hath his property to do his office after his degree. With them hid things be outset some that will help, and some that would let. Who we'd have true work may no labour spare, neither yet his purse, though he make his full bare, and in the gross work he is furthest behind, that daily desiroth the end thereof to fimmel. If the gross work with all his circumstance were done in 3 years, it were a blessed chance. This is meant chiefly in reference to the second operation, and the periods are often to be understood metaphorically with respect to the discovery of thiophilosophic salt. Some have met the light sooner, some later, and the natural periods are protracted by faulty conditions from the commencement, by the indisposition of patients, as by the ignorance of agents, which things also are more or less implied. Years have been employed by some in the preparation, the perplexity of the records have added to the natural difficulty, and to others it has never been vouchsafed. Irenaeus, mentioning his case as remarkably favored, says that in the course of 2 years and a half the whole arcanum was revealed to him. I made, says he, not 5 wrong experiments in it before I found the tract, R, cap, 2 Norton's ordinal, cap, 4 true way, although in some particular turnings of the encherasis I erred often, yet, so that in my error I knew myself a master, and in no less than 2 full years and a half, of a vulgar ignoramus I became a true adept, and have the secret through the goodness of God. It is to be imagined that the better foundation there is laid in theory from the commencement, other things being equal, the surer, easier, and more rapid would be the result, but from books, general principles only can be gathered, and instruction from particular experience. The working theory, as we long ago suggested, can be obtained through the practice only, for the way develops itself in the practice by rational inquisition of the light within. And this may be a matter of gratulation to students, that whilst adepts are so very abstruse and envious in their disguises, to learn that the Hermetic art is not so much the offspring of natural intelligence as of involved thought. Ab actionibus procedit speculatio is a famous maxim of Aristotle's, and eminently applies to this philosophy, where each discovery opens into a new field of inquiry, and the fruit of contemplation is evermore sown in order to bring about the solution of its proper dilemma in the explanatory growth of truth. Not all by reading, nor by long sitting still, nor fund conceit, nor working all by will, but as I said, by grace it is obtained, so at grace therefore let fools be refrained. Seek grace, and by importunity of reason, seek for the clue of truth within the spirit's life, if laply she may find it, or we be able to discover whether she have it or not, that which analyzes even must be analyzed, that returning analytically, it may resolve the separable selfhood, and reiterate the same by alternation until it arrives at the inseparable unit of truth. Liber laborum explicit, and this is the way of Ripley revived, p. 87, see Kelly's verses in Ashmole's Theatrum. Rational permeation, by the understanding of nature into her causal light. So shalt thou instant reach the realms assigned in wondrous ship's self. Moved, instinct with mind, no helm secures their course, no pilot guides, like man intelligent they plough the tides, conscious of every coast and every bay that lies beneath the sun's all, skewing ray, and veiled in clouds impervious to the eye, fearless and rapid through the deep they fly 11. And that court of King Alcinous, to which Ulysses became admitted, is the dominion of intellect, which, in the description of these Phoenician ships also, is admirably signified. The hyperbole, in fact, would be absurd without other reference, and the well illumined. Taylor has shown in his dissertation that the whole of the Odyssey is an allegory pregnant with latent meaning and the recondite wisdom of antiquity. Here again, then, we observe that it is not from a moderate study or a few spontaneous revelations of the spirit's virtue, or natural instinct, that we should presume to judge of the Hermetic mystery, since brazen walls and adamantine are between, and all the breadth of that vast sea to be passed over before we can bopo. To set foot upon the royal coast, a sea, huge, horrid, vast, where scarce in safety sails the best-built ship, though Jove inspires the gales. Even with these advantages, and after the first floodgates and barriers of sense are overpassed, greater obstacles await him, and Herculean labors who dares, approaching to the nether confines, to make choice of light. No one may hope, without toil and perseverance, to obtain it. Wisdom is the reward of voluntary and arduous research. Perseus passed through dangerous encounters, struggling with monstrous chimeras, and Theseus before Ariadne vouchsafed her love and assistance, Bacchus, Ulysses, Hercules, and the rest, Jason also, passing through many hopes and fears, and performing dangerous feats and supernatural labors, before Medea led him to the field of Mars. For the gross work is foul in her kindo, and full of perils as ye shall finde. No man's wit e'en him so avail, but that sometimes he shall mankia fail, as well the layman, so shall the clerk, and all that labor in the gross work. Wherefore Anaxagoras said truly thus nemo prima fronte reparatur discretas. They all set forth expectant heroes only in the beginning, content also with the company of their rude certs, and it is satisfactory to learn with all this prospective discouragement, that isle that shall end it once for certain shall never have need to begin again. Much I might write of the nature of minds, which in the gross work be but engines, for in this work find ye nothing shall, bat handy arafty, called art mechanical, wherein 100 wane and mow, ye may commit a fault as ye therein go. Wherefore believe what old auctora tell, without experience ye may not do well. Consider all circumstances, and set your delicta to keep uniformity of all things requisite. Use one manner of vessel in matter and in shape. Beware of commistio that nothing miscape. And 100th fault in specialté may make under this warning general. Nathless this doctrine wall suffice to him that can in practice be wise. If your ministers be witty and trow, such shall not need your works to renew. And here we may bethink ourselves how Flammel learned discretion from his second book, and how Irenaeus promises a guide, and describes him too in his Ripley Revived. And, in Vulcan's labors, says Coenrath, I have worked indefatigably with no small expense, but, thanks to God, my own alone, now in companionship, and now not, both happily sometimes. 442 Hermetic Practice. sometimes without success. But how should he do well who never has done amiss? What was wrong taught me what was right. From day to day, one book throwing light upon another, I was enabled to interpret them. I observed what nature taught by the ministry of art. O thou edifying cabal of much profit! O thou physico-chemical cabal! How hath she not advanced me? Meanwhile, carefully keeping note of conversations, experiments, and conceptions of my own as well as others, when ye, my contemporaries, were idly dozing, I was watching and at work, meditating earnestly day and night on what I had seen and learnt, sitting, standing, recumbent by sunshine and moonshine, by banks and meadows, streams, woods, and mountains. And thus we read in the Hermetical Triumph, how the stone of philosophers, which is a pure petrifaction of the spirit, is prepared by those who trace nature with the assistance of the lunar Vulcan, by which lunar Vulcan, as we long ago suggested, is meant the first prepared subject, which is also called Diana, and the secret natural interior, fire of adepts, and because this same lunar caustic is brought into act by an exterior excitation. Solis fons totius caloris, luna autem domina humiditatis. The ethereal humidity nourishes the solary light and educates it, and this is that Nemean lion said to be born of her foam. With respect to the rule of investigation, however, having opened thus much, we would add a few remarks, for neither is it said to be expedient to inquire about ends so much as about things pertaining to ends, the artist holding his right intention from the beginning. This principle Aristotle in his Ethics astutely argues, for neither, he observes, does a physician consult whether he shall heal the sick, nor a rhetorician whether he shall persuade, nor the politician whether he shall establish an equitable legislation, nor does any one of remaining characters consult about the gross work. But 443. The end. But proposing a certain end, they consider how and by what medium it may be obtained. If also it appears that this end is to be obtained through many media, they consider through which of them it may be obtained in the easiest and best manner. If through one medium, they consider how it may be accomplished, and through what likewise this may be obtained, until they arrive at the first cause which is discovered in the last place. For he who consults, continues the artful moralist, appears to investigate and analyze in the above mentioned manner, as if he were investigating and analyzing a diagram. Even so, in the Hermetic inquiry, he who consults, the end being proposed which is not immediately in his power, investigates the medium by which he hopes to obtain it, and if this medium be not entirely enlightened, he explores another, and further till he discovers the first medium which is immediately in his power, in the discovery of which inquiry terminates, and the work, beginning from thence, passes into accomplishment. That medium, therefore, which is last in the analysis is first in generation, being proved able to the accomplishment, and of the many called to the consultation of means few are chosen. To proceed with the philosophy work, for philosophers were not wont to investigate trifles, but they inquired about such things as tend to purification and the method of perfecting life. And when things, thus truly eligible, are the objects of inquiry, the divine will being conciliated, wisdom runs lovingly by her own rule to fulfill it, and hence our deeds and disnurses extend their hands, as it were, to assist us in our ascent, and will is the greatest power of purgation. And when that which from the first is efficacious returns into its proper efficient, how much more will not those strokes, reverberating, be effectual to overcome? Il pius chetron justissimus omnes inter nabigenas el magni doctora Scilia. This is he who, in his double capacity of power and 1 Nicomelian Ethics, Bookety Cap. 2. Motive in alliance, corrects and educates the heroic fire, tames and directs its illimitable virtue, and rectifies the armed magnet by an infallible rule. And that intellect rides through the abyss of the sensual monarchy, secure in its ether, and as a ship upon the stormy seas is directed by the beacon, light, it follows until integrally related, when center meeting center, the consciousness transcends in revolutionary light. We know that, in common life, the hands perform innumerable offices and image mind about, by material subjects in a variety of ways. And as the mind more easily retains that which the hand before alas noted by its exterior sense, so, in Hermetic works, the hand is found best able to express and impart what the mind has well premeditated, and thence, from its replenished members, thought carries itself by voluntary motion into effect. Such were those dactylidae, literally the fingers of Mount Ida, so renowned in fable for their medicinal and magic skill, who worked, it is said, at the foot of the Parnassian mountain, to exhibit by their incessant fiery artifice the metallic veins therein embedded. So Pallas is fabled, by the help of Vulcan, to have been brought forth from Jove, for without the instrumentality of motion, which the lame god personates, the fabricative intellect is not born. But if thereafter it should happen, says the wise adept, that Pluto's Pallas should be exposed to any one together with Minerva's artifice, or if Vulcan stands together with her at the altar there, the association is ominous. Coexistent namque naturalia opera mentali splendor, vidifer ignis, centro incitans sipsum in mine resonante.
Fontanem alium, qui imperium mundum ducit, centrum quo omnes, usque quo for equals forint.
To instruct the ignorant is no part of the present object, but to stimulate the inquiry of such as are. First see Bell's Pantheon, p. 200. Oracula Chaldeer, mundas anima natura. Already enlightened, and to advance the faithful in the pursuit of truth, we conclude with such instructions as may be finally needful concerning this said hyperphysical gross work. The second part of the gross work is described by Vaughan as one of the greatest subtleties of the art. Cornelius Agrippa, he observes, knew the first preparation, and has clearly discovered it. But the difficulty of the second made him almost an enemy to his own profession. By the second work we are to understand, therefore, the solution of the philosophic salt, i.e., the voluntary bond, which is a secret which Agrippa did not rightly know, as it appears by his practice at Malines, and as he confesses in the first book of occult philosophy, that he could not increase the transmutative virtue, nor would Natalius teach him for all his frequent and serious entreaties. This was it, adds his disciple, that made his necessities so vigorous and his purse so weak, that I can seldom find him at full fortune. But in this he is not alone. Raymond Lully received not this mystery either from Arnold, but, in his first practices, he followed the common tedious process, which after all is scarcely profitable. Here he met with a drudgery almost invincible. Ripley also labored for new inventions to putrefy this red salt which he enviously calls his gold, and his art was to expose it to alternate fits of heat and cold. But in this he is singular. Faber is so wise that he will not understand him. Let us return then to Raymond Lully, who became so great a master that he performed the solution in 9 days, and this secret he had from God himself, since this is his profession. Nos, says he, de prima illa nigridine, apausis cognita benignum spiritum extrahere affectantes. Pugnam ignis vincentem, et nos victum, licet sensibus corporis multitis palpavimus, et
Oculis propris illum vidimus. Extractionis tamen ipsus noditiam nos habuimus quacumque, scientiam vel arte, id coc sentiebamus, nos ad hoc aliqua, rusticitat execaas, quia nulla modicam, comprehender valnimus, donec aelius spiritus prophetii. Spirens, a patra luminum descendit, tanquam suos nulla tenus descrens, aut esse postulantibus deficiens, qui insomnis tantam, claritatem mentis nostri oculis infulsid, ut illam intus et extra, rumida omni figura, gradis revelar dinedus est in secili bonite nos reficiendo demonstrants, ut eim implendamdis, poneramus corpus ad unam naturalem decoctionem,
secretam, qua penitus ordine retrogrado cum pungenti lancea tota eius natura, in meram nigre dinam visibiliter dissolveretur. In the first act of the physico, chemical works, explains Kuharath, by diverse instruments and labors, and the various artifice of the hands and of fire, from adrop, which in its proper tongue is called Saturn, i.e., the lead of the wise, our heart of Saturn, the bonds of coagulation being dexterously relaxed, the green tunic and the vitriol of Venus, which are the true matters of the blessed stone, will appear. The green lion, lurking and concealed, is drawn forth from the cavern of his Saturnine hill, by attractions and allurements suitable to his nature. All the blood copiously flowing from his wounds, by the acute lance transfixed, is diligently collected and lily, the mud-carth, wet, imid, stagnant, impure, partaking of Adam. The first matter of the creation of the greater world of our very selves and of our potent stone, is mile inanifest the wine which the wise have, called the blood of the earth, which likewise is the red of Lully, so named on account of its tincture which is the color of its virtue, thick, dense and black, blacker than black, will then be at hand. The bond by which the soul is tied to the body and united together with it into one substance is relaxed and dissolved. Spirit and the soul by degrees depart from the body and are separated step by step. Whilst this takes place, the fixed is made volatile, and the impure body of the spirit from day to day is consumed, is destroyed. The dies, blackens, and goes to ashes. These ashes, my son, deem not of little worth. They are the diadem of thy body. In them lies our pygmy, conquering and subduing giants. In the second operation, which takes place in one circular crystalline vessel justly proportioned to the quality of its contents, also in one theosophic cabalistically sealed furnace of Athenor, and by one fire, the body, spirit, and soul, externally washed and cleansed and purged with the most accurate diligence and Herculean labors, and again compounded, commingle, wrought of themselves, and without manual cooperation, by the sole labors of nature, are dissolved, conjoined, and reunited, and thus the fixed becomes volatile, holy. These three principles also are of themselves coagulated, diversifiedly colored, calcined, and fixed, and hence the world arises renovated and new. Here then lies the Gordian knot of the Hermetic mystery, and who is he that is able to untie it? Inquires the philosopher. Qui sait salem et ejus solutionem, sit secretum occultum antiquorum philosophorum. He who knows the salt and its solution knows the secret of the ancient sages. And if it be again asked who, we have already named him, and openly. But this light shining everywhere in darkness, how hardly should it be comprehensible without itself?
Janus clausa est. Vabque lamentabilis hex vox, orina sed. Frustra possibilis, ostia pugnis vestre munce manus nequant, definger ferrum.
What then ought we to be doing, since hands and intellect are here alike incapable, and the truth of this discovery was never yet put to paper, and for this sufficient reason, that it is proper alone, as Lully says, to God to reveal it, since it is his alone prerogative, and no mortal can communicate it to another, unless the divine will be with him. Not every messenger says, Kun Rath, Amphitheat, Sap, Tang, in Fig. See, Van Helmont approacheth to the mine of stones. But he alone, who, being loosed from his bonds, has known the wars, being fitted for his journey, a friend to the places, and who has virtue. They err, therefore, who ascribe this single combat only to corrosives, to wit, they too much trusting to second qualities, as being ill secure, do sleep thereupon, and, through a neglecting of specifical qualities, also appropriated ones, which are only extended on their proper object, being slighted, they have gone into obscurity. For the ostrich does not digest iron or little birds' flints, through an emulous quality of corrosion. But there is a virtue of loosing the bars and bolts of tartar. It is convenient to meditate about this virtue. Continues the physician, and of what I have spoken, blessed be that God of wonders, who hath sometimes converted the water into rocks, and at other times the rocks into pools of water. Who then shall ascend into the mountain of the Lord, or who shall stand in his holy place? He that hath clean hands and a pure heart, who hath not given up his soul unto vanity, nor sworn deceitfully. He shall receive the blessing from the Lord, and righteousness from the God of his salvation. We do not quote casually, or because the scriptural phrase is popular, but because it is apt, as seen and proved on the divine ground, where man indeed may experiment, plow, plant, and irrigate, but cannot of himself or, in alliance, unless he dare a deadly sin, compel the divine blessing without its free accord. Wisdom was with thee, says the Hermetic Master. It was not gotten by thy care, nor if it be freed from redness by thy study. So neither it is written is he that planteth anything, neither he that watereth, but God, that giveth the increase. He therefore must be propitiated, not by prayer and supplication alone, but by faithful and charitable works preparing the way before him. Nor would it be thought astonishing, perhaps, if antimony should cause a sudden transpiration, or that an iron key should help to unlock a treasury of fine gold. Desire leads into its object by faith immediately, but mediately by just works, that hope is engendered, which kindling into faith by ecstasy penetrates to its first source. Our antimony, says Basil Valentine, which is fixed, searcheth out fixed diseases and eradicates them, which purgers not fixed cannot do, but they do only carry away some spoil from diseases, or they may be compared to water which, driven by force through a street, penetrates not the earth itself. Fixed remedies purge not by the inferior parts, because that is not the true way of expelling fixed venoms, and that way they would not touch the kernel, as it may be called, or center of the disease, but by expelling sweat, and otherwise, they strike at the very inmost root of the disease, not contented with a certain superficial expulsion of filths. Therefore we admonish all and every one, that all venomous impurity is totally to be taken away from antimony, before it can either be called a medicine truly or administered with safety, in other words, that all arrogant self, will, sensuality, folly, avarice, and variability of purpose, all but the one voluntary faith to rectify and perfect, be removed from the mind of him who is to enter into the radical dissolution of life. For the weapons of this warfare are not carnal, as the apostle teaches, but mighty through God to the pulling down of strongholds, casting down imaginations, and every high thing that exalteth itself against the knowledge of God, and bringing into captivity every thought to the obedience of Christ. And for this cause, continues the monk, the good must be separated from the evil, the fixed from the unfixed, the medicine from the venom, with accurate diligence, if we hope by the use of antimony to obtain true honor, and 12 Corinthians X, 4th, 5, gg. True utility, but fire only can effect that, and Vulcan is the sole and only master of all these. Whatsoever the Vulcan in the greater orb leaves crude and perfects not, that in the lesser world must be amended by a certain other Vulcan, ripening the immature, and cocting the crude by heat, and separating the pure from the impure. That this is possible, no man will doubt, for daily experience teaches the same, and it is very apparent in the corporeal aspect of colors which proceed from the fire. For by separation and fire, which perfects its fixation, venomosity is taken away, and a change is made of the evil into good. Therefore fire is the separation of venom from the medicine, and of good and evil, which however is a thing that none of the physicians either dares or can truly and fundamentally own or demonstrate, unless he who hath firmly contracted friendship with Vulcan, and instituted the fiery bath of love. There is one operation of heat, says Vaughan, whose method is vital and far more mysterious than all other, and there be but few of that spirit that can comprehend it. But because I will not leave thee without some satisfaction, I advise thee to take the moon of the firmament, which is a middle nature, and place her so that every part of her may be in two elements at one and the same time. These elements also must equally attend her body, not one further off, nor one nearer than the other. In the regulation of these there is a twofold geometry to be observed, natural and artificial. Flamel also, speaking of the solar and lunar Mercury and the plantation of the one in the other, gives this instruction. Take them, he says, and cherish Theon over a fire in thy alembic, but it must not be a fire of coals, nor of any wood, but a bright shining fire like the sun itself, whose heat must neither be excessive, but always of one and the same degree. Our operation, concludes Morian, is triumph. Shore, of autumn. Kirkringius, Eng, ed. p. 58. 2 Calum Terrae, p. 118, Flamelli Sumala. Nothing else but extracting water from the earth and returning it again, so long and so often until the earth is completely putrefied, for by elevation of the moisture the body is heated and dried, and by returning it again it is cooled and moistened, by the continuation of which successive operations it is brought to corrupt and to lose its form, and for a season to remain dead. This then is the true intention and manner of working to supply the right conditions for attracting the divine seed, by action and action raising successively actives by passives and, vice versa, passives by actives, until the spiritual ability is complete. For what one doth concoct t'other will drive away. But if thou must each work perform apart, and knowest them afterwards to reconcile, then thou art master of a princely art. The very success will thy impies beguile. Thou hast all nature's works ranked on a file, and all her treasures at command dost keep. On thee the fates will never dare but smile. No mystery is now for thee too deep. The art nature's darling, whether dost wake or sleep. Pardon my plainness of the art, thou knowest it was the fruit of my untamed dare, to profit many, and without a least, no man above my candor shall aspire. My zeal was kindled by Minerva's fire. But for an explanation of the whole difficulty, adds the same author, in his open entrance, attend to these instructions. Take 4 parts of our fiery dragon, which bears in his belly the magic steel, and conjoin to 9 parts of our lodestone, that by a violent concussion they may be reduced into a mineral water. Rejeat the superfluous scum which swims upon it, leave the shell and take the kernel, and purge thrice with salt and with fire, which will be easy to do, if Saturn have chanced to regard his beauty in the glass of Mars. Hence comes the chameleon, which is our chaos, in which all the arcana are contained, not in act as yet, but in virtue. Non igitur externus solis. Detran. Metul. Aeronins. Ripley revived. Verses in fine. 3 introitus apertus cap. Sevi. GG2.
Colestis calor est qui profundum terra calefacit sed potius soli terrestris inetus calor, duplex enim e calor, unus reverberationis qui externus et alter influxionis e penetrationis, qui internu est, de cogem locer, cujus natura, es vivificar augmentar conservar per sustentaculum radicalis, humores in hoc igna contanti,
which volcanic action to destroy life and maintain it, Democritus before all, and as it were pyrographically, portrays, as drawing the fixed brass out bodily, instructs this aberrite, thou shalt compose a certain oblong tongue, and placing it again upon the coals, stir Vulcan into it, now irradiating with the fossil salt, now with the incessant Attic ochre, adorning now the shoulder and the breast of Paphia till she shall appear more manifestly beautiful, and throwing the glaucous veil aside, shall appear entirely golden. Perchance it was when Paris gazed on such a Venus, he did prefer her both to Juno and Minerva. This evidence may suffice for the present occasion, which is to promote inquiry rather than pursue it. For when the inquirer has learned how he ought to begin, having increased also his natural store of inclination and faith by practice in equal companionship and reciprocal benefaction, he will not despair, and even though the riddle should appear ever so intricate at first, it will solve itself at every stage, opening into new prospects within the veil of life. Labor to know causes, advises the philosopher. He that seeks rationally finds the true end, not otherwise, for such a conduct conciliates Minerva, and at her behest Jove prospers the undertaking. Everything depends upon the motive, which is the true spiritual ferment, and, according to the virtue of the fermenting principle, is the result obtained. Zi finis ab origine pende. The end depends from the beginning, and as the one nascement, sal lumen, the Latin of Cambacius. In flamelli simula, kex ex demorito colleguntur. Vine draws its sap from the fuculent impure earth, and yields a fluid fruit, which by the fermentive art is turned into wine, spiritualized, and advanced into a more permanent form of being. So, in the Hermetic art, the philosophic matter, drawn in part from the heterogeneous air and defiled breath of vitality, is purified by successive interchanging of ferments, fretted, dissolved, and rectified into a consummate and immortal form of light. But nature halts many times before this final rest, at each stage offering the fruits of her conceptive imagination to allure. If the artist be ambitious, however, and a true philosopher, he will accept of none of these, but will proceed sacrificing all the intermediate benefits, again and again torture, ing her, and with relentless hands, slaying the firstborn offspring until the divine perfection is attained. For other foundation can no man lay, as says the apostle, than that which is laid, which is Jesus Christ. Now if any man build upon this foundation gold, silver, precious stones, wood, hay, stubble, every man's work shall be made manifest, for the day shall declare it, because it shall be revealed by fire, and the fire shall try every man's work of what sort it is. If any man's work abide which he hath built thereupon, he shall receive a reward. If any man's work shall be burned, he shall suffer loss, but he himself shall be saved, yet so as by fire. Know ye not that ye are the temple of God, and that the Spirit of God dwelleth in you? If any man defile the temple of God, him shall God destroy, for the temple of God is holy, which temple ye are. It is vain to look in expectation, or believe ourselves in the hereditary possession of a treasure, without so much as opening or suspecting even the casket in which it is shut up. The common elements of nature obscure their divine original, and chemistry and all our experimental physics drive it forcibly without the means of identification. Yet as the experienced 2 Corinthians 3:11-17 chemist knows how, by a skillful application of his art, to analyze the common elements and distill them to a high virtue and strength of refinement, so the alchemists long since have taught by a more subtle apparatus and artifice, and tests more cogent than all, to rectify the universal element, and compress its invisible vapor into a tangible form. By applying the proper voluntary corrosive they teach to obliterate its defilements, by gentleness to mollify its durity, by beneficence to sweeten its acerbity, by justice to moderate its intensity, and to irradiate it with hope, truth, beauty, and universal intellection, supplanting the sensual dominion, and rectifying, until finally, by an actual subversion of the selfhood, they made their sublimate sublime. Thus he who, like Oedipus, is able to solve the enigma of the Sphinx, in other words, to penetrate rationally the darkened essence of his natural understanding, will, by conversion illuminating its obscurity, cause it to become lucid throughout, and to be no longer what it was before. For mind is the key of this hermetic enigma, and no sooner does it attain to self-knowledge, by proper inquiry within, than the efficient proceeds outwards to image its motive in operation, so that which before lay in speculation only is carried out in life. But it is not until the right motive is discovered, and until the mundification of the spirit is completed in both kinds, and all things are reduced to a crystalline diaphonity, that the philosophy work has been said truly to begin. For, as was before observed, if any permanent confection is made or suffered to take place beforehand, the immature offspring does not abide. He that would seek tincture most specious must needly avoid all things wild and vicious. The philosopher's work do not begin till all things be pure without and within. Norton's Ordinal, Cap. I4, Chapter 2, of the philosophic or subtle work. Omnia in omnibus primum, omni tertio tradidit, ex omni prima secundo, omula in omnibus primum secundum, ut inde omnia in omnibus, et omnia, Catholis, agnoseret, cognoseret ne possideret, enigma cunrath, amph, sop. As there are three reigns or grand distinctive distributions of the kingdoms of nature, so we are informed that in the philosophic work preceding her, there is a threefold order of legitimate operation and a relation of causal sequences, which merits a special note. For these three operations, which are in fact so many degrees through which the spirit passes from conception to manifestation, are perplexed by the adepts in their records, and reserved strictly under the master key of their dilemma, in order that the mysteries of this most venerable science might not be discovered to the profane. And shall we, who have hitherto presumed so far on their indifference as to break the preliminary signets and unloose so many covertures of occult learning, more audacious still, approach those final cerements, unannealed, and with a full discovering hand expose before all indiscriminately the art of simple nature, which the ancients kept so hollowly, and which the wisest in modern times have deemed it unprofitable to reveal. The unworthy alone would have it so. The intelligent lovers of truth would bewail nothing more than a desecration of it in incapable hands, nor will they be offended or grudge the additional pains which a conscientious reserve may occasion them to discover, by a theoretic conduct, the ultimate art of life. The tradition of the preliminary practice, as it has been delivered by each one following his own guide independently, may be regarded as it were a track-in, the sands easily changeable, and where we ought to conduct ourselves rather by the polar star, light than by any footsteps which are seen implanted there. Besides, the confusion of the tracks which the many wayfarers have left is so great, and one finds so many different paths and wilful deviations, that it is almost impossible not to be led astray from the right road, which the star alone points out for all and each one by his proper sight beholding it. The wilful confusion of the Hermetic doctrine has doubtless checked many aspirants, some in the beginning, others in the middle of their philosophic career, have been disappointed. Many, even with a perfect knowledge of the preliminary work, and having the true matter in hand, also in means of purification, are said to have faltered in defect of the ultimate theory whereon to proceed. Some, even when they understood this, having already approached through much labor and contemplation towards the end of their journey, having the final purpose also in mind, have been entangled by the snares and pitfalls which their predecessors had dug in the midway between them and the fulfillment of their destined course. I vow sincerely to you, says Eudoxus, in that introduction of his to the Circes, that the practice of our art is the most difficult thing in the world, not in regard to its operations, but in respect of the difficulties which are in it, to learn it distinctly from the books of the philosophers. For if on the one side it is called with reason a recreation, and play of children on the other, it requires in those who search for the truth a profound knowledge of the principles and of the operations of nature in the three kinds. Thus Norton says, "Great need hath he to be a clerk that would discern this subtil worky, he must know by's first philosophy. If he trust to come by alchemy, it is a great point to find out the true matter and proper subject of this work. Even for this we must, the subtle work, 457, pierce through 1,000 obscure veils wherewith it has been overspread, we must distinguish it by its proper idea and name, among a million of pseudonyms and abstruse appellations, whereby the adepts have chosen to express it. We must learn to understand the properties of it, in order to judge of the possibility of the miracles alleged, and before we can imagine into the abstruse original of nature, we must reflect profoundly and patiently, in order to discriminate the secret fire of the wise, which is the only agent granted by art to purify and dispose nature to a sacrifice of her last life. This, we must know, and the divine law that succeeds to animate her by a revolutionary course. We must learn further how to convert and congeal the new, born quintessence or mercurial water into an incombustible fixed unguent, and, by the entire revolution of its body, to awaken the occult light to life. And to effect this, moreover, adds our author of the Triumph, you must make the conversion of the elements, the separation and the reunion of the three principles. You must learn how to make thereof a white mercury and a citrine mercury, and you must fix this mercury and nourish it with its own blood, to the end that it may be converted into the fixed sulfur, which is the stone of philosophers. These are the fixed principles of the Hermetic art, in which there is no variableness but in their discovery, which, having already discussed, we proceed to redeem our promise of a more subtle application to practice, and this, without incurring too great a responsibility on ourselves, may we trust be intelligibly conceived from such succeeding evidence as it is expedient only to afford. We read, in the Egyptian fable of Isis and Osiris, that they were sister and brother, and being conjoined in marriage likewise, that their kingdom was cruelly divulged and usurped by their brother Typhon, who in a malignant and envious spirit killed Osiris, cut his body into pieces, and scattered his members to the four winds. Isis, however, recollecting these, preserved them in a chest which floated on the Nilotic waters in safety until the period arrived for a restitution, when the king was thenceforth resuscitated, and came forth invulnerable from his ashes, and far more powerful than he was before, to the enjoyment of his dominions and rightful throne. Now in this fable, already explained in part, Plutarch, with the adepts also being witnesses, is profoundly couched not only the principiating action of intellect but the methodical art of the same subtle antecedent to bring itself, by begetting a supernatural offspring, into natural effect. And since it is requisite, according to the ancient metaphysics, to consider the doctrine of causes from its principle, and causes are said to subsist in a fourfold respect, one of which they assert to be essence, and that the subsisting as a certain particular thing in cause and principle form the first why, but the second cause is matter, and that which subsists as a subject. A third is that whence the beginning of motion is derived, and the fourth is a cause opposite to this, viz., that for the sake of which the inquiry subsists, and the good which is the end of generation. Hence, referring this peripatetic scheme of investigation to the art of wisdom for realization, we may conceive the whole intellectual relationship, and how the speculative motive of the first cause is finally produced in reversionary order from the third, in whom it becomes efficient, by the second into the fourth, as it were a triplicate being of thought, will, and understanding, which, resting in the sole vision of its only begotten perfection, desires not to surpass itself, but, perceiving itself indeed to be the final object of its own first cause, is good, according to the words of the Stagirite, and the end of spiritual generation. These, then, are the universal principles which it has. 1. See Aristotle's Metaphysics, Book I, sometimes been deemed expedient in practice to represent, and these are their several relations. Primus dicatur in quo sensus dominatur, at sensibus aquato gaudet natura secundo. Tertua excedit, cujus tolerantia laedit, destructor sensus nescit procedere quarto, and, as respects the operation of these, viz., of the natural, unnatural, and the supernatural fires, they should be quickly lighted, says the adept, lest one should put out the other, or this should stifle that, over all which the fourth, partaking of the aerial fiery element, supervenes for the accomplishment of the work. And, as respects the vessels, the first indeed may be considered to be opaque, the second less so, and the third still less so. This last containing truly him who is to be born, as the embryo in the mother is protected with a triple covering and sustained within until mature, even so is the metaphysical offspring said to be involved, which, by the birth of Horus in the Egyptian fable, is accurately represented, when, Typhon being vanquished, the lawful empire is resumed. Triuna universalis essentia, quae Jehovah appellatur et ex uno, divina essentia, dinex duobus, Deo et homine, ex tribus, personas videlicet, ex
Quatuor, ut potere tribus personis, et una divina essentia, cum ad modum, etil ex, quinque tribus personis, et duobus essentis nimirum, divinis et simul humanus est.
Hence the divine monarchy consists and is established, the primary principles whereof, as here announced, are in their representation familiar, but of the form of the fourth in that burning fiery furnace we may conceive only from what is written. Behold, I will send you Elijah the prophet, before the coming of the great and terrible day of the Lord, and he shall turn the hearts of the fathers unto the children, and the hearts of the children to their fathers, lest I come and strike the earth with a curse. But, say they, Maieri symbola orese mens, p. 256. Aquarium sapientem in mus. Herm. p. 112. 3 Malachi 4. 5, 6. 460 Hermetic practice. Adeps, nutus est jam Elias artista, Elias, the artist, is born already, and this is he that was appointed a forerunner, baptizing with the water unto repentance, who has foreshown all things in his apparition to the wise, whose birth is miraculous in the hypostatic transfiguration, and prior to the divine light, whom to seek it availeth right not, till the white medicine be fully wrought. Also both medicines in their beginning have one manner of vessel and workage, as well for the white as also for the red, till all quick things be made dead, when vessels and form of operation shall change in matter, figure, and graduation. But my herte quacketh, my hand is trembling, when I write of this most selcouth thing. Hermes brought forth a true sentenco in Blaunte when he said, Ignis et acoth tibi officiunt. It will be unnecessary now to remind the attentive reader of what has been before explained. Nature, indeed, provides us with the foundations of wisdom and materials wherewith to construct her immortal edifice of light, but it is the work only of a master mason, of grand architects, as the Lodge has it, to erect structures in the air. The task is too onerous for inferior craftsmen. It is the part of mind Alou to represent herself in this way by her own reflective energy, to embody the ethereal image and chisel it out in light. Zero blessed watery form, that dissolvest the elements, now it behoves us with this watery soul to possess ourselves of a sulphurous form, and to mingle the same with our acetum. For when by the power of the water the composition is dissolved, it is the key of the restoration. And when thou shalt pour forth thy fire upon the foliated sulphur, continues the master, the boundary of hearts, i.e., the final cause, does enter in above it, and is washed in the same, and the mortal matter thereof is extracted. Then is he transformed in his tincture. Our Son the King takes his tincture from the fire, and death even, and darkness and the waters flee away. The dragon shuns the sunbeams which dart through the crevices, our dead son lives. The king comes forth from the fire, and rejoices with his spouse, and the occult treasury is laid open. The sun, already vivified, is become a warrior in the fire, of tincture super excellent. For this sun is the treasury, bearing even in his hand the philosophic matter. Now then bring ye gifts of salutation to the rain, that, not being withholden, it may descend upon you, and to the dew, if it has received from you gold and silver. Open your eyes and lift up your horns, ye that are capable to comprehend the elect one, before whose feet all his antecedents fall away and are consumed. Those mountains which thou hast seen, the mountain of copper, the mountain of silver, the mountain of gold, the mountain of fluid metal, and the mountain of lead, all these in the presence of the elect one shall be like a honeycomb before the fire, and like water descending from above upon the mountains, and shall become debilitated before his feet. All these things shall be rejected when the elect one shall appear in the presence of the Lord of spirits. Behold, I will send my messenger, and he shall prepare the way before me, and the Lord whom ye seek shall suddenly come to his temple, even the messenger of the covenant, whom ye delight in. Behold, he shall come, saith the Lord of hosts. But who shall abide the day of his coming? And who shall stand when he appeareth? For he is like a refiner's fire, and like fuller's soup, and he shall sit as a refiner and purifier of silver, and he shall purify the sons of Levi, and purge them as gold and silver, that they may offer unto the Lord an offering in righteousness. This was he whom the patriarchs and Hebrew prophets looked for, and the ethnic philosophers in 1 Tractatus Aureus, Cap. 2. Book of Enoch, Zakes. Malachi I 1 2 3 4. Anticipation, adored, who in the sacred humanity of Jesus Christ was at last made manifest, whom the apostles and early Christian fathers, saints, and martyrs testify of, and with understanding worshipped even, that which was from the beginning, which they had heard and seen with their eyes, which they had looked upon, and their hands had handled, of this word of life, for the life was made manifest, and they had seen it, and bear witness, and shew unto us that eternal life, which was with the Father, and was manifested unto them. And now also the is laid unto the root of the trees. Therefore every tree which bringeth not forth good fruit is hewn down, and cast into the fire. I indeed baptize you with water unto repentance, but he that cometh after me is mightier than I, whose shoes I am not worthy to bear. He shall baptize you with the Holy Ghost, and with fire, whose fan is in his hand, and he will thoroughly purge his floor, and gather his wheat into the garner, but the chaff he will burn up with unquenchable fire. O mysteries truly sacred, exclaims the Bishop of Alexandria in holy transport, O pure light, at the light of torches, the veil that covers God and heaven falls off. I am holy now that I am initiated. Is the Lord himself who is the Hierophanta. He sets his seal upon the adept, whom he illuminates with his beams, and whom, as a recompense for faith, he will recommend to the eternal love of the Father. These are the orgies of my mysteries, come ye and be received. 3. Thus, the mysteries of antiquity changed their form only to appear more resplendent when Christianity came to be the prevailing religion, when baptismal regeneration was an effectual rite, and the Eucharist a true initiation, when faith, by humiliation under the exemplary cross of Christ, brought him. Clumons Alexandrinus. See de Septihanes, relict, of the Greeks chap 2, forth anew in each regenerate life, identically perfect in all things, immortal, and transcending every precedent revelation of the light, as St. Paul in his Epistle to the Hebrews also bears witness. God, who at sundry times and in divers manners spake in times past unto the fathers by the prophets, hath in these last days spoken unto us by his Son, whom he hath appointed heir of all things, by whom also he made the worlds, who being the brightness of his glory, and the express image of his person, and upholding all things by the word of his power, when he had by himself purged our sins, sat down on the right hand of the Majesty on high. Meditate therefore, says the Theosophist, and study theosophically to reduce the ternary by the quaternary, through the rejection of the binary, to the simplicity of the monad, that thy body, soul, and spirit be gathered to rest in the name of Jesus. Learn to unite the principles of our chaos to a new life, and they will be regenerated by water and the Spirit. These two are in all things, and each bas in himself, as Trismegistus says, the seed of his own regeneration. Proceed then patiently but not manually. The work is performed by an invisible artist, for there is a secret incubation of the Spirit of God upon nature. You must only see that the outward heat fails not, but with the subject itself you have no more to do than the mother with the child that is in her womb. Two former principles perform all. The Spirit makes use of the water to purge and wash his body, and he will bring it at last to a celestial immortal constitution. Does any one think this impossible? Further inquires the adept, remember that in the incarnation of Jesus Christ, the quaternarius, or four elements as some call them, were united to their eternal unity, and ternarius. 3 and 4 make 7. This September, St. Paul to the Hebrews, I 1 and C 2, Kunrath Ampsap, Etern. In medio, see the Divine Pomander, Sermon on the Maint of Regeneration, 464 Hermetic Practice. Tenery is the true Sabaoth, the rest of God into which the creature shall enter. This is the best and plainest manuduction that I can give you. In a word, salvation is nothing else but a transmutation of the component principles of life in the circulation. And this is the true metempsychosis which has been the source of many errors in the common acceptancy, but which, in the ancient schools of divinity, signified neither more nor less than a transmigrating of the human identity out of this animal terrene existence, through the ethereal elements of its original formation, which elements are the universal fundamentals of nature, but in the human form alone are found to attain to that supremacy of reason which enters to its first cause, when, by a triplicate growth of light in the understanding, becoming consciously allied, it emanates a fourth form, truthful, godlike, being the express image of its motive magically portrayed. First in the beginning was the Word, second. And the Word was with God, third. And the Word was God. All things were made by him, and without him was not anything made that was made. In him was life, and the life was the light of men. And the light shineth in darkness, and the darkness comprehendeth it not. Vierte. There was a man sent from God whose name was John. The same came for a witness, to bear witness of the light, that all men through him might believe. He was not that light, but was sent to bear witness of that light. That was the true light, which lighteth every man that cometh into the world, which in the Saviour was perfected, one ray of which, intrinsically permeating, is able to cleanse this leprous life of ours. Lumen de Lumini, p. 92. 2 St. John's Gospel, and convert it to the virtue and perfect potency of its whole. And whosoever in any other light or form of light should look for the first cause, or for any other final cause in this, except the first, would seek contrary to reason, against the divine ordinance, and against himself. For nothing else is worth seeking, or can terminate in good, but will be the fruit of the fall only, which Adam took upon himself, the mortal consequences of which are hourly expiated by our race, and which no one, unless he were insane, haply would labor to increase. The rule of wisdom, in the verification of her light, is absolute, and though intermediates apply themselves naturally for the generation, they are rejected in the accomplishment as it is explained. Non fit ad monadis simplicitatero reductio, nisi regiciatur binarius, non enim eum Jehovali unio nisi prius a tepso devitatio et tui abnegatio. For as the absolute identification in theory is not conceived but by self-ablation and avoidance, so practically, neither is nature reduced to the monady simplicity of her element but by rejection of her binary conception. For if in the duad the divine idea were suffered immediately to bring forth, O imperfect, offspring would result, and discordant by predominance of either generating extreme, as in this life is manifest, but by carrying the circulation upward through a third principle. For reprobation it is rectified, overcome in its proper volition and dying, if the divine rule be thenceforth followed, is raised again by reversion, and through a diligent analysis passing as it were, from heaven to earth, and from earth to heaven. It receives the strength of superiors and of inferiors, to make manifest the flower of intellect retrospectively to its archetypal source according to the Hermetic riddle. Omnia in omnibus primum, omni tertio tradidit, ex omni primo secundo, omnia in omnius primum secundum. Ut inde omnia, in omnibu, et omnia Catholis eonoseret, cognoscere ac possideret. Ho. 466 Hermetic Practice. The first all things in all gave the first second all things in all, from the all in the first second to the third all, that he might discover, know, and possess all things universally. And this, it would seem, is the Catholic art of reason investigating her first source, which the Chaldee oracle no less orderly pursues. Where the paternal monad is, the monad is enlarged which generates two, for the dun sits beside him and glitters with intellectual sections, and to govern all things, and to order everything not ordered. For in the whole world shineth the triad over which the monad rules. This order is the beginning of all sections, for the mind of the Father said that all things be cut into three, whose will assented, and then all things were divided, and there appeared in it the trined, virtue, wisdom, and multi-assicut verity. This way floweth the form of the trined, being pre-existent, not the first, essence, but where they are measured. For thou must conceive that all things serve these three principles. Their first course is sacred, but in the middle another, and the third aerial, which cherisheth the earth and fire, and fountain of all fountains. The matrix containing all things, thence abundantly springs forth the generation of various matter, whence is extracted a prester the flower of glowing fire, flashing into the cavities of the world, for all things from thence begin to extend downwards their admirable beams. Such is the recreant progress of mind, ascending and descending throughout life, for the investigation of its manifold resources and powers, where there is an exact machinery to be observed, a method which, though simple, is difficult for common sense to conceive aright, a mainspring exquisitely tempered, unenduring pivot, wheel within wheel revolving vitally, mercury, sulfur, and an immortal salt. And as steel draws the lodestone and the lodestone in like manner turns towards steel, so is it with the separated principles of will and understanding in their one Chaldaic oracle's freed state. It is true, moreover, that our lodestone contains in its inmost center an abundance of that marvelous salt, which is that menstruum in the sphere of Saturn mentioned by Irenaeus, which can calcine gold. This center turns naturally towards the pole, where the virtue of the steel is gradually strengthened. In this pole is the heart of the Mercury, which is a true fire, in which its lord rests, and passing through this great sea, guided by the light of that polar star which our magnet exhibits, it arrives at its original destination. The wise will rejoice, adds the adept, but fools and the ignorant will hold it for a small thing, nor yet learn wisdom, though they should see the central pole extravasated and bearing the notable sign of omnipotence. But let the son of philosophy hearken to the words of the wise, who unanimously declare that their work may be likened to the creation of the world. In the beginning God made heaven and earth, and the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. And the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. And God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. And these words may suffice, continues the philosopher. For the heaven and earth philosophical, even as agent and patient, must be united upon the throne of friendship and love, where they will thereafter reign together in everlasting honor. Maria sonat breviter quod talia tonat. Guminis cum binis fugitivum figit in imis. Horia in trinis tria vinclut fortia finis. Maria lux roris ligam legat in tribus horis, filia Plutonis consortia gengit amoris godet in asata portria sociata. Thus exalted by a rotary circulation as it were from the lowest to the most perfect form of vitality, from its beginning in voluntary indigence, through each succeedent sphere of resolute conception, the spirit, HH2, goes on to increase and multiply its hidden light outwardly, until its substance being replenished, it is brought forth to sight. The first has it and refuses it, the second gives it and regards it not, and the fourth, as the artist, applies it to the work in furtherance, thus proving himself from first to last to be essential, and the greatest handicraft of all, when the stone, so singularly raised up by the builders, each in turn rejecting it, becomes the headstone of the corner. This is the Lord's doing, and it is marvelous in our eyes. And as the stone of the wise is completed in 3 successive circulations, so likewise was the temple of mighty Solomon built up by the joint assistance of Hiram and Queen Sheba, and wonderfully adorned with gold, and silver, and constellated beams, as in the book of Jezerah we also read, that, with the fiery letters of the law he engraved the empty, and the void, and the obscure mind, and made as it were a heap of grain and a straight statue, and intersected it with joined beams, which brings to mind those lines in the 19th book of the Odyssey, when Ulysses and Telemachus, removing the weapons out of the armory, Minerva preceded them, having a golden lamp, with which she produced a very beautiful light, on perceiving which Telemachus thus immediately addresses his father, "Father, this is certainly a most admirable thing which presents itself to my eyes. For the walls of the house, the beautiful spaces between the rafters, the fir beams and the columns appear to rise in radiance as if on fire. Certainly some one of the gods is present who inhabit the extended heaven. But the wise," Ulysses thus answered him, "be silent, repress your intellect, and do not speak. For this is the custom of the gods in Olympus." Homer, therefore, in common with the philosophers of his age, indicates that for the one cap, Odyssey, Book 6, proper reception of divinity, quietude, and a cessation of mental energy are becoming and necessary to the consummating knowledge of the first cause. And the knowledge of it, says Trismegistus, is a most divine silence, an arrest of all the senses, for by there can he that understand anything else, nor he that see anything else, nor in some move the body, for shining steadfastly up, and around the whole mind it enlighteneth all the soul, and loosing it from the bodily senses and motions, it draweth it from the body and changeth it wholly into the essence of God. We awaken from the intellectual intuition, says Schelling, as from a state of death, and we awaken, by reflection, into that created personality wherein it is impossible any longer to know him. The vision graven in hallowed memory is all that remains to us. For the object of human reason is the limit of its power, and the pure zero of all relative conception waits before the throne of God. But to our work. The last concord is well known to clerks between the splure of heaven and our subtil works. Nothing in earth hath more simplicitio than ti elements of our stone wool be, wherefore they, being in work of generation, have most obedience to constellation, whereof concord most kindly convenient in a direct and fiery ascendant, being sign common for this operation, for the multitude of their iteration, fortune your ascendant with his Lord also, keeping each aspect of shrines them fro, and if they must let, or needly infect, cause them look with a trine aspect, for the white work make fortunate the moon. For the Lord of the fourth tax likewise be it done. For that is thesaurum absconditum of old clerks, sue of the sixth house for servants of the works. Save all them well from great impediments, as it is in picture or like the same in tense. Unless that your nativity pretend infection, in contrariety of this election. The virtue of the mover of the orbe is formal, the virtue of the vite sphere is here instrumental, with her signs and figures and parts aspectual. The planet's virtue is proper and special, the virtue of the elements is here material. The virtue infused resulteth of them all. The first is like to a workman's mind. The second like to his hand ye shall find it. The third is like a good instrument, the remnant like a thing wrought to your intent. Make all the premises with other well accord. Then shall your merit make you a great lord. In this wise elixir, of whom ye make mention, is engendered a thing of second intention. I could tell thee, says Vaughan, of a first and second sublimation, of a double nativity, visible and invisible, without which the matter is not alterable as to our final purpose. I could tell thee also of sulphurs simply and compounded, of 3 argent vives and as many salts, and all this would be new news, as the schoolmen phrase it, even to the best learned in land. But I hope not by this discourse to demolish any man's castles. For why should they despair when I contribute to their building? Our magistery is throw, 2 and 1, the animal, vegetable, and mineral stone. First I say, in the name of the Holy Trinity, look that thou join in one person's 3, the fixed, the variable, and the fugitive till they together taste death and live. The first one is the dragon fell, that shall the other twain both slay and quell. The sun and moon shall lose their light, and in morning sable they shall semdite 80 days long, or uere thereabouts. Then shall Phobos appear first out, with strange colors in all the firmament. Then our joy is coming and at hand present. Then orient Phoebus in his homosphere to us full gloriously shall appear. Thus he who can work wisely shall attain unto our mastery. Which magistery is a fiery form of light inspissate. Norton's ordinal chap. Vi. C. Vaughan's Lumen de Lumini. 3 Theatrum Chemicum Brits. Conclusion of Bloomfield's Camp of Philosophy. The subtle work. 471. Made manifest by a triplicate introversion and multiplication of the hypostatic unit by the circulatory medium throughout life. Already see the laurel branches wave. Hark! Sounds tumultuous shake the trembling cave. Far, ye profane, far off with beauteous feet, bright Phoebus comes and thunders at the gate. See the glad sign the Delin palm hath given. Sudden it bends, and hovering in the heaven, soft sings the swan with melody divine. Burst ope ye bars, ye gates, your heads expand. Eel comes the god of light, the god's a tea hand. Begin the song, and tread those sacred ground in mystic dance symphonious to the sound. Begin, young man. Apollo's eyes endure none but the gowed, the perfect, and the pure, who vio the god are great, but abject they from whom he turns his favoring eyes way. All, seeing God, in every place mofest, we will prepare, behold thee and be blessed. He comes, young men, nor relent should ye stand with harp or feet, when Phoebus is at band. Fit thy roof to thy God in all thou canst, continues the philosopher, and in what thou canst not he will help thee. Thou must prepare thyself till thou art conformable to him whom thou wouldest entertain, and that in every way of similitude. Thou hast 3 that are to receive, and there be 3 accordingly that give. And when thou hast set thy house in order, think not that thy guest will come without invitation. Perpetual knockings at his door, Tierca sullying his transparent rooms, sighs upon sighs. Weep more and more, comes. This is the way that thou must walk, in which, if thou dost, thou shalt perceive a sudden illumination. ericte cum lumino, ignis, cum ignivento, cum vento, potestas, cum potestate, scientia, cum scientia, sane mentis integritas. And then it is Callimachus hymn to Apollo, by Dodd. Anima magia abscond. Page 47, and c. 472 Hermetic Practice. Quis it to believe that we have seen him, says Plotinus, when the soul receives a sudden light? For the light is with power, and is God. And then it is proper to think that he is present when, like another divinity, entering into the house of someone who invokes him, he fills it with splendor. For unless he entered, he would not illuminate it, and then the soul would be without light, and without the possession of God. But when illuminated, it has that which it sought for, and the thought and understanding are in the experience one. Nec sentier deum nisici parsifse Dei est. That was the sum of the Hermetic mystery, and the ultimate object of the alchemical art to accomplish, and by such a subtle analysis and pure synthesis of vital agencies and effects, the word of life would seem to have been sought after by our ancestors and experimentally found, which their neglected scriptures everywhere testify of, and the Smaragdine table yet lives summarily instructing us to reprove. True without error, certain and most true, that which is above is as that which is below, and that which is below is as that which is above, for performing the miracles of the one this. And as all things were from one, by the mediation of one, so all things proceeded from this one, this by adaptation, the father of it is the sun, the mother of it is the moon, the wind carried it in its belly, the nurse thereof, 18 the earth. This is the father of all perfection and consummation of the whole world. The power of it is integral, if it be turned into earth. Thou shalt separate the earth from the fire, the subtle from the gross, gently, with much sagacity. It ascends from earth to heaves, and again descends to earth, and receives the strength of the superiors and of the inferiores. So thou hast the glory of the whole world, therefore let all obscurity flee before thee. Tas is the strong fortitude of all fortitudes, overcoming every subtle and penetrating every below thing. So the world was leaded. Hence were wonderful adap. Plotinus's Select Works, Taylor, p. 153. The subtle work, 473. Tations, of which this as the manner. Therefore am I called Turict Great Hermes, having the three parts of the philosophy of the whole world, that which I have spoken 18, consummated connuening the operation of the sun. The 6 following keys, delivered into the safe hand of the intelligent inquirer, since they will be useful to none else, may be acceptable, that, without involving more responsibility on ourselves, he may apply their explanatory words as he thinks fit. But we would deter all from hasty trial and avow our willful reservation of an important link in the application of these principles to practice, lest any attempting to realize, without a full investigation of the method, should fail utterly in the pursuit. Chapter 3. The 6 Keys of Endoxis. Opening into the most secret philosophy. The first key, first key, is that which opens the dark prisons, knows how to extract the seed out of the body, and which forms the stone of the philosophers by the conjunction of the spirit with the body, of sulfur with mercury. Hermes has manifestly demonstrated the operation of this first key by these words. In the caverns of the metals there is hidden the stone, which is venerable, bright in color, a mind sublime, and an open sea. This stone has a bright glittering, it contains a spirit of a sublime original. It is the sea of the wise, in which they angle for their mysterious fish. But the operations of the 3 works have a great deal of analogy one to another, and the philosophers do designedly speak in equivocal terms, to the end that those who have not the lynx's eyes may pursue wrong, and be lost in this labyrinth, from whence it is very hard to get out. In effect, when one imagines that they speak of one work, they often treat of another. Take heed therefore not to be deceived here, for it is a truth, that in each work the wise artist ought to dissolve the body with the spirit. He must cut off the raven's head, whiten the black, and vivify the white. Yet it is properly in the first operation that the wise artist cuts off the head of the black dragon and of the raven. Hence, Hermes says, what is born of the crow is the beginning of this art. Consider that it is by separation of the black, foul, and stinking fume of the blackest black that our astral white and resplendent stone is formed, which contains in its veins the blood of the pelican. It is at this first purification of the stone, and at this shining whiteness, that the work of the first key is ended. The second key. The second key dissolves the compound of the stone, and begins the separation of the elements in a philosophical manner. This separation of the elements is not made, but by raising up the subtle and pure parts above the thick and terrestrial parts. He who knows how to sublime the stone philosophically, justly deserves the name of a philosopher, since he knows the fire of the wise, which is the only instrument which can work this sublimation. No philosopher has ever openly revealed this secret fire, and this powerful agent which works all the wonders of the art. He who shall not understand it, and not know how to distinguish it by the characters whereby it is described, ought to make a stand here, and pray to God to make it clear to him, for the knowledge of this great secret is rather a gift of heaven than a light acquired by the natural force of reasoning. Let him, nevertheless, read the writings of the philosophers. Let him meditate, and above all, let him pray. There is no difficulty which may not in the end be made clear by work, meditation, and prayer. Without the sublimation of the stone, the conversion of the elements and the extraction of the principles is impossible, and this conversion, which makes water of earth, air of water, and fire of air, is the only way whereby our mercury can be prepared. Apply yourself then to know this secret fire, which dissolves the stone naturally and without violence, and makes it dissolve into water in the great sea of the wise, by the distillation which is made by the rays of the sun and moon. It is in this manner that the stone, which according to Hermes is the vine of the wise, becomes their wine, which by the operations of art produces their rectified water of life and their most sharp vinegar. The elements of the stone cannot be dissolved but by this nature wholly divine, nor can a perfect dissolution be made of it, but after a proportioned digestion and putrefaction, at which the operation of the second key of the first work is ended. The third key. The third key comprehends of itself alone a longer train of operations than all the rest together. The philosophers have spoken very little of it, seeing the perfection of our mercury depends thereon. The sincerest even, as Artephius, Trevisan, Flammel, have passed in silence the preparation of our mercury, and there is hardly one found who has not feigned, instead of showing the longest and the most important of the operations of our practice, with a design to lend you a hand in this part of the way which you have to go, and where for want of light it is impossible to know the true road. I will enlarge myself more than others have done on this third key, or at least I will follow in an order, that which they have treated so confusedly, that without the inspiration of heaven, or without the help of a faithful friend, one remains undoubtedly in this labyrinth, without being able to find a happy deliverance from thence. I am sure that you who are the true sons of science will receive a very great satisfaction in the explaining of these hidden mysteries, which regard the separation and the purification of the principles of our mercury, which is made by a perfect dissolution and glorification of the body, whence it had its nativity, and by the intimate union of the soul with its body, of whom the spirit is the only tie which works this conjunction. This is the intention and the essential point of the operations of this key, which terminate at the generation of a new substance infinitely nobler than the first. After the wise artist has made a spring of living water come out of the stone, and has pressed out the vine of the philosophers, and has made their wine, he ought to take notice that in this homogeneous substance which appears under the form of water, there are three different substances, and three natural principles of bodies, salt, sulfur, and mercury, which are the spirit, the soul, and the body, and though they appear pure and perfectly united, together there still wants much of their being so. For when by distillation we draw the water, which is the soul and the spirit, the body remains in the bottom of the vessel, like a dead, black, and dreggy earth, which nevertheless is not to be despised, for in our subject there is nothing which is not good. The philosopher John Pontanus protests that the very superfluities of the stone are converted into a true essence, and that he who pretends to separate anything from our subject knows nothing of philosophy, for that all which is therein superfluous, unclean, dreggy, in fine the whole compound, is made perfect by the action of our fire. This advice opens the eyes of those who, to make an exact purification of the elements and of the principles, persuade themselves that they must only take the subtile and cast away the heavy. But Hermes says the power of it is not integral until it be turned into earth, neither ought the sons of science to be ignorant that the fire and the sulfur are hidden in the center of the earth, and that they must wash it exactly with its spirit, to extract out of it the fired salt, which is the blood of our stone. This is the essential mystery of the operation, which is not accomplished till after a convenient digestion and a slow distillation. You know that nothing is more contrary than fire and water, but yet the wise artist must make peace between the enemies, who radically love each other vehemently. Cosmopolite told the manner thereof in a few words. All things therefore being purged make fire and water to be friends, which they will easily do in their earth which had ascended with them. Be then attentive on this point. Moisten oftentimes the carth with its water, and you will obtain what you seek. Must not the body be dissolved by the water, and the earth be penetrated with its humidity, to be made proper for generation? According to philosophers, the spirit is Eve, the body is Adam, they ooglet to be joined together for the propagation of their species. Hermes says the same in other terms. For water is the strongest nature which surmounts and excites the fixed nature in the body, that is, rejoices in it. In effect, these two substances, which are of the same nature but of different genders, ascend insensibly together, leaving but a little feces in the bottom of their vessel, so that the soul, spirit, and body, after an exact purification, appear at last inseparably united under a more noble and more perfect form than it was before, and as different from its first liquid form as the alcohol of wine exactly rectified and actuated with. Its salt is different from the substance of the wine. From whence it has been drawn, this comparison is not only very fitting, but it furthermore gives the sons of science a precise knowledge of the operations of the third key. Our water is a living spring which comes out of the stone by a natural miracle of our philosophy. The first of all is the water which issueth out of this stone. It is Hermes who has pronounced this great truth. He acknowledges further that this water is the foundation of our art. The philosophers give it many names, for sometimes they call it wine, sometimes water of life, sometimes vinegar, sometimes oil, according to the different degrees of preparation, or according to the diverse effects which it is capable of producing. Yet I let you know that it is properly called the vinegar of the wise, and that in the distillation of this divine liquor there happens the same thing, as in that of common vinegar. You may hence draw instruction the water and the phlegm ascend first, the oily substance, in which the efficacy of the water consists, comes the last, and see, it is therefore necessary to dissolve the body entirely, to extract all its humidity which contains the precious ferment, the sulfur, that balm of nature and wonderful unguent without, which you ought not to hope ever to see in your vessel, this blackness so desired by all the philosophers. Reduce then the whole compound into water, and make a perfect union of the volatile with the fixed. It is a precept of seniors, which deserves attention, that the highest fume should be reduced to the lowest, for the divine water is the thing descending from heaven, the reducer of the soul to its body, which it, at length, revives. The balm of life is hid in these unclean feces. You ought to wash them with this celestial water, until you have removed away the blackness from them, and then your water shall be animated with this fiery essence which works all the wonders of our art. But, further, that you may not be deceived with the terms of the compound, I will tell you that the philosophers have two sorts of compounds. The first is the compound of nature, whereof I have spoken in the first key, for it is nature which makes it in a manner incomprehensible to the artist, who does nothing but lend a hand to nature by the adhibition of external things, by the means of which she brings forth and produces this admirable compound. The second is the compound of art. It is the wise man who makes it by the secret union of the fixed with the volatile, perfectly conjoined with all prudence, which cannot be acquired but by the lights of a profound philosophy. The compound of art is not altogether the same in the second as in the third work, yet it is always the artist who makes it. Geber defines it, a mixture of argent vive and sulfur, that is to say, of the volatile and the fixed, which, acting on one another, are volatilized and fixed reciprocally into a perfect fixity. Consider the example of nature. You see that the earth will never produce fruit if it be not penetrated with its humidity, and that the humidity would always remain barren if it were not retained and fixed by the dryness of the earth. So, in the art, you can have no success if you do not in the first work purify the serpent, boru of the slime of the earth. If you do not whiten these foul and black feces, to separate from thence the white sulfur, which is the sal ammoniac of the wise, and their chaste Diana, who washes herself in the bath, and all this mystery is but the extraction of the fired salt of our compound, in which the whole energy of our mercury consists. The water which ascends by distillation carries up with it a part of this fiery salt, so that the effusion of the water on the body, reiterated many times, impregnates, fattens, and fertilizes our mercury, and makes it fit to be fixed, which is the end of the second work. One cannot better explain this truth than by Hermes, in these words: "When I saw that the water by degrees did become thicker and harder, I did rejoice, for I certainly knew that I should find what I sought for." It is not without reason that the philosophers give this viscous liquor the name of pontic water. Its exuberant ponticity is indeed the true character of its virtue, and the more you shall rectify it, and the more you shall work upon it, the more virtue will it acquire. It has been called the water of life, because it gives life to the metals, but it is properly called the great lunaria, because of its brightness wherewith it shines. Since I speak only to you, ye true scholars of Hermes, I will reveal to you one secret which you will not find entirely in the books of the philosophers. Some of them say that of their liquor they make two mercuries, the one white and the other red. Flamel has said more particularly that one must make use of the citrine mercury to make the imbibition to the red, giving notice to the sons of art not to be deceived on this point, as he himself had been, unless the Jew had informed him of the truth. Others have taught that the white mercury is the bath of the moon, and that the red mercury is the bath of the sun. But there are none who have been willing to show distinctly to the sons of the science by what means they may get these two mercuries. If you apprehend me well, you have the point already cleared up to you. The lunaria is the white mercury, the most sharp vinegar is the red mercury, but the better to determine these two mercuries, feed them with flesh of their own species, the blood of innocents whose throats are cut, that is to say, the spirits of the bodies are the bath where the sun and moon go to wash themselves. I have unfolded to you a great mystery. If you reflect well on it, the philosophers who have spoken thereof have passed over this important point very slightly. Cosmopolite has very wittily mentioned it by an ingenious allegory, speaking of the purification of the mercury. "This will be done," says he, "if you shall give our old man gold and silver to swallow, that he may consume them, and at length he also dying may be burnt." He makes an end of describing the whole magistery in these terms: "Let his ashes be strewed in the water. Boil it until it is enough, and you have a medicine to cure the leprosy. You must not be ignorant that our old man is our mercury. This name indeed agrees with him, because he is the first matter of all metals. He is their water, as the same author goes on to say, and to which he gives also the name of steel and of the lodestone, adding, for a greater confirmation of what I am about to discover to you, that if gold couples with it 11 times, it sends forth its seed, and is debilitated almost unto death. But the Chalabs conceives and begets a son more glorious than the father. Behold a great mystery which I reveal to you without an enigma. This is the secret of the two mercuries which contain the two tinctures. Keep them separately, and do not confound their species, for fear they should beget a monstrous lineage. One not only speak to you more intelligibly than any philosopher before has done, but I also reveal to you the most essential point in the practice. If you meditate thereon, and apply yourself to understand it well, but above all, if you work according to those lights which I give you, you may obtain what you seek for. And if you come not to these knowledges by the way which I have pointed out to you, I am very well as 482 Hermetic practice, assured that you will hardly arrive at your design by only reading the philosophers. Therefore despair of nothing, search the source of the liquor of the sages, which contains all that is necessary for the work. It is hidden under the stone. Strike upon it with the rod of magic fire, and a clear fountain will issue out. Then do as I have shown you, prepare the bath of the king with the blood of the innocents, and you will have the animated mercury of the wise, which never loses its virtue, if you keep it in a vessel well closed. Hermes says that there is so much sympathy between the purified bodies and the spirits, that they never quit one another when they are united together, because this union resembles that of the soul with the glorified body, after which, faith tells us, there shall be no more separation or death, because the spirits desire to be in the cleansed bodies, and having them, they enliven and dwell in them. By this you may observe the merit of this precious liquor, to which the philosophers have given more than 1,000 different names, which is in sum the great alhast, which radically dissolves the metals, a true permanent water which, after having radically dissolved them, is inseparably united to them, increasing their weight and tincture. The fourth key. The fourth key of the art is the entrance to the second work, and a reiteration in part and development of the foregoing. It is this which reduces our water into earth there is. But this only water in the world, which by a bare boiling can be converted into earth, because the mercury of the wise carries in its center its own sulfur, which coagulates it. The terrification of the spirit is the only operation of this work. Boil them with patience. If you have proceeded well, you will not be a long time without perceiving the marks of this coagulation, and if they appear not in their time, they will never appear, because it is an undoubted sign that you have failed in some essential thing in the former operations. For to corporify the spirit, which is our mercury, you must have well dissolved the body in which the sulfur which coagulates the mercury is enclosed. But Hermes assumes that our mercurial water shall obtain all the virtues which the philosophers attribute to it if it be turned into earth. And earth admirable is it for fertility, the land of promise of the wise who, knowing how to make the dew of heaven fall upon it, cause it to produce fruits of an inestimable price. Cultivate then diligently this precious earth, moisten it often with its own humidity, dry it as often, and you will no less augment its virtue than its weight and its fertility. The fifth key. The fifth key includes the fermentation of the stone with the perfect body, to make thereof the medicine of the third order. I will say nothing in particular of the operation of the third work, except that the perfect body is a necessary leaven of our paste, and that the spirit ought to make the union of the paste with the leaven in the same manner as water moistens meal, and dissolves the leaven to compose a fermented paste fit to make bread. This comparison is very proper. Hermes first made it, saying, that as a paste cannot be fermented without a ferment, so when you shall have sublimed, cleansed, and separated the foulness from the faces, and would make the conjunction, put a ferment to them and make the water earth, that the paste may be made a ferment, which repeats the instruction of the whole work, and shows that just so as the whole lamp of the paste becomes leaven, by the action of the ferment which has been added, so all the philosophic confection becomes, by this operation, a leaven proper to ferment a new matter, and to multiply it to infinity. If you observe well how bread is made, you will find the proportions also, which you ought to keep among the matters which compose our philosophical paste. Do 112. 484 Hermetic practice. Not the bakers put more meal than leaven, and more water than the leaven and the meal. The laws of nature are the rules you ought to follow in the practice of our magistery. I have given you, upon the principal points, all the instructions which are necessary for you, so that it would be superfluous to tell you more of it, particularly concerning the last operations, about which the adepts have been less reserved than at the first, which are the foundations of the art. The sixth key. The sixth key teaches the multiplication of the stone, by the reiteration of the same operation, which consists but in opening and shutting, dissolving and coagulating, imbibing and drying, whereby the virtues of the stone are infinitely augmentable. As my design has been not to describe entirely the application of the three medicines, but only to instruct you in the more important operations concerning the preparation of mercury, which the philosophers commonly pass over in silence, to hide the mysteries from the profane which are only intended for the wise, I will tarry no longer upon this point, and will tell you nothing more of what relates to the projection of the medicine, because the success you expect depends not thereon. I have not given you very full instructions except on the third key, because it contains a long train of operations, which, though simple and natural, require a great understanding of the laws of nature and of the qualities of our matter, as well as a perfect knowledge of chemistry and of the different degrees of heat which are fitting for these operations. I have conducted you by the straight way without any winding, and if you have well minded the road which I have pointed out to you, I am sure that you will go straight to the end without straying. Take this in good part from me, in the design which I had of sparing you 1,000 labors and 1,000 troubles, which I myself have undergone in this painful journey for want of an assistance, such as this is which one give you from a sincere heart and a tender affection for all the true sons of science. I should much bewail, if, like me, after having known the true matter, you should spend 15 years entirely in the work, in study and in meditation, without being able to extract out of the stone the precious juice which it encloses in its bosom, for want of knowing the secret fire of the wise, which makes to run out of this plant dry and withered in appearance a water which wets not the hands, and which by a magical union of the dry water of the sea of the wise is dissolved into a viscous water, into a mercurial liquor, which is the beginning, the foundation, and the key of our art. Convert, separate, and purify the elements, as I have taught you, and you will possess the true mercury of the philosophers, which will give you the fixed sulfur and the universal medicine. But I give you notice, moreover, that even after you shall be arrived at the knowledge of the secret fire of the wise, yet still you shall not attain your point at your first career. I have erred many years in the way which remains to be gone, to arrive at the mysterious fountain where the king bathes himself, is made young again, and retakes a new life exempt from all sorts of infirmities. Besides this, you must know how to purify, to heal, and to animate the royal bath. It is to lend you a hand in this secret way that I have expatiated under the third key, where all those operations are described. I wish with all my heart that the instructions which I have given you may enable you to go directly to the end. But remember, ye sons of philosophy, that the knowledge of our magistery comes rather by the inspiration of heaven, than from the lights which we can get by ourselves. This truth is acknowledged by all artists. It is for this reason that it is not enough to work, pray daily, read good books, and meditate night and day on the operations of nature, and on what she may be able to do when she is assisted by the help of our art, and by these means you will succeed without doubt in your undertaking. This is all I have now to say to you. I was not willing to make you such a long discourse as the matter seemed to demand, neither have I told you anything but what is essential to our art, so that if you know the stone which is the only matter of our stone, and if you have the understanding of our fire, which is both secret and natural, you have the keys of the art, and you can calcine our stone, not by the common calcination which is made by the violence of fire, but by a philosophic calcination which is purely natural. Yet observe this with the most enlightened philosophers, that there is this difference between the common calcination which is made by the force of fire and the natural calcination, that the first destroys the body and consumes the greatest part of its radical humidity, but the second does not only preserve the humidity of the body in calcining it, but still considerably augments it. Experience will give you knowledge in the practice of this great truth, for you will in effect find that this philosophical calcination, which sublimes and distills the stone in calcining it much, augments its humidity. The reason is that the igneous spirit of the natural fire is corporified in the substances which are analogous to it. Our stone is an astral fire which sympathizes with the natural fire, and which, as a true salamander receives its nativity, is nourished and grows in the elementary fire, which is geometrically proportioned to it. The keys of Eudoxus open no more, and as these last ones, entering to the multiplication and projection, are avowedly defective, and the information may be interesting to the studious, we propose to supply it briefly from another and not less credible source. It remains only for the work of multiplication, says the author of the Open Entrance, to take one part of the perfect matter, and to join it with 3 or 4 parts at most of the mercury of the first work, and to place both in a vessel well luted and sealed, and by the multiplication and projection, 487, the help of a gentle and well regulated fire, you will see with satisfaction all the operations before named pass through rapidly in 7 days, and the virtue is augmented 1,000 times in this revelation above what it was before. Then repeat thereupon the same operation, and all will be run through before your eyes in 3 days, and the matter will have again attained by this a redoubled virtue. After this, if you desire to repeat the same work, 1 natural day will complete the whole, and every regiment of the colors will in that brief space be passed through, which if the same process be again repeated, an hour will suffice, increasing likewise in multiplicable proportion, thousands by thousands, so that at length, if you multiply it a 5th time, you will be no longer able to calculate the strength of the medicine. Render thanks to God, then, who hath put into thy possession the universal treasury of nature, and for the final projection, as the metalline perfectibility of the matter is sometimes called, we have this concluding advice: take 1 part of your perfect stone, whether white or red, then cause to be melted in a crucible 4 parts of one of the fixed metals, i.e., silver if it be for the white, or gold if it be for the red. Join to this 1 part of the stone, according to the kind that you desire to produce, throw the whole into a horn, and there will result to you a pulverizable mass. Take then 10 parts of mercury purged and purified, place it on the fire, and when it begins to crackle and to smoke, throw in 1 part of your powder, which will, in the twinkling of an eye as it were, penetrate the mercury. Melt this with an augmented fire, and you will have the medicine, though of an inferior order. Take 1 part of this last matter, and project it on any metal so that it be only purified and set in fusion. Project only as much of the stone as you desire to tinge of the metal, and you will have gold or silver more pure than that which nature ever yields. However, it is always best to make projection by degrees until the 488 Hermetic practice. Stone yields no more tincture, because in projecting a small quantity of powder on a large quantity of imperfect metals, except indeed our mercury alone, the stone sustains great loss on account of the impurities with which they abound. Therefore, the more the metal is purified before projection, the more successful will be the transmutation. But, be it remembered, there is a twofold fermentation, a spiritual and a bodily. The spiritual fermentation is performed by multiplying the tinctures, which is not done with common gold or silver, for they are not tinctures, but gross compacted bodies. Be thou well advised, says Sendivogius in his Praxis, that thou takest not common gold or silver, for these are dead. Take ours which are living, then put them into our fire and let there be made of them a dry liquor. First of all the earth will be resolved into water, which is called the mercury of philosophers, and that water shall resolve those bodies of gold and silver, and shall consume them so that there shall remain but the 10th part with 1 part, and this shall be the radical moisture of metals. Then take water and salt nitre, which comes from our earth, in which there is a river of living water, if thou diggest the pit knee deep, therefore take the water out of that, but take that which is clear. Upon this put that radical moisture, and set it over the fire of putrefaction and generation, not on such a one as thou didst in the first. Operation govern all things with a great deal of discretion, until colours appear like a peacock's tail. Govern it by digesting it, and be not weary, until these colours be ended, and there appear throughout the whole one green colour, and so of the rest, and when thou shalt see in the bottom ashes of a fiery colour, and the water almost red, open the vessel, dip in a pen, and smear some iron with it. If it tinge, have in readiness that water which has been spoken of, and achkin. From the Introitus Apertus of Irenaeus Philalethes, cap. The multiplication and projection, 489. Put in so much of that water as the cold air was which went in. Boil it again with the former fire, until it tinge again. So far reached my experience. I can do no more, says the wary artist. I found out no more. Now that water must be the menstruum of the world, out of the sphere of the moon so often rectified until it can calcine gold. And when thou hast made the stone and magic medicine, says Vaughan, and it is become a liquid fiery spiritual substance, shining like the sun, in this complexion, if you would project, you would hardly find the just proportion. The virtue of the medicine is so intensive and powerful. The philosophers therefore take 1 part of their stone and cast it upon 10 parts of pure molten gold. This single grain brings all the gold to a bloody powder, and, on the contrary, the gross body of the gold abates the spiritual strength of the projected grain. This descent or incorporation, some wise authors have called a bodily fermentation. But the philosophers did not use common gold to make their stone, though so many deceptively write about it. They used it only to qualify the utensive power of it when it was made, that they might the more easily find what quantity of base metal they should project upon. By this means they reduced their medicine to a dust, and this dust is the Arabian elixir. This elixir the philosophers could carry about them, but the medicine itself not so, for it is such a subtle moist fire that there is nothing but its proper glass that will hold it. And it sufficeth in 1 glass to put so much of composition as may cost the price of half an ounce of gold, which shut with Hermes' seal, no fear it should be lost, except some error be committed, which how to avoid I faithfully shall teach. And because our intention is to the changing of Sendivogius, New Light of Alchemy, Treatise She, Vaughan's Lumen de Lumine, p. 95, Norton's Ordinal, chap. 2, Marrow of Alchemy, book 3, p. 77. Metals into gold, says the author of Lucerna Salis, it is requisite that they should first be fermented with very good and most pure gold, for otherwise the imperfect metals would not be able to support its too great and supreme subtlety, but there would rather ensue loss and damage in the projection. The imperfect and impure metals, let not the illusion here be misapprehended, must also be purified. If one will draw any profit therefrom, 1 drachm of gold is sufficient for the fermentation in the red, and 1 drachm of silver for the fermentation in the white. And the artist need not to be at the trouble of buying gold or silver for this fermentation, because, with 1 single very small part, the tincture may afterwards be augmented more and more in such a manner that whole ships might be loaded with the precious metal that would accrue from this confection. For if this medicine be multiplied, and be again dissolved and coagulated by the virtue of its mercury, white or red, of which it was prepared, Then the tinging virtue will be augmented each time by 10 degrees in perfection, which may be reiterated as often as one pleases. Like the sun's atoms, 'tis a powder fine, white for the white, and red for red projection. The metals, by it tained, exceed the mine in purity, and such is its perfection, that he who hath it in an hour's space and less than, may command in any place. At first it is a virtue very small, compared with the might it doth attain by oft reiteration. Whoso shall it oft dissolve, and then congeal again, shall find a medicine that will translate innumerable parts to soul's estate. 'Tis ponderons, and yet in grains divided, that powder all appears as soft as silk, on metal it, Lico wax, in flux is guided to enter to the center, just like mill, is penetrated by the rennet sour, and curdled in the minute of an hour. This medicine is bossed thus to project, first on a portion of the metal pure. 1 see Digby's Lucera Sol's cap. 8. Which of the powder is to be effect as red on gold, on silver eke be sure. The white to throw, 1 part of this, your stone on 4 of metal, or else 5 to 1. Then brittle like to glass that mamma will be, of color bright and shining very clear, yet not transparent. Also then shalt see its vertna lessened, which will arrow to view most glittering, like a ruby fair. Then upon argent vive in at this with care. On 10 parts 1 so long project, until the tincture to decrease thou shalt perceive, which being done thou soon shalt, at thy will, must porfoot sol and lune from fire receive. Thus guide thy operation, and be sure, the effect will prove both gold and silver pre. And if thou list thy essence to augment in goodness or in weight, thou so you must work, that never shall thy stock with use be spent. So great a power in Uis stone doth lurk, that it, like fire, is apt to multiply itself in weight, as eke in dignity. A portion once I saw, and found by proof, that which a man's belief might far exceed of the red medicine, which for behoof offench who to this science may proved. One shall declare by which may well appear that useless it is not, as many fear. I saw then, as I said, a powder so increased in virtue, scarce to be believed that so small quantity, as Circe would show in bulk a grain, nor weighed much more indeed, which yet to gold so great en quantity could well transmite essa may be deemed a lie. No man by art its number could attain, so great it was, yet was the tincture sound, for on an ounce projected was that grain, in which perfection did so abound, that all was essence made, of which 1 grain was cast upon 10 times as much again. That is 1 ounce in 10, and those likewise on 10 times more, which yet was medicine made. 10 more to 1 of these would not suffice, to metal it to bring, nor was it allayed, so with these oft projections made before. But 1 at last tinged 9,000 more. 1 Irenaeus Marrow of Alchemy, Book 3, v. 15, and c. 492 Hermetic Practice. And the author of the Rosary declares that he who shall have accomplished this art, even though he were to live thousands of years, and every day maintain thousands of men, yet he would never know scarcity, having attained this blessed abundance also, not by the oppression of others or by unlawful means, but by industry, patience, and the labor of his own hand. And not only, continues Irenaeus, could he transmute baser metals into gold and silver, but make precious stones also more beautiful and perfect than those of nature, and would possess a universal medicine, moreover, capable of curing all diseases. Even 1 adept, were he permitted, might impart health to the whole world. But lest this kind of testimony should grow egregious, and our book, by ill hazard falling into the hand of some credulous dunce or adventurous gold-seeker, should detain either for a moment to deliberate about looking at home for that which their instinct and proper destiny would otherwise direct them to find abroad, we desist therefore and implore these, should there be any, as they value their own lives and peace of mind and fortune, to regard nothing of all that has been written. For would it not, even supposing the whole of the assertions to be true, and which literally taken they are not, would it not, we ask, be a delirious speculation for anyone to undertake to make the precious metal which is to be had in plentiful abundance, already elaborated by nature, ripe and easy to his hand, to be had for the mere gathering, and if not without some natural risk, yet without laborious study or other mystical alloy? Let not one then be allured by the ultimate promises of alchemy, which are the rewards only of a long-suffering and laborious life, of unwearying thought, patience under afflictions, conquest over unruly passions, hunger, thirst, stripes merited and unmerited, persecutions, indigence, self-to-denial, all. Introitus apertus, cap. XXV. de multiplici hujus artis, which philosophers have undergone, even encountering the terrors of death and hell itself in pursuit of their object, which was not gold, however, or silver, but the substance of these things which, after all, when it was gotten by them, was despised and swallowed up in the vision of a yet more alluring prospect. Of the light. To sum up, then, lest we should never come to an end of this fugitive pursuit, in the last operation the union of the philosophic stone is said to be finally cemented, in its component parts agreeing and having relation to the external world, which union or consummation of its transmutative virtue is called fermentation. Mark the harmonious mystery, that which in the Cabal is denominated the union of man, reduced to the simplicity of the monad with God, that in physico-chemistry is called fermentation. The most pious and experienced amongst the adepts do not demur either to compare the phenomena of their work to the gospel tradition of the life of Clarist, and our human redemption, Cunrath, Bohue, Frischer, Gracius, and various. Others amongst the more modern agree with the early adepts, pointing out too how, in every minute respect, their magistery not only corresponds, but is in very deed a type, and promise, and foundation of our Christian creed. Not, be it understood, that they identify or in the least confound the metalline perfection, which belongs to the primary evolution of life only, with the ultimate, divine association, but they show that their stone exhibits, alike in its origin, development, and artificial preparation throughout, the universal law of light in nature. And as man, united with God, becomes divinely empowered, and therefore can do what he wills, since he wills what God himself does in consonance with reason, so does the philosopher's stone in the greater world, fermented in its parts by reason of the fermentation, transform itself into which it wills and works for. 494 Hermetic Practice. The diverse natures of all things, co-equals itself to all, to every and each, and to universals. It is the universal medium of restoration and preservation, says Cunrath, which by its own equilibriate virtue expels suffering and every disease whether of mind or body, in either kingdom of nature rectifying, according to the capability of each. Metals it is said to benefit by transference of their radical moisture, depriving its terrestriety and foreign oxides, vegetables, by an increase of their efflorescent spirit, and animals, according to the natural exigence of their being. Azoth of our stone, continues he, reduces bodies to their first matter and reanimates them with the universal form. Crystals it advances to gems, and many pearls artificially it concretes into one. Metals, also, as I myself have seen, crystals, gems, as well as gold, it makes fluid and potable, it frees animals from disease, and preserves them in the strength of its virtue, it refreshes. Vegetables, though nearly dead it will revive them, fermented with the specific essence of simples, and methodically applied in a fitting lamp. Its enduring water, lighted by art, burns perpetually forever. It expels and drives away evil spirits from the possessed, wherefore not. There are particular potencies in nature which malignant powers give way to, why not to the universal? The author of Confusion could not endure symmetry. It exalts and ennobles natural ability in the healing art, and it draws down sublime inkmori and prudence. It wonderfully excites perpetual joy, and an honest boldness and fortitude of mind exhilarating all life. And, that I may include many things in a few words, it is miraculously efficient in all the productions of nature. Also the sublunary spirits, for every and all of these, by an inherent necessity, obey this stone. For this powerful vivificans is of the same origin as that which it assimilates, viz., the universal spirit, 1 Cunrath Omph, Cap, Ix, and C, in fine, which has been so often fermented, rectified, and recalcined, until the central force being wholly drawn without, acts forcibly at the circumference, and is able to draw by a supernatural magnetism the homogeneal nature everywhere into itself according to the rational form inbred, and hence we may conceive why the Hermetic philosophers have given it the name of Azoth, which adheres to bodies, which if thou dost rightly conceive, says Cunrath, thou art he of whom it may be truly said, he who has begun aright has done half of the whole. The stone is fermented with its metal existing in the highest purity, with pure silver for the white, and with red for fine gold. And this is the work of 3 days. The stone is here said accurately to be fermented with its own metal, for is not light the true aurific seed, not common light, but that which in the first rotary wheel of life becomes efficient, which is potentially included everywhere in either kingdom of nature, though Luid asleep? Or what else should possibly transmute or multiply by its own assimilative virtue? What else but light can multiply, or does multiply, anyhow or anywhere, and if everywhere else, why not in the mineral kingdom, when set free to attract its proper fuel indeficiently, without heterogeneous hindrance or alloy? And if in the mineral kingdom it can overcome so great inertness, and renews the vegetable spirit, imparting health and increase to decaying nature, how much greater benefits will it not bestow on man who nourished it? Nor in the outward ministration of the medicament only, but above all, and most permanently, in the vital rectification. Thus Julian, in his oration to the extra, mundane of Father, for example, tells us that when the soul gives herself to divinity, and wholly delivers herself to the guidance of a better nature, divine institutions, through purification taking the lead, the divine light will immediately shine on. Amph. Sap. Etern. Cap. V. P. 211. Her, and, in consequence of being thus deified, she transfuses a certain vigorous strength into her connate spirit, which, when included, and as it were possess, ing dominion, becomes, through this spirit, the cause of safety to the whole body. For, continues the emperor, diseases, or at least the greater part, happen from the mutative and erroneous motion of the spirit, which physicians likewise allow, or at all events, that those most difficult to be cured originate from thence. For health is a certain symmetry or equilibrium of nature, which it is the pre-eminent power of the telestic art to impart, ordering all things by the unity within. And indeed, the oracles testify the truth of these assertions, when they declare that through purifying ceremonies bodies become worthy of receiving divine assistance and health, and that the mortal vestment of bitter matter will by these means be preserved. Harmonia resonat namque, sub qua est corpus mortale.
Extendens, ignium mentem, ad opus pietatis, at fluxile corpus,
bor vubit, and that which a man has received, will he not be able to impart again, and bestow of his exuberant felicity for the benefaction of others? Or at least it is so related of Hippocrates, that he cured extraordinary maladies because he was endowed with a divine nature, and had carried up medicine from a low estate unto great achievements. For he was the descent of many generations, and a divine man, as the tradition says, by direct descent from Aesculapius on the father's side, and by his mother Parathea of the race of the Heracleides. Wherefore from both seeds he had his origin from the gods. For he was initiated as a young beginner in medicinal affairs by his great-grandfather, so far as he knew. But himself did also teach himself, having made use of a divine mature, the whole art. And, in 1 Oracula Chaldaica, Anima, Corpus, Homo, Julian's Orations 2. In fine, the industry of his mind, he as far excelled his progenitors as he also exceeded them in the excellency of art. For he takes away, continues the narrator, not only the kind of bestial, but also of brutishly fierce and wild diseases, through a great part of the land and sea, dispersing the succors of Aesculapius, even as Triptolemus the seed of Ceres, balmy health and healing virtues, such as Engachiron, sire of pharmacy, first taught Achilles, and Achilles thee. Therefore he hath most justly obtained divine bonors in many places of the earth, and is made worthy by the Athenians of the same gifts with Hercules and Aesculapius. And this man is the father and preserver of health, the curer of all griefs. In sum, this man is the prince of divine knowledge, concludes the Persian Petrus, in his epistle addressing Artaxerxes. Send thou for him? Honor the physician with the honor due unto him, says Solomon, for the Lord created him, as if he specially were above all men created by God, who is able to heal the sick and restore life to the distressed, which all physicians, however, are not able. But a physician chosen by God, continues Helmont, his own signs shall follow, and wonders for the schools, for he shall prepare to the honor of God his free gifts, to the comfort of his neighbor, compassion shall be his leader. For he shall possess truth in his heart, and knowledge in his understanding. Charity and the mercy of the Lord shall enlighten his way, and he shall bestow favor of the Lord, and the hope of gain shall not be in his thoughts. For the Lord is rich and liberal, and will give him 100-fold in an heaped-up measure. He will fructify his work, and anoint his hands with blessing. We will fill his mouth with consolation and with the trumpet of his word, from which diseases shall flee. He will fill his life with length of days, his house with riches, and his children with the fear of the Lord. His footsteps shall bring felicity, and diseases shall be in his sight as snow in the noon, day of summer in an open valley. Curse and punishment shall flee away, and health shall follow him. These are the promises of the Lord unto physicians whom he hath chosen. These are the blessings of those who walk in the path of mercy, because the Lord loveth those that work mercy, and therefore he will enlighten them with his Spirit, the Comforter. For who is liberal as the Lord, who giveth many things freely, and for some small matter bestoweth all things? Blessed is the Lord who saves the merciful, and who saves him that is to be saved freely. And consolation shall meet the merciful man in the way of hope, because he has chosen a faithful master. But, continues the same estimable narrator, arrogance and sloth, which long since extinguished charity, but a few ages ago sequestered a chirurgeon, also from a physician, wherefore afterwards servants handled the manual instruments and operations, as if it unbeseemed a Christian to help his neighbor with his hands. In the meantime some noble matrons healed defects with their own hands that were despaired of by physicians. And truly after that the study of ambition and gain were practiced, charity grew cold, mercy was extinguished, art perished, and the giver of lights withdrew his gifts, the number of our calamities increased, and physicians were made the fable of the vulgar. Truth remained buried in the grave of science, and instead thereof a confused kind of brawling arose, being discursive, which was accounted for doctrine. And those false doctors described and drew of themselves a whole army of discases, almost grieving too, that the catalogue of them was yet so small. For they, being allured with the facility of the art of Galen, promised to measure all diseases by the geometrical demonstrations of degrees of heat and cold, and to heal them all thereby. Virgins also, as well the modern as the ancient, from an imitation and emulation of these, largely and widely treated promiscuously of all diseases, snatching the years of them all under themselves, in the sight and despite of their former masters. Because at first, and from the root of medicinal ordination, all things belong to be cured only and alone by physicians, but unto chirurgeons afterwards only by permission and from favor. Both of them have failed, however, under a confused strife, and become inefficient. So the origin, decline, and fall of the healing art has been pictured by one of its brightest ornaments, and truly is it not deplorable to think that knowledge once so perfectly attained and demonstrated in its efficacy, should, by a degenerate usage, have been lost to mankind? The accounts given by Van Helmont of the cures which he himself alone effected of some 10,000 individuals yearly, without any diminution of his medicine, would now be unaccredited, except by those few perhaps who, with a fragment of the same virtue, have by a benevolent application learnt to conceive something of the illimitable powers and artificial increase of vitalization. These will vindicate the light, if any, who observing its first dawn, shall promote it by a truthful inquiry, nor suffer it again to fall into disuse through negligence, or by obloquy be tempted to an uncharitable ambuscade. And then have we no other defects than those of body to distress us? Are not our minds too ailing, and is there no balm ready? Is there no physician there? In Greece there were many temples to many gods, to Ceres, Minerva, Apollo, Bacchus, and the rest, all ministering to the defects of mind, educating and disciplining the understanding for the conception of wisdom, and a better life within. Aesculapius was a demigod only amongst them, who is of modern mesmerism the only just pride. Eleanor the physician, with the honor due unto him for the use you may, KK2, have of him, for the Lord created him. There is a time when in his hands there is a good success, then let him not go from thee, for thou hast need of him. But to whom hath the root of wisdom been revealed, or who hath known her wise counsels? Unto whom hath the knowledge of wisdom been made manifest? Or who hath understood her great experience? She is with all men, replies the prophet, according to his gift, but her secret is with the faithful. Now such a faith as the Scriptures inculcate as bestowing wisdom on the possessor is unknown at this day, nor does man any longer seek after the truth that is in himself, rarely imagines it even. So far do we live without the true knowledge of ourselves. We pray the liberal reader to reflect, therefore, and link his imagination to the probabilities of reason, and ponder on the testimony of experience, and believe that mesmerism, as it is mechanically practiced in the present day, is a first step indeed, and this only before the entrance of that glorious temple of divine wisdom, which a more scientific handicraft enabled the ancients experimentally to enter, and from its foundation build up, as it were, a crystalline edifice of light and truth. The materials are yet present with us, the foundations easily laid, the will only is wanting to discover the way, and faith to resuscitate the cornerstone, which ignorance has rejected from immemorial time, but science only can refute. For if man does not enter in to understand himself, and the evil under which he lies enchanted in this life, he cannot understand the ancient doctrine concerning the fall or regeneration, or presume to deliver matter from the original urs, unless he perceive it, or be instrumental in the restoration. While Adam stood in paradisaical innocency, explains the Theosophist the eternal Word was his leader, and had dominion. In him his life, which was a clear flame, burned in, and was nourished by that pure spirit of the divine. 1 Ecclesiasticus, b. 9 Ideum, I. Substantiality which, together with the water of eternal life, generated in the angelical world, gave forth a glorious and bright shining light. Immediately after the fall of man, God said to the serpent, I will put enmity between thee and the woman, and between thy seed and her seed shall bruise thy head, and thou shalt bruise his heel. Herein the philosopher's stone or tincture lieth. For though this concerneth man, in the first place, yet secondly it concerneth the whole creation. The bruising of the serpent's head is done spiritually and corporally, both in nature and in the soul, and though in different degrees, yet by a parallel process in each. The serpent's sting is the wrath fire, and the woman sowed the light and love fire. These two are in everything, the former predominated in outward nature, by the fall, and therefore the latter must be raised up, and by its shining through the wrath must subdue and keep it under, taking away from it its predominant power, so that it may exercise its true natural office as a servant to the light, that these two may no more stand in opposition to each other, but be one thing reharmonized by light and love, and introduced into paradise. When the dark poisoning mercury is thus tinctured, his anguishing death is turned into triumphing life, and his former dark desire into the desire of light, which is able to make a pure love and light substantiality, viz., a heavenly body out an earthly. The whole work therefore consists summarily herein, that two natures be reduced to one, as they were at the beginning. A heavenly and an earthly matter are to be mutually united and brought to a heavenly consistency. Earth must be turned in, and heaven out. The mercury which is therein doth all this itself. The artist is not to attempt it, he cannot do it. He is to prepare the way, the matter as is requisite, and leave the work to be done by the workman which is in it already. Nevertheless, understanding and faith are required of him. His design being no less than to redeem matter from the curse, and to raise it from the dead, which never can be done by one who is dead himself in his understanding and internal life. Who then is competent, who qualified to minister, in so great a matter? Who but he that the Spirit has already prepared, and endowed with prudence for the undertaking? He that is holy, he that is true, he that hath the key of David, he that openeth, and no man shutteth, and no man openeth. Or, what man is he, asks Solomon, that can know the counsel of God? Or who can think what the will of the Lord is? For the thoughts of mortal men are miserable, and our devices are but uncertain. For the corruptible body presseth down the soul, and the earthly tabernacle waketh down the mind that museth upon many things. And hardly do we guess aright at things which are upon earth. And with labor do we find the things that are before us, but the things that are in heaven who hath searched out? And thy counsel who hath known, except thou give wisdom and send thy Holy Spirit from above? For, so the ways of them which lived on the earth were reformed, and men were taught the things that are pleasing unto thee, and were saved through wisdom. She preserved the first formed Father of the world that was created alone, and brought him out of his fall, and gave him power to rule all things. But, when the unrighteous went away from her in his anger, he perished also in the fury wherewith he murdered his brother. For whose cause, the earth being drowned with the flood, wisdom again preserved it, and directed the course of the righteous in a piece of wood of small value. Moreover, the nations in their wicked conspiring being confounded, she found out the righteous, and preserved him blameless unto God, and kept him strong against his tender compassion towards his son. When the ungodly perished, she delivered the righteous man who fled from fire, which fell upon the 5 cities, of whose wickedness, even to this day, the waste land that smoketh is a testimony, and plants bearing fruits that never come to ripeness, and a standing pillar of salt is a monument of an unbelieving soul. But wisdom delivered from pain those that attended upon her. When the righteous fled from his brother's wrath, she guarded him in right paths, showed him the kingdom of God, and gave him knowledge of holy things, made him rich in his travels, and multiplied the fruit of his labors. In the covetousness of such as oppressed him, she stood by him and made him rich. She defended him from his enemies, and kept him safe from those that lay in wait. And in a sure conflict, she gave him the victory, that he might know that godliness is stronger than all. She entered into the soul of the servant of the Lord, and withstood dreadful kings in wonders and signs. She rendered to the righteous a reward of their labors, guided them in a marvelous way, and was unto them for a cover by day and a light of stars in the night season, brought them through the Red Sea, and led them through much water. But she drowned their enemies, and cast them up out of the bottom of the deep. Therefore the righteous spoiled the ungodly, and praised thy holy name, O Lord, and magnified, with one accord, thy hand that fought for them. For wisdom opened the mouth of the dumb, and made the tongues of them that cannot speak cloquent. She prospered their works in the hand of the holy prophet. When once the divine light is loosened in life, everything is prospered as long as her rule is observed, for the understanding then bears its motive energy into effect. And the word of the Lord is unto them line upon line, precept upon precept, purifying and perfecting, here a little and there a little. The whole individual is occupied, every look and action is by. Isaiah, text XP. Ozamnacht. Wisdom of Solomon, XI. 504 Hermetic Practice. Rule and with power, as is it not likewise written, the hands of the wise are very heavy. The right hand of the Lord bringeth mighty things to pass. And his brightness was as the light, says Habakkuk, and he had horns coming out of his hand, and there was the hiding of his power. Is it not promised, moreover, that the horn of the righteous shall be exalted, and his seed made triumphant over many nations? Be thou faithful unto death, and I will give thee a crown of life. And again of wisdom, length of days is in her right hand, and in her left riches and honor. Exalt her, and she shall promote thee, she shall bring thee to honor when thou dost embrace her. She shall give to thy head an ornament of grace, a crown of glory shall she deliver unto thee. Nor are these the only passages in Scripture where with wisdom a promise is given of more material fruits. He that hath an ear to hear, let him hear what the Spirit saith unto the churches. To him that overcometh will I give to eat of the tree of life, which is in the midst of the paradise of God. To him that overcometh will I give to eat of the hidden manna, and will give him a white stone, and in the stone a new name written, which no man knoweth saving he that receiveth it. And he that overcometh and keepeth my works unto the end, to him will I give power over the nations, and he shall rule them with a rod of iron. As the vessels of a potter shall they be broken in shivers, even as I received from my Father. And I will give him the morning star. He that overcometh the same shall be clothed in white raiment, and I will not blot out his name out of the book of life. Behold, I come quickly. Hold fast that which thou hast, that no man take thy crown. Habakkuk 2. 4. 2 Revelations 2. Deset. Proverbs v8. Him that overcometh will I make a pillar in the temple of my God, and he shall no more go out, and I will write upon him the name of my God, which is New Jerusalem, which cometh down out of heaven from my God, and I will write upon him my new name. Behold, I stand at the door and knock, and if any man hear my voice and open the door, I will come in with him, and sup with him, and he with me. And to him that overcometh will I grant to sit with me in my throne, even as I also overcame, and am set down with my Father in his throne. He that hath an ear to hear, let him hear what the Spirit saith unto the churches. But as Agrippa says, clausum est armarium. The Scripture is obscure and mystical throughout, even in the simplest details most profound, but significant in its promises even of material blessings and gifts. For when we begin to love the Spirit, adds the disciple, then he sends us these things as tokens and pledges of his love, to whom all hearts are open, all desires known, and from whom no secrets are hid, whose prolific virtue is the source of all things, and in the conscious alliance becoming known, potentializes the whole in each individual universally without reserve. That was the ground of ancient doctrine, the foundation of those creeds in the shadowy tradition of which mankind now live. They are all plain to him that hath understanding, as Solomon says, and right to behold instruction is them that find knowledge. Better than silver, and knowledge than choice gold. Wisdom is better than rubies, and all the things that may be desired are not to be compared to her. I, wisdom, dwell with prudence, and find out knowledge counsel is mine and sound. Of witty inventions, wisdom I am understanding, I have strength. Riches and honor are with me, yea, durable riches and righteousness. My fruit is better than gold, and revelation. St. John 2, 506 Hermetic Practice. My revenue than choice silver. I love them that love me, and those that seek me early shall find me. They then, who have been fortunate enough to perfect this work, having received so much grace from the Father of lights as to obtain this inestimable gift of divine wisdom, what more on earth should they desire, but that it may be always applied aright in obedience to the divine will, for the benefaction of mankind and vindication of true virtue? For not only were they exempt from human ills, having the means of abundant wealth, power, and health at their command, but, moreover, they had a manifest token of divine favor, and sure promise of immortality in a life to come. Nor is it to be wondered, therefore, why philosophers, when they have obtained this medicine, have not cared to lengthen their days, or make a vain parade of their riches to the world, which they despised with every temporal power and advantage, in comparison of that which, in the acquirement of these things, was by their art foreshown, or who now having human perfectibility, and a prospect of a happy immortality set before them in a plain physical type and experience, would rest in a mere metalline good, like Midas, who, preferring an earth born harmony to the music of the spheres, was dishonored by the god, and bore evidence of his misfortune in sight of the whole world. Many prophecies there are of times to come, and those days are even said to be at hand, when the fourth monarchy, which is the intellectual reign of truth and peace, shall predominate, when the mother of sciences will come forth, and greater things be discovered than have been hitherto in the past monarchies of the world. But we do not tarry about these matters. The revelation of all things is always at hand for him who knows how to investigate, and the rest will be always far behind. If truly there be minds prepared, or if the great era approaches more rapidly than is given us yet even in faith to. 2 Proverbs chap. E8. For notwithstanding so many signs that are appearing and signal rumors of a coming change, yet they are fewer and far between, and more rare yearly, which indicate the progression of truth. But if we say a better age is approaching, which at some period of time must come, when abundance of all things by an equitable distribution of all shall help to break down the competitive barrier of society, and introduce a operative alliance amongst mankind, then this incentive to inquiry may not be inopportunely offered, to advance the foremost intellect and fix its dominion in the self-discovery of truth. At the present time, when all are more or less eagerly engaged in the pursuance of external advantages, and under penalty of being cast into the fiery furnace of the world's scorn, do fall down and worship that earth-born goddess of temporal utility, which opinion has set up, it would be vain enthusiasm to attempt to divert attention, but for a moment, from so favored an idol, were it not that in the minds of all, even its most degraded votaries, there exists a most real and bitter sense of its insufficiency and latent deformity. Everywhere without, the evil is apparent and presses closer as time speeds on, fatally accelerating as if it neared some attracting focus. Yet hope still lingers in expectation, and, with that abiding patience which is the test of faith in a good cause, may we continue to seek on, not vaguely around us for passing excitements, but with steady perseverance looking within, until conscience reveal to us those higher objects of pursuit and truer attractions, which will not suffer the mind aspiring to them to fall into dishonor, but purifying and corroborating as they draw, will, when at length they are worthily won, unite with and transmute their worshipper into that harmony and beauty, which, in the dim beholding, he venerated and loved. Begin to day nor end till evil sink in its due grave, and if at once we may not. 508 Hermetic Practice. Declare the greatness of the work we plan. Be sure at least that ever in our mind it stand complete before us, as a dome of light beyond this gloom, a house of stars encompassing these dusky tents, a thing absolute, close to all, though seldom seen, near as our hearts and perfect as the heavens. Be this our aim and model, and our hands shall not wax faint until the work is done. The idea of the good, the pure, and the true is the alluring object which we all innerly worship, the progeny of divine intellect, immortal and strongeven moral beauty, which, though obscurely now, as through the mists of sense and selfishness, ever shines attractively our polar star. When from the lips of truth one mighty breath shall like a whirlwind, cedar in its breeze the whole dark pile of boom and mockeries, thou shall the reign of mind commence on earth, and starting fresh, as from a second birth man in the sunshine of the world's new spring, shall walk transparent like some holy thing. Having discussed thus much of the Hermetic mystery, and suggested certain particulars concerning the practice at this latter end, which may be unfamiliar to the reader, we would repeat our warning to beware of hasty interpretation and trials of skill, without a proper foundation laid by study of the Hermetic records and scientific laws of art. Many things have no doubt escaped us inadvertently, others we have designedly reserved, lest falling into incapable hands, the highest trust of nature should be betrayed, and the way of truth become perplexed by duplicity in the pursuit. In vain the ignorant, in vain the avaricious, the selfish, faithless, or frivolous, will in vain seek to percolate this mystery. The right-minded and studious alone, benevolently, conscientiously, and rationally persisting to the end, will unravel it, and in this case each must labor singularly for himself. The success of the experiment, as we have repeatedly shown, depends on the discovery of the true intention, and this, being more or less involved in every mind, is not clearly distinguishable in all, nor are they many, therefore, but few only, who have been found to enter in by the narrow way of life. The talent is granted only to a few, and for them conditions are needful to draw it forth to increase. For them we have written, and to persuade those only who may be able amidst so many heterogeneous elements of nature, to discern the rational possibility by the infallible touchstone of her original light. Tun mentis divine homines oracula caeca, volventes animo ancipiti vix tempore longo, experti multa, id non parvis sumptibus illum juvenerin artem, qua non ara dignior ulla est, fingendi lapidem elierium, quam sire profanus, haud quaquam licet, et frustra pleba improba querit.
Cenci habe? Il potest, uhi vui habitare decenter, ne fortune iramo metui, ne brachia furum. Sod tanto paucos dignantur munere divi. Injunctions likewise are frequent respecting the sacred nature of the ministration, and of the responsibility incurred by those even who are favored in the
undertaking, lest desiring too little or presuming too far in self, sufficient pride it should fall, and Satan establish a monarchy upon the most holy of works. Does any smile at the surmise? It is of small account, so he be ignorant, those warnings do not apply, nor were ever meant to scare his complacency, who, without the light of reason, would be least of all able to precipitate its downfall. But lest the desire of such a one should lead him to practice, which by good fortune it may not, we advise him of our courage, and of the vindictive spirit of wisdom for the justification of her rule, ne tuo geus fatum. Enlarge not thou thy destiny, neither break a superficies as the Pythagorean precept runs, lest the sin of the agent being multiplied in the patient, it should survive in the unhappy offspring unto the third or fourth generation. The spirit of wisdom runs love. Palingenius, Zodiacus Vite, Fiat. Chem. 2nd, p. 87. 510 Hermetic Practice. Ingly by her own rule to fulfill it, but leaves him to hopeless confusion, who abandons the divine purpose for the accomplishment of private ends. So the Israelites, that so wonderfully stiff-necked race, suffered for their rebellion and selfish lusts, falling into a multitude of snares and misfortunes by fire, famine, and sword, and no less miserable captivity by the divine command. And that those errors might be guarded against, and that no presumption might thereafter arise, the lawgiver, in his book of Deuteronomy, instructs them to be grateful, humble, and mindful, throughout the passage, of past benefits received, nor ever to murmur at the decrees of God. But thou shalt consider in thy heart, he says, that as a man chasteneth his son, so the Lord thy God chasteneth thee. Therefore thou shalt keep the commandments of the Lord thy God, to walk in his ways, and to fear him. For the Lord thy God bringeth thee into a good land, a land of brooks of water, of fountains and depths that spring out of valleys and hills, and of wheat and barley and vines and fig trees and pomegranates, a land of oil, olive, and honey, a land wherein thou shalt eat bread without scarceness. Thou shalt not lack anything in it, a land whose stones are iron, and out of whose hills thou mayest dig brass. And when thou hast eaten and art full, then thou shalt bless the Lord thy God for the good land which he hath given thee. Beware that thou forget not the Lord thy God, in not keeping his commandments, and judgments, and statutes, lest when thou hast eaten and art full, and hast built goodly houses and dwelt therein, and when thy herds and thy flocks multiply, and thy silver and thy gold is multiplied, and all that thou hast is multiplied, then thy heart be lifted up, and thou forget the Lord thy God, which brought thee forth out of the land of Egypt, from the house of bondage, who led thee through that great and terrible wilderness, wherein were fiery serpents, and scorpions, and drought, where there was no water, who brought rewards and potencies, 511. Thee forth water out of the rock of flint, who fed thee in the wilderness with manna, which thy fathers knew not, that he might humble thee, and that he might prove thee, to do thee good at thy latter end, unless thou say in thine heart, my power and the might of mine hand hath gotten me this wealth. But thou shalt remember the Lord thy God, for it is he that giveth thee power to get wealth, that he may establish his covenant which he sware unto thy fathers, as it is this day. And it shall be, if thou do at all forget the Lord thy God, and walk after other gods, and serve them and worship them, I testify against you this day that ye shall surely perish. For immortality is only to be consummated in union, and in the abandonment of the dual selfhood and its volition to the divine will. Wherefore I abhor myself, cries Job, when all else being deprived he renounced himself, and repent in dust and ashes. Look on every one that is proud and abase him, and tread down the wicked in their place. Hide them in the dust together, and bind their faces in secret. Then will also confess unto thee that thine own right hand can save thee. That was the path and promise to blameless souls which the wise men and prophets constantly pursued, passing through every ordained discipline, ordeal, rite, and humiliation, in order that they might become conformable to the divine perfection they desired to approach. Once delivered from the exterior bondages of sense and heterogeneous desire, from the passions and false affections of this transitory life, the final step is declared comparatively easy, as transcending by the energy of faith. From the separable selfhood, the identity passes into universal accord. To go forth and to return, therefore was the agreement cut off, so says the Cabal. Close thy eyes and meditate. Deuteronomy 7th. From Ver. 10, 2 Job XL. 12, and C. Alii. 512 Hermetic Practice. And if thy heart fail thee, return again, since therefore it is written, Ecredere et hegredebi, et propteria pactum.
Precisum. EST.
This is the work, this the Hermetic method and its end. The line returns to form a circle into its beginning, and they join not in time, for their union is eternity. This, reader, is the true Christian philosopher's stone, which if it be a chimera, then is the universe itself not stable, of which it has been proven to be the most exact epitome, having passed the test of experimental reason not only, but, analyzed to the last extremity of contrito conscience, is confirmed in operation, visibility, and luminous increase, when rising in rational supremacy over sense and finite reflection, the ethereal hypostasis revolves in its first cause. 1 Zephyr Jezera, Cap. I. Chapter 4. The conclusion. T has been our endeavor as clearly as the limits. I prescribed understanding would enable us to discuss the ground and practical pretensions in general of the Hermetic mystery. To explain all would require an extensive range and a closer opportunity of experience than has been hitherto granted us. Nor with these auxiliaries, perhaps, should we become more intelligible, since caution very usually increases with observation, and the truth has been so intricately, arbitrarily, and in many folds enveloped, and the cloud of witnesses is such that it might puzzle Apollo himself to explicate the whole enigma intelligibly to the world. To induce research, therefore, we pretend only to have signalized the light, that any one fortunately perceiving might be led along by its attracting presence to the discovery of truth. Evidence has constantly preceded, neither have we ventured many assertions of our own, but the reputable witness of individuals of various ages and nations, whose names are renowned in philosophy, have been gathered together in aid of this inquiry, and in support of the dignity of the Hermetic science, which they have not only judged to be true, but many add their personal experience in confirmation, attesting the reality of the philosopher's stone. The confection of this miraculous substance, moreover, They have helped us to trace in theory from its foundation in the free ether, through an artificial process of elaboration, into manifest effect. And the principle of transmutation, they have shown to be relating not to species but to their universal subject, whose concentrated virtue the stone likewise itself is. And man was the proper laboratory of the whole art, not only the most perfect chemical apparatus devised by nature for the distillation of her spirit, but having besides the whole fermentative virtue, motive, and principle of vital melioration in every requisite, complete within himself, for the rectification and furtherance of her prescribed law, mind, and manual efficacy, as it is narrated by the divine will, to effect all things, though concealed in this life by the external attraction and obstructive energies of sense. This hidden capacity it has been shown to be the purpose of the Hermetic artifice to explore, and that adepts well, skilled as they profess in the vital analysis of bodies, by such means discovered the life of man therein circulating to be a pure fire incorporated in a certain incombustible ethereal vapor, also, that the universal efficient was in this fire, and the diverse kingdoms of nature, as it were, bound together in the threefold enchantment of his natural identity, one of which only, the animal life, being developed to consciousness, the other two, viz., the vegetable and mineral, are known only to those who have entered experimentally within to prove the hypostatic action and passion of the working essences in life. Partly, also, on the authority of the ancients, coupled with certain other arguments not altogether speculative, we have been thence led to regard the mysteries celebrated at Eleusis and the rest, in a more important light than heretofore, not as mere external ceremonials, pictured scenes of sufferings and beatitudes, but as real inductions of the understanding spirit to its source. And with the development of these mysteries we have been enabled to connect alchemy, and with these both, in their preliminary practice, the modern art, called mesmerism, strikingly accords, which we have proposed, suggestively therefore, as a first key opening to the vestibule of this experiment, where sits the Sphinx with her eternal enigma, still to perplex intruders, and open to philosophers only the inner halls of light. Bearing these things in mind, by the assistance of the Greek ontologists, we have ventured, intimately pursuing their course, to follow mysterious nature through many intricate windings and circumstantial difficulties into her initial source, and there observed her, after operating voluntarily about her own annihilation, to survive and establish a stable monarchy upon her redeemed light. Particulars also, of the metaphysical experience we have attempted to delineate, and to show the catholicity and causal reference of the Hermetic work. Throughout, from impediments likewise described, and rare intellectual conditions, it has been shown why the divine experiment has been so seldom attempted, and more rarely brought to a legitimate conclusion on this earth, and why philosophers in all ages, considering the unfitness of the multitude, and fearful consequences that might ensue from individual abuse, have concealed their knowledge, communicating almost by word of mouth only the practical device. If we have been freer in our expositions, the spirit was not the more reckless, but because the thresholds of ignorance are already overpassed, an experiment is in need rather of a motive to dignify it than practical machinery. What if the darkness should contend with and prevail a while? Yet there in the center the light will kindle and increase, and gain strength to radiate upwards through the whole circumference, despite of every effort of ignorant selfishness and folly to prevent. So reason instructs that we should have faith in humanity as in the ultimate realization and prevalence of good. But they are all now incredulous who were formerly dreaded in their belief, and under that safe guardianship we leave them, happily supine in the conviction that our conduct will neither be attractive or intelligible, much less practically useful to the profane multitude of mankind. For although this art of alchemy is eminently experimental and practical in its consequences, yet it is wholly unsuited to minds, commonly so styled practical, who are impatient of every proposition that is not immediately applicable to the affairs of life. For these the Hermetic art is no more suited than they for it. It needs a philosopher, one of the antique mold, a true lover of wisdom, who, for her sake, will devote everything else, studious, simple, ardent, and withal suscipient of appearing truth. They who in a kindred spirit have pursued this inquiry may have divined many things which will be hidden from the indifferent and thoughtless reader, for we have spoken of principles with reference to practice, and in an order indirectly indicative of the genealogical method of ascent, even that artistic fabrication of the fire which Prometheus received from Vulcan, and Minerva disseminated providentially for the sake of her luminous radix, lest it should be synothered in our irrational alliance, and perish ungratefully without return. In the course of this vital experiment, the ancients discovered the whole of the philosophy they teach, the quintessence of universal nature and her fruitful springs. By this pyrotechnical induction, powers were revealed to conscience, the whole generative original, and those temptations which reason alone, purified and singled out by art for the encounter, is able entirely to withstand. And that ray of motive light, pure, vital, and efficient, we have shown to be the true form of gold, the alone universal principle of increase and perfection, the same which in the circulatory system, becoming dominant, is made concrete in life, and is the transmutative ferment, even the philosophic stone. And this is the grand Hermetic secret, that there is a universal subject in nature, and that subject is susceptible of nourishment in man, and this is the greatest mystery, of all mysteries the most wonderful, that man should be able to find the divine nature not only, but to affect it. The philosophers sought after wisdom for her own sake. For her beauty and bright divinity they wooed her, and gained with her an ample dowry, gold, silver, and the glittering treasures of her creative light in abundance. And some have dwelt gratefully on these intermediate benefits, recording them, but were, above all, careful to celebrate the primary attraction which led them in for the discovery of life. And we have omitted many things, which to the many might be more attractive, even than gold or silver, or a more remote prospect of immortality, for every desire is in the magic region made prolific, embodying itself, by the ethereal conception, as a principle to enact its voluntary accord, but to allure by particular promises, however rich or real, which might restrict to individual interests of virtue which is infinite, forms no part of our design. Man is sufficiently bounded already in all. How many ways is he not fettered, by the poverty of his imagination and the littleness of his love? Having then run cursorily through the circuit of the Hermetic tradition, without attempting, however, to include the whole length, which would embrace a far wider field of philosophical inquiry than is commonly imagined, it may be proper, in conclusion, to consider the several bearings of the same with respect to other sciences, and their comparative value to mankind at large. Between the physical and moral sciences, commonly so called, though there are links found indicative of a radical relationship, yet each are throughout their departments divergent, and the class of mind usually occupied by either is distinct. The former, based externally, having the senses for chief evidence, makes practical utility its end and only value, whilst the latter, having its evidence and object alike within the mind, attaches less consequence to worldly benefits, misprizing the lights of sense also as inferior and comparatively insecure. And thus philosophy stands divulged at this day, the spiritual unable to prove itself absolutely, or the material to disprove the other practically. They accordingly maintain on either side a negative, though relatively assured, ground. But the 518 conclusion. Hermetic science, supposing this indeed to be well-founded, would include both in the ample compass of its experiment, as passing from either extreme of mind and matter. To prove them, it arrives at the catholic effect of life. And here the external and internal worlds are said to blend together in confluent harmony, establishing each other, and leaving reason nothing more to doubt, or the senses to desire, but a fulfillment under the law. If then, in contrariety to every popular prejudice, and on the only evidence of defunct philosophers, we can yet imagine this art of alchemy to be real, an experimental foundation of science, notwithstanding all the learned cavils and clamors of disappointed chemists that have been raised against it, if it be true that there is a subtle nature pervading the universe, which is the all in everything and susceptible of artificial alteration through all, and if man by his especial prerogative of reason and rectitude of purpose is able by a development of these to advance and bear the life within him through dissolution into a new birth, superior to nature and beyond the reach of elementary discord to destroy, and if all this has been accomplished, passed through in the conscious experience, and proved demonstratively in facts, visible deeds and effects, then, these things supposed, and experience being the admitted test of philosophy, will it not follow that theirs was the right and true philosophy, which at the vertex of a double ignorance has been forgotten and despised? For the experience of intellect would, under the supposition, be esteemed eminently above that of sense, inasmuch as the one revelation is naturally superior and acknowledged even in this life, before the other, and that kind of evidence would be necessarily preferred by all which is universally inclusive and leading out from the causal fountain into natural effect. But by no reason that comes from sense will such an evidence be obtained, nor shall we ever learn, without identixio, operation, how nature works, or by what occult virtue. The grain of wheat is even instigated, so that it grows and bears its abundant increase upon earth. All our knowledge without the experience is empirical, the result only of observation of remote effects, and therefore alchemy has been declared to be the only true glass of the mind, which shows how to enter, and to touch, and to discover the truth in her own simplicity and univocal demonstration. Neither does it therefore bring so many arguments as might be to prove itself, since the evidence is self-sufficient, and without itself cannot, however truly imaginable, be known. Such a demonstration would stand above all common sense conclusions, above imagination, above opinion, and all logical proof, which is barren without self, knowledge, and isolated and erring upon the plane of truth. Yet this is the only guide we now can boast of, which, if stable in its own criterion, yet being dependent on externals for matter and practical pursuit, fluctuates, and hence many evils arise, and those diversities of opinion which distract mankind. The world, so imperfectly ruled, has instituted a sort of free will standard of its own. Men will believe as they like, see or not see, assume as suits their convenience, or reject their own criterion at pleasure, even the testimony of their own highly esteemed sober senses, when these do not tally with their preconceived prejudices, interests, or hopes. But it is evident, irrespective of all particular objections, that true science does not consist in the exhibition of phenomena, neither can anything short of the causal discovery fulfill the idea of truth. The doubt would not rest, therefore, about the superiority of causal science, if it were possible, but whether it be truly possible or not. If the philosophy of the ancients is without a true foundation, if there is not any other essence of things besides that which is apparent and has a sensible subsistence, then the physical will indisputably be the first and only science. But if otherwise, there is proved to be a certain immutable being of all, 520 conclusion, existent to sensibles, which can be proven in intellect and confirmed in sensible phenomena, as the alchemists and Greek metaphysicians assert, then this will be prior, surer, and the best philosophy. To those in whom the spirit of observation has been wholly drawn to externals, it may have seemed a ridiculous thing to speak of life and intellect independently, as apart from their manifest operations, still more so to enter on specific idioms and modes of spiritual subsistence, seeing we have no tangible proof calculated by any means to satisfy the searchers of exact science, that as life is nowhere seen apart from organization, or moral consciousness from either, they are phenomena little likely to be discovered apart or practically understood. Against such an opinion we have no present demonstration to offer. Our own assertion would add nothing to the authorities already cited. Inquiry is the only antidote of rational skepticism. For this we have labored to supply means, and the natural subsistence of universals in the human mind may afford a ground of probability whence to proceed into their proof. That we are deprived of the power of apprehending the ancient doctrine of internal wisdom is no proof that it is untrue. There is a strongly enchanted fortress about it, whose forces yield not either to impertinent curiosity or the peremptory demands of sense. Nor can all the negative evidence of sensual certainty in array disprove, or for an instant nullify, assertions which belong to another experience and another probability of art and nature. But, will it be objected, that which has never been in our thought, things so far above us, are nothing to us? Truly, if beyond our possible attainment, they would be indifferent, but benefits are not the less real because unexpected, or promises to be cast away because the means of fulfillment are not immediately discernible. The evils of this life are manifold, and a prospect of escape, or melioration even, will not be obnoxious to those who are fortunately able to perceive it. Neither let it be supposed that because the wisdom of the ancients transcends, that it by any means contradicts human reason, but quite otherwise that was, in truth, the basis of their philosophy, which is with us the boundary and summit of our knowledge. That faith alone, indeed of all else, remains to us in common in that we have a witness which believes and infers, a reality beyond present experience, and hence it is in vain that metaphysicians, inductively arguing, have sometimes endeavored to reduce the idea of cause to mere antecedents or juxta position in time. The instinct of Human nature is constantly opposed to them, and believes, heedless of all doubt and difficult discussion. For power is latent everywhere, and we feel it in the shadow, and recognize its presence spontaneously in every action of life. Striking upon this faith, therefore, in default of its true object, and taking to witness some of the closer records of transcendental experience, we have hope to awaken the imaginative centers to such an accord as might stir reason from her long lethargy, to seek for genuine reminiscence in her root of light. Though from our birth the faculty divino la chained and tortured, cabined, cribbed, confined and bred in darkness, lest the light should shine too brightly on the uninstructed mind, the bonus pour in, and truth and skill may couch the blind. Were it not that the ancients acknowledge and uniformly insist on the use of means for removing the barriers by which the divine light is here held in thraldom, we might more consistently despair of their wisdom. But it was avowedly a thing acquired, the reward only of peculiar and arduous discipline, not such as mere school logic or the mathematics now afford, but as different and far above as was the promise and ultimate aim. No modern institutions, either secular or religious, furnish anything analogous. No effectual means of moral elevation, no rites of purifying or awakening efficacy to the mind. We plant and in 522 conclusion. Increase knowledge, and give precepts and devise examples, and draw forth the observing faculties to their superficial contentment, but all our circumstantial labors do not rectify the mind, or turn the inbred inclination out of life. Circumstances indeed do modify, and according as they are well or ill devised, improve or deteriorate the habitual character of mankind, but they do not recreate. No power that is not vital can touch the evil that is inbred, or even discover it truly without introspective proof. That which generation binds dissolution only can unloose. The evil must be met by its proper antidote, overcoming darkness by light in the hypostatical alliance. Every accessory means of melioration will be preparative to this, which restores the human mind to integrity and universal science. Man has never been observed to advance himself individually through adventitious acquirements, but, on the contrary, the increase of luxury, to which thought is now applied, enervates the moral character, fosters selfishness by competition, fraud, and emulous hate. Institutions, framed by the same defective pattern, multiply the evil, as every advance we make in externals leads us further off from the first source. And until wisdom shall have effected that individual reformation, which above all things we now need, it is vain to look in externals for a perfection and felicity which have not been imaged there. We may alter, and improve, and educate, and prepare the way with advantage, but the notion will be variable, and every plan defective without the exemplary light. But someone still considers the discovery impossible, or, if possible, yet that this wisdom is too difficult perhaps in the pursuit? To the former objection, supposing it to be inveterate, we oppose nothing, having nowhere undertaken to convince, but only to promote investigation. Incredulity is the strongest barrier of possibilities over the world, no doubt wisely provided to prevent a too rapid movement of mind into practice, before it is well prepared and disposed to. The pursuit of truth. With respect to the difficulties of the pursuit, we have nowhere denied them, or that they are insuperable to the common herd of mankind. Without an earnest desire of discovery, the liveliest faith will be frustrated, and labor will be vain, unless reason give direction to the persuasion of faith. But how hardly can these either subsist without the other, since faith is the very attracting lodestone which hope pursues, and desire and reason, and the whole willing armament of mind, to which, in her allied forces, nothing is impossible, or what apparition of difficulties would deter conviction steeled to the purpose of her motive light? Or does anyone, persisting to calumniate this philosophy, say it threatens to sacrifice important temporal interests for the sake of visionary and remote gains? Such objections, however, will not be rational, but spring out of the baser affections of humanity and short-sighted sense. The eye is not satisfied with seeing, nor is the ear filled with hearing, nor does any transitory good suffice to human desire. Above all, there is no selfish object worthy the pursuit of intellect, nor is any worldly recompense found corresponding to its need. But the proper object of the rational faculty is in its source, which lies profoundly buried in this life of sense. And this it is the province of the Hermetic artifice to resuscitate and bring through self-knowledge into the experience of life. For this same root of reason is wisdom, and that saving salt which philosophers were wont anciently to excavate, and by so many circulating media to exalt. The diadem of wisdom is even beset with this stone, which as a halo or crown of light, the regenerate soul puts on as a new body, wherein it can rule over the elementary world and pass through it, overcoming evil and falsehood, and ignorance and death. To the faculty of reason, therefore, nothing is more attractive than this philosophy, which immortalizes it, yet, will it be argued, there are other faculties of the human mind equally real, if not as important, and which ought not to be despised. Neither, we reply, is any faculty of the soul repudiated in that supernal alliance, but all are present together in obedience to their rightful rule and habitude, or, if any one is refractory during the passage, it is the occasion of suffering to the better natures, which are all engaged voluntarily in the restitution of their king. But if they all must be sacrificed for the sake of him who is their source, would not this be expedient, rather than that he should continue in an illegitimate thraldom under all? Such is not the ultimate necessity of the case, however, for the brethren all are renewed together with him, and every dignified sentiment is set in accord, to testify and maintain the triumphant monarchy of light. And what more alluring to a cultivated imagination than this pursuit, which abounds in ideality and the beautiful symbolism of universal truth, which discovers the occult springs of classic inspiration, tradition, mythology, fable, and every graceful remain? And will not veneration, too, be intimately invited by the prospect of its own antique worshipful idea where, in the presence of divinity, true awe is felt, and man discovers and knows the perfect goodness, which profanely without the temple's veil he cannot, or unless the understanding is absolutely conjoined? And are not hope and benevolence interested in this research, and justice longing for an equilibrium, and self, respect, and piety, and every honorable motive herein allied? And to know the first truth of things really and experimentally, and to revolve the causal light and permanence of intellection, is not this the highest privilege that man may propose to himself? And when we are told that all things are added to that felicity, that the springs of universal nature, with her growth and fruits, are at our delicate disposal, if we can believe, what else is worthy our whole desire? And what kind of science, supposing it real, would be so conclusive as this, which exhibits all things in their constructive causes, such as no other science does, or other conviction can do, but that only which, identically penetrating, enters into the whole of existence? Let no one therefore conceive that this philosophy is unattractive, which has occupied the best faculties of the best minds, and at the topmost summit of their capacity. Nor are the rewards so remote, either as indolence and adverse inclination may cause them to appear, but if inferior interests should yet complain, as in danger of their present dominion, and pride or avarice, or ambition or ignorance, accustomed to rule in this life, should disdain the subaltern station which the divine law assigns to them, let not one enlist or be drawn by promises, however alluring, lest they be deceived and swallowed up in the gulf of their own overwhelming delusion. As who would wish it should be otherwise, unless it were to generate evil by the viperous progeny of self, love? Should it be considered, on the other hand, that the research of causes is altogether impious, and above the destined capacity of man and vain, since, as Job says, no one by searching can find out the Almighty to perfection, we would observe, with respect to this last assertion, that it is easily explicable. For though it is eminently true that man, searching in his own will alone, is incompetent to the divine discovery, yet, by conditionating, in obedience to the divine will, he comes into the integral alliance and power knock, and it shall be opened unto you. Ask, and ye shall receive, that your joy may be full. With respect to the charge of impiety, should this persist, the evil is inherent in the preposterous idea, nor can we be at the pains just now to vindicate the most sacred science from such an aspersion, but recommend those who really think in this way, with the rest already warned off, to desist from inquiry, nor give heed to the subject as long as the fatal suggestion lurks, lest it should become manifested forth in some practical form of pusillanimity, or faithless attempt to interrogate the profundity it fears. There is nothing impure, or of itself impious, much less the art of wisdom, long distinguished as holy. But to him that esteems a thing unclean, as St. Paul says, it is unclean, for the thought will defile it. Honi soit qui mal y pense. Let not this good then be evil spoken of. All things are indeed pure, but it is evil for that man who eateth the bread of life with offense. The art of alchemy is of all arts therefore distinguished, as holy since it has been piously occupied, and aided the most devout minds in times past to the attainment of their common end. Not that we would insinuate that human salvation is dependent on a mere art, far otherwise, the divine will operates its fulfillment alone, but the art is said to be a remedy of imperfect souls and offers the means of assimilation. Whether a knowledge of these means is absolutely necessary, we dare not take on ourselves to determine. The power of God is infinite, but adepts declare that he has always revealed them to his elected children. If doubt yet further should arise about this wisdom, seeing she did not reveal herself in common arts and the discoveries of human invention, it may be plainly observed that such particulars are foreign to the divine purpose, they are foolishness to her. She teaches an art which supersedes all these and comprehends every liberal science in sublime freedom of intellection, and every subordinate discovery in her revealed accord. Yet who will now believe? It is by the searching and proving of his own identity, no otherwise, that man can arrive at the assurance of this wisdom, which is above science, art, and every other kind of faith, which includes all knowledges, arts, and every particular which the inquiring spirit seeks within itself. This is that well of Heraclitus in which the truth yet lies profoundly hidden, whence also those philosophy tears. This is that nothing which Socrates knew, on account of which the oracle pronounced him to be the wisest of mankind, which Democritus beholding, laughed at other things. It was this which warned Friar Bacon from the error of his ways, and convicted Agrippa of the vanity and confusion of his youth, when at length in his manhood he came to know that to know nothing was the most happy life. For he who in such wise knows nothing, no one apostate particular, has the all, and being composed of the whole, he is able to discern, to make, and to effect the whole, but falling off. From this, in becoming individual, he ceases to be the universe, returning again, however, into the universal and abandoning the selfhood. He raises himself on high, and governs the world. And when we consider the highly elevated philosophy of the Platonic successors, the profound yet simple metaphysics of the Hebrew Cabal, as it has been partially transmitted, with a persuasion of reality unequaled in modern language, the soul, stirring syllables of the Hermetic and Chaldaic fragments, the refined enthusiasm of the Middle Age adeptists, and all these and many more separately agreeing in the same divine tradition, and, added to these all, the Christian doctrine of fulfillment in the gospel, we cannot but feel regret, mingling with the satisfaction these things might otherwise afford, that so early and great a promise of the human mind should have been blighted, not only, but forgotten almost in the world. Or can we recall such lights without reflection, and incuriously believe that knowledge was once granted to man by revelation but has since, we cannot tell why, passed away forever? Are we the children of a second fall, or what spell holds us that we no longer aspire even to understand the language of our fathers, or desire to pass into the life of those elder times, when man, not yet always the poor servant and interpreter of nature, moved under his God, her Lord and Master? Are we not all born of one generation, in the same surrounding world, the identical sun now enlightening us as formerly shone upon the bards and hallowed sages of Asia Minor? Yet, whilst they so many centuries ago bear testimony to a knowledge of their Creator and his intimate works, we continue still in uncertainty, blind and 528 Conclusion. Baffled everywhere about the beguilements of sense, no longer careful for ourselves, life is wasted on externals, which, always ungrateful, yield new burdens and perplexities in proportion as they increase. Theoretic science is everywhere condemned, but there is no such thing at this day, since with all her extolled artifice, array of disciplines and powers, the wisdom of antiquity has disappeared from amongst men. And to what are we arrived without her? Even at the proudest pinnacle of external science, the whole physical nature explored, and facts of all generations accumulated together before our eyes, what should we be wiser without the causal knowledge of these things? What single advantage have we gained by misprizing the ancients? Those low, literal, spiritless interpretations of poetic fable and philosophy, what satisfaction have they afforded, or of what use will they ever be, but to memorialize our ignorance to future generations? It is true, they have flattered our self-complacency for a while into a belief that former wisdom was foolishness, and that men never lived in reality who were more knowing, religious, and virtuous than ourselves. But then the evil far outlives the temporary gratulation of those conceits, which have stripped the ideal standard of all excellency, and shorn the imagination of its brightest hopes of beauty, goodness, and immortal truth. All has been swept away with a remorseless hand, all veneration and faith in ideality, whilst sense has been the acknowledged beacon light, and practical utility the highest good. Is it not full time to return, when things are arrived at the precipice of self, oblivion, when experimental philosophy labors for selfish aggrandizement, and self is, least of all served in the attempt, when thought wastes its eternal substance in the pursuit of time, and the idea of truth is mangled in the reckless machinery of error? Has not Lord Bacon himself, the leader of this exterminating chase, whilst endeavoring to supersede the bare exercise of logic, and clear the field of learning in his inauguration, recommended the conclusion, 529, suit of causes above every other, and taught by his own energetic example to inquire of the ancients, and to experiment after their hidden wisdom, though he knew it not, but only burned about the lights which they had bequeathed? What more then should we add to exhort, extol, or explicate, having studied to revive these and relics of the sacred art long buried in oblivion? If their witness is disbelieved, addition would be useless; if otherwise, we await the result. It would be as impossible in an exposition of this kind to conciliate all tastes, as to draw divergent prejudices into accord. There is one pleasure of a horse, another of a dog. A goat differs from either in his natural choice, and in man every various inclination is to be found, and a multifarious understanding in the affairs of life, so that those arguments which to some would be convincing, by others are not discerned, or needed by many more who are endowed with an instinctive faith and appreciation. Truths which are grateful to certain persons are odious to others, according as they may be constituted or habitually trained. In this inquiry, therefore, we have sought to attract those chiefly to whom such a pursuit would be naturally pleasing, and such as have been customarily esteemed worthy of the reward. With respect to the practical benefits, our hopes, though not enlarged, are vigorous and of the most grateful kind. For those to whom it is addressed the light will attract, and to them will not be moderately useful, if they advance by it to the true end. That the subject is worthy of inquiry from the highest order of minds, we repeat our persuasion, and at the same time entertain a belief that the period is not far distant when this will be obtained, and the truth, by these means, be so manifestly presented before the eyes of all, that contrary prejudices and doubts and false interests will be merged in the revelation of power and irresistible fact. The Catholic torch, miraculously kindled, kindles the light of universal nature, and either exter. 530 conclusion, nally or internally, morally or physically, or in all these ways according to the application, works from thence through every part, diffusing energy, life, and joy, in either of the three kingdoms, as we have shown, by its voluntary assimilation, increasing and promoting things to their utmost boundary of strength. But, above all, it rejoices in the mind of man, when, in conscious rectitude of thought and action, he bears it in comprehensive superiority elect over the rest. When, including all in the Catholic perceivance of this reason, he submits his own omnipotence to the omniscience of its rule. When nature opening up to him the vast resources of her essence, and the mystery of the most wonderful creation, with every temptation to self, idolatry laid open to view, oblivious of all else in admiration and love of so much wisdom and integral perfection, he operates with the first cause. Some may consider we have opened too much, others too little of a mystery irrelevant to the common understanding of mankind, and no doubt our conduct is blameworthy in other respects. Yet those for whom we have labored will not prove ungrateful if they attain to the end of our proposed discovery. For the discovery of the causal nature is doubtless of all parts of knowledge the worthiest to be sought after, if it be possible to be found, and, as to the possibility, they are computed for ill discoverers that think there is no land because they discern nothing but sea. Believe it then, beyond the turbulent sea of sense there is a haven and signal marks to direct where the promised land is to be found. And life is the nucleus of the whole Hermetic mystery, and the key thereof is intellect, the golden ore of which likewise we have lavishly shown. If, however, the key be wanting, how may we presume to enter, or without it explain the intricate intelligence of those mirific wards which were constructed by it, and for it to pass through, and for it alone? They, we repeat, who can understand the language of the philosophers will understand their conclusion. 531. Art, for this we have opened the way only, which if any one will consent to travel in, we assure him of success, but not otherwise, for neither was this research undertaken indiscriminately, nor can it be prosecuted without a congenial light. But he who desires to enter, Let him search for the roof of reason rationally, and hold lie it, and inspire with it, if he would have truth at last. He who knows the first entrance, and how to render the fixed tincture of life volatile, and to return it, being free, is already admitted to the temple of divine science, and joins in with the whole conclave, because through all the interior recesses the method is allied. Let him search into the enigmas, peruse the fables, and consider the parables and maxims of the wise adepts. They all tend to one discovery, and declare the same, and even in their inconsistencies will be instructive to him who has the key. And he who sets himself in this wise to the comprehension of the whole philosophy will be a competent judge of our labors, how much assistance we have added towards the recovery of lost wisdom, and with what sincerity we have opened the way permeating into those antiquated abodes of light. The End. State and Company. Printers, Hell Unal, Temple Bar, will be published shortly. The Enigma of Alchemy and Oedipus Resolved, a poem in 5 parts, designed to elucidate few fables, symbols, and other mythological disguises, in which the Hermetic art has been enveloped and signalized in various ages, in ecclesiastical ceremonies, Masonic formule, astronomical signs and constellations, even the emblazonments of shapes, valry, heraldic badges, and other emblems, which without explanation have been handed down, and which are shown to have originated in the same mystic school, through each particular tracing their allusion to the means and mechanism of tighter, universal science. Horby it is hoped not only to draw the attention of the curious, but to offer a new incentive to inquiry, a prospect real, beautiful, and more fruitful than heretofore to the admiring classic and student of ancient learning. Mr. Preston is welcome to keep this Bosch 6 months of he please beans heil shall an onderven be made to get back one of the copies already out, which, if this can be retained, it is with seal concussions our regret that these unavoidable hominies interposed in the wages free giften a